Truth and Poetry. From My Own Life. Part the First. First book. Childhood, the City of Frankfurt. On the 28th of August, 1749, at midday, as the clock struck 12, I came into the world at Frankfurt on the Main. My horoscope was propitious, the sun stood in the sign of the Virgin, and had culminated for the day. Jupiter and Venus looked on him with a friendly eye, and Mercury not adversely, while Saturn and Mars kept themselves indifferent. The moon alone, just full, exerted the power of her reflection all the more, as she had then reached her planetary hour. She opposed herself therefore to my birth, which could not be accomplished until this hour was past. These good aspects, which the astrologers managed subsequently to reckon very auspicious for me, may have been the causes of my preservation, for through the unskillfulness of the midwife I came into the world as dead, and only alter various efforts was I enabled to see the light. This event, which had put our household into sore straits, turned to the advantage of my fellow citizens, inasmuch as my grandfather, the Schultheiss one John Wolfgang Texter, took occasion from it to have an accoucheur established, and to introduce or revive the tuition of midwives, which may have done some good to those who were born after me. When we desire to recall what befell us in the earliest period of youth, it often happens that we confound what we have heard from others with that which we really possess from our own direct experience, without therefore instituting a very close investigation into the point, which after all could too lead to nothing. I am conscious that we lived in an old house, which in fact consisted of two adjoining houses that had been opened into each other. A spiral staircase led to rooms on different levels, and the unevenness of the stories was remedied by steps for us children, a younger sister and myself. The favorite resort was a spacious floor below, near the door of which was a large wooden lattice that allowed us direct communication with the street and open air. A birdcage of this sort, with which many houses were provided, was called a frame gerams. The women sat in it to sew and knit. The cook picked her salad. Their female neighbors chatted with each other, and the streets consequently in the fine season wore a southern aspect. One felt at ease while in communication with the public. We children too, by means of these frames, were brought into contact with our neighbors, of whom three brothers von Ochsenstein, the surviving sons of the deceased Schultheiss, living on the other side of the way, won my love, and occupied and diverted themselves with me in many ways. Our family liked to tell of all sorts of waggeries to which I was enticed by these otherwise grave and solitary men. Let one of these pranks suffice for all. A crockery fair had just been held, from which not only our kitchen had been supplied for a while with articles for a long time to come, but a great deal of small gear of the same ware had been purchased as playthings for us children. One fine afternoon, when every thing was quiet in the house, I whiled away the time with my pots and dishes in the frame, and finding that nothing more was to be got out of them, hurled one of them into the street. The von Ochsensteins, who saw me so delighted at the fine smash it made that I clapped my hands for joy, cried out another. I was not long in flinging out a pot, and as they made no end to their calls for more, by degrees the whole collection, platters, pipkins, mugs, and all, were dashed upon the pavement. My neighbors continued to express their approbation, and I was highly delighted to give them pleasure, but my stock was exhausted, and still they shouted more. I ran therefore straight to the kitchen, and brought the earthenware, which produced a still livelier spectacle in breaking. And thus I kept running backwards and forwards, fetching one plate after another as I could reach it. 3 from where they stood in rows on the shelf. But as that did not satisfy my audience, I devoted all the ware that I could drag out to similar destruction. It was not till afterwards that anyone appeared to hinder and save. The mischief was done, and in place of so much broken crockery, there was at least a ludicrous story, in which the roguish authors took special delight to the end of their days. My father's mother, in whose house we properly dwelt, lived in a large back room directly on the ground floor, and we were accustomed to carry on our sports even up to her chair. And when she was ill, up to her bedside, I remember her as it were a spirita, handsome, thin woman, always neatly dressed in white, mild, gentle, and kind. She has ever remained in my memory. The Stag Ditch. The street in which our house was situated passed by the name of the Stag Ditch, but as neither stags nor ditches were to be seen, we wished to have the expression explained. They told us that our house stood on a spot that was once outside the city, and that where the street now ran had formerly been a ditch in which a number of stags were kept. These stags were preserved and fed here. Because the Senate every year, according to an ancient custom, feasted publicly on a stag, which was therefore always at hand in the ditch for such a festival in case princes or knights interfered with the city's right of chase outside, or the walls were encompassed or besieged by an enemy, this pleased us much, and we wished that such a lair for tame animals could have been seen in our times. The back of the house from the second story particularly commanded a very pleasant prospect over an almost immeasurable extent of neighboring gardens stretching to the very walls of the city, but alas, in transforming what were once public grounds into private gardens, our house, and some others lying towards the corner of the street, had been much stinted, since the houses towards the horse market had appropriated spacious outhouses and large gardens to themselves, while a tolerably high wall shut us out from these adjacent paradises. On the second floor was a room which was called the garden room, because they had there endeavored to supply the want of a garden by means of a few plants placed before the pg4 window. As I grew older, it was there that I made my favorite, not melancholy, but somewhat sentimental retreat. Over these gardens, beyond the city's walls and ramparts, might be seen a beautiful and fertile plain, the same which stretches towards Hocht in the summer season. I commonly earned my lessons there, and watched the thunderstorms, but could never look my fill at the setting sun, which went down directly opposite my windows, and when at the same time I saw the neighbors wandering through their gardens, taking care of their flowers, the children playing, parties of friends enjoying themselves, and could hear the bowls rolling and the ninepins dropping, it early excited within me a feeling of solitude and a sense of vague longing resulting from it, which, conspiring with the seriousness and awe implanted in me by nature, exerted its influence at an early age, and showed itself more distinctly in after years. The old many-cornered and gloomy arrangement of the house was moreover adapted to awaken dread and terror in childish minds. Unfortunately, too, the principle of discipline, that young persons should be early deprived of all fear for the awful and invisible, and accustomed to the terrible, still prevailed. We children therefore were compelled to sleep alone, and when we found this impossible, and softly slipped from our beds to seek the society of the servants and maids, our father, with his dressing gown turned inside out, which disguised him sufficiently for the purpose, placed himself in the way, and frightened us back to our resting places. The evil effect of this anyone may imagine. How is he who is encompassed with a double terror to be emancipated from fear? My mother, always cheerful and gay, and willing to render others so, discovered a much better pedagogical expedient. She managed to gain her end by rewards. It was the season for peaches, the plentiful enjoyment of which she promised us every morning. If we overcame our fears during the night in this way, she succeeded, and both parties were satisfied. In the interior of the house, my eyes were chiefly attracted by a series of Roman views, with which my father had ornamented an anteroom. They were engravings by some of the accomplished predecessors of Piranesi, who well understood perspective and architecture, and whose touches were clear. pg5, and excellent. There I saw every day the Piazza del Popolo, the Colosseum, the Piazza of St. Peter's and St. Peter's Church, within and without the castle of St. Angelo, and many other places. These images impressed themselves deeply upon me, and my otherwise very laconic father was often so kind as to furnish descriptions of the objects. His partiality for the Italian language, and for everything pertaining to Italy, was very decided. A small collection of marbles and natural curiosities, which he had brought with him thence, he often showed to us, and he devoted a great part of his time to a description of his travels written in Italian, the copying and correction of which he slowly and accurately completed in several parcels with his own hand. A lively old teacher of Italian called Giovanazzi was of service to him in this work. The old man, moreover, did not sing badly, and my mother every day must needs accompany him and herself upon the clavichord. And thus I speedily learned the solitario Bosco Ambroso, so as to know it by heart before I understood it. My father was altogether of a didactic turn, and in his retirement from business, liked to communicate to others what he knew or was able to do, thus dining the first years of their marriage. He had kept my mother busily engaged in writing, playing the clavichord, and singing, by which means she had been laid under the necessity of acquiring some knowledge and a slight readiness in the Italian tongue. The puppet show. Generally, we passed all our leisure hours with my grandmother, in whose spacious apartment we found plenty of room for our sports. She contrived to engage us with various trifles, and to regale us with all sorts of nice morsels, but one Christmas evening she crowned all her kind deeds by having a puppet show exhibited before us, and thus unfolding a new world in the old house. This unexpected drama attracted our young minds with great force. Upon the boy, particularly, it made a very strong impression, which continued to vibrate with a great and lasting effect. The little stage with its speechless personages, which at the outset had only been exhibited to us, but was afterwards given over for our own use, and dramatic vivification, was prized more highly by us children, as it was the last bequest of our good grandmother, whom encroaching disease first withdrew from our sight and death next tore away from our PG6 hearts. Forever her departure was of still more importance to our family, as it drew after it a complete change in our condition. As long as my grandmother lived, my father had refrained from any attempt to change or renovate the house, even in the slightest particular, though it was known that he had pretty large plans of building, which were now immediately begun in Frankfurt, as in many other old towns. When anybody put up a wooden structure, he ventured, for the sake of space, to make not only the first, but each successive story project over the lower one, by which means narrow streets especially were rendered somewhat dark and confined. At last a law was passed that every one putting up a new house from the ground should confine his projections to the first upper story, and carry the others up perpendicularly. My father, that he might not lose the projecting space in the second story, caring little for outward architectural appearance, and anxious only for the good and convenient arrangement of the interior, resorted to the expedient which others had employed before him of propping the upper part of the house, until one part after another had been removed from the bottom upwards, and a new house, as it were, inserted in its place. Thus, while comparatively none of the old structure remained, the new one merely passed for a repair. Now, as the tearing down and building up was done gradually, my father determined hot to quit the house, that he might better direct and give his orders. He possessed a good knowledge of the technicalities of building. At the same time, he would not suffer his family to leave him. This new epoch was very surprising and strange for the children to see the rooms in which they had so often been confined and pestered with wearisome tasks and studies, the passages they had played in the walls, which had always been kept so carefully clean, all falling before the mason's hatchet, and the carpenter's axiom that from the bottom upwards to float, as it were, in the air, propped up by beams, being at the same time constantly confined to a certain lesson or definite task. All this produced a commotion in our young heads that was not easily settled, but the young people felt the inconvenience less, because they had somewhat more space for play than before, and had many opportunities of swinging on beams and playing at seesaw with the boards. Page 7. At first my father obstinately persisted in carrying out his plan, but when at last even the roof was partly removed, and the rain reached our beds, in spite of the carpets that had been taken up, converted into tarpaulin, and stretched over as a defense, he determined, though reluctantly, that the children should be entrusted for a time to some kind friends who had already offered their services, and sent to a public school. This transition was rather unpleasant, for when the children, who had all along been kept at home in a secluded, pure, refined, yet strict manner, were thrown among a rude mass of young creatures, they were compelled unexpectedly to suffer everything from the vulgar, bad, and even base, since they lacked both weapons and skill to protect themselves. The walk round Frankfurt. It was properly about this period that I first became acquainted with my native city, which I strolled over with more and more freedom in every direction, sometimes alone, and sometimes in the company of lively companions, to convey to others in any degree the impression made upon me by these grave and revered spots. I must here introduce a description of my birthplace, as in its different parts it was gradually unfolded to me, I loved more than anything else to promenade on the great bridge over the Main. Its length, its firmness, and its fine appearance rendered it a notable structure, and it was besides almost the only memorial left from ancient times of the precautions due from the civil government to its citizens. The beautiful stream above and below bridge attracted my eye, and when the gilt weathercock on the bridge cross glittered in the sunshine, I always had a pleasant feeling generally. I extended my walk through Sachsenhausen, and for a kreutzer was ferried comfortably across the river. I was now again on this side of the stream, stole along to the wine market, and admired the mechanism of the cranes when goods were unloaded. But it was particularly entertaining to watch the arrival of the market boats, from which so many and such extraordinary figures were seen to disembark on entering the city. The Saalhof, which at least stood on the spot where the castle of Emperor Charlemagne and his successors was reported to have been, was greeted every time with profound reverence. One liked to lose oneself in the old trading town, particularly on market days. Pg. 8. The crowd collected about the church of St. Bartholomew. From the earliest times, throngs of buyers and sellers had gathered there, and the place being thus occupied, it was not easy in later days to bring about a more roomy and cheerful arrangement. The booths of the so-called Pharisean were very important places for us children, and we carried many a batzen to them in order to purchase sheets of colored paper stamped with gold animals. But seldom, however, could one make one's way through the narrow, crowded, and dirty marketplace. I call to mind, also, that I always flew past the adjoining meat stalls, narrow and disgusting as they were. In perfect horror, on the other hand, the Roman hill Romerberg was a most delightful place, for walking the way to the new town along by the new shops was always cheering and pleasant. Yet we regretted that a street did not lead into the Zeil by the Church of Our Lady, and that we always had to go a roundabout way by the Hasengasse or the Catherine Gate. But what chiefly attracted the child's attention were the many little towns within the town, the fortresses within the fortress, viz. The walled monastic enclosures, and several other precincts remaining from earlier times, and more or less like castles, the Nuremberg court, the Compostela, the Braunfels, the ancestral house of the family of Stolberg, and several strongholds in later days, transformed into dwellings and warehouses. No architecture of an elevating kind was then to be seen in Frankfurt, and everything pointed to a period long past and unquiet, both for town and district gates and towers, which defined the bounds of the old city. Then further on again, gates, towers, walls, bridges, ramparts, moats, with which the new city was encompassed, all showed, but too plainly, that a necessity for guarding the common weal in disastrous times had induced these arrangements, that all the squares and streets, even the newest, broadest, and best laid out, owed their origin to chance and caprice, and not to any regulating mind. A certain liking for the antique was thus implanted in the boy, and was specially nourished and promoted by old chronicles and woodcuts, as for instance those of Grave relating to the siege of Frankfurt. At the same time, different taste was developed in him for observing the conditions of mankind in their manifold variety and naturalness, without pg regard to their importance or beauty. It was therefore one of our favorite walks, which we endeavored to take now and then in the course of a year, to follow the circuit of the path. Inside the city walls, gardens, courts, and back buildings extend to the Zwinger, and we saw many thousand people amid their little domestic and secluded circumstances, from the ornamental and show gardens of the rich to the orchards of the citizen anxious about his necessities, from thence to the factories, bleaching grounds, and similar establishments, even to the burying grounds. For a little world lay within the limits of the city, past a varied strange spectacle which changed at every step, and with the enjoyment of which our childish curiosity was never satisfied. In fact, the celebrated Developmentoistics, when he lifted the roofs of Madrid at night, scarcely did more for his friend than was here done for us in the bright sunshine and open air. The keys that were to be made use of in this journey to gain us a passage through many a tower, stair, and postern were in the hands of the authorities, whose subordinates we never failed to coax into good humor. The council house. But a more important, and in one sense more fruitful place for us, was the council house, named from the Romans. In its lower vault-like halls we liked, but too well to lose ourselves. we obtained an entrance too into the large and very simple session room of the council. The walls as well as the arched ceiling were white though wainscoted to a certain height, and the whole was without a trace of painting or any kind of carved work. Only high up on the middle wall might be read this brief inscription: "One man's word is no man's word. Justice needs that both be heard." After the most ancient fashion benches were ranged around the wainscoting and raised one step above the floor for the accommodation of the members of the assembly, this readily suggested to us why the order of rank in our Senate was distributed by benches. To the left of the door, on the opposite corner, sat the scaphen. In the corner itself, the Schultheius, who alone had a small table before him, those of the second bench sat in the space to his left, as far as the wall to where the windows were, while along the windows ran the PG-10 third bench. Occupied by the craftsmen in the midst of the hall, stood a table for the registrar protoculfura. Once within the Roma, we even mingled with the crowd at the audiences of the burgomasters, but whatever related to the election and coronation of the emperors possessed a greater charm. We managed to gain the favor of the keepers so as to be allowed to mount the new gay imperial staircase, which was painted in fresco, and on other occasions closed with a grating. The election chamber, with its purple hangings and admirably fringed gold borders, filled us with awe. The representations of animals, on which little children or genii clothed in the imperial ornaments and laden with the insignia of the empire, made a curious figure, were observed by us with great attention, and we even hoped that we might live to see some time or other a coronation with our own eyes. They had great difficulty to get us out of the great imperial hall when we had been once fortunate enough to steal in, and we reckoned him our truest friend, who, while we looked at the half-lengths of all the emperors painted around at a certain height, would tell us something of their deeds. We listened to many a legend of Charlemagne, but that which was historically interesting for us began with Rudolph of Habsburg, who by his courage put an end to such violent commotions. Charles IV also attracted our notice. We had already heard of the Golden Bull and of the statutes for the administration of criminal justice. We knew, too, that he had not made the Frankfurters suffer for their adhesion to his noble rival Emperor Gunther of Schwarzburg. We heard Maximilian praised both as a friend to mankind and to the townsmen his subjects, and were also told that it had been prophesied of him he would be the last emperor of a German house, which unhappily came to pass, as after his death the choice wavered only between the King of Spain, afterwards Charles Roman V, and the King of France, Francis Roman I. With some anxiety it was added that a similar prophecy, or rather intimation, was once more in circulation, for it was obvious that there was room left for the portrait of only one more emperor, a circumstance which, though seemingly accidental, filled the patriotic with concern. Having once entered upon this circuit, we did not fail to PG-11 repair to the cathedral, and there visit the grave of that brave Gunther, so much prized both by friend and foe. The famous stone, which formerly covered it, is set up in the choir. The door, close by leading into the conclave, remained long shut against us, until we at last managed through the higher authorities to gain access to this celebrated place. But we should have done better had we continued, as before, to picture it merely in our imagination. For we found this room, which is so remarkable in German history, where the most powerful princes were accustomed to meet for an act so momentous, in no respect worthily adorned, and even disfigured with beams, poles, scaffolding, and similar lumber which people had wanted to put out of the way. The imagination for that very reason was the more excited, and the heart elevated, when we soon after received permission to be present in the council house at the exhibition of the Golden Bull to some distinguished strangers. Imperial coronations. The boy then heard with much curiosity what his own family, as well as other older relations and acquaintances, liked to tell and repeat, viz. The histories of the two last coronations, which had followed close upon each other, for there was no Frankfurter of a certain age who would not have regarded these two events and their attendant circumstances as the crowning glory of his whole life, splendid as had been the coronation of Charles VII, during which particularly the French ambassador had given magnificent feasts at great cost, and with distinguished taste, the results were all the more afflicting to the good emperor who could not preserve his capital Munich, and was compelled in some degree to implore the hospitality of his imperial towns. If the coronation of Francis I was not so strikingly splendid, as the former one it was dignified by the presence of the Empress Maria Theresa, whose beauty appears to have created as much impression on the men as the earnest and noble form, and the blue eyes of Charles VII on the women. At any rate, the sexes rivaled each other in giving to the attentive boy a highly favorable opinion of both these personages. All these descriptions and narratives were given in a serene and quiet state of mind, for the peace of Aix-la-Chapelle had for the moment put an end to all feuds, and they spoke at their ease of past contests, as well as of their PG-12 former festivities, Battle of Dettingen, for instance, and other remarkable events of bygone years. And all that was important or dangerous seemed, as generally happens, when a peace has been concluded, to have occurred only to afford entertainment to prosperous and unconcerned people. Half a year had scarcely passed away in this narrow patriotism before the fairs began, which always produced an incredible ferment in the heads of all children, the erection, in so short a time, of so many booths, creating a new town within the old one, the roll, and crushed the unloading and unpacking of wares, excited from the very first dawn of consciousness an insatiable active curiosity and a boundless desire for childish property, which the boy with increasing years endeavored to gratify in one way or another as far as his little purse permitted. At the same time, he obtained a notion of what the world produces, what it wants, and what the inhabitants of its different parts exchange with each other. These great epochs, which came round regularly in spring and autumn, were announced by curious solemnities, which seemed the more dignified because they vividly brought before us the old time, and what had come down from it to ourselves. On escort day, the whole population were on their legs, thronging to the Fahrgasse, to the bridge, and beyond Sachsenhausen. All the windows were occupied, though nothing unusual took place on that day, the crowd seeming to be there only for the sake of jostling each other, and the spectators merely to look at one another, for the real occasion of their coming did not begin till nightfall, and was then rather taken upon trust than seen with the eyes. The affair was thus in those old unquiet times, when every one did wrong according to his pleasure, or helped the right as his liking led him. Traders on their way to the fairs were so willfully beset and harassed by waylayers, both of noble and ignoble birth, that princes and other persons of power caused their people to be accompanied to Frankfurt by an armed escort. Now the burghers of the imperial city would yield no rights pertaining to themselves or their district. They went out to meet the advancing party, and thus contests often arose as to how far the escort should advance, or whether it had a right to enter the city at all. But as this took place not only PG-13 in regard to matters of trade and fairs, but also when high personages came in times of peace or war, and especially on the days of election, and as the affair often came to blows, when a train which was not to be endured in the city strove to make its way in along with its lord, many negotiations had from time to time been resorted to, and many temporary arrangements concluded, though always with reservations of rights on both sides. The hope had not been relinquished of composing once for all a quarrel that had already lasted for centuries, inasmuch as the whole institution on account of which it had been so long and often so hotly contested might be looked upon as nearly useless, or at least as superfluous. Meanwhile, on those days, the city cavalry in several divisions, each having a commander in front, rode forth from different gates, and found on a certain spot some troopers or hussars of the persons entitled to an escort, who with their leaders were well received and entertained. They stayed till towards evening, and then rode back to the city, scarcely visible to the expectant crowd. Many a city knight, not being in a condition to manage his horse or keep himself in the saddle, the most important bands returned by the bridge gate, where the pressure was consequently the strongest. Last of all, just as night fell, the Nuremberg postcoach arrived, escorted in the same way, and always containing, as the people fancied, in pursuance of custom, an old woman. Its arrival, therefore, was a signal for all the urchins to break out into an ear-splitting shout. Though it was utterly impossible to distinguish any one of the passengers within the throng that pressed after the coach through The bridge gate was quite incredible and perfectly bewildering to the senses. The houses nearest the bridge were those therefore most in demand among spectators. The piper's court. Another more singular ceremony by which the people were excited in broad daylight was the piper's court Pfefferdricht. It commemorated those early times when important larger trading towns endeavored, if not to abolish tolls altogether, at least to bring about a reduction of them. As they increased in proportion with trade and industry, they were allowed this privilege by the emperor, who needed their aid when it was in his power to grant it, but commonly only for 1 year, so that it had to be annually renewed. This was PG-14, effected by means of symbolical gifts, which were presented before the opening of St. Bartholomew's Fair to the imperial magistrate Schultheiss, who might have sometimes been the chief toll-gatherer, and for the sake of a more imposing show. The gifts were offered when he was sitting in full court with the Scaffen, but when the chief magistrate afterwards came to be no longer appointed by the emperor, and was elected by the city itself, he still retained these privileges, and thus both the immunities of the cities from toll and the ceremonies by which the representatives from Worms, Nuremberg, and Old Bamberg once acknowledged the ancient favor had come down to our times. The day before Lady Day, an open court was proclaimed in an enclosed space in the great imperial hall. The Scaffen took their elevated seats. A step higher sat the Schultheiss in the midst of them, while below on the right hand were the procurators of both parties invested with plenipotentiary powers. The actuarius begins to read. Allowed the weighty judgments reserved for this day, the lawyers demand copies, appeal, or do whatever else seems necessary all at once. A singular sort of music announces, if we may so speak, the advent of former centuries. It proceeds from 3 pipers, one of whom plays an old shawm, another a sackbut, and the third a palmer or oboe. They wear blue mantles trimmed with gold, having the notes made fast to their sleeves, and their heads covered, having thus left their inn at 10 o'clock, followed by the deputies and their attendants, and stared at by all natives and strangers. They enter the hall. The law proceedings are stayed. Pipers and their train halt before the railing. The deputy steps in and stations himself in front of the Schultheiss. The emblematic presents, which were required to be precisely the same as in the old precedents, consisted commonly of the staple wares of the city, offering them pepper passed, as it were, for everything else. And even on this occasion, the deputy brought a handsomely turned wooden goblet, filled with pepper. Upon it lay a pair of gloves curiously slashed, stitched, and tasseled with silk, a token of a favor granted and received, such as the emperor himself made use of in certain cases. Along with this was a white staff, which in former times was not easily dispensable in judicial proceedings. Some small pieces of silver money were added, and the city of Worms brought an PG-15 old felt hat, which was always redeemed again, so that the same one had been a witness of these ceremonies for many years. After the deputy had made his address, handed over his present, and received from the Schultheiss assurance of continued favor, he quitted the enclosed circle. The pipers blew, the train departed as it had come, the court pursued its business until the second, and at last the third deputy had been introduced. For each came some time after the other, partly that the pleasure of the public might thus be prolonged, and partly because they were always the same antiquated virtuosi whom Nuremberg for itself and its causities had undertaken to maintain and produce annually at the appointed place. Summer amusements. We children were particularly interested in this festival, because we were not a little flattered to see our grandfather in a place of so much honor, and because commonly on the self-same day we used to visit him quite modestly, in order that we might, when my grandmother had emptied the pepper into her spice-box, lay hold of a cup or small rod, a pair of gloves, or an old Raider albus too. These symbolical ceremonies, restoring antiquity as if by magic, could not be explained to us without leading us back into past times and informing us of the manners, customs, and feelings of those early ancestors who were so strangely made present to us by pipers and deputies seemingly risen from the dead, and by tangible gifts which might be possessed by ourselves. These venerable solemnities were followed in the fine season by many festivals delightful for us children, which took place in the open air outside of the city, on the right shore of the Main. Going down about half an hour's walk from the gate, there rises a sulphur spring neatly enclosed, and surrounded by aged lindens. Not far from it stands the Good People's Court, formerly a hospital. Erected for the sake of the waters on the commons around the herds of cattle from the neighborhood were collected on a certain day of the year, and the herdsmen together with their sweethearts celebrated a rural festival with dancing and singing, with all sorts of pleasure and clownishness. On the other side of the city lay PG-16, a similar but larger common, likewise graced with a spring, and still finer lindens. Thither at Whitsuntide the flocks of sheep were driven, and at the same time the poor pale orphan children were allowed to come out of their walls into the open air, for the thought had not yet occurred that these destitute creatures, who must some time or other help themselves through the world, ought soon to be brought in contact with it, that instead of being kept in dreary confinement, they should rather be accustomed to serve and to endure, and that there was every reason to strengthen them physically and morally from their infancy. The nurses and maids, always ready to hike a walk, never failed to carry or conduct us to such places, even in our first years, so that these rural festivals belong to the earliest impressions that I can recall. Meanwhile our house had been finished, and that too in tolerably short time, because everything had been judiciously planned and prepared, and the needful money provided. We now found ourselves all together again, and felt comfortable, for when a well-considered plan is once carried out, we forget various inconveniences of the means that were necessary to its accomplishment. The building for a private residence was roomy enough, light and cheerful throughout, with broad staircases, agreeable parlors, and a prospect of the gardens that could be enjoyed easily from several of the windows. The internal completion, and what pertained to mere ornament and finish, was gradually accomplished, and served at the same time for occupation and amusement. The first thing brought into order was my father's collection of books, the best of which in calf and half-calf binding were to ornament the walls of his office and study. He possessed the beautiful Dutch editions of the Latin classics, which for the sake of outward uniformity he had endeavored to procure all in quarto, and also many other works relating to Roman antiquities, and the more elegant jurisprudence. The most eminent Italian poets were not wanting, and for Tasso he showed a great predilection. There were also the best and most recent travels, and he took great delight in correcting and completing Kiesler and Nemes from them, nor had he omitted to surround himself with all needful assistance to learning, such as dictionaries of various languages and encyclopedias of science and art, which with PG-17 much else adapted to profit and amusement might be consulted at will. The other half of this collection, in neat parchment bindings with very beautifully written titles, was placed in a separate attic. The acquisition of new books, as well as their binding and arrangement, he pursued with great composure and love of order, and he was much influenced in his opinion by the critical notices that ascribed particular merit to any work. His collection of juridical treatises was annually increased by some volumes. Next, the pictures which in the old house had hung about promiscuously were now collected and symmetrically hung on the walls of a cheerful room near the study, all in black frames set off with gilt mouldings. My father had a principle which he often and strongly expressed, that one ought to employ the living masters, and to spend less upon the departed, in the estimation of whom prejudice greatly concurred. He had the notion that it was precisely the same with pictures as with Rhenish wines, which though age may impart to them, a higher value can be produced in any coming year of just as excellent quality as in years past. After the lapse of some time, the new wine also becomes old quite as valuable, and perhaps more delicious. This opinion he chiefly confirmed by the observation that many old pictures seem to derive their chief value for lovers of art from the fact that they had become darker and browner, and that the harmony of tone in such pictures was often vaunted. My father, on the other hand, protested that he had no fear that the new pictures would not also turn black in time, though whether they were likely to gain anything by this, he was not so positive. Frankfurt artists. In pursuance of these principles, he employed for many years the whole of the Frankfurt artists, the painter Goethe, who excelled in animating oak and beech woods and other so-called rural scenes, with cattle Trotman, who had adopted Rembrandt as his model, and had attained great perfection in enclosed lights and reflections, as well as in effective conflagrations, so that he was once ordered to paint a companion piece to a Rembrandt Schutz, who diligently elaborated landscapes of the Rhine country in the manner of Sachtelbens and Juncker, who executed with great purity flower and fruit pieces, still life and figures, quietly employed PG-18 after the models of the Dutch, but now by the new arrangement by more convenient room, and still more by the acquaintance of a skillful artist, our love of art was again quickened, and animated. This artist was Seekatz, a pupil of Brinkmann Kortpainter at Darmstadt, whose talent and character will be more minutely unfolded in the sequel. In this way, the remaining rooms were finished according to their several purposes. Cleanliness and order prevailed throughout. Above all, the large panes of plate glass contributed towards a perfect lightness, which had been wanting in the old house for many causes, but chiefly on account of the panes, which were for the most part round. My father was cheerful on account of the success of his undertaking, and if his good humor had not been often interrupted, because the diligence and exactness of the mechanics did not come up to his wishes, a happier life than ours could not have been conceived, since much good partly arose in the family itself, and partly flowed from without. But an extraordinary event deeply disturbed the boy's peace of mind. For the first time, on the 1st of November 1755, the earthquake at Lisbon took place, and spread a prodigious alarm over the world, long accustomed to peace and quiet, a great and magnificent capital, which was at the same time a trading and mercantile city, is smitten without warning by a most fearful calamity. The earth trembles and totters, the sea roars up, ships dash together, houses fall in, and over them churches and towers. The royal palace is in parts swallowed by the waters. The bursting land seems to vomit flames, since smoke and fire are seen everywhere amid the ruins. 60,000 persons, a moment before in case and comfort, fall together, and he is to be deemed most fortunate who is no longer capable of a thought. Feeling about the disaster, the flames rage on, and with them rage a troop of desperadoes. Before concealed or set at large by the event, the wretched survivors are exposed to pillage, massacre, and every outrage, and thus, on all sides, nature asserts her boundless capriciousness. Earthquake at Lisbon. Intimations of this event had spread over wide regions more quickly than the authentic report. Slight shocks had been felt in many places in many springs, particularly those of a mineral nature. An unusual receding of the waters had been PG-19 remarked, and so much the greater was the effect of the accounts themselves, which were rapidly circulated at first in general terms, but finally with dreadful particulars. Hereupon the religious were neither wanting in reflections, nor the philosophically in grounds for consolation, nor the clergy in warnings. So complicated an event arrested the attention of the world for a long time, and as additional and more detailed accounts of the extensive effects of this explosion came from every quarter, the minds already aroused by the misfortunes of strangers began to be more and more anxious about themselves and their friends. Perhaps the demon of terror had never so speedily and powerfully diffused his terrors over the earth. The boy, who was compelled to put up with frequent repetitions of the whole matter, was not a little staggered. God, the creator and preserver of heaven and earth, whom the explanation of the first article of the Creed declared so wise and benignant, having given both the just and the unjust a prey to the same destruction, had not manifested himself by any means in a fatherly character. In vain the young mind strove to resist these impressions. It was the more impossible, as the wise and scripture-learned could not themselves agree as to the light in which such a phenomenon should be regarded. The next summer gave a closer opportunity of knowing directly that angry God, of whom the Old Testament records so much. A sudden hailstorm, accompanied by thunder and lightning, violently broke the new panes at the back of our house, which looked towards the west, damaged the new furniture, destroyed some valuable books and other things of worth, and was the more terrible to the children, as the whole household, quite beside themselves, dragged them into a dark passage, where on their knees, with frightful groans and cries, they thought to conciliate the wrathful deity. Meanwhile my father, who was alone self-possessed, forced open and unhinged the window frames, by which we saved much glass, but made a broader inlet for the rain that followed the hail, so that after we were finally quieted, we found ourselves in the rooms and on the stairs, completely surrounded by floods and streams of water. These events, startling as they were on the whole, did not greatly interrupt the course of instruction which my father, PG-20 himself, had undertaken to give us children. He had passed his youth in the Coburg Gymnasium, which stood as one of the first among German educational institutions, he had there laid a good foundation in languages and other matters, reckoned part of a learned education, had subsequently applied himself to jurisprudence at Leipzig, and had at last taken his degree at Gießen, his dissertation electa de addition hereditatis, which had been earnestly and carefully written, is yet cited by jurists with approval. It is a pious wish of all fathers to see what they have themselves failed to attain realized in their sons, as if in this way they could live their lives over again, and at last make a proper use of their early experience, conscious of his acquirements, with the certainty of faithful perseverance, and distrusting the teachers of the day my father undertook to instruct his own children, allowing them to take particular lesson from particular masters only so far as seemed absolutely necessary. A pedagogical dilettantism was already beginning to show itself. Everywhere the pedantry and heaviness of the masters appointed in the public schools had probably given rise to this evil. Something better was sought for, but it was forgotten how defective all instruction must be which is not given by persons who are teachers by profession. My father had prospered in his own career, tolerably according to his wishes. I was to follow the same course, only more easily and much farther. He prized my natural endowments the more, because he was himself wanting in them, for he had acquired everything only by means of unspeakable diligence, pertinacity, and repetition. He often assured me early and late, both in jest and earnest, that with my talents he would have deported himself very differently, and would not have turned them to such small account. Juvenile studies. By means of a ready apprehension practice and a good memory, I very soon outgrew the instructions which my father and the other teachers were able to give, without being thoroughly grounded in anything. Grammar displeased me, because I regarded it as a mere arbitrary law. The rules seemed ridiculous inasmuch as they were invalidated by so many exceptions, which had all to be learned by themselves, and if the first Latin work had not been in rhyme, I should have got on but badly in that. But as it was, I hummed, and PG 21 sang it to myself readily enough. In the same way, we had a geography in memoriverses, in which the most wretched doggerel best served to fix the recollection of that which was to be retained, e.g. Upper Ussel has many a fen, which makes it hateful to all men. The forms and inflections of language I caught with ease, and I also quickly unraveled what lay in the conception of a thing in rhetoric composition. In such matters no one excelled me, although I was often put back for faults of grammar. Yet these were the attempts that gave my father particular pleasure, and for which he rewarded me with many presents of money considerable for such a lad. My father taught my sister Italian in the same room in which I had to commit Cellarius to memory. As I was soon ready with my task, and was yet obliged to sit quiet, I listened with my book before me, and very readily caught the Italian, which struck me as an agreeable softening of Latin. Other precocities with respect to memory and the power to combine I possessed in common with those children who thus acquire an early reputation. For that reason, my father could scarcely wait for me to go to college. He very soon declared that I must study jurisprudence in Leipzig, for which he retained a strong predilection, and I was afterwards to visit some other university and take my degree. As for this second one, he was indifferent which I might choose, except that he had for some reason or other a disinclination to Göttingen, to my disappointment, since it was precisely there that I had placed such confidence and high hopes. He told me further that I was to go to Wetzlar and Ratisbon as well as to Vienna, and thence towards Italy, although he repeatedly mentioned that Paris should first be seen, because after coming out of Italy nothing else could be pleasing. These tales of my future youthful travels, often as they were repeated, I listened to eagerly, the more since they always led to accounts of Italy, and at last to a description of Naples. His otherwise serious and dry manner seemed on these occasions to relax and quicken, and thus a passionate wish awoke in us children to participate in the paradise he described. Page 22. Private lessons, which now gradually multiplied, were shared with the children of the neighbors. This learning in common did not advance me. The teachers followed their routine, and the rudeness, sometimes the ill nature of my companions, interrupted the brief hours of study with tumult, vexation, and disturbance. Chrestomathies, by which learning is made pleasant and varied, had not yet reached us Cornelius Nepos, so dry to young people. The New Testament, which was much too easy, and which by preaching and religious instructions had been rendered even commonplace hilarious, and Passer could impart no kind of interest. On the other hand, a certain rage for rhyme and versification, a consequence of reading the prevalent German poets, took complete possession of us. Me it had seized much earlier, as I had found it agreeable to pass from the rhetorical to the poetical treatment of subjects. We boys held a Sunday assembly where each of us was to produce original verses, and here I was struck by something strange, which long caused me uneasiness. My poems, whatever they might be, always seemed to me the best, but I soon remarked that my competitors, who brought forth very lame affairs, were in the same condition, and thought no less of themselves, nay, what appeared yet more suspicious, a good lad, though in such matters altogether unskilful, whom I liked in other respects, but who had his rhymes made by his tutor, not only regarded these as the best, but was thoroughly persuaded they were his own, as he always maintained in our confidential intercourse. Now, as this illusion and error was obvious to me, the question one day forced itself upon me whether I myself might not be in the same state, whether those poems were not really better than mine, and whether I might not justly appear to those boys as mad as they to me. This disturbed me much, and long for it was altogether impossible for me to find any external criterion of the truth. I even ceased from producing, until at length I was quieted by my own light temperament and the feeling of my own powers, and lastly by a trial of skill started on the spur of the moment by our teachers and parents, who had noted our sport, in which I came off well and won general praise. No libraries for children had at that time been established. The old had themselves still childish notions, and found it PG-23 convenient to impart their own education to their successors. Except the Orbis Pictus of Amos Comenius, no book of the sort fell into our hands, but the large folio Bible with copperplates by Miriam was diligently gone over leaf by leaf. Gottfried's Chronicles, with plates by the same master, taught us the most notable events of universal history. The Acera Philologica added thereto all sorts of fables, mythologies, and wonders, and as I soon became familiar with Ovid's Metamorphoses, the first books of which in particular I studied carefully, my young brain was rapidly furnished with a mass of images and events, of significant and wonderful shapes and occurrences, and I never felt time hang upon my hands, as I always occupied myself in working over, repeating, and reproducing these acquisitions. Popular works. A more salutary moral effect than that of these rude and hazardous antiquities was produced by Fenelon's Telemachus, with which I first became acquainted in Newcourt's translation, and which, imperfectly as it was executed, had a sweet and beneficent influence on my mind. That Robinson Crusoe was added in due time follows in the nature of things, and it may be imagined that the island of Falsenberg was not wanting. Lord Anson's voyage round the globe combined dignity of truth with the rich fancies of fable, and while our thoughts accompanied this excellent seaman, we were conducted over all the world, and endeavored to follow him with our fingers on the globe. But a still richer harvest was to spring up before me when I lighted on a mass of writings, which in their present state, it is true, cannot be called excellent, but the contents of which in a harmless way bring near to us many a meritorious action of former times. The publication, or rather the manufacture, of those books which have at a later day become so well known and celebrated under the name Volksschriften, Volksbücher, popular works or books, was carried on in Frankfurt. The enormous sales they met with led to their being almost illegibly printed from stereotypes on horrible blotting paper. We children were so fortunate as to find these precious remains of the Middle Ages every day on a little table at the door of a dealer in cheap books, and to obtain them at the cost of a couple of kreutzer, the Eulenspiegel, the Four Sons of Haman, the Emperor Octavian, the Fair Melusina, the beautiful PG-24 Majon Fortunatus, with the whole race down to the Wandering Jew, were all at our service. As often as we preferred the relish of these works to the taste of sweet things, the greatest benefit of this was that when we had read through or damaged such a sheet, it could soon be reprocured and swallowed a second time. As a family picnic in summer is vexatiously disturbed by a sudden storm which transforms a pleasant state of things into the very reverse, so the diseases of childhood fall unexpectedly on the most beautiful season of early life. And thus it happened with me. I had just purchased Fortunatus with his purse and wishing hat, when I was attacked by a restlessness and fever which announced the smallpox inoculation was still, with us, considered very problematical, and although it had already been intelligibly and urgently recommended by popular writers, the German physicians hesitated to perform an operation that seemed to forestall nature's speculative Englishmen, therefore had come to the continent, and inoculated for a considerable fee the children of such persons as were opulent and free from prejudices. Still, the majority were exposed to the old disease. The infection raged through families, killed and disfigured many children, and few parents dared to avail themselves of a method, the probable efficacy of which had been abundantly confirmed by the result. The evil now invaded our house and attacked me with unusual severity. My whole body was sown over with spots and my race covered, and for several days I lay blind and in great pain. They tried the only possible alleviation and promised me heaps of gold if I would keep quiet and not increase the mischief. By rubbing and scratching I controlled myself, while according to the prevailing prejudice they kept me as warm as possible, and thus only rendered my suffering more acute. At last, after a woeful time, there fell, as it were, a mask from my face. The blotches had left no visible mark upon the skin, but the features were plainly altered. I myself was satisfied merely with seeing the light of day again, and gradually putting off my spotted skin, but others were pitiless enough to remind me often of my previous condition, especially a very lively aunt, who had formerly regarded me with idolatry, but in after years could seldom look at me without exclaiming, "The deuce! Cousin, what a fright, he's PG 25 grown." Then she would tell me circumstantially how I had once been her delight, and what attention she had excited when she carried me about, and thus I early learned that people very often subject us to a severe atonement for the pleasure which we have afforded them. Diseases of childhood. I neither escaped measles, nor chickenpox, nor any other of the tormenting demons of childhood, and I was assured each time that it was a great piece of good luck, that this malady was now past forever. But alas, another again threatened in the background, and advanced. All these things increased my propensity to reflection, and as I had already practiced myself in fortitude, in order to remove the torture of impatience, the virtues which I had heard praised in the Stoics appeared to me highly worthy of imitation, and the more so as something similar was commended by the Christian doctrine of patience. While on the subject of these family diseases, I will mention a brother about 3 years younger than myself, who was likewise attacked by that infection, and suffered not a little from it. He was of a tender nature, quiet and capricious, and we were never on the most friendly terms. Besides, he scarcely survived years of childhood among several other children born afterwards, who, like him, did not live long. I only remember a very pretty and agreeable girl, who also soon passed away, so that after the lapse of some years my sister and I remained alone, and were therefore the more deeply and affectionately attached to each other. These maladies and other unpleasant interruptions were in their consequences doubly grievous for my father, who seemed to have laid down for himself a certain calendar of education and instruction, was resolved immediately to repair every delay, and imposed double lessons upon the young convalescent. These were not hard for me to accomplish, but were so far troublesome that they hindered, and to a certain extent repressed my inward development, which had taken a decided direction. From these didactic and pedagogic oppressions, we commonly fled to my grandfather and grandmother. Their house stood in the Friedberg Street, and appeared to have been formerly a fortress, for on approaching it, nothing was seen but a large gate with battlements, which were joined on either side PG 26 to the 2 neighboring houses. On entering through a narrow passage, we reached at last a tolerably broad court, surrounded by irregular buildings, which were now all united into one dwelling. We usually hastened at once into the garden, which extended to a considerable length and breadth behind the buildings, and was very well kept. The walks were mostly skirted by vine trellises. One part of the space was used for vegetables, and another devoted to flowers, which from spring till autumn adorned in rich succession the borders as well as the beds. The long wall erected towards the south was used for some well-trained espalier peach trees, the forbidden fruit of which ripened temptingly before us through the summer, yet we rather avoided this side, because we here could not satisfy our dainty appetites, and we turned to the side opposite, where an interminable row of currant and gooseberry bushes furnished our veracity with a succession of harvests till autumn. Not less important to us was an old high wide-spreading mulberry tree, both on account of its fruits, and because we were told that the silkworms fed upon its leaves. In this peaceful region, my grandfather was found every evening tending with genial care, and with his own hand, the finer growths of fruits and flowers. While a gardener managed the drudgery, he was never vexed by the various toils which were necessary to preserve and increase a fine show of pinks. The branches of the peach trees were carefully tied to the espaliers with his own hands in a fan shape, in order to bring about a full and easy growth of the fruit. The sorting of the bulbs of tulips, hyacinths, and plants of a similar nature, as well as the care of their preservation, he entrusted to none, and I still with pleasure recall to my mind how diligently he occupied himself in inoculating the different varieties of roses, that he might protect himself from the thorns. He put on a pair of those ancient leather gloves, of which 3 pair were given him annually at the piper's court, so that there was no dearth of the article. He wore also a loose dressing gown, and a folded black velvet cap upon his head, so that he might have passed for an intermediate person between Alcinous and Laertes, Goethe's maternal grandfather. All this work in the garden he pursued as regularly and with as much precision as his official business, for before he came down, he always arranged the list of causes for the next PG-27 day and read the legal papers in the morning. He proceeded to the council house, dined after his return, then nodded in his easy chair, and so went through the same routine every day. He conversed little, never exhibited any vehemence, and I do not remember ever to have seen him angry. All that surrounded him was in the fashion of the olden time. I never perceived any alteration in his wainscoted room. His library contained, besides law works, only the earliest books of travels, sea voyages, and discoveries of countries altogether. I can call to mind no situation more adapted than his to awaken the feeling of uninterrupted peace and eternal duration. But the reverence which we entertained for this venerable old man was raised to the highest degree by a conviction that he possessed the gift of prophecy, especially in matters that pertain to himself and his destiny. It is true, he revealed himself to no one distinctly and minutely, except to my grandmother, yet we were all aware that he was informed of what was going to happen by significant dreams. He assured his wife, for instance, at a time when he was still junior counselor, that on the first vacancy he would obtain the place left open on the bench of the Scaphen, and soon afterwards, when one of those officers actually died of apoplexy, my grandfather gave orders that his house should be quietly got ready, prepared on the day of electing and balloting to receive his guests and congratulators. Sure enough, the decisive gold ball was drawn in his favor, the simple dream by which he had learned. This he confided to his wife as follows: he had seen himself in the ordinary full assembly of councilmen, where all went on just as usual. Suddenly, the late Scaff rose from his seat, descended the steps, pressed him in the most complimentary manner to take the vacant place, and then departed by the door. Something like this occurred on the death of the Schultheiss. They make no delay in supplying this place, as they always have to fear that the emperor will at some time resume his ancient right of nominating the officer. On this occasion, the messenger of the court came at midnight to summon an extraordinary session for the next morning, and as the light in his lantern was about to expire, he asked for a candle's end. To help him on his way, give him a whole one, said my grandfather to the ladies. He takes the trouble, PG-28, all on my account. This expression anticipated the result was made Schultheiss, and what rendered the circumstance particularly remarkable was that, although his representative was the third and last to draw at the ballot, the 2 silver balls first came out, leaving the golden ball at the bottom of the bag for him. Perfectly prosaic, simple, and without a trace of the fantastic or miraculous were the other dreams of which we were informed. Moreover, I remember that once as a boy I was turning over his books and memoranda, and found among some other remarks which related to gardening such sentences as these: tonight NN came to me and said the name and revelation being written in cipher, or this night I saw all the rest being again in cipher, except the conjunctions and similar words from which nothing could be learned. It is worthy of note also that persons who showed no signs of prophetic insight at other times acquired for the moment while in his presence, and that by means of some sensible evidence presentiments of diseases or deaths, which were then occurring in distant places, but no such gift has been transmitted to any of his children or grandchildren, who for the most part have been hardy people enjoying life, and never going beyond the actual. While on this subject, I remember with gratitude many kindnesses I received from them in my youth. Thus, for example, we were employed and entertained in many ways when we visited the second daughter, married to the druggist Melbert, whose house and shop stood near the market in the midst of the liveliest and most crowded part of the town. There we could look down from the windows pleasantly enough upon the hurly-burly, in which we feared to lose ourselves, and though at first of all the goods in the shop nothing had much interest for us, but the licorice and the little brown stamped cakes made from it, we became in time better acquainted with the multitude of articles bought and sold in that business. This aunt was the most vivacious of all the family when my mother in her early years took pleasure in being neatly dressed working at some domestic occupation or reading a book. The other, on the contrary, ran about the neighborhood to pick up neglected children, take PG-29 care of them, comb them, and carry them round, as indeed she did me for a good while. At a time of public festivities, such as coronations, it was impossible to keep her at home. When a little child, she had already scrambled for the money scattered on such occasions, and it was related of her that once when she had got a good many together, and was looking at them with great delight in the palm of her hand, it was struck by somebody, and all her well-earned booty vanished at a blow. There was another incident of which she was very proud once, while standing on a post, as the Emperor Charles Roman VII was passing at a moment, when all the people were silent. She shouted a vigorous vivat into the coach, which made him take off his hat to her, and thank her quite graciously for her bold salutation. Everything in her house was stirring, lively, and cheerful, and we children owed her many a gay hour. Religious instruction. In a quieter situation, which was however suited to her character, was a second aunt married to the pastor Stark, incumbent of St. Catherine's Church. He lived much alone, in accordance with his temperament and vocation, and possessed a fine library. Here I first became acquainted with Homer in a prose translation, which may be found in the 7th part of Herr von Loen's new collection of the most remarkable travels, under the title Homer's Description of the Conquest of the Kingdom of Troy. Ornamented with copperplates in the theatrical French taste, these pictures perverted my imagination to such a degree that for a long time I could conceive the Homeric heroes only under such forms. The incidents themselves gave me unspeakable delight, though I found great fault with the work for affording us no account of the capture of Troy, and breaking off so abruptly the death of Hector. My uncle, to whom I mentioned this defect, referred me to Virgil, who perfectly satisfied my demands. It will be taken for granted that we children had among our other lessons a continued and progressive instruction in religion, but the church Protestantism imparted to us was, properly speaking, nothing but a kind of dry morality. Ingenious exposition was not thought of, and the doctrine appealed neither to the understanding nor to the heart. For that reason, there were various secessions from the PG-30 established church: separatists, pietists, Herrnhuter, Moravians, Quietened lands, and others differently named and characterized, sprang up, all of whom were animated by the same purpose of approaching the deity, especially through Christ, more closely than seemed to them possible under the forms of the established religion. The boy heard these opinions and sentiments constantly spoken of, for the clergy as well as the laity divided themselves into pro and con. The minority were composed of those who dissented more or less broadly, but their modes of thinking attracted by originality, hardiness, perseverance, and independence. All sorts of stories were told of their virtues and of the way in which they were manifested. The reply of a pious mastertinman was especially noted, who, when one of his craft attempted to shame him by asking, "Who is really your confessor?" answered with great cheerfulness and confidence in the goodness of his cause, "I have a famous one, no less than the confessor of King David." Things of this sort naturally made an impression on the boy and led him into similar states of mind. In fact, he came to the thought that he might immediately approach the great God of nature, the creator and preserver of heaven and earth, whose earlier manifestations of wrath had been long forgotten in the beauty of the world, and the manifold blessings in which we participate while upon it. The way he took to accomplish this was very curious. The boy had chiefly kept to the first article of belief, the God who stands in immediate connection with nature and owns, and loves it, as his work seemed to him the proper God who might be brought into closer relationship with man, as with everything else, and who would take care of him, as of the motion of the stars, the days and seasons, the animals and plants. There were texts of the Gospels, which explicitly stated this. The boy could ascribe no form to this being, he therefore sought him in his works, and would in the good Old Testament fashion build him an altar. Natural productions were set forth as images of the world, over which a flame was to burn, signifying the aspirations of man's heart towards his Maker. He brought out of the collection of natural objects which he possessed, and which had been increased as chance directed, the best ores and other specimens. Page 31. The boy priest. But the next difficulty was as to how they should be arranged and raised into a pile. His father possessed a beautiful red-lacquered music stand ornamented with gilt flowers in the form of a four-sided pyramid with different elevations, which had been found convenient for quartets, but lately was not much in use. The boy laid hands on this and built up his representatives of nature one above the other in steps, so that it all looked quite pretty, and at the same time sufficiently significant. On an early sunrise, his first worship of God was to be celebrated, but the young priest had not yet settled how to produce a flame which should at the same time emit an agreeable odor. At last it occurred to him to combine the two, as he possessed a few fumigating pastils, which diffused a pleasant fragrance with a glimmer, if not with a flame. Nay, this soft burning and exhalation seemed better representation of what passes in the heart than an open flame. The sun had already risen for a long time, but the neighboring houses concealed the east. At last it glittered above the roofs. A burning glass was at once taken up and applied to the pastils, which were fixed on the summit. In fine porcelain saucer, everything succeeded according to the wish, and the devotion was perfect. The altar remained as a peculiar ornament of the room which had been assigned him in the new house. Everyone regarded it only as a well-arranged collection of natural curiosities. The boy knew better, but concealed his knowledge. He longed for a repetition of the solemnity, but unfortunately, just as the most opportune sun arose, the porcelain cup was not at hand. He placed the pastils immediately on the upper surface of the stand. They were kindled, and so great was the devotion of the priest that he did not observe, until it was too late, the mischief his sacrifice was doing. The pastils had burned mercilessly into the red lacquer and beautiful gold flowers, and as if some evil spirit had disappeared, had left their black, ineffaceable footprints. By this, the young priest was thrown into the most extreme perplexity. The mischief could be covered up, it was true, with the larger pieces of his show materials, but the spirit for new offerings was gone, and the accident might almost be considered a hint and warning of the danger there always is in wishing to approach the deity in such a way. Page 32. Second book. The New Paris-Frankfurt Citizen. All that has been hitherto recorded indicates that happy and easy condition in which nations exist during a long peace, but nowhere probably is such a beautiful time enjoyed in greater comfort than in cities living under their own laws, and large enough to include a considerable number of citizens, and so situated as to enrich them by trade and commerce. Strangers find it to their advantage to come and go, and are under a necessity of bringing profit in order to acquire profit. Even if such cities rule but a small territory, they are the better qualified to advance their internal prosperity, as their external relations expose them to no costly undertakings or alliances. Thus the Frankfurters passed a series of prosperous years during my childhood, but scarcely on the 28th of August, 1756, had I completed my 7th year, than that world-renowned war broke out, which was also to exert great influence upon the next 7 years of my life. Frederick II, King of Prussia, had fallen upon Saxony with 60,000 men, and instead of announcing his invasion by a declaration of war, he followed it up with a manifesto composed by himself, as it was said, which explained the causes that had moved and justified him in so monstrous a step. The world, which saw itself appealed to not merely as spectator, but as judge, immediately split into two parties, and our family was an image of the great whole. My grandfather, who as Scoff of Frankfurt had carried the coronation canopy over Francis I, and had received from the Empress a heavy gold chain with her likeness, took the Austrian side, along with some of his sons-in-law and daughters, my father having been nominated to the Imperial Council by Charles VII, and sympathizing sincerely in the fate of that unhappy monarch, leaned towards Prussia with the other and smaller half of the family. Our meetings, which had been held on Sundays for many years uninterruptedly, PG 33, were very soon disturbed. The misunderstandings, so common among relatives by marriage, now first found a form in which they could be expressed. Contention, discord, silence, and separation ensued. My grandfather, otherwise a serene, quiet, and easy man, became impatient. The women vainly endeavored to smother the flames, and after some unpleasant scenes, my father was the first to quit the society. At home now, we rejoiced undisturbed in the Prussian victories, which were commonly announced with great glee by our vivacious aunt. Every other interest was forced to give way to this, and we passed the rest of the year in perpetual agitation, the occupation of Dresden. The moderation of the king at the outset, his slow but secure advances, the victory at Loisitz, the capture of the Saxons, were so many triumphs for our party. Everything that could be alleged for the advantage of our opponents was denied or depreciated, and as the members of the family on the other side did the same, they could not meet in the streets without disputes arising, as in Romeo and Juliet. Family disputes. Thus I also was then a Prussian in my views, or to speak more correctly, a Fritzian, since what cared we for Prussia? It was the personal character of the great king that worked upon all hearts. I rejoiced with my father in our conquests, readily copied the songs of triumph, and almost more willingly the lampoons directed against the other party, poor as the rhymes might be. As the eldest grandson and godchild, I had dined every Sunday since my infancy with my grandfather and grandmother, and the hours so spent had been the most delightful of the whole week. But now I relished no morsel that I tasted, because I was compelled to hear the most horrible slanders of my hero. Here blew another wind, here sounded another tone, than at home my liking, and even my respect for my grandfather and grandmother fell off. I could mention nothing of this to my parents, but avoided the matter both on account of my feelings and because I had been warned by my mother. In this way I was thrown back upon myself, and as in my 6th year after the earthquake at Lisbon, the goodness of God had become to me in some measure suspicious, so I began now, on account of Frederick II, to doubt the justice of the public. My heart was naturally inclined to PG 34 reverence, and it required a great shock to stagger my faith in anything that was venerable. But alas, they had commended good manners and a becoming deportment to us, not for their own sake, but for the sake of the people. What will people say was always the cry, and I thought that the people must be right good people, and would know how to judge of anything and everything. But my experience went just to the contrary. The greatest and most signal services were defamed and attacked. The noblest deeds, if not denied, were at least misrepresented and diminished. And this base injustice was done to the only man who was manifestly elevated above all his contemporaries, and who daily proved what he was able to do, that not by the populace but by distinguished men, as I took my grandfather and uncles to be, that parties existed, and that he himself belonged to a party, had never entered into the conceptions of the boy. He therefore believed himself all the more right and dared hold his own opinion for the better one, since he and those of like mind appreciated the beauty and other good qualities of Maria Theresa, and even did not grudge the Emperor Francis his love of jewelry and money. That Count d'On was often called an old dozer, they thought justifiable. But now I consider the matter more closely, I trace here the germ of that disregard and even disdain of the public, which clung to me for a whole period of my life, and only in later days was brought within bounds by insight and cultivation. Suffice it to say that the perception of the injustice of parties had even then a very unpleasant, nay, an injurious effect upon the boy, as it accustomed him to separate himself from beloved and highly valued persons. The quick succession of battles and events left the parties neither quiet nor rest. We ever found a malicious delight in reviving and resharpening those imaginary evils and capricious disputes, and thus we continued to tease each other until the occupation of Frankfurt by the French, some years afterwards, brought real inconvenience into our homes. Indoor amusements. Although to most of us, the important events occurring in distant parts served only for topics of ardent controversy, there were others who perceived the seriousness of the times and feared that the sympathy of France might open a scene of war in our own vicinity. They kept us children at home PG-35 more than before and strove in many ways to occupy and amuse us. With this view, the puppet show bequeathed by our grandmother was again brought forth and arranged in such a way that the spectators sat in my gable room, while the persons managing and performing, as well as the theatre itself, as far as the proscenium found a place in the room adjoining, we were allowed as a special favor to invite first one and then another of the neighbors' children as spectators. And thus at the outset I gained many friends, but the restlessness inherent in children did not suffer them to remain long a patient audience. They interrupted the play, and we were compelled to seek a younger public, which could at any rate be kept in order by the nurses and maids. The original drama, to which the puppets had been specially adapted, we had learnt by heart, and in the beginning this was exclusively performed. Soon growing weary of it, however, we changed the dresses and decorations, and attempted various other pieces, which were indeed on too grand a scale for so narrow a stage, although this presumption spoiled, and finally quite destroyed, what we performed. Such childish pleasures and employments nevertheless exercised and advanced in many ways my power of invention and representation, my fancy, and a certain technical skill, to a degree which in any other way could not perhaps have been secured in so short a time, in so confined a space, and at so little expense. I had early learned to use compasses and ruler, because all the instructions they gave me in geometry were forthwith put into practice, and I occupied myself greatly with pasteboard work. I did not stop at geometrical figures, little boxes, and such things, but invented pretty pleasure houses, adorned with pilaster steps and flat roofs. However, but little of this was completed. Far more persevering was I, on the other hand, in arranging with the help of our domestic a tailor, by trade an armory for the service of our plays and tragedies, which we ourselves performed with delight. When we had outgrown the puppets, my playfellows, too, prepared for themselves such armories, which they regarded as quite as fine and good as mine. But I had made provision not for the wants of one person only, and could furnish several of the little band with every requisite, and thus made myself more and more indispensable to our PG-36 little circle, that such games tended to factions, quarrels, and blows, and commonly came to a sad end in tumult and vexation. May easily be supposed, in such cases, certain of my companions generally took part with me, while others sided against me. Though many changes of party occurred, one single boy, whom I will call Pylades, urged by the others, once only left my party, but could scarcely for a moment maintain his hostile position. We were reconciled amid many tears, and for a long time afterwards kept faithfully together. To him, as well as other well-wishers, I could render myself very agreeable by telling tales which they most delighted to hear. When I was the hero of my own story, it greatly rejoiced them to know that such wonderful things could befall one of their own playfellows, nor was it any harm that they did not understand how I could find time and space for such adventures, as they must have been pretty well aware of all my comings and goings, and how I was occupied the entire day. Not the less necessary was it for me to select the localities of these occurrences, if not in another world, at least in another spot, and yet all was told as having taken place only today or yesterday. They rather therefore deceived themselves than were imposed upon by me. If I had not gradually learned, in accordance with the instincts of my nature, to work up these visions and conceits into artistic forms, such vainglorious beginnings could not have gone on without producing evil consequences for myself in the end. Considering this impulse more closely, we may see in it that presumption with which the poet authoritatively utters the greatest improbabilities, and requires every one to recognize as real whatever may in any way seem to him, the inventor, as true. But what is here told only in general terms, and by way of reflection, will perhaps become more apparent and interesting by means of an example I subjoin. Therefore, one of these tales, which, as I often had to repeat it to my comrades, still hovers entire in my imagination and memory. Page 37. The New Paris. A Boy's Legend. On the night before Whit Sunday, not long since, I dreamed that I stood before a mirror engaged with the new summer clothes, which my dear parents had given me for the holiday. The dress consisted, as you know, of shoes of polished leather, with large silver buckles, fine cotton, stockings, black nether garments of serge, and a coat of green baracan with gold buttons. The waistcoat of gold cloth was cut out of my father's bridal waistcoat. My hair had been frizzled and powdered, and my curls stuck out from my head like little wings. But I could not finish dressing myself, because I kept confusing the different articles, the first always falling off as soon as I was about to put on the next. In this dilemma, a young and handsome man came to me and greeted me in the friendliest manner. "Oh, you are welcome," said I. "I am very glad to see you here. Do you know me?" Then replied he, smiling. "Why not?" was my no less smiling answer. "You are Mercury. I have often enough seen you represented in pictures." "I am, indeed," replied he, "and am sent to you by the gods on an important errand. Do you see these 3 apples?" Stretched forth his hand and showed me 3 apples which it could hardly hold, and which were as wonderfully beautiful as they were large, the one of a red, the other of a yellow, the third of a green color. One could not help thinking they were precious stones made into the form of fruit. I would have snatched them, but he drew back and said, "You must know, in the first place, that they are not for you. You must give them to the 3 handsomest youths of the city, who then, each according to his lot, will find wives to the utmost of their wishes. Take them, and success to you," said he, as he departed, leaving the apples in my open hands. They appeared to me to have become still larger. I held them up at once against the light, and found them quite transparent, but soon they expanded upwards, and became 3 beautiful little ladies, about as large as middle-sized dolls, whose clothes were of the colors of the apples. They glided gently up my fingers, and when I was about to catch at them, to make sure of one at least, they had already soared high and far, and Ip 38 had to put up with the disappointment. I stood there all amazed and petrified, holding up my hands and staring at my fingers, as if there were still something on them to see. Suddenly, I beheld upon the very tips a most lovely girl dancing, smaller than those, but pretty and lively, and as she did not fly away like the others, but remained dancing, now on one finger point, now on another, I regarded her for a long while with admiration, and as she pleased me so much, I thought in the end I could catch her, and made, as I fancied, a very adroit grasp. But at the moment I felt such a blow on my head that I fell down stunned, and did not awake from my stupor till it was time to dress myself and go to church. During the service, I often recalled those images to mind, and also when I was eating dinner at my grandfather's table in the afternoon. I wished to visit some friends, partly to show myself in my now dress with my hat under my arm and my sword by my side, and partly to return their visits. I found no one at home, and as I heard that they were gone to the gardens, I resolved to follow them, and pass the evening pleasantly. My way led towards the entrenchments, and I came to the spot which is rightly called the Bat Wall, for it is never quite safe from ghosts there. I walked slowly and thought of my 3 goddesses, but especially of the little nymph, and often held up my fingers in hopes she might be kind enough to balance herself there again. With such thoughts I was proceeding, when I saw in the wall on my left hand a little gate, which I did not remember to have ever noticed before. It looked low, but its pointed arch would have allowed the tallest man to enter. Arch and wall were chiseled out in the handsomest way, both by mason and sculptor, but it was the door itself which first properly attracted my attention. The old brown wood, though slightly ornamented, was crossed with broad bands of brass wrought both in relief and intaglio. The foliage on these, with the most natural birds sitting in it, I could not sufficiently admire, but what seemed most remarkable, no keyhole could be seen, no latch, no knocker, and from this I conjectured that the door could be opened only from within. I was not in error, for when I went nearer in order to touch the ornaments, it opened inwards, and there appeared a man whose dress was somewhat long, wide, and singular. A venerable beard enveloped pg 39 his chin, so that I was inclined to think him a Jew, but he, as if he had divined my thoughts, made the sign of the Holy Cross, by which he gave me to understand that he was a good Catholic Christian young gentleman. "How came you here, and what are you doing?" said to me, with a friendly voice and manner I am admiring. I replied, "The workmanship of this door, for I have never seen anything like it, except in some small pieces in the collections of amateurs." "I am glad," he answered, "that you like such works. The door is much more beautiful inside. Come in. If you like my heart in some degree, failed me the mysterious dress of the porter, the seclusion, and a something, I know not what, that seemed to be in the air, oppressed me. I paused, therefore, under the pretext of examining the outside still longer, and at the same time I cast stolen glances into the garden, for a garden it was which had opened before me. Just inside the door, I saw a space old linden trees, standing at regular distances from each other, entirely covered it with their thickly interwoven branches, so that the most numerous parties during the hottest of the day might have refreshed themselves in the shade. Already I had stepped upon the threshold, and the old man contrived gradually to allure me on. Properly speaking, I did not resist, for I had always heard that a prince or sultan in such a case must never ask whether there be danger at hand. I had my sword by my side too, and could I not soon have finished with the old man in case of hostile demonstrations? I therefore entered, perfectly reassured. The keeper closed the door, which bolted so softly that I scarcely heard it. He now showed me the workmanship on the inside, which in truth was still more artistic than the outside, explained it to me, and at the same time manifested particular goodwill. Being thus entirely at my ease, I let myself be guided in the shaded space by the wall that formed a circle, where I found much to admire. Niches tastefully adorned with shells, corals, and pieces of ore poured a profusion of water from the mouths of tritons into marble basins. Between them were aviaries and other latticework, in which squirrels frisked about. Guinea pigs ran hither and thither, with as many other pretty little creatures as one could wish to see. The birds called and sang to us as we advanced. The starlings particularly chattered the pg-40 silliest stuff. One always cried Paris, Paris, and the other Narcissus, Narcissus, as plainly as a schoolboy can say them. The old man seemed to continue looking at me earnestly while the birds called out thus, but I feigned not to notice it, and had in truth no time to attend to him, for I could easily perceive that we went round and round, and that this shaded space was in fact a great circle, which enclosed another much more important. Indeed, we had actually reached the small door again, and it seemed as though the old man would let me out, but my eyes remained directed towards golden railing, which seemed to hedge round the middle of this wonderful garden, and which I had found means enough of observing in our walk, although the old man managed to keep me always close to the wall, and therefore pretty far from the center. And now, just as he was going to the door, I said to him with a bow, "You have been so extremely kind to me that I would fain venture to make one more request. Before I part from you, might I not look more closely at that golden railing, which appears to enclose in a very wide circle the interior of the garden?" "Very willingly," replied he, "but in that case you must submit to some conditions." "In what do they consist?" I asked hastily. "You must leave here your hat and sword, and must not let go my hand while I accompany you." "Most willingly," I replied, and laid my hat and sword on the nearest stone bench. Immediately he grasped my left hand with his right, held it fast, and led me with some force straight forwards. When we reached the railing, my wonder changed into amazement. On a high socle of marble stood innumerable spears and partisans, ranged beneath each other, joined by their strangely ornamented points, and forming a complete circle. I looked through the intervals and saw just behind a gently flowing piece of water, bounded on both sides by marble, and displaying in its clear depths a multitude of gold and silver fish, which moved about, now slowly and now swiftly, now alone and now in shoals. I would also fain have looked beyond the canal to see what there was in the heart of the garden, but I found to my great sorrow that the other side of the water was bordered by a similar railing, and with so much art that to each interval on this side exactly fitted a spear or partisan on the other. These and the other ornaments rendered it impossible for one to see pg-41 through stand as one would. Besides, the old man, who still held me fast, prevented me from moving freely. My curiosity, meanwhile, after all that I had seen, increased more and more, and I took heart to ask the old man whether one could not pass over. "Why not?" returned he, "but on new conditions." When I asked him what these were, he gave me to understand that I must put on other clothes. I was satisfied to do so. He led me back towards the wall into a small neat room, on the sides of which hung many kinds of garments, all of which seemed to approach the oriental costume. I soon changed my dress. He confined my powdered hair under a many-colored net, after having, to my horror, violently dusted it out. Now, standing before a great mirror, I found myself quite handsome in my disguise, and pleased myself better than in my formal Sunday clothes. I made gestures and leaped, as I had seen the dancers do at the fair theater. In the midst of this, I looked in the glass, and saw by chance the image of a niche, which was behind me on its white ground, hung 3 green cords, each of them twisted up in a way which from the distance I could not clearly discern. I therefore turned round rather hastily, and asked the old man about the niche, as well as the cords. He very courteously took a cord down, and showed it to me. It was a band of green silk of moderate thickness, the ends of which joined by green leather with 2 holes in it gave it the appearance of an instrument for no very desirable purpose. The thing struck me as suspicious, and I asked the old man the meaning. He answered me very quietly and kindly, "This is for those who abuse the confidence which is here readily shown them." He hung the cord again in its place, and immediately desired me to follow him. For this time he did not hold me, and so I walked freely beside him. My chief curiosity now was to discover where the gate and bridge for passing through the railing and over the canal might be, since, as yet, I had not been able to find anything of the kind. I therefore watched the golden fence very narrowly as we hastened towards it. But in a moment my sight failed. Lances, spears, halberds, and partisans began unexpectedly to rattle and quiver, and this strange movement ended in all the points sinking towards each other, just as if 2 ancient hosts armed with pikes were about to charge. The confusion to pg-42, the eyes, the clatter to the ears was hardly to be borne, but infinitely surprising was the sight when, falling perfectly level, they covered the circle of the canal, and formed the most glorious bridge that one can imagine. For now a most variegated garden parterre met my sight. It was laid out in curvilinear beds which, looked at together, formed a labyrinth of ornaments, all with green borders of a low woolly plant, which I had never seen before, all with flowers, each division of different colors, which being likewise low and close to the ground, allowed the plan to be easily traced. This delicious sight, which I enjoyed in the full sunshine, quite riveted my eyes, but I hardly knew where I was to set my foot, for the serpentine paths were most delicately laid with blue sand, which seemed to form upon the earth a darker sky, or a sky scene in the water. And so I walked for a while beside my conductor with my eyes fixed upon the ground, until at last I perceived that in the middle of this round of beds and flowers there was a great circle of cypresses or poplar-like trees, through which one could not see, because the lowest branches seemed to spring out of the ground. My guide, without taking me directly the shortest way, led me nevertheless immediately towards that center, and how was I astonished when, on entering the circle of high trees, I saw before me the peristyle of a magnificent garden house, which seemed to have similar prospects and entrances on the other sides. The heavenly music which streamed from the building transported me still more than this model of architecture. I fancied that I heard now a lute, now a harp, now a guitar, and now something tinkling which did not belong to any of these instruments. The door which we approached opened soon after a light touch by the old man. But how was I amazed when the porteress who came out perfectly resembled the delicate girl who had danced upon my fingers in the dream. She greeted me as if we were already acquainted, and invited me to walk. And the old man remained behind, and I went with her through a short passage arched and finely ornamented to the middle hall, the splendid dome-like ceiling of which attracted my gaze on my entrance, and filled me with astonishment. Yet my eye could not linger long on this, being allured down by a more charming spectacle. On a carpet, directly under the middle of the cupola, sat 3 women in pg-43, a triangle clad in 3 different colors, one red, the other yellow, the third green. The seats were gilt, and the carpet was a perfect flower bed. In their arras lay the 3 instruments, which I had been able to distinguish from the outside, for being disturbed by my arrival, they had stopped their playing. "Welcome," said the middle one, who sat with her face to the door in a red dress, and with the harp. "Sit down by alert and listen, if you are a lover of music." Now first I remarked that there was a rather long bench placed obliquely before them, on which lay a mandoline. The pretty girl took it up, sat down, and drew me to her side. Now also I looked at the second lady on my right. She wore the yellow dress, and had the guitar in her hand, and if the harp player was dignified in form, grand in features, and majestic in her deportment, one might remark in the guitar player an easy grace and cheerfulness. She was a slender blonduhile, the other was adorned by dark brown hair. The variety and accordance of their music could not prevent me from remarking the third beauty in the green dress, whose lute playing was for me at once touching and striking. She was the one who seemed to notice me the most, and to direct her music to me, only I could not make up my mind about her, for she appeared to me now tender, now whimsical, now frank, now self-willed, according as she changed her mien and mode of playing. Sometimes she seemed to wish to move me, sometimes to tease me, but do what she would, she got little out of me, for my little neighbor, by whom I sat elbow to elbow, had gained me entirely to herself. And while I clearly saw in those three ladies the sylphids of my dream, and recognized the colors of the apples, I conceived that I had no cause to detain them. The pretty little maiden I would rather have captured if I had not but too feelingly remembered the blow which she had given me in my dream. Hitherto she had remained quite quiet with her mandoline, but when her mistresses had ceased, they commanded her to perform some pleasant little piece. Scarcely had she jingled off some dancing tune in a most exciting manner than she sprang up. I did the same. She played and danced. I was hurried on to accompany her steps, and we executed a kind of little ballet with which the ladies seemed satisfied, for as soon as we had done they commanded the little girl to refresh PG-40 for me with something nice till supper should come in. I had indeed forgotten that there was anything in the world beyond this paradise. Alert led me back immediately into the passage by which I had entered. On one side of it she had two well-arranged rooms. In that in which she lived she set before me oranges, figs, peaches, and grapes, and I enjoyed with great gusto both the fruits of foreign lands and those of our own not yet in season confectionery. There was in profusion. She filled too a goblet of polished crystal with foaming wine, but I had no need to drink, as I had refreshed myself with the fruits. Now we will play, said she, and led me into the other room. Here all looked like a Christmas fair, but such costly and exquisite things were never seen in a Christmas booth. There were all kinds of dolls, clothes, and dolls' furniture, kitchens, parlors, and shops, and single toys innumerable. She led me round to all the glass cases in which these ingenious works were preserved, but she soon closed again the first cases and said, "That is nothing for you. I know well enough. Here," she said, "we could find building materials, walls and towers, houses, palaces, churches, to put together a great city. But this does not entertain me. We will take something else, which will be pleasant alike to both of us." Then she brought out some boxes, in which I saw an army of little soldiers, piled one upon the other, of which I must needs confess that I had never seen anything so beautiful. She did not leave me time to examine them closely in detail, but took one box under her arm, while I seized the other. "We will go," she said, "upon the Golden Bridge. There one plays best with soldiers. The lances give at once the direction in which the armies are to be opposed to each other." We had now reached the golden trembling floor, and below me I could hear the waters gurgle and the fishes splash, while I knelt down to range my columns. All, as I now saw, were cavalry. She boasted that she had the Queen of the Amazons as leader of her female host. I, on the contrary, found Achilles and a very stately Grecian cavalry. The armies stood facing each other, and nothing could have been seen more beautiful. They were not flat leaden horsemen like ours, but man and horse were round and solid, and most finely wrought, nor could one conceive how they kept their balance, for they stood of themselves, without a support for their feet. Page 45. Both of us had inspected our hosts with much self-complacency. When she announced the onset, we had found ordnance in our chests, viz. little boxes full of well-polished agate balls. With these we were to fight against each other from a certain distance, while however it was an express condition that we should not throw with more force than was necessary to upset the figures, as none of them were to be injured. Now the cannonade began on both sides, and at first it succeeded to the satisfaction of us both. But when my adversary observed that I aimed better than she and might in the end win the victory, which depended on the majority of pieces remaining upright, she came nearer, and her girlish way of throwing had then the desired result. She prostrated a multitude of my best troops, and the more I protested, the more eagerly did she throw. This at last vexed me, and I declared that I would do the same. In fact, I not only went nearer, but in my rage threw with much more violence, so that it was not long before a pair of her little centauresses flew in pieces in her eagerness. She did not instantly notice it, but I stood petrified when the broken figures joined together again of themselves. Amazon and horse became again one whole, and also perfectly close, set up a gallop from the Golden Bridge under the limy trees, and running swiftly backwards and forwards were lost in their career. I know not how in the direction of the wall. My fair opponent had hardly perceived this, when she broke out into loud weeping and lamentation, and exclaimed that I had caused her an irreparable loss, which was far greater than could be expressed. But I, by this time provoked, was glad to annoy her, and blindly flung a couple of the remaining agate balls with force into the midst of her army. Unhappily, I hit the queen who had hitherto during our regular game been accepted. She flew in pieces, and her nearest officers were also shivered, but they swiftly set themselves up again. Started off like the others, galloping very merrily about under the limy trees, and disappearing against the wall. My opponent scolded and abused me, but being now in full play, I stooped to pick up some agate balls, which rolled about upon the golden lances. It was my fierce desire to destroy her whole army. She, on the other hand, not idle, sprang at me, and gave me a box on the ear, which made my head ring again, having always heard that a PG-46 hearty kiss was the proper response to a girl's box. Of the ear I took her by the ears and kissed her repeatedly, but she gave such a piercing cry as frightened even me. I let her go, and it was fortunate that I did so, for in a moment I knew not what was happening to me. The ground beneath me began to quake and rattle. I soon remarked that the railings again set themselves in motion, but I had no time to consider, nor could I get a footing so as to fly. I feared every instant to be pierced, for the partisans and lances which had lifted themselves up were already slitting my clothes. It is sufficient to say that I know not how it was hearing and sight failed me, and I recovered from my swoon and terror at the foot of a limy tree, against which the pikes in springing up had thrown me. As I awoke, my anger awakened also and violently increased, when I heard from the other side the gibes and laughter of my opponent, who had probably reached the earth somewhat more softly than Roman one. Thereupon I sprang up, and as I saw the little host with its leader Achilles scattered around me, having been driven over with me by the rising of the rails, I seized the hero first and threw him against a tree. His resuscitation and flight now pleased me doubly, a malicious pleasure combining with the prettiest sight in the world, and I was on the point of sending all the other Greeks after him, when suddenly hissing waters spurted at me on all sides, from stones and walls, from ground and branches, and wherever I turned dashed against me crossways. My light garment was in a short time wet through. It was already rent, and I did not hesitate to tear it entirely off my body. I cast away my slippers, and one covering after another. Nay, at last, I found it very agreeable to let such a shower bath play over me in the warm day. Now being quite naked, I walked gravely along between these welcome waters, thought to enjoy myself. For some time my anger cooled, and I wished for nothing more than a reconciliation with my little adversary, but in a twinkling the water stopped, and I stood drenched upon the saturated ground. The presence of the old man who appeared before me unexpectedly was by no means welcome. I could have wished, if not to hide, at least to clothe myself. The shame, the shivering, the effort to cover myself in some degree made me cut a most piteous figure. The old man employed the moment in PG-47, venting the severest reproaches against me. What hinders me, he exclaimed, from taking one of the green cords and fitting it, if not to your neck, to your back? This threat I took in very ill part. Refrain, I cried, from such words, even from such thoughts, for otherwise you and your mistresses will be lost. Who then are you, he asked in defiance, who dare speak thus? A favorite of the gods, I said, on whom it depends whether those ladies shall find worthy husbands and pass a happy life, or be left to pine and wither in their magic cell. The old man stepped some paces back. Who has revealed that to you, he inquired with astonishment and concern. 3 apples, I said. 3 jewels. And what reward do you require, he exclaimed. Before all things, the little creature, I replied, who has brought me into this accursed state. The old man cast himself down before me without shrinking from the wet and miry soil. Then he arose without being wetted, took me kindly by the hand, led me into the hall, clad me again quickly, and I was soon once more decked out and frizzled in my Sunday fashion. As before, the porter did not speak another word, but before he let me pass the entrance, he stopped me and showed me some objects on the wall over the way, while at the same time he pointed backwards to the door. Understood him, he wished to imprint the objects on my mind, that I might the more certainly find the door, which had unexpectedly closed behind me. I now took good notice of what was opposite to me. Above a high wall rose the boughs of extremely old nut trees, and partly covered the cornice at the top. The branches reached down to a stone tablet, the ornamented border of which I could perfectly recognize, though I could not read the inscription. It rested on the topstone of a niche, in which a finely wrought fountain poured water from cup to cup into a great basin that formed as it were a little pond, and disappeared in the earth. Fountain, inscription, nut trees, all stood directly one above another. I would paint it as I saw it. Now it may well be conceived how I passed this evening. and many following days, and how often I repeated to myself this story, which even I could hardly believe as soon as it was in any degree possible. I went again to the bad wall at least to refresh my remembrance of these signs, and to look at pg 48 the precious door, but to my great amazement I found changed nutries indeed overtopped the wall, but they did not stand immediately in contact. A tablet also was inserted in the wall, but far to the right of the trees, without ornament, and with a legible inscription. A niche with a fountain was found far to the left, but with no resemblance whatever to that which I had seen, so that I almost believed that the second adventure was like the first a dream, for of the door there is not the slightest trace. The only thing that consoles me is the observation that these three objects seem always to change their places, for, in repeated visits to the spot, I think I have noticed that the nutries have moved somewhat nearer together, and that the tablet and the fountain seem likewise to approach each other. Probably, when all is brought together again, the door too will once more be visible, and I will do my best to take up the thread of the adventure. Whether I shall be able to tell you what further happens, or whether it will be expressly forbidden me, I cannot say. This tale of the truth, of which my playfellows vehemently strove to convince themselves, received great applause. Each of them visited alone the place described, without confiding it to me or the others, and discovered the nutries, the tablet, and the spring, though always at a distance from each other, as they at last confessed to me afterwards, because it is not easy to conceal a secret at that early age. But here the contest first arose. One asserted that the objects did not stir from the spot, and always maintained the same distance. A second averred that they did move, and that two away from each other. A third agreed with the latter as to the first point of their moving, though it seemed to him that the nutry, tablet, and fountain rather drew near together, while a fourth had something still more wonderful to announce, which was that the nutries were in the middle, but that the tablet and the fountain were on sides opposite to those which I had stated. With respect to the traces of the little door, they also varied, and thus they furnished me an early instance of the contradictory news men can hold and maintain in regard to matters quite simple and easily cleared up. As I obstinately refused the continuation of my tale, a repetition of the first part was often desired. I was on my guard, however, not to pg 49 change the circumstances much, and by the uniformity of the narrative, I converted the fable into truth in the minds of my hearers. Yet I was averse to falsehood and dissimulation, and altogether by no means frivolous. Rather, on the contrary, the inward earnestness with which I had early begun to consider myself and the world was seen even in my exterior, and I was frequently called to account, often in a friendly way, and often in raillery, for a certain dignity which I had assumed. For, although good and chosen friends were certainly not wanting to me, we were always a minority against those who found pleasure in assailing us with wanton rudeness, and who indeed often awoke us in no gentle fashion from that legendary and self-complacent dreaming in which I, by inventing, and my companions, by sympathizing, were too readily absorbed. Thus we learned once more that instead of sinking into effeminacy and fantastic delights, there was reason rather for hardening ourselves in order either to bear or to counteract inevitable evils. Juvenile Stoicism. Among the stoical exercises, which I cultivated as earnestly as it was possible for a lad, was even the endurance of bodily pain. Our teachers often treated us very unkindly and unskillfully with blows and cuffs, against which we hardened ourselves, all the more as obstinacy was forbidden under the severest penalties. A great many of the sports of youth, moreover, depend on a rivalry in such endurances, as for instance when they strike each other alternately with 2 fingers or the whole fist, till the limbs are numbed, or when they bear the penalty of blows incurred in certain games with more or less firmness, when in wrestling or scuffling they do not let themselves be perplexed by the pinches of a half-conquered opponent, or finally, when they suppress the pain inflicted for the sake of teasing, and even treat with indifference the nips and ticklings with which young persons are so active towards each other. Thus, we gain a great advantage, of which others cannot speedily deprive us. But as I made a sort of boast of this impassiveness, the importunity of the others was increased, and since rude barbarity knows no limits, it managed to force me beyond my bounds. Let one case suffice for several. It happened once that the teacher did not come for the usual hour of instruction, pg 50, as long as we children were all together. we entertained ourselves quite agreeably, but when my adherents, after waiting long enough, went away, and I remained alone with 3 of my enemies, these took it into their heads to torment me, to shame me, and to drive me away. Having left me an instant in the room, they came back with switches which they had made by quickly cutting up a broom. I noted their design, and as I supposed the end of the hour near, I at once resolved not to resist them till the clock struck. They began, therefore, without remorse, to lash my legs and calves in the cruelest fashion. I did not stir, but soon felt that I had miscalculated, and that such pain greatly lengthened the minutes. My wrath grew with my endurance, and at the first stroke of the hour, I grasped the one who least expected it by the hair behind, hurled him to the earth in an instant, pressing my knee upon his back. The second, a younger and weaker who attacked me from behind, I drew by the head under my arm, and almost throttled him with the pressure. The last, and not the weakest, still remained, and my left hand only was left for my defense. But I seized him by the clothes, and with a dexterous twist on my part, and an over-precipitate one on his, I brought him down and struck his face on the ground. They were not wanting in bites, pinches, and kicks, but I had nothing but revenge in my limbs as well as in my heart. With the advantage which I had acquired, I repeatedly knocked their heads together. At last, they raised a dreadful shout of murder, and were soon surrounded by all the inmates of the house. The switches scattered around, and my legs, which I had bared of the stockings, soon bore witness for me. They put off the punishment, and let me leave the house, but I declared that in future, on the slightest offense, I would scratch out the eyes, tear off the ears of any one of them, if not throttle him. This event, though, as usually happens in childish affairs, it was soon forgotten, and even laughed over, was yet the cause that these instructions in common became fewer, and at last entirely ceased. I was thus again, as formerly, kept more at home, where I found my sister Cornelia, who was only 1 year younger than myself, a companion always growing more agreeable. Still, I will not leave this topic without narrating some more PG-51 stories of the many vexations caused me by my playfellows, for this is the instructive part of such moral communications, that a man may learn how it has gone with others, and what he also has to expect from life, and that whatever comes to pass, he may consider that it happens to him as a man, and not as one specially fortunate or unfortunate. If such knowledge is of little use for avoiding evils, it is very serviceable so far as it qualifies us to understand our condition and bear or even to overcome it. Another general remark will not be out of place here, which is that, as the children of the cultivated classes grow up, a great contradiction appears. I refer to the fact that they are urged and trained by parents and teachers to deport themselves moderately, intelligently, and even wisely, to give pain to no one from petulance or arrogance, and to suppress all the evil impulses which may be developed in them. But yet, on the other hand, while the young creatures are engaged in this discipline, they have to suffer from others that which in them is reprimanded and punished. In this way, the poor things are brought into a sad strait between the natural and civilized states, and after restraining themselves for a while, break out according to their characters into cunning or violence. Rudeness of juvenile companions. Force is rather to be put down by force, but a well-disposed child, inclined to love and sympathy, has little to oppose to scorn and ill will. Though I managed pretty well to keep off the active assaults of my companions, I was by no means equal to them in sarcasm and abuse, because he who merely defends himself in such cases is always a loser. Attacks of this sort, consequently, when they went so far as to excite anger, were repelled with physical force, or at least excited strange reflections in me, which could not be without results. Among other advantages which my ill-wishers grudged me was the pleasure I took in the relations that accrued to the family from my grandfather's position of Schultheiss, since, as he was the first of his class, this had no small effect on those belonging to him. Once, when after the holding of the Piper's Court, I appeared to pride myself on having seen my grandfather in the midst of the council, 1 step higher than the rest enthroned, as it were under the portrait of the emperor, one of the boys said to me in derision that, like the peacock contemplating his feet, I should cast my eyes back to my PG-52 paternal grandfather, who had been keeper of the Willow Inn, and would never have aspired to thrones and coronets, I replied that I was in no wise ashamed of that, as it was the glory and honor of our native city that all its citizens might consider each other equal, and every one derive profit and honor from his exertions in his own way. I was sorry only that the good man had been so long dead, for I had often yearned to know him in person, had many times gazed upon his likeness, nay, had visited his tomb, and had at least derived pleasure from the inscription on the simple monument of that past existence to which I was indebted for my own. Another ill-wisher, who was the most malicious of all, took the first aside, and whispered something in his ear, while they still looked at me scornfully. My gall already began to rise, and I challenged them to speak out. What is more, then, if you will have it, continued the first, this one thinks you might go looking about a long time before you could find your grandfather. I now threatened them more vehemently if they did not more clearly explain themselves. Thereupon, they brought forward an old story, which they pretended to have overheard from their parents, that my father was the son of some eminent man, while that good citizen had shown himself willing to take outwardly the paternal office. They had the impudence to produce all sorts of arguments, as for example that our property came exclusively from our grandmother, that the other collateral relations who lived in Freiburg and other places were all alike destitute of property, and other reasons of the sort, which could merely derive their weight from malice. I listened to them more composedly than they expected, for they stood ready to fly the very moment that I should make a gesture, as if I would seize their hair. But I replied quite calmly, and in substance, that even this was no great injury to me. Life was such a boon that one might be quite indifferent as to whom one had to thank for it, since at least it must be derived from God, before whom we all were equals. As they could make nothing of it, they let the matter drop for this time. We went on playing together, as before, which among children is an approved mode of reconciliation. Goethe's reputed grandfather. Still, those spiteful words inoculated me with a sort of moral disease, which crept on in secret. It would not have displeased PG 53 me at all to have been the grandson of any person of consideration, even if it had not been in the most lawful way. My acuteness followed up the scent. Me imagination was excited, and my sagacity put in requisition. I began to investigate the allegation, and invented or found for it new grounds of probability. I had heard little said of my grandfather, except that his likeness, together with my grandmother's, had hung in a parlor of the old house, both of which, after the building of the new one, had been kept in an upper chamber. My grandmother must have been a very handsome woman, and of the same age as her husband. I remembered also to have seen in her room the miniature of a handsome gentleman in uniform, with star and order, which after her death, and during the confusion of house-building, had disappeared, with many other small pieces of furniture. These, and many other things, I put together in my childish head, and exercised that modern poetical talent which contrives to obtain the sympathies of the whole cultivated world by a marvelous combination of the important events of human life. But as I did not venture to trust such an affair to anyone, or even to ask the most remote questions concerning it, I was not wanting in a secret diligence, in order to get, if possible, somewhat nearer to the matter. I had heard it explicitly maintained that sons often bore a decided resemblance to their fathers or grandfathers. Many of our friends, especially Counselor Schneider, a friend of the family, were connected by business with all the princes and noblemen of the neighborhood, of whom, including both the ruling and the younger branches, not a few had estates on the Rhine and Main, and in the intermediate country, and who at times honored their faithful agents with their portraits. These, which I had often seen on the walls from my infancy, I now regarded with redoubled attention, seeking whether I could not detect some resemblance to my father, or even to myself, which too often happened to lead me to any degree of certainty. For now it was the eyes of this, now the nose of that, which seemed to indicate some relationship. Thus these marks led me delusively backwards and forwards, and though in the end I was compelled to regard the reproach as a completely empty tale, impression remained, and I could not from time to time refrain from privately calling up and testing all the noblemen PG 54, whose images had remained very clear in my fancy. So true is it, that whatever inwardly confirms man in his self-conceit, or flatters his secret vanity, is so highly desirable to him, that he does not ask further whether in other respects it may turn to his honor or his disgrace. But instead of mingling here serious and even reproachful reflections, I rather turn my look away from those beautiful times, for who is able to speak worthily of the fullness of childhood? We cannot behold the little creatures, which flit about before us, otherwise than with delight, nay, with admiration, for they generally promise more than they perform. And it seems that nature, among the other roguish tricks that she plays us here, also especially designs to make sport of us. The first organs she bestows upon children coming into the world are adapted to the nearest immediate condition of the creature, which, unassuming and artless, makes use of them in the readiest way, for its present purposes, the child considered in, and for itself with its equals, and in relations suited to its powers, seems so intelligent and rational, and at the same time so easy, cheerful, and clever that one can hardly wish it further cultivation. If children grew up according to early indications, we should have nothing but geniuses. But growth is not merely development. The various organic systems which constitute one man spring one from another, follow each other, change into each other, supplant each other, and even consume each other, so that after a time scarcely a trace is to be found of many aptitudes and manifestations of ability. Even when the talents of the man have on the whole a decided direction, it will be hard for the greatest and most experienced connoisseur to declare them beforehand with confidence, although afterwards it is easy to remark what has pointed to a future. By no means, therefore, is it my design wholly to comprise the stories of my childhood in these first books, but I will rather afterwards resume and continue many a thread which ran through the early years unnoticed here. However, I must remark what an increasing influence the incidents of the war gradually exercised upon our sentiments and mode of life. The peaceful citizen stands in a wonderful relation to the great events of the world. They already excite and disquiet him from a distance, and even if they do not touch him, he can pg 55 scarcely refrain from an opinion, and a sympathy soon he takes aside, as his character or external circumstances may determine. But when such grand fatalities, such important changes draw nearer to him, then with many outward inconveniences remains that inward discomfort which doubles and sharpens the evil and destroys the good which is still possible. Then he has really to suffer from friends and foes, often more from those than from these, and he knows not how to secure and preserve either his interests or his inclinations. Feelings of the Frankfurters in 1757. The year 1757, which still passed in perfectly civic tranquillity, kept us nevertheless in great uneasiness of mind. Perhaps no other was more fruitful of events than this. Conquests, achievements, misfortunes, restorations followed one upon another, swallowed up, and seemed to destroy each other. Yet the image of Frederick, his name and glory, soon hovered again above all. The enthusiasm of his worshippers grew always stronger, and more animated the hatred of his enemies, more bitter, and the diversity of opinion, which separated even families, contributed not a little to isolate citizens already sundered in many ways and on other grounds. For in a city like Frankfurt, where three religions divide the inhabitants into three unequal masses, where only a few men, even of the ruling faith, can attain to political power, there must be many wealthy and educated persons who are thrown back upon themselves, and by means of studies and tastes form for themselves an individual and secluded existence. It will be necessary for us to speak of such men now and hereafter, if we are to bring before us the peculiarities of a Frankfurt citizen of that time. My father, immediately after his return from his travels, had in his own way formed the design that, to prepare himself for the service of the city, he would undertake one of the subordinate offices and discharge its duties without emolument if it were conferred upon him, without balloting in the consciousness of his good intentions, and according to his way of thinking and the conception which he had of himself. He believed that he deserved such a distinction, which indeed was not conformable to law or precedent. Consequently, when his suit was rejected, he fell into ill humor and disgust, vowed that he would never accept of any place, and in order to render it impossible, procured the title of Imperial Counselor pg 56, which the Schultheiss and elder Scaphen bear as a special honor. He had thus made himself an equal of the highest, and could not begin again at the bottom. the same impulse induced him also to woo the eldest daughter of the Schultheiss, so that he was excluded from the council on this side. Also, he was now of that number of recluses who never form themselves into a society. They are as much isolated in respect to each other as they are in regard to the whole, and the more so as in this seclusion the character becomes more and more uncouth. My father in his travels, and in the world which he had seen, might have formed some conception of a more elegant and liberal mode of life than was perhaps common among his fellow citizens. In this respect, however, he was not entirely without predecessors and associates. The name of Offenbach is well known at that time. There was a Scoff von Offenbach, who was generally respected. He had been in Italy, had applied himself particularly to music, sang an agreeable tenor, and having brought home a fine collection of pieces, concerts, and oratorios were performed at his house. Now, as he sang in these himself, and held musicians in great favor, it was not thought altogether suitable to his dignity, and his invited guests, as well as the other people of the country, allowed themselves many a jocose remark on the matter. I remember, too, a Baron von Hakel, a rich nobleman, who being married, but childless, occupied a charming house in the Antonia Street, fitted up with all the appurtenances of a dignified position in life. He also possessed good pictures, engravings, antiques, and much else, which generally accumulates with collectors and lovers of art from time to time. He asked the more noted personages to dinner, and was beneficent in a careful way of his own, since he clothed the poor in his own house, but kept back their old rags, and gave them a weekly charity on condition that they should present themselves every time clean and neat in the clothes bestowed on them. I can recall him, but indistinctly, as a genial, well-made man, but more clearly his auction, which I attended from beginning to end, and partly by command of my father, partly from my own impulse, purchased many things that are still to be found in my collections. At an earlier date than this, so early that I scarcely set pg 57 eyes upon him, John Michael von Loen gained considerable repute in the literary world, as well as at Frankfurt. Not a native of Frankfurt, he settled there, and married a sister of my grandmother Texter, whose maiden name was Lindheim. Familiar with the court and political world, and rejoicing in a renewed title of nobility, he had acquired reputation by daring to take part in the various excitements which arose in church and state. He wrote The Count of Rivera, a didactic romance, the subject of which is made apparent by the second title, or The Honest Man at Court. This work was well received, because it insisted on morality even in courts, where prudence only is generally at home, and thus his labor brought him applause and respect. A second work, for that very reason, would be accompanied by more danger. He wrote The Only True Religion, a book designed to advance tolerance, especially between Lutherans and Calvinists. But here he got in a controversy with the theologians. One Dr. Benner of Gießen, in particular, wrote against him. Von Loen rejoined. The contest grew violent and personal, and the unpleasantness which arose from it caused him to accept the office of president at Lingen, which Frederick Roman II offered him, supposing that he was an enlightened, unprejudiced man, and not averse to the new views that more extensively obtained in France. His former countrymen, whom he left in some displeasure, averred that he was not contented there, nay, could not be so, as a place like Lingen was not to be compared with Frankfurt. My father also doubted whether the president would be happy, and asserted that the good uncle would have done better not to connect himself with the king, as it was generally hazardous to get too near him, extraordinary sovereign as he undoubtedly was, for it had been seen how disgracefully the famous Voltaire had been arrested in Frankfurt at the requisition of the Prussian resident. Freytag, though he had formerly stood so high in favor, and had been regarded as the king's teacher in French poetry, there was no want on such occasions of reflections and examples to warn one against courts and princes' service, of which a native Frankfurter could scarcely form a conception. Dr. Orth. An excellent man, Dr. Orth, I will only mention by name, because here I have not so much to erect a monument to the deserving citizens of Frankfurt, but rather refer to them, pg 58, so far forth as their renown or personal character had some influence upon me in my earliest years. Dr. Orth was a wealthy man, and was also of that number who never took part in the government, although perfectly qualified to do so by his knowledge and penetration. The antiquities of Germany, and more especially of Frankfurt, have been much indebted to him. He published Remarks on the so-called Reformation of Frankfurt, a work in which the statutes of the state are collected. The historical portions of this book one diligently read in my youth. Von Ochsenstein, the eldest of the three brothers, whom I have mentioned above, as our neighbors, had not been remarkable during his lifetime in consequence of his recluse habits, but became the more remarkable after his death by leaving behind him a direction that common working men should carry him to the grave early in the morning in perfect silence, and without an attendant or follower. This was done, and the affair excited great attention in the city, where they were accustomed to the most pompous funerals. All who discharged the customary offices on such occasions rose against the innovation, but the stout patrician found imitators in all classes, and though such ceremonies were derisively called auxburials, they came into fashion to the advantage of many of the more poorly provided families, while funeral parades were less and less in vogue. I bring forward this circumstance because it presents one of the earlier symptoms of that tendency to humility and equality which in the second half of the last century was manifested in so many ways from above downwards, and broke out in such unlooked-for effects. Nor was there any lack of antiquarian amateurs. There were cabinets of pictures, collections of engravings, while the curiosities of our own country especially were zealously sought, and hoarded the older decrees and mandates of the imperial city, of which no collection had been prepared, were carefully searched for in print and manuscript, arranged in the order of time, and preserved with reverence as a treasure of native laws and customs. The portraits of Frankfurters, which existed in great number, were also brought together, and formed a special department of the cabinets. Page 59. Such men my father appears generally to have taken as his models. He was wanting in none of the qualities that pertain to an upright and respectable citizen. Thus, after he had built his house, he put his property of every sort into order, an excellent collection of maps by Schenk and other geographers at that time eminent, the aforesaid decrees and mandates, the portraits, a chest of ancient weapons, a case of remarkable Venetian glasses, cups and goblets, natural curiosities, works in ivory, bronzes, and 100 other things were separated and displayed, and I did not fail whenever an auction occurred to get some commission for the increase of his possessions. The Senckenbergs. I must still speak of one important family of which I had heard strange things since my earliest years, and of some of whose members I myself lived to see a great deal that was wonderful. I mean the Senckenbergs. The father, of whom I have little to say, was an opulent man. He had 3 sons who even in their youth uniformly distinguished themselves as oddities. Such things are not well received in a limited city, where no one is suffered to render himself conspicuous either for good or evil nicknames, and odd stories long kept in memory are generally the fruit of such singularity. The father lived at the corner of Hare Street, Hasengasse, which took its name from a sign on the house that represented 1 hare, at least, if not 3 hares. They consequently called these 3 brothers only the 3 hares, which nickname they could not shake off for a long while, but as great endowments often announced themselves in youth in the form of singularity and awkwardness, so was it also in this case. The eldest of the brothers was the Reichsrath imperial councillor von Senckenberg, afterwards so celebrated. The second was admitted into the magistracy and displayed eminent abilities, which however he subsequently abused in a pettifogging and even infamous way, if not to the injury of his native city, certainly to that of his colleagues. The third brother, a physician and man of great integrity, but who practiced little, and that only in high families, preserved, even in his old age, a somewhat whimsical exterior. He was always very neatly dressed, and was never seen in the street otherwise than in shoes and stockings, with a well-powdered curled wig, and his hat under his arm. He walked on page 60 rapidly, but with a singular sort of stagger, so that he was sometimes on one and sometimes on the other side of the way, and formed a complete zigzag as he went. The wag said that he made this irregular step to get out of the way of the departed souls who might follow him in a straight line, and that he imitated those who are afraid of a crocodile. But all these jests and many merry sayings were transformed at last into respect for him, when he devoted his handsome dwelling-house in Eschenheimer Street with court garden and all other appurtenances to a medical establishment, where in addition to a hospital designed exclusively for the citizens of Frankfurt, a botanic garden, an anatomical theater, a chemical laboratory, a considerable library, and a house for the director were instituted in a way of which no university need have been ashamed. Another eminent man whose efficiency in the neighborhood, and whose writings rather than his presence had a very important influence upon me, was Charles Frederick von Moser, who is perpetually referred to in our district for his activity in business. He also had a character essentially moral which, as the vices of human nature frequently gave him trouble, inclined him to the so-called pious. Thus what von Loen had tried to do in respect to court life, he would have done for business life, introducing into the more conscientious mode of proceeding the great number of small German courts, gave rise to a multitude of princes and servants, the former of whom desired unconditional obedience, while the latter for the most part would work or serve only according to their own convictions. Thus arose an endless conflict and rapid changes and explosions, because the effects of an unrestricted course of proceeding become much sooner noticeable and injurious on a small scale than on a large one. Many families were in debt, and imperial commissions of debts were appointed. Others found themselves sooner or later on the same road, while the officers either reaped an unconscionable profit or conscientiously made themselves disagreeable and odious. Moser wished to act as a statesman and man of business, and here his hereditary talent, cultivated to a profession, gave him a decided advantage, but he at the same time wished to act as a man and a citizen and surrender little as possible of his moral dignity. His prince and pg 61 servant, his Daniel in the lion's den, his relics paint throughout his own condition, in which he felt himself not indeed tortured, but always cramped. They all indicate impatience, in a condition to the bearings of which one cannot reconcile oneself, yet from which one cannot get free. With this mode of thinking and feeling, he was indeed often compelled to seek other employments, which on account of his great cleverness were never wanting. I remember him as a pleasing, active, and at the same time gentle man. Klopstock's Messiah. The name of Klopstock had already produced a great effect upon us, even at a distance. In the outset, people wondered how so excellent a man could be so strangely named, but they soon got accustomed to this, and thought no more of the meaning of the syllables. In my father's library I had hitherto found only the earlier poets, especially those who in his day had gradually appeared and acquired fame. All these had written in rhyme, and my father held rhyme as indispensable in poetical works. Canets, Hagedorn, Drollinger, Gellert, Cruz, Haller stood in a row in handsome calf bindings. To these were added Newkirch's Telemachus, Coppens, Jerusalem Delivered, and other translations. I had from my childhood diligently read through the whole of these works, and committed portions to memory, whence I was often called upon to amuse the company. A vexatious era, on the other hand, opened upon my father, when through Klopstock's Messiah verses, which seemed to him no verses, became an object of public admiration. Too, he had taken good care not to buy this book, but the friend of the family, Counselor Schneider, smuggled it in, and slipped it into the hands of my mother and her children. On this man of business, who read but little the Messiah as soon as it appeared, made a powerful impression. Those pious feelings so naturally expressed, and yet so beautifully elevated, that agreeable language, even if considered merely as harmonious prose, had so won the otherwise dry man of business that he regarded the first 10 cantos, of which alone we are properly speaking, as the finest book of devotion, and once every year in Passion Week, when he managed to escape from business, read it quietly through by himself, and thus refreshed himself for the entire year. In the beginning, he pg 62 thought to communicate his emotions to his old friend, but he was much shocked when forced to perceive an incurable dislike cherished against a book of such valuable substance, merely because of what appeared to him an indifferent external form. It may readily be supposed that their conversation often reverted to this topic, but both parties diverged more and more widely from each other. There were violent scenes, and the compliant man was at last pleased to be silent on his favorite work, that he might not lose at the same time a friend of his youth and a good Sunday meal. It is the most natural wish of every man to make proselytes, and how much did our friend find himself rewarded in secret when he discovered in the rest of the family hearts, so openly disposed for his saint, the copy, which he used only 1 week during the year, was devoted to us all the remaining time. My mother kept it secret, and we children took possession of it when we could, that in leisure hours hidden in some nook, we might learn the most striking passages by heart, and particularly might impress the most tender as well as the most violent parts on our memory as quickly as possible. Portia's dream we recited in a sort of rivalry, and divided between us the mid-dialogue of despair between Satan and a Dramlech, who have been cast into the Red Sea. The first part, as the strongest, had been assigned to me, and the second, as a little more pathetic, was undertaken by my sister. The alternate and horrible, but well-sounding curses flowed only thus from our mouths, and we seized every opportunity to accost each other with these infernal phrases. One Saturday evening in winter, my father always had himself shaved overnight, that on Sunday morning he might dress himself for church. At his issue sat on a footstool behind the stove, and muttered our customary imprecations in a tolerably low voice, while the barber was putting on the lather. But now a Dramlech had to lay his iron hands on Satan. My sister seized me with violence, and recited softly enough, but with increasing passion. Give me thine aid, I entreat, thee will worship thee if thou requirest. Thee, thou monster, abandoned, yes, thee of all criminals blackest. Aid me, I suffer the tortures of death, which is vengeful, eternal. Once in the times gone by with a hot fierce hate, I could hate thee. Now I can hate thee no more. E'en this is the sharpest of tortures. Page 63. Thus far all went on tolerably, but loudly, with a dreadful voice, she cried the following words: How am I crushed! The good surgeon was startled, and emptied the lather basin into my father's bosom. There was a great uproar, and a severe investigation was held, especially with respect to the mischief which might have been done if the shaving had been actually going forward. In order to relieve ourselves of all suspicion of wantonness in the affair, we confessed our satanic characters, and the misfortune occasioned by the hexameters was so apparent that they were again condemned and banished. Thin children and common people are accustomed to transform the great and sublime into a sport and even a jest, and how indeed could they otherwise abide and tolerate it? Page 64. Third book. Occupation of Frankfurt by the French. At that time, the general interchange of personal good wishes made the city very lively. On New Year's Day, those who otherwise did not easily leave home donned their best clothes, that for a moment they might be friendly and courteous to their friends and patrons. The festivities at my grandfather's house on this day were pleasures particularly desired by us children. At early dawn, the grandchildren had already assembled there to hear the drums, oboes, clarionets, trumpets, and cornets played upon by the military, the city musicians, and whoever else might furnish his tones. The New Year's gifts, sealed and superscribed, were divided by us children among the humbler congratulators, and as the day advanced, the number of those of higher rank increased. The relations and intimate friends appeared first, then the subordinate officials. Even the gentlemen of the council did not fail to pay their respects to the Schultheiss, and a select number were entertained in the evening in rooms which were else scarcely opened throughout the year. The tarts, biscuits, marchpane, and sweet wine had the greatest charm for the children, and besides the Schultheiss and the two burgomasters annually received from some institutions some article of silver, which was then bestowed upon the grandchildren and godchildren in regular gradation. In fine, this small festival was not wanting in any of those things which usually glorify the greatest. Occupation of Frankfurt by the French. The New Year's Day of 1759 approached as desirable and pleasant to us children as any preceding one, but full of import and foreboding to older persons. To the passage of the French troops, people certainly had become accustomed, and they happened often, but they had been most frequent in the last days of the past year, according to the old usage of an imperial town. the warder of the chief tower sounded his trumpet whenever troops approached, and on this New Year's Day he would not leave off, which was a sign that large bodies were in motion on several sides. They actually PG-65 marched through the city in greater masses on this day, and the people ran to see them pass by. We had generally been used to see them go through in small parties, but these gradually swelled, and there was neither power nor inclination to stop them. In short, on the 2nd of January, after a column had come through Sachsenhausen over the bridge, through the Fahrgasse, as far as the police guard house, it halted, overpowered the small company which escorted it, took possession of the before-mentioned guard house, marched down the Zeil, and after a slight resistance, the main guard were also obliged to yield. In a moment, the peaceful streets were turned into a scene of war. The troops remained and bivouacked there until lodgings were provided for them by regular billeting. This unexpected and for many years unheard-of burden weighed heavily upon the comfortable citizens, and to none could it be more cumbersome than to my father, who was obliged to take foreign military inhabitants into his scarcely finished house to open for them his well-furnished reception rooms, which were generally closed, and to abandon to the caprices of strangers all that he had been used to arrange and keep so carefully siding, as he did with the Prussians. He was now to find himself besieged in his own chambers by the French. It was, according to his way of thinking, the greatest misfortune that could happen to him. Had it, however, been possible for him to have taken the matter more easily, he might have saved himself and us many sad hours, since he spoke French well, and could deport himself with dignity and grace in the daily intercourse of life, for it was the king's lieutenant who was quartered on us, and he, although a military person, had only to settle civil occurrences, disputes between soldiers and citizens, and questions of debt and quarrels. This was the Count Thorin, a native of Grasse in Provence, not far from Antibes, a tall, thin-stem figure, with a face much disfigured by the smallpox, black fiery eyes, and a dignified, reserved demeanor. His first entrance was at once favorable for the inmates of the house. They spoke of the different apartments, some of which were to be given up, and others retained by the family, and when the Count heard a picture room mentioned, he immediately requested permission, although it was already night, at least to give a hasty look at PG-66, the pictures by candlelight. He took extreme pleasure in these things, behaved in the most obliging manner to my father, who accompanied him, and when he heard that the greater part of the artists was still living and resided in Frankfurt and its neighborhood, he assured us that he desired nothing more than to know them as soon as possible and to employ them. But even this sympathy and respect to art could not change my father's feelings nor bend his character. He permitted what he could not prevent, but kept at a distance in inactivity, and the uncommon state of things around him was intolerable to him, even in the veriest trifle. Count Thorin behaved himself meanwhile in an exemplary manner. He would not even have his maps nailed on the walls that he might not injure the new hangings. His people were skillful, quiet, and orderly, but in truth, as during the whole day and a part of the night, there was no quiet with him, one complainant quickly following another, arrested persons being brought in and led out, and all officers and adjutants being admitted to his presencias. Moreover, the Count kept an open table every day. It made in the moderately-sized house, arranged only for a family, and with but one open staircase running from top to bottom, a movement and a buzzing like that in a beehive, although everything was managed with moderation, gravity, and severity. As mediator between the irritable master of the house, who became daily more of a hypochondriac self-tormentor, and his well-intentioned but stem and precise military guest, there was a pleasant interpreter, a handsome, corpulent, lively man, who was a citizen of Frankfurt, spoke French well, knew how to adapt himself to everything, and only made a jest of many little annoyances through him. My mother had sent a representation to the Count of the situation in which she was placed owing to her husband's state of mind. He had explained the matter so skillfully, had laid before him the new and scarcely furnished house, the natural reserve of the owner, his occupation in the education of his family, and all that could be said to the same effect, that the Count, who in his capacity took the greatest pride in the utmost justice, integrity, and honorable conduct, resolved here also to behave in an exemplary manner to those upon whom he was quartered. PG-67, and indeed never swerved from this resolution under varying circumstances during the several years he stayed with us. My mother possessed some knowledge of Italian, a language not altogether unknown to any of the family. She therefore resolved to learn French immediately, for which purpose the interpreter for whose child she had stood godmother during these stormy times, and who now therefore as a gossip, one felt a redoubled interest in our house, devoted every spare moment to his child's godmother, for he lived directly oppositing above all he taught her those phrases which she would be obliged to use in her personal intercourse. With the Count this succeeded admirably. The Count was flattered by the pains taken by the mistress of the house at her years, and as he had a cheerful witty vein in his character, and he liked to exhibit a certain dry gallantry, a most friendly relation arose between them, and the allied godmother and father could obtain whatever they wanted from him. As I said before, if it had been possible to cheer up my father, this altered state of things would have caused little inconvenience. The Count practiced the severest disinterestedness. He even declined receiving gifts which pertained to his situation. The most trifling thing which could have borne the appearance of bribery, he rejected angrily, and even punished. His people were most strictly forbidden to put the proprietor of the house to the least expense. We children, on the contrary, were bountifully supplied from the dessert. To give an idea of the simplicity of those times, I must take this opportunity to mention that my mother grieved us excessively one day by throwing away the ices which had been sent us from the table, because she would not believe it possible for the stomach to bear real ice, however it might be sweetened. Besides these dainties, which we gradually learned to enjoy and to digest with perfect ease, it was very agreeable for us children to be in some measure released from fixed hours of study and strict discipline. My father's ill humor increased. He could not resign himself to the unavoidable. How he pg 68 tormented himself, my mother, the interpreter, the counselors, and all his friends, only to rid him of the Count. In vain they represented to him that under existing circumstances the presence of such a man in the house was an actual benefit, and that the removal of the Count would be followed by a constant succession of officers or of privates. None of these arguments had any effect to him. The present seemed so intolerable that his indignation prevented his conceiving anything worse that could follow. In this way his activity, which he had been used chiefly to employ upon us, was crippled. The lessons he gave us were no longer required with the former exactness, and we tried to gratify our curiosity for military and other public proceedings as much as possible, not only at home, but also in the streets, which was the more easily done as the front door open day and night was guarded by sentries who paid no attention to the running to and fro of restless children. The many affairs which were settled before the tribunal of the royal lieutenant had quite a peculiar charm from his making it a point to accompany his decisions with some witty, ingenious, or lively turn. What he decreed was strictly just, his manner of expressing it whimsical and piquant. He seemed to have taken the Duke of Osuna as his model. Scarcely a day passed in which the interpreter did not tell some anecdote or other of this kind to amuse us, and my mother, this lively man, had made a little collection of such Solomonian decisions, but I only remember the general impression and cannot recall to my mind any particular case. By degrees we became better acquainted with the strange character of the Count. This man clearly understood his own peculiarities, and as there were times in which he was seized with a sort of dejection, hypochondria, or by whatever name we may call the evil demon, he withdrew into his room at such hours, which were often lengthened into days, saw no one but his valet, and in urgent cases could not even be prevailed upon to receive anyone. But as soon as the evil spirit had left him, he appeared as before, active, mild, and cheerful. It might be inferred from the talk of his valet, Saint Jean, a small thin man of lively good nature, that in his earlier years he had caused a great misfortune when overcome by this temper, and that therefore in so important a position as his pg 69, exposed to the eyes of all the world, he had earnestly resolved to avoid similar aberrations. The Frankfurt painters. During the very first days of the Count's residence with us, all the Frankfurt artists, as Hirt, Schutz, Trotman, Nothnagel, and Juncker, were called to him. They showed their finished pictures, and the Count bought what were for sale. My pretty light room in the gable end of the attic was given up to him, and immediately turned into a cabinet and studio, for he designed to keep all the artists at work for a long time, especially Seekatz of Darmstadt, whose pencil, particularly in simple and natural representations, highly pleased him. He therefore caused to be sent from Grasse, where his elder brother possessed a handsome house. The dimensions of all the rooms and cabinets, then considered with the artists, the divisions of the walls and fixed, accordingly upon the size of the large old pictures, which were not to be set in frames, but to be fastened upon the walls like pieces of tapestry. And now the work went on zealously. Seekatz undertook country scenes, and succeeded extremely well in his old people and children, which were copied directly from nature. His young men did not answer so well, they were almost all too thin, and his women failed from the opposite cause, for, as he had a little fat, good, but unpleasant-looking wife, who would let him have no model but herself, he could produce nothing agreeable. He was also obliged to exceed the usual size of his figures. His trees had truth, but the foliage was over-minute. He was a pupil of Brinkmann, whose pencil in easel pictures is not contemptible. Schutz, the landscape painter, had perhaps the best of the matter. He was thoroughly master of the Rhine country, and of the sunny tone which animates it in the fine season, nor was he entirely unaccustomed to work on a larger scale, and then he showed no want of execution, or keeping. His paintings were of a cheerful cast. Trotman Rembrandtized some resurrection miracles out of the New Testament, and alongside of them set fire to villages and mills. One cabinet was entirely allotted to him, as I found from the designs of the rooms. Hurt painted some good oak and beech forests. His cattle were praiseworthy. Juncker, accustomed to the imitation of the most elaborate Dutch, was least able to manage this tapestry work, but he pg condescended to ornament many compartments with flowers and fruits for a handsome price. As I had known all these men from my earliest youth, and had often visited them in their studios, and as the Count also liked to have me with him, I was present at the suggestions, consultations, and orders, as well as at the deliveries of the pictures, and ventured to speak my opinion freely. When sketches and designs were handed in, I bade, already gained among amateurs, particularly at auctions, which I attended diligently, the reputation of being able to tell at once what any historical picture represented, whether taken from biblical or profane history or from mythology. And even if I did not always hit upon the meaning of allegorical pictures, there was seldom anyone present who understood it better than Roman one. Often had I persuaded the artists to represent this or that subject, and I now joyfully made use of these advantages. I still remember writing a circumstantial essay, in which I described 12 pictures which were to exhibit the history of Joseph. Some of them were executed. After these achievements, which were certainly laudable in a boy, I will mention a little disgrace, which happened to me within this circle of artists. I was well acquainted with all the pictures which had been from time to time brought into that room. My youthful curiosity left nothing unseen or unexplored. I once found a little black box behind the stove. I did not fail to investigate what might be concealed in it, and drew back the bolt without long deliberation. The picture contained was certainly of a kind not usually exposed to view, and although I tried to bolt it again immediately, I was not quick enough. The Count entered and caught me. "Who allowed you to open that box?" he asked, with all his air of a royal lieutenant. I had not much to say for myself, and he immediately pronounced my sentence in a very stern manner. "For 8 days, said he, you shall not enter this room." I made a bow and walked out. Even this order I obeyed most punctually, so that the good Seekatz, who was then at work in the room, was very much annoyed, for he liked to have Mo about him, and out of a little spite, I carried my obedience so far that I left Seekatz's coffee, which I generally brought him, upon the threshold. He was then obliged to leave his work and fetch it, which he took so ill that he almost conceived a dislike to me. Pg 71. French Theatre. It now seems necessary to state more circumstantially, and to make intelligible how under these circumstances I made my way with more or less ease through the French language, which, however, I had never learned here. Too, my natural gift was of service to me, enabling me easily to catch the sound of a language, its movement, accent, tone, and all other outward peculiarities. I knew many words from the Latin. Italian suggested still more, and by listening to servants and soldiers, sentries and visitors, I soon picked up so much that if I could not join in conversation, I could at any rate manage single questions and answers. All this, however, was little compared to the profit I derived from the theatre. My grandfather had given me a free ticket, which I used daily in spite of my father's reluctance, by dint of my mother's support. There I sat in the pit before a foreign stage, and watched the more narrowly the movement and the expression both of gesture. In speech, as I understood little or nothing of what was said, and therefore could only derive entertainment from the action and the tone of voice, I understood least of comedy, because it was spoken rapidly, and related to the affairs of common life of the phrases, of which I knew nothing. Tragedy was not so often played, and the measured step, the rhythm of the Alexandrines, the generality of the expression, made it more intelligible to me. In every way it was not long before I took up Racine, which I found in my father's library, and declaimed the pieces to myself in the theatrical style and manner, as the organ of my ear, and the organ of speech, so nearly akin to that, had caught it, and this with considerable animation. Although I could not perceive the connection of a whole speech, I even learned entire passages by rote like a trained talking bird, which was easier to me from having previously committed to memory passages from the Bible which are generally unintelligible to a child, and accustomed myself to reciting them in the tone of the Protestant preachers. The versified French comedy was then much in vogue. The pieces of Destouches, Marivaux, and Lachaise were often produced, and I still remember distinctly many characteristic figures of those of Molière. I recollect less. What made the greatest impression upon me was the Hypermnestra of Lemierre, which as a new piece was brought out with care and often repeated. The Devon du Village Rose et Colas, Annette pg 72 Lubin made each a very pleasant impression upon me. I can even now recall the youths and maidens decorated with ribbons, and their gestures. It was not long before the wish arose in me to see the interior of the theatre, for which many opportunities were offered me, for, as I had not always patience to hear out the whole pieces, and often carried on all sorts of games with other children of my age in the corridors, and in the milder season, even before the door, a handsome, lively boy joined us who belonged to the theatre, and whom I had seen in many little parts, though only casually. He came to a better understanding with me than with the rest, as I could turn my French to account with him, and he the more attached himself to me, because there was no boy of his age or his nation at the theatre or anywhere in the neighborhood. We also went together at other times, as well as during the play, and even while the representations went on, he seldom left me in peace. He was a most delightful little braggart, chattered away charmingly and incessantly, and could tell so much of his adventures, quarrels, and other strange incidents that he amused me wonderfully, and I learned from him in 4 weeks more of the language, and of the power of expressing myself in it, than can be imagined, so that no one knew how I had attained the foreign tongue all at once, as if by inspiration. In the very earliest days of our acquaintance, he took me with him upon the stage, and led me especially to the foyers, where the actors and actresses remained during the intervals of the performance, and dressed and undressed. The place was neither convenient nor agreeable, for they had squeezed the theatre into a concert room, so that there were no separate chambers for the actors behind the stage. A tolerably large room adjoining, which had formerly served for card parties, was now mostly used by both sexes in common, who appeared to feel as little ashamed before each other as before us children. If there was not always the strictest propriety in putting on or changing the articles of dress, I had never seen anything of the kind before, and yet from habit, after repeated visits, I soon found it quite natural. Dérones and his sister. It was not long before a very peculiar interest of my own arose. Young Dérones, for so I will call the boy whose acquaintance I still kept up, was, with the exception of his PG 73, boasting a youth of good manners and very courteous demeanor. He made me acquainted with his sister, a girl who was a few years older than we were, and a very pleasant, well-grown girl of regular form, brown complexion, black hair and eyes. Her whole deportment had about it something quiet, even sad. I tried to make myself agreeable to her in every way, but I could not attract her notice. Young girls think themselves far advanced beyond younger boys, and while aspiring to young men, they assume the manner of an aunt towards the boy, whose first inclination is turned towards them. With a younger brother of his, I had no acquaintance. Often when their mother had gone to rehearsals or was out visiting, we met at her house to play and amuse ourselves. I never went there without presenting the fair one with a flower of fruit or something else, which she always received very courteously, and thanked me for most politely, but I never saw her sad look brighten, and found no trace of her having given me a further thought. At last I fancied I had discovered her secret. The boy showed me a crayon drawing of a handsome man behind his mother's bed, which was hung with elegant silk curtains, remarking at the same time with a sly look that this was not Papa, but just the same as Papa, and as he glorified this man, and told me many things in his circumstantial and ostentatious manner, I thought I had discovered that the daughter might belong to the father, but the other two children to the intimate friend. I thus explained to myself her melancholy look, and loved her for it all the more. My liking for this girl assisted me in bearing the extravagances of her brother, who was not always within bounds. I had often to endure prolix accounts of his exploits, how he had already often fought, without wishing to injure the other role. For the sake of honor he had always contrived to disarm his adversary, and had then forgiven him. Nay, he was such a good fencer that he was once very much perplexed by striking the sword of his opponent up into a high tree, so that it was not easy to be got again. What much facilitated my visits to the theatre was that my free ticket, coming from the hands of the Schultheiss, gave me access to any of the seats, and therefore also to those in the proscenium. This was very deep, after the French-style PG 74, and was bordered on both sides with seats which, surrounded by a low rail, ascended in several rows one behind another, so that the first seats were but a little elevated above the stage. The whole was considered a place of special honor, and was generally used only by officers, although the nearness of the actors destroyed, I will not say all illusion, but in a measure all enjoyment. I have thus experienced and seen with my own eyes the usage or abuse of which Voltaire so much complains. If, when the house was very full at such time as troops were passing through the town, officers of distinction strove for this place of honor, which was generally occupied already, some rows of benches and chairs were placed in the proscenium on the stage itself, and nothing remained for the heroes and heroines but to reveal their secrets in the very limited space between the uniforms and orders. I have even seen the hypernestra performed under such circumstances. The curtain did not fall between the acts, and I must yet mention a strange custom which I thought quite extraordinary, as its inconsistency with art was to me, as a good German boy, quite unendurable. The theatre was considered the greatest sanctuary, and any disturbance occurring there would have been instantly resented as the highest crime against the majesty of the public. Therefore, in all comedies, two grenadiers stood with their arms grounded in full view at the two sides of the back scene, and were witnesses of all that occurred in the bosom of the family, since, as I said before, the curtain did not fall between the acts two others, while music struck up relieved guard by coming from the wings directly in front of the first, who retired in the same measured manner. Now, if such a practice was well fitted to destroy all that in the theatre is called illusion, this is the more striking because it was done at a time when, according to Diderot's principles and examples, the most natural naturalness was required upon the stage, and a perfect deception was proposed as the proper aim of theatrical art. Tragedy, however, was absolved from any such military police regulations, and the heroes of antiquity had the right of guarding themselves. Nevertheless, the same grenadiers stood near enough behind the side scenes. I will also mention that I saw Diderot's father of a PG 75 family and the philosophers of Palisade, and still perfectly remember the figure of the philosopher in the latter piece, going upon all fours and biting into a raw head of lettuce. Duel with Darones. All this theatrical variety could not, however, keep us children always in the theatre. In fine, whether we played in front of it and in the neighborhood, and committed all manner of absurdities, which especially on Sundays and festivals by no means corresponded to our personal appearance, for I and my comrades then appeared dressed, as I described myself in the tale, with the hat under the arm and a little sword, the hilt of which was ornamented with a large silk. Not one day, when we had long gone in this way, and Darones had joined us, he took it into his head to assert to me that I had insulted him, and must give him satisfaction. I could not in truth conceive what was the cause of this, but I accepted his challenge, and was going to draw my sword. However, he assured me that in such cases it was customary to go to secluded spots, in order to be able to settle the matter more conveniently. We therefore went behind some barns, and placed ourselves in the proper position. The duel took place in a somewhat theatrical style. The blades clashed, and the thrusts followed close upon each other. But in the heat of the combat he remained with the point of his sword lodged in the knot of my hilt. This was pierced through, and he assured me that he had received the most complete satisfaction, then embraced me also theatrically, and we went to the next coffee-house to refresh ourselves with a glass of almond milk after our mental agitation, and to knit more closely the old bond of friendship. On this occasion, I will relate another adventure which also happened to me at the theater, although at a later time I was sitting very quietly in the pit with one of my playmates, and we looked with pleasure at a pas seul, which was executed with much skill and grace by a pretty boy about our own age, son of a French dancing master who was passing through the city after the fashion of dancers. He was dressed in a close vest of red silk, which ending in a short petticoat like a runner's apron floated. Above the knee, we had given our meed of applause to this young artist with the whole public, when I know not how it occurred to me to make a PG-76 moral reflection. I said to my companion how handsomely this boy was dressed, and how well he looked who knows. In how tattered a jacket he may sleep tonight. All had already risen, but the crowd prevented our moving. A woman who had sat by me, and who was now standing close beside me, chanced to be the mother of the young artist, and felt much offended by my reflection. Unfortunately, she knew German enough to understand me, and spoke it just as much as was necessary to scold. She abused me violently. Who was I, she would like to know, that had a right to doubt the family and respectability of this young man? At all events, she would be bound. He was as good as I, and his talents might probably procure him a fortune, of which I could not even venture to dream. This moral lecture she read me in the crowd, and made those about me wonder what rudeness I had committed. As I could neither excuse myself nor escape from her, I was really embarrassed, and when she paused for a moment said, without thinking, well, why do you make such a noise about it today? Read tomorrow dead. These words seemed to strike the woman dumb. She stared at me, and moved away from me as soon as it was in any degree possible. I thought no more of my words. Only some time afterwards they occurred to me, when the boy, instead of continuing to perform, became ill, and that very dangerously. Whether he died or not I cannot say. Such intimations by an unseasonably or even improperly spoken word were held in repute even by the ancients, and it is very remarkable that the forms of belief and of superstition have always remained the same among all people and in all times. From the first day of the occupation of our city, there was no lack of constant diversion, especially for children and young people. Plays and balls, parades and marches through the town attracted our attention in all directions. The last particularly were always increasing, and the soldier's life seemed to us very merry and agreeable. Marshal de Broglio, the residence of the king's lieutenant at our house, procured us the advantage of seeing by degrees all the distinguished persons in the French army, and especially of PG-77, beholding close at hand the leaders whose names had already been made known to us by reputation. Thus we looked from stairs and landing places, as if from galleries, very conveniently upon the generals who passed by. Before all, I remember the Prince Soubise as a handsome, courteous gentleman, but most distinctly the Marshal de Broglio, who was a younger man, not tall, but well-built, lively, active, and abounding in keen glances. He often came to the king's lieutenant, and it was soon remarked that the conversation was on weighty matters. We had scarcely become accustomed to having strangers quartered upon us in the first 3 months, when a rumor was obscurely circulated that the Allies were on the march, and that Duke Ferdinand of Brunswick was coming to drive the French from the Main of. These, who could not boast of any especial success in war, no high opinion was held, and after the Battle of Rossbach, it was thought they might be dispersed. The greatest confidence was placed in Duke Ferdinand, and all those favorable to Prussia awaited with eagerness their delivery from the yoke. Hitherto born, my father was in somewhat better spirits. Me mother was apprehensive. She was wise enough to see that a small present evil might easily be exchanged for a great affliction, since it was but too plain that the French would not advance to meet the Duke, but would wait an attack in the neighborhood of the city, a defeat of the French, a flight, a defense of the city, if it were only to cover their rear and hold the bridge. Bombardment, a sack, all these presented themselves to the excited imagination, and gave anxiety to both parties. My mother, who could bear everything, but suspense, imparted her fears to the Count through the interpreter. She received the answer usual in such cases. She might be quite easy, for there was nothing to fear, and should keep quiet and mention the matter to no one. Many troops passed through the city. We learned that they halted at Bergen. The coming and going, the riding and running constantly increased, and our house was in an uproar day and night. At this time I often saw Marshal de Broglio always cheerful, always the same in look and manner, and I was afterwards pleased to find a man whose form had made such a good and lasting impression upon me, so honorably mentioned in history. Page 78. Thus, after an unquiet Passion Week, the Good Friday of 1759 arrived. A profound stillness announced the approaching storm. We children were forbidden to quit the house. My father had no quiet, and went out. The battle began. I ascended to the garret, where indeed I was prevented seeing the country round, but could very well hear the thunder of cannon and the general discharge of musketry. After some hours, we saw the first symptoms of the battle in a line of wagons in which the wounded, with various sad mutilations and gestures, were slowly drawn by us to be taken to the convent of St. Mary, now transformed into a hospital. The compassion of the citizens was instantly moved. Beer, wine, bread, and money were distributed to those who were yet able to take them. But when some time after wounded and captive Germans were seen in the train, the pity knew no limits, and it seemed as if everybody would strip himself of every movable that he possessed to assist his suffering countrymen. The prisoners, however, were an evidence of a battle unfavorable to the Allies. My father, whose party feelings made him quite certain that these would come off victorious, had the violent temerity to go forth to meet the expected victors, without thinking that the beaten party must pass over him. In their flight he first repaired to his garden before the Friedberg Gate, where he found everything lonely and quiet. Then he ventured to the Bernheim Heath, where he soon descried various stragglers of the army who were scattered and amused themselves by shooting at the boundary stones, so that the rebounding lead whizzed round the head of the inquisitive wanderer. He therefore considered it more prudent to go back, and learned on inquiry what the report of the firing might have before informed him, that all stood well for the French, and that there was no thought of retreating. Reaching home in an ill humor, the sight of his wounded and captured countrymen brought him altogether out of his usual self-command. He also caused various donations to be given to the passers-by, but only the Germans were to have them, which was not always possible, as fate had packed together both friend and foe. My mother and we children, who had already relied on the Count's word, and had therefore passed a tolerably quiet day, were highly rejoiced, and my mother doubly consoled. The pg 79 next day, when, having consulted the oracle of her treasure box, by the prick of a needle, she received a very comfortable answer both for present and future. We wished our father similar faith and feelings. We flattered him as much as we could. We entreated him to take some food from which he had abstained all day, but he repulsed our caresses and every enjoyment, and betook himself to his chamber. Our joy, however, was not interrupted. The affair was decided. The king's lieutenant, who against his habit had been on horseback, today at last returned home, where his presence was more necessary than ever. We sprang to meet him, kissed his hands, and testified our delight. This seemed much to please him. Well, said he more kindly than usual, I am glad also for your sakes, my dear children. He immediately ordered that sweetmeats, sweet wine, and the best of everything should be given us, and went to his room, already surrounded by a crowd of the urgent, the demanding, and the suppliant. Quarrel with Count Thorane. We had now a fine collation, pitied our poor father, who would not partake of it, and pressed our mother to call him in, but she, more prudent than we, well knew how distasteful such gifts would be to him. In the meantime, she had prepared some supper, and would readily have sent a portion up to his room, but he never tolerated such an irregularity. Even in the most extreme cases, and after the sweet things were removed, we endeavored to persuade him to come down into the ordinary dining-room. At last, he allowed himself to be persuaded unwillingly, and we had no notion of the mischief which we were preparing for him and ourselves. The staircase ran through the whole house, along all the anterooms. My father, in coming down, had to go directly past the Count's apartment. This anteroom was so full of people that the Count, to get through much at once, resolved to come out, and this happened unfortunately at the moment when my father descended. The Count met him, cheerfully greeted him, and remarked, you will congratulate yourselves and us that this dangerous affair is so happily terminated. By no means, replied my father, in a rage. Would that it had driven you to the devil, even if I had gone with you. The Count restrained himself for a moment, and then broke out with wrath. You shall pay for this, cried he. You shall pg 80 find that you have not thus insulted the good cause and myself for nothing. My father meanwhile came down very calmly, seated himself near us seemed more cheerful than before, and began to eat. We were glad of this, unconscious of the dangerous method in which he had rolled the stone from his heart. Soon afterwards, my mother was called out, and we had great pleasure in chattering to our father about the sweet things the Count had given us. Our mother did not return at last. The interpreter came in at a hint from him. We were sent to bed. It was already late, and we willingly obeyed. After a night quietly slept through, we heard of the violent commotion which had shaken the house the previous evening. The king's lieutenant had instantly ordered my father to be led to the guard-house. The subalterns well knew that he was never to be contradicted, yet they had often earned thanks by delaying the execution of his orders. The interpreter, whose presence of mind never forsook him, contrived to excite this disposition in them very strongly. The tumult, moreover, was so great that a delay brought with it its own concealment and excuse. He had called out my mother, and put the adjutant, as it were, into her hands, that by prayers and representations she might gain a brief postponement of the matter. He himself hurried up to the Count, who with great self-command had immediately retired into the inner room, and would rather allow the most urgent affair to stand still than wreak on an innocent person the ill humor once excited in him, and give a decision derogatory to his dignity. The address of the interpreter to the Count, the train of the whole conversation, were often enough repeated to us by the fat interpreter, who prided himself not a little on the fortunate result, so that I can still describe it from recollection. The gossip and Count Thorane. The interpreter had ventured to open the cabinet and enter an act which was severely prohibited. "What do you want?" shouted the Count angrily out with Yauna one. "But St. Jean has a right to enter here." "Well, suppose I am St. Jean for a moment," answered the interpreter. "It would need a powerful imagination for that too of him would not make one such as you retire." Page 81. "Count, you have received a great gift from heaven, and to that I appeal. You think to flatter me. Do not fancy you will succeed. You have the great gift, Count, even in moments of passion, in moments of rage, of listening to the opinions of others. Well, the question now is just about opinions to which I have listened too long. I know, but too well, that we are not liked here, and that these citizens look askance at us. Not old. Very many. What these towns will be imperial towns, will they? They saw their emperor elected and crowned, and when being unjustly attacked, he is in danger of losing his dominions and surrendering to an usurper, when he fortunately finds faithful allies who pour out their blood and treasure in his behalf. They will not put up with the slight burden that falls to their share towards humbling the enemy. But you have long known these sentiments, and have endured them like a wise man. They are besides held only by a minority, a few dazzled by the splendid qualities of the enemy, whom you yourself prize as an extraordinary man, a few only, as you are aware. Yes, indeed, I have known and suffered it too long. Otherwise, this man would not have presumed to utter such insults to my face, and at the most critical moment, let them be as many as they please, they shall be punished in the person of this, their audacious representative, and perceive what they have to expect. Only delay, Count. In certain things, one cannot act too promptly. Only a little delay, Count. Neighbor, you think to mislead me into a false step. You shall not succeed. I would neither lead you into a false step, nor restrain you from one. Your resolution is just. It becomes the Frenchman and the king's lieutenant. But consider that you are also Count Thorane. He has no right to interfere here. But the gallant man has a right to be heard. Page 82. What would he say then? King's lieutenant, he would begin. You have so long had patience with so many gloomy, untoward, bungling men. If they were not really too bad, this man has certainly been too bad. But control yourself, King's lieutenant, and everyone will praise and extol you on that account. You know I can often endure your jests, but do not abuse my goodwill. These men they then completely blinded. Suppose we had lost the battle, what would have been their fate at this moment? We fight up to the gates, we shut up the city, we halt, we defend ourselves to cover our retreat over the bridge. Think you the enemy would have stood with his hands before him? He throws grenades, and what he has at hand and they catch where they can this householder. What would he have hero in these rooms? A bomb might now have burst, and another have followed it in these rooms, the cursed china paper, of which I have spared incommoding myself by not nailing up my maps. They ought to have spent the whole day on their knees. How many would have done that? They ought to have prayed for a blessing on us, and to have gone out to meet the generals and officers with tokens of honor and joy, and the wearied soldiers with refreshments. Instead of this, the poison of party-spirit destroys the fairest and happiest moments of my life, won by so many cares and efforts. It is party-spirit, but you will only increase it by the punishment of this man. Those who think with him will proclaim you a tyrant, and a barbarian will consider him a martyr who has suffered for the good cause, and even those of the other opinion, who are now his opponents, will see in him only their fellow citizen, will pity him, and while they confess your justice, will yet feel that you have proceeded too severely. I have listened to you too much already. No, away with you. Hear only this, remember, this is the most unheard of thing that could befall this man, this family. You have had no reason to be edified by the goodwill of the master of the house, but the mistress has anticipated all your wishes, and the children have regarded you as their undue. With this PG 83 single blow, you will forever destroy the peace and happiness of this dwelling. Indeed, I may say that a bomb falling into the house would not have occasioned greater desolation. I have so often admired your self-command. Count, give me this time opportunity to adore you. A warrior is worthy of honor who considers himself a guest in the house of an enemy. But here, there is no enemy, only a mistaking man. Control yourself, and you will acquire an everlasting fame. That would be odd, replied the Count, with a smile. Merely natural, continued the interpreter. I have not sent the wife and children to your feet, because I know you detest such scenes, but I will depict to you this wife and these children, how they will thank you. I will depict them to you conversing all their lives of the Battle of Bergen, and of your magnanimity on this day, relating it to their children and children's children, and inspiring even strangers with their own interest for you. An act of this kind can never perish. But you do not hit my weak side, yet, interpreter, about posthumous fame. I am not in the habit of thinking that is for others, not for me, but to do right at the moment, not to neglect my duty, not to prejudice my honor. That is my care. We have already had too many words. Now go and receive the thanks of the thankless whom I spare. Thorein's magnanimity. The interpreter, surprised and moved by this unexpectedly favorable issue, could not restrain his tears, and would have kissed the Count's hands. The Count motioned him off, and said severely and seriously, you know I cannot bear such things, and with these words he went into the anteroom to attend to his pressing affairs, and hear the claims of so many expectant persons. So the matter was disposed of, and the next morning we celebrated, with the remnants of the yesterday's sweetmeats, the passing over of an evil through the threatenings of which we had happily slept. Whether the interpreter really spoke so wisely, or merely so painted the scene to himself, as one is apt to do after a good and fortunate action, I will not decide. At least, he never varied it in repeating it. Indeed, this day seemed to him both the most anxious and the most glorious in his life. One little incident will show how the Count in general, PG 84, rejected all false parade, never assumed a title which did not belong to him, and how witty he was in his more cheerful moods. A man of the higher class, who was one of the abstruse solitary Frankfurters, thought he must complain of the quartering of the soldiers upon him. He came in person, and the interpreter proffered him his services, but the other supposed that he did not need them. He came before the Count with a most becoming bow, and said, Your Excellency. The Count returned the bow a swell, as the Excellency, struck by this mark of honor, and not supposing but that the title was too humble, he stooped lower, and said, Monseigneur, sir, said the Count very seriously, we will not go further, or else we may easily bring it to majesty. The ether gentleman was extremely confused, and had not a word to utter. The interpreter, standing at some distance, and apprised of the whole affair, was wicked enough not to move. But the Count, with much cheerfulness, continued, Well now, for instance, sir, what is your name? Spangenberg, replied the other. And mine, said the Count, is Thorein Spangenberg. What is your business with Thorein now? Then let us sit down. The affair shall at once be settled. And thus the affair was indeed settled at once, to the great satisfaction of the person I have here named Spangenberg, and the same evening in our family circle, the story was not only told by the waggish interpreter, but was given with all the circumstances and gestures. After these confusions, disquietudes, and grievances, the former security and thoughtlessness soon returned, in which the young particularly live from day to day. If it be in any degree possible, my passion for the French theatre grew with every performance. I did not miss an evening, though on every occasion, when after the play I sat down with the family to supper, often putting up with the remains I had to endure the constant reproaches of my father that theatres were useless, and would lead to nothing. In these cases I adduced all and every argument which is at hand for the apologists of the stage, when they fall into a difficulty like mine. Vice in prosperity and virtue in misfortune are in the end set right by poetical justice. Those beautiful examples of misdeeds punished Miss Sarah Sampson and the merchant P.G. 85 of London were very energetically cited on my part, but on the other hand, I often came off worst when the Faubourgs de Scapin and others of the sort were in the bill, and I was forced to bear reproaches for the delight felt by the public in the deceits of intriguing servants and the successful follies of prodigal young men. Neither party was convinced, but my father was very soon reconciled to the theatre when he saw that I advanced with incredible rapidity in the French language. Juvenile attempt at the drama. Men are so constituted that everybody would rather undertake himself what he sees done by others, whether he has aptitude for it or not. I had soon exhausted the whole range of the French stage. Several pieces I had already witnessed for the third and fourth times. All had passed before my eyes and mind, from the stateliest tragedy to the most frivolous afterpiece, and as when a child I had presumed to imitate Terence, I did not fail now, as a boy, on a much more inciting occasion, to copy the French forms to the best of my ability and want of ability. There were then performed some half-mythological, half-allegorical pieces in the taste of Pyrrhon. They partook somewhat of the nature of parody, and were much like these representations. Particularly attracted me the little gold wings of a lively Mercury, the thunderbolt of a disguised Jupiter, and amorous Danae, or by whatever name a fair one visited by the gods might be called, if indeed it were not a shepherdess or huntress to whom they descended, and, as elements of this kind from Ovid's Metamorphoses or the Pantheon Mythicum of Pami were humming in swarms about my head, I had soon put together in my imagination a little piece of the kind, of which I can only say that the scene was rural, and that there was no lack in it of kings, daughters, princes, or gods. Mercury, especially, made so vivid an impression on my senses that I could almost be sworn that I had seen him with my own eyes. I presented my friend Darones with a very neat copy made by myself, which he accepted with quite a special grace, and with a truly patronizing air, glanced hastily over the manuscript, pointed out a few grammatical blunders, found some speeches too long, and at last promised to examine and judge the work more attentively when he had the requisite leisure. P.G. 86. To my modest question whether the piece could by any chance be performed, he assured me that it was not altogether impossible in the theatre. He said a great deal went by favor, and he would support me with all his heart, only the affair must be kept private, for he had himself once on a time surprised the directors with a piece of his own, and it would certainly have been acted if it had not been too soon detected that he was the author. I promised him all possible silence, and already saw in my mind's eye the name of my piece, posted up in large letters on the comers of the streets and squares. Light-minded as my friend generally was, the opportunity of playing the master was but too desirable. He read the piece through with attention, and while he sat down with me to make some trivial alterations, turned the whole thing in the course of the conversation completely topsy-turvy, so that not one stone remained on another. He struck out, added, took away one character, substituted another, in short, went on with the maddest wantonness in the world, so that my hair stood on end. My previous persuasion that he must understand the matter allowed him to have his way, for he had often laid before me so much about the three unities of Aristotle, the regularity of the French drama, the probability, the harmony of the verse, and all that belongs to these, that I was forced to regard him not merely as informed, but thoroughly grounded. He abused the English, and scorned the Germans. In short, he laid before me the whole dramaturgic litany, which I have so often in my life been compelled to hear. Like the boy in the fable, I carried my mangled offspring home and strove in vain to bring it to life, as however I would not quite abandon it. I caused a fair copy of my first manuscript, after a few alterations, to be made by our clerk, which I presented to my father, and thus gained so much, that for a long time he let me eat my supper in quiet after the play was over. Dramatic theories. This unsuccessful attempt had made me reflective, and I resolved now to learn at the very sources these theories, these laws to which every one appealed, but which had become suspicious to me chiefly through the impoliteness of my arrogant master. This was not indeed difficult, but laborious. Pg 87, I immediately read Corneille's treatise on the three unities, and learned from that how people would have it, but why they desired it, so was by no means clear to me, and what was worst of all, I fell at once into still greater confusion, when I made myself acquainted with the disputes on the Cid, and read the prefaces, in which Corneille and Racine are obliged to defend themselves against the critics and public. Here, at least, I plainly saw that no man knew what he wanted, that a piece like the Cid, which had produced the noblest effect, was to be condemned at the command of an all-powerful cardinal, that Racine, the idol of the French living in my day, who had now also become my idol, for I had got intimately acquainted with him when Scoff von Olenschläger made us children act Britannicus, in which the part of Nero fell to method. Racine, I say even in his own day, was not able to get on with the amateurs nor critics. Through all this, I became more perplexed than ever, and after having pestered myself a long time with this talking backwards and forwards and theoretical quackery of the previous century, threw them to the dogs, and was the more resolute in casting all the rubbish away the more I thought I observed that the authors themselves, who had produced excellent things, when they began to speak about them, when they set forth the grounds of their treatment, when they desired to defend, justify, or excuse themselves, were not always able to hit the proper mark. I hastened back again, therefore, to the living present, attended the theatre far more zealously, read more scrupulously and connectedly, so that I had perseverance enough this time to work through the whole of Racine and Molière, and a great part of Corneille. The king's lieutenant still lived at our house. He in no respect had changed his deportment, especially towards us, but it was observable, and the interpreter made it still more evident to us, that he no longer discharged his duties with the same cheerfulness and zeal as at the outset, though always with the same rectitude and fidelity. His character and habits, which showed the Spaniard rather than the Frenchman, his caprices, which were not without their influence on his business, his unbending will under all circumstances, his susceptibility as to everything that concerned his person or reputation, all this together might perhaps sometimes bring Pg 88 him into conflict with his superiors. Add to this that he had been wounded in a duel which had arisen in the theatre, and it was deemed wrong that the king's lieutenant himself, chief of police, should have committed a punishable offense. As I have said, all this may have contributed to make him live more retired and here and there, perhaps to act with less energy. Meanwhile, a considerable part of the pictures he had ordered had been delivered. Count Thorane passed his leisure hours in examining them, while in the aforesaid gable room he had them nailed up canvas after canvas, large and small, side by side, and because there was want of space even one over another, and then taken down and rolled up, the works were constantly inspected, anew the parts that were considered the most successful were repeatedly enjoyed, but there was no want of wishes that this or that had been differently done. Hence arose a new and very singular operation, as one painter best executed figures, another middle grounds and distances, a third trees, a fourth flowers. It struck the count that these talents might perhaps be combined in the paintings, and that in this way perfect works might be produced. A beginning was made at once by having, for instance, some beautiful cattle painted into a finished landscape, but because there was not always adequate room for all, and a few sheep more or less was no great matter to the cattle painter, the largest landscape proved in the end too narrow. Now also the painter of figures had to introduce the shepherd and some travelers. These deprived each other of air, as we may say, and we marveled that they were not all stifled. Even in the most open country, no one could anticipate what was to come of the matter, and when it was finished, it gave no satisfaction. The painters were annoyed. They had gained something by their first orders, but lost by these afterlabors, though the count paid for them also very liberally, and as the parts worked into each other in one picture by several hands, produced no good effect. After all the trouble, every one at last fancied that his own work had been spoiled and destroyed by that of the others. Hence the artists were within a hairsbreadth of falling out and becoming irreconcilably hostile to each other. These alterations, or rather additions, PG 89, were made in the before-mentioned studio, where I remained quite alone with the artists, and it amused me to hunt out from the studies, particularly of animals, this or that individual or group, and to propose it for the foreground or the distance, in which respect they many times, either from conviction or kindness, complied with my wishes. The painter's sea cats. The partners in this affair were therefore greatly discouraged, especially Seacats, a very hypochondriacal retired man, who indeed by his incomparable humor was the best of companions among friends, but who, when he worked, desired to work alone, abstracted, and perfectly free. This man, after solving difficult problems, and finishing them with the greatest diligence, and the warmest love of which he was always capable, was forced to travel repeatedly from Darmstadt to Frankfurt, either to change something in his own pictures, or to touch up those of others, or even to allow under his superintendence a third person to convert his pictures into a variegated mess. His peevishness augmented, his resistance became more decided, and a great deal of effort was necessary on our part to guide this gossip, for he was one. Also, according to the Count's wishes, I still remember that when the boxes were standing ready to pack up all the pictures in the order in which the upholsterer at their place of destination might fix them up at once, a small but indispensable bit of afterwork was demanded, but Seacats could not be moved to come over. He had, by way of conclusion, done the best he could, having represented in paintings to be placed over the doors the four elements as children and boys after life, and having expended the greatest care not only on the figures, but on the accessories. These were delivered and paid for, and he thought he was quit of the business forever. But now he was to come over again, that he might enlarge by a few touches of his pencil some figures the size of which was too small. Another, he thought, could do it just as well. He had already set about some new work. In short, he would not come. The time for sending off the pictures was at hand. They must also have opportunity to dry. Every delay was precarious, and the Count, in despair, was about to have him fetched in military fashion. We all wished to see the pictures finally gone, and found at last no expedient than for the gossip interpreter to seat himself in a wagon and fetch over PG 90 the refractory subject with his wife and child. He was kindly received by the Count, well treated, and at last dismissed with liberal payment. After the pictures had been sent away, there was great peace in the house. The gable room in the attic was cleaned and given up to me, and my father, when he saw the boxes go, could not refrain from wishing to send off the Count after them, for much as the tastes of the Count coincided with his own, much as he must have rejoiced to see his principle of patronizing living artists so generously followed out by a man richer than himself, much as it may have flattered him that his collection had been the occasion of bringing so considerable a profit to a number of brave artists in a pressing time, he nevertheless felt such a repugnance to the foreigner who had intruded into his house that he could not think well of any of his doings. One ought to employ painters, but not degrade them to paper stainers. One ought to be satisfied with what they have done according to their conviction and ability, even if it does not thoroughly please one, and not be perpetually carping at it. In short, in spite of all the Count's own generous endeavors, there could once for all be no mutual understanding. My father only visited that room when the Count was at table, and I can recall but one instance when Seacats, having excelled himself, and the wish to see these pictures having brought the whole house together, my father and the Count met and manifested a common pleasure in these works of art, which they could not take in each other. Departure of Thorane. Scarcely, therefore, had the house been cleared of the chests and boxes than the plan for removing the Count, which had formerly been begun, but was afterwards interrupted, was resumed. The endeavor was made to gain justice by representations, equity by entreaties, favor by influence, and the quartermasters were prevailed upon to decide. Thus the Count was to change his lodgings in our house in consideration of the burden borne day and night for several years uninterruptedly, was to be exempt for the future from billeting. But to furnish a plausible pretext for this, we were to take in lodgers on the first floor, which the Count had occupied, and thus render a new quartering, as it were impossible. The Count who after the separation from his dear pictures felt no further peculiar interest in the house PG 91 and hoped moreover to be soon recalled and placed elsewhere, was pleased to move without opposition to another good residence, and left us in peace and goodwill soon afterwards. He quitted the city and received different appointments in gradation, but it was rumored not to his own satisfaction. Meantime, he had the pleasure of seeing the pictures which he had preserved with so much care, felicitously arranged in his brother's chateau. He wrote, sometimes sent dimensions, and had different pieces executed by the artists so often named. At last, we heard nothing further about him, except after several years we were assured that he had died as governor of one of the French colonies in the West Indies. Page 92. Fourth book. Studies the Bible. Frankfurt characters. Much inconvenience as the quartering of the French had occasioned us, we had become so accustomed to it that we could not fail to miss it, nor could we children fail to feel as if the house were deserted. Moreover, it was not decreed that we should again attain perfect family unity. New lodgers were already agreed upon, and after some sweeping and scouring, planing and rubbing, with beeswax painting and varnishing, the house was completely restored. Again the Chancery Director Moritz, with his family, very worthy friends of my parents, moved in. He was not a native of Frankfurt, but an able jurist and man of business, and managed the legal affairs of many small princes, counts, and lords. I never saw him otherwise than cheerful and pleasant and diligent with his law papers. His wife and children, gentle, quiet, and benevolent, did not indeed increase the sociableness of our house, for they kept to themselves, but a stillness, a peace returned which we had not enjoyed for a long time. I now again occupied my attic room, in which the ghosts of the many pictures sometimes hovered before me, while I strove to frighten them away by labor and study. The Councillor of Legation, Moritz, a brother of the Chancellor, came from this time often to our house. He was even more a man of the world, had a handsome figure, while his manners were easy and agreeable. He also managed the affairs of different persons of rank, and on occasions of meetings of creditors and imperial commissions, frequently came into contact with my father. They had a nigh opinion of each other, and commonly stood on the side of the creditors, though they were generally obliged to perceive, much to their vexation, that a majority of the agents on such occasions are usually gained over to the side of the debtors. The Councillor of Legation readily communicated his knowledge, was a friend to the mathematics, and as these did not occur in his present course of life, he made himself PG 93 a pleasure by helping me on in this branch of study. I was thus enabled to finish my architectural sketches more accurately than heretofore, and to profit more by the instruction of a drawing master who now also occupied us an hour every day. Lessons in drawing. This good old man was indeed only half an artist. We were obliged to draw and combine strokes, from which eyes and noses, lips and ears, nay, at last whole faces and heads were to arise. But of natural or artistic forms there was no thought. We were tormented a long while with this quid pro quo of the human figure, and when the so-called passions of Lebrun were given us to copy, it was supposed at last that we had made great progress. But ever these caricatures did not improve us. Then we went off to landscapes, foliage, and all the things which in ordinary instruction are practiced without consistency or method. Finally, we dropped into close imitation and neatness of strokes, without troubling ourselves about the merit or taste of the original. In these attempts, our father led the way in an exemplary manner. He had never drawn, but he was unwilling to remain behind now that his children pursued this art, and would give even in his old age an example how they should proceed in their youth. Several heads therefore of Piazzetta from his well-known sheets in small octavo he copied with an English lead pencil upon the finest Dutch paper. In these he not only observed the greatest clearness of outline, but most accurately imitated the hatching of the copperplate with a light handily too slightly, as in his desire to avoid hardness. He brought no keeping into his sketches, yet they were always soft and accurate. His unrelaxing and untiring assiduity went so far that he drew the whole considerable collection number by number, while we children jumped from one head to another, and chose only those that pleased us. About this time, the long-debated project, long under consideration, for giving us lessons in music, was earned into effect, and the last impulse to it certainly deserves mention. It was settled that we should learn the harpsichord, but there was always a dispute about the choice of a master. At last, I went once accidentally into the room of one of my companions who was just taking his lesson on the harpsichord, and found the teacher a most charming man. For each PG94 finger of the right and left hand, he had a nickname by which he indicated in the merriest way when it was to be used. The black and white keys were likewise symbolically designated, and even the tones appeared under figurative names. Such a motley company worked most pleasantly together. Fingering and time seemed to become perfectly easy and obvious, and while the scholar was put into the best humor, everything else succeeded beautifully. The eccentric music master. Scarcely had I reached home than I importuned my parents to set about the matter in good earnest at last, and give us this incomparable man for our master on the harpsichord. They hesitated and made inquiries. They indeed heard nothing bad of the teacher, but at the same time nothing particularly good. Meanwhile, I had informed my sister of all the droll names. We could hardly wait for the lesson, and succeeded in having the man engaged. The reading of the notes began first, but as no jokes occurred here, we comforted ourselves with the hope that when we went to the harpsichord, and the fingers were needed, the jocular method would commence, but neither keys nor fingering seemed to afford opportunity for any comparisons. Dry as the notes were with their strokes on and between the 5 lines, the black and white keys were no less so, and not a syllable was heard either of thumbling, pointerling, or goldfinger, while the countenance of the man remained as imperturbable during his dry teaching as it had been before during his dry jests. My sister reproached me most bitterly for having deceived her, and actually believed that it was all an invention of mine, but I was myself confounded, and learned little, though the man at once went regularly enough to work. For I kept always expecting that the former jokes would make their appearance, and so consoled my sister from one day to another. They did not reappear, however, and I should never have been able to explain the riddle if another accident had not solved it for me. One of my companions came in during a lesson, and at once all the pipes of the humorous jet d'eau were opened. The thumblings and pointerlings, the pickers and stealers, as he used to call the fingers, the failings and gailings, meaning F and G, the feelings, and PG95 geelings, meaning F and G. Sharp one became once more extant, and made the most wonderful mannequins. My young friend could not leave off laughing, and was rejoiced that one could learn in such a merry manner. He vowed that he would give his parents no peace until they had given him such an excellent man for a teacher. And thus the way to 2 arts was early enough opened to me according to the principles of a modern theory of education, merely by good luck, and without any conviction that I should be furthered therein by a native talent. My father maintained that everybody ought to learn drawing, for which reason he especially venerated the Emperor Maximilian, by whom this had been expressly commanded. He therefore held me to it more steadily than to music, which on the other hand he especially recommended to my sister, and even out of the hours for lessons kept her fast during a good part of the day at her harpsichord. But the more I was in this way made to press on, the more I wished to press forward of myself, and my hours of leisure were employed in all sorts of curious occupations. From my earliest years, I felt a love for the investigation of natural things. It is often regarded as an instinct of cruelty that children like at last to break, tear, and devour objects with which for a long time they have played, and which they have handled in various manners. Yet even in this way is manifested the curiosity, the desire of learning how such things hang together, how they look within. I remember that, as a child, I pulled flowers to pieces to see how the leaves were inserted into the calyx, or even plucked birds, to observe how the feathers were inserted into the wings. Children are not to be blamed for this, when even our naturalists believe they get their knowledge oftener by separation and division than by union and combination, more by killing than by making alive. An armed lodestone, very neatly sewed up in scarlet cloth, was one day destined to experience the effects of this spirit of inquiry for the secret force of attraction, which it exercised not only on the little iron bar attached to it, but which was of such a kind that it could gain strength, and could daily PG96 bear a heavier weight. Thy's mysterious virtue had so excited my admiration that for a long time I was pleased with merely staring at its operation. But at last I thought I might arrive at some nearer revelation by tearing away the external covering. This was done, but I became no wiser in consequence, as the naked iron taught me nothing further. This also I took off, and I held in my hand the mere stone, with which I never grew weary of making experiments of various kinds on filings and needles, experiments from which my youthful mind drew no further advantage beyond that of a varied experience. I could not manage to reconstruct the whole arrangement. The parts were scattered, and I lost the wondrous phenomenon at the same time with the apparatus. Nor was I more fortunate in putting together an electrical machine. A friend of the family, whose youth had fallen in the time when electricity occupied all minds, often told us how as a child he had desired to possess such a machine, had got together the principal requisites, and by the aid of an old spinning wheel and some medicine bottles had produced tolerable results, as he readily and frequently repeated the story and imparted to us some general information on electricity. We children found the thing very plausible and long tormented ourselves with an old spinning wheel and some medicine bottles. Without producing even the smallest result, we nevertheless adhered to our belief, and were much delighted when, at the time of the fair, among other rarities, magical and legerdemain tricks, an electrical machine performed its marvels, which, like those of magnetism, were at that time already very numerous. The want of confidence in the public method of instruction was daily increasing. People looked about for private tutors, and because single families could not afford the expense, several of them united to attain their object. Yet the children seldom agreed. The young man had not sufficient authority, and after frequently repeated vexations, there were only angry partings. It is not surprising, therefore, that other arrangements were thought of which should be more permanent as well as more advantageous. Fail's boarding school. The thought of establishing boarding schools pensionen had arisen from the necessity which everyone felt for having the French language taught and communicated orally. My PG 97 father had brought up a young person who had been his footman, valet, secretary, and in short successively. All in all, this man, whose name was Fail, spoke French well after he had married, and his patrons had to think of a situation for him. They hit upon the plan of making him establish a boarding school, which extended gradually into a small academy in which everything necessary, and at last even Greek and Latin, were taught. The extensive connections of Frankfurt caused young French and English men to be brought to this establishment, that they might learn German and be otherwise cultivated. Fail, who was a man in the prime of life, and of the most wonderful energy and activity, superintended the whole very laudably, and as he could never be employed enough, and was obliged to keep music teachers for his scholars, he set about music on the occasion, and practiced the harpsichord with such zeal that without having previously touched a note, he very soon played with perfect readiness and spirit. He seemed to have adopted my father's maxim that nothing can more cheer and excite young people than when at mature years one declares one's self again a learner, and at an age when new accomplishments are acquired with difficulty one endeavors, nevertheless, by zeal and perseverance, to excel the younger who are more favored by nature. By this love of harpsichord playing, Fail was led to the instruments themselves, and while he hoped to obtain the best, came into connection with Frederic of Guéra, whose instruments were celebrated far and wide. He took a number of them on sale, and had now the joy of seeing not only one piano, but many set up in his residence, and of practicing and being heard upon them. The vivacity of this man brought a great rage for music into our house. My father remained on lasting good terms with him up to certain points of dispute. A large piano of Frederici was purchased also for us, which I, adhering to my harpsichord, hardly touched, but which so much increased the troubles of my sister as to do proper honor to the new instrument. She had to spend some time longer every day in practice, while my father, as overseer, and Fail, as a model and encouraging friend, alternately took their positions at her side. A singular taste of my father caused much inconvenience to PG 98 us children. This was the cultivation of silk, of the advantages of which, when it should be more widely extended. He had a high opinion. Some acquaintances at Hanau, where the breeding of the worms was carried on with great care, gave him the immediate impulse. At the proper season, the eggs were sent to him from that place, and as soon as the mulberry trees showed sufficient leaves, they had to be stripped, and the scarcely visible creatures were most diligently tended. Tables and stands with boards were set up in a garret chamber to afford them more room and sustenance, for they grew rapidly, and after their last change of skin were so voracious that it was scarcely possible to get leaves enough to feed them, nay, they had to be fed day and night, as everything depends upon there being no deficiency of nourishment when the great and wondrous change is about to take place in them. If the weather was favorable, this business might indeed be regarded as a pleasant amusement, but if the cold set in so that the mulberry trees suffered, it was exceedingly troublesome. Still more unpleasant was it when rain fell during the last epoch, for these creatures cannot at all endure moisture, and the wet leaves had to be carefully wiped and dried, which could not always be done quite perfectly, and for this, or perhaps some other reason, also various diseases came among the flock, by which the poor things were swept off in thousands. The corruption which ensued produced a smell really pestilential, and because the dead and diseased had to be taken away and separated from the healthy, the business was indeed extremely wearisome and repulsive, and caused many an unhappy hour to us children. After we had 1 year passed the finest weeks of the spring and summer in tending the silkworms, we were obliged to assist our father in another business, which though simpler was no less troublesome. The Roman views, which bound by black rods at the top and bottom had hung for many years on the walls of the old house, had become very yellow through the light dust and smoke, and not a little unsightly through the flies, if such uncleanliness was not to be tolerated in the new house. Yet on the other hand, these pictures had gained in value to my father in consequence of his longer absence from the places represented, for in the outset such copies only served to refresh and vivify the impressions. Shortly before received pg 99, they seemed trifling in comparison, and at the best only a melancholy substitute, but as the remembrance of the original forms fades more and more, the copies imperceptibly assume their place. They become as dear to us as those once were, and what we at first contemned now gains esteem and affection. Thus it is with all copies, and particularly with portraits. No one is easily satisfied with the counterfeit of an object still present, but how we value every silhouette of one who is absent or departed. In short, with this feeling of his former extravagance, my father wished that these engravings might be restored as much as possible. It was well known that this could be done by bleaching, and the operation, always critical with large plates, was undertaken under rather unfavorable circumstances, for the large boards on which the smoked engravings were moistened and exposed to the sun stood in the gutters before the garret windows leaning against the roof, and were therefore liable to many accidents. The chief point was that the paper should never thoroughly dry, but must be kept constantly moist. This was the duty of my sister and myself, and the idleness which would have been otherwise so desirable was excessively annoying on account of the tedium and impatience, and the watchfulness which allowed of no distraction. The end, however, was attained, and the bookbinder who fixed each sheet upon thick paper did his best to match and repair the margins which had been here and there torn by our inadvertence. All the sheets together were bound in a volume, and for this time preserved. Lessons in English. That we children might not be wanting in every variety of life, and learning, a teacher of the English language must announce himself just at this time, who pledged himself to teach English to anybody not entirely raw in languages within 4 weeks, and to advance him to such a degree that with some diligence he could help himself further. His price was moderate, and he was indifferent as to the number of scholars at one lesson. My father instantly determined to make the attempt, and took lessons in connection with my sister and myself from this expeditious master. The hours were faithfully kept. There was no want of repeating our lessons. Other exercises were neglected rather than this during the 4 weeks, and the teacher parted from us, and pg 100, we from him with satisfaction, as he remained longer in the town, and found many employers. He came from time to look after us, and to help us, grateful that we had been among the first who placed confidence in him, and proud to be able to cite us as examples to the others. My father, in consequence of this, entertained a new anxiety that English might neatly stand in the series of my other studies in languages. Now I will confess that it became more and more burdensome for me to take my occasions for study now from this grammar or collection of examples, now from that, now from one author, now from another, and thus to divert my interest in a subject every hour. It occurred to me, therefore, that I might dispatch all at once, and I invented a romance of 6 or 7 brothers and sisters who, separated from each other and scattered over the world, should communicate with each other alternately. As to their conditions and feelings, the eldest brother gives an account in good German of all the manifold objects and incidents of his journey, the sister in a ladylike style with short sentences and nothing but stops, much as Siegwart was afterwards written, answers now him, now the other brothers, partly about domestic matters, and partly about affairs of the heart. One brother studies theology, and writes a very formal Latin, to which he often adds a Greek postscript. To another brother, holding the place of mercantile clerk at Hamburg, the English correspondence naturally falls, while a still younger one at Marseille has the French for the Italian, was found a musician on his first trip into the world, while the youngest of all, a sort of pert nestling, had applied himself to Jew German, the other languages having been cut off from him, and by means of his frightful ciphers brought the rest of them into despair, and my parents into a hearty laugh at the good notion. I sought for matter to fill up this singular form by studying the geography of the countries in which my creations resided, and by inventing for those dry localities all sorts of human incidents, which had some affinity with the characters and employments of my heroes. Thus my exercise books became much more voluminous. My father was better satisfied, and I was much sooner made aware of the acquirements and the sort of readiness in which I was wanting. Pg 101. Now, as such things once begun have no end and no limits, so it happened in the present case, for while I strove to attain the odd Jew German, and to write it as well as I could read it, I soon discovered that I ought to know Hebrew, from which alone the modern corrupted dialect could be derived and handled with any certainty. I consequently explained the necessity of my learning Hebrew to my father, and earnestly besought his consent, for I had a still higher object. Everywhere I heard it said that to understand the Old, as well as the New Testament, the original languages, were requisite. The latter I could read quite easily, because that there might be no want of exercise even on Sundays, the so-called epistles and gospels had after church to be recited, translated, and in some measure explained. I now designed doing the same thing with the Old Testament, the peculiarities of which had always especially interested me. Rector Albrecht. My father, who did not like to do anything by halves, determined to request the rector of our gymnasium, one Dr. Albrecht, to give me private lessons weekly, until I should have acquired what was most essential in so simple a language, for he hoped that if it would not be dispatched as soon as English was learned, it could at least be managed in double the time. Rector Albrecht was one of the most original figures in the world, short, broad, but not fatal-shaped, without being deformed, in short and sop in gown and wig. His more than 70-year-old face was completely twisted into a sarcastic smile, while his eyes always remained large, and though red, were always brilliant and intelligent. He lived in the old cloister of the Barefoot Friars, the seat of the gymnasium. Even as a child I had often visited him in company with my parents, and had, kind of trembling delight, glided through the long dark passages, the chapels transformed into reception rooms, the place broken up and full of stairs and corners. Without annoying me, he questioned me familiarly whenever we met, and praised and encouraged me. One day, on the changing of the pupils' places, after a public examination, he saw me standing as a mere spectator not far from his chair, while he distributed the silver pyramia virtutis et diligentia. I was probably gazing very eagerly upon the little bag out of which he drew Pg 102 the medals. He nodded to me, descended a step, and handed me one of the silver pieces. My joy was great, although others thought that this gift bestowed upon a boy not belonging to the school was out of all order. But for this the good old man cared but little, having always played the eccentric, and that in a striking manner. He had a very good reputation as a schoolmaster, and understood his business, although age no more allowed him to practice it thoroughly. But almost more than by his own infirmities was he hindered by greater circumstances, and as I already knew, he was satisfied neither with the consistory, the inspectors, the clergy, nor the teachers, to his natural temperament, which inclined to satire and the watching for faults and defects. He allowed free play both in his programs and his public speeches, and as Lucian was almost the only writer whom he read and esteemed, he spiced all that he said and wrote with biting ingredients. Fortunately for those with whom he was dissatisfied, he never went directly to work, but only jeered at the defects which he wanted to reprove with hints, allusions, classic passages, and scripture texts. His delivery, moreover, always read his discourses was unpleasant, unintelligible, and above all was often interrupted by a cough, but more frequently by a hollow, paunch-convulsing laugh, with which he was wont to announce and accompany the biting passages. This singular man I found to be mild and obliging. When I began to take lessons from him, I now went to him daily at 6 o'clock in the evening, and always experienced a secret pleasure when the outer door closed behind me, and I had to thread the long dark cloister passage. We sat in his library at a table, covered with oilcloth, a muckreed Lucian never quitting his side. Hebrew studies. In spite of all my willingness, I did not get at the matter without difficulty, for my teacher could not suppress certain sarcastic remarks. As to the real truth about Hebrew, I concealed from him my designs upon Jew-German, and spoke of a better understanding of the original text. He smiled at this, and said I should be satisfied if I only learned to read. This vexed me in secret, and I concentrated all my attention. When we came to the letters, I found an alphabet something like the Greek, of which the forms were easy, and the names for pg 103, the most part not strange to me. All this I had soon comprehended and retained, and supposed we should now go to reading. That this was done from right to left, I was well aware. But now all at once appeared a new army of little characters and signs, of points and strokes of all sorts, which were in fact to represent vowels. At this I wondered the more, as there were manifestly vowels in the larger alphabet, and the others only appeared to be hidden under strange appellations. It was also taught that the Jewish nation, so long as it flourished, actually was satisfied with the first signs, and knew no other way to write, and read most willingly then would I have gone on along this ancient, and as it seemed to me easier path. But my worthy declared rather sternly that we must go by the grammar as it had been approved, and composed reading without these points and strokes, he said, was a very hard undertaking, and could be accomplished only by the learned, and those who were well practiced. I must therefore make up my mind to learn these little characters. But the matter became to me more and more confused now. It seemed some of the first and larger primitive letters had no value in their places, in order that their little afterborn kindred might not stand there in vain. Now they indicated a gentle breathing, now a guttural more or less rough, and now served as mere equivalents. But finally, when one fancied that one had well noted everything, some of these personages, both great and small, were rendered inoperative, so that the eyes always had very much, and the lips very little to do. As that of which I already knew, the contents had now to be stuttered in a strange gibberish, in which a certain snuffle and gargle were not a little commended, as something unattainable. I, in a certain degree, deviated from the matter, and diverted myself in a childish way with the singular names of these accumulated signs. There were emperors, kings, and dukes, too, which as accents governing here, and there gave me not a little entertainment. But even these shallow jests soon lost their charm. Nevertheless, I was indemnified inasmuch as by reading, translating, repeating, and committing to memory, the substance of the book came out more pg 104 vividly, and it was this properly about which I desired to be enlightened. Even before this time, the contradiction between tradition and the actual and possible had appeared to me very striking, and I had often put my private tutors to a nonplus with the sun, which stood still on Gibeon, and the moon in the vale of Ajalon, to say nothing of other improbabilities and incongruities. Everything of this kind was now awakened, while in order to master the Hebrew, I occupied myself exclusively with the Old Testament, and studied it, though no longer in Luther's translation, but in the literal version of Sebastian Schmid, printed under the text which my father had procured for me. Here, unfortunately, our lessons began to be defective so far as practice in the language was concerned. Reading, interpreting, grammar, transcribing, and the repetition of words seldom lasted a full half-hour, for I immediately began to aim at the sense of the matter, and though we were still engaged in the first book of Moses, to utter several things suggested to me by the later books. At first the good old man tried to restrain me from such digressions, but at last they seemed to entertain him also. it was impossible for him to suppress his characteristic cough and chuckle, and although he carefully avoided giving me any information that might have compromised himself, my importunity was not relaxed. Nay, as I cared more to set forth my doubts than to learn their solution, I grew constantly more vivacious and bold, seeming justified by his deportment, yet I could get nothing out of him, except that ever and anon he would exclaim with his peculiar shaking laugh, "A mad fellow, a mad boy." Still my childish vivacity, which scrutinized the Bible on all sides, may have seemed to him tolerably serious and worthy of some assistance. He therefore referred me, after a time, to the large English biblical work, which stood in his library, and in which the interpretation of difficult and doubtful passages was attempted in an intelligent and judicious manner by the great labors of German divines. The translation had obtained advantages over the original, the different opinions were cited, and at last a kind of reconciliation was attempted, so that the dignity of the book, the ground of religion, and the human understanding might in some degree coexist. Now, as often as towards the end of the lesson, I came out with my pg 105 usual questions and doubts, so often did he point to the repository, I took the volume he let me read, turned over his Lucian, and when I made any remarks on the book, his ordinary laugh was the only answer to my sagacity. In the long summer days, he let me sit as long as I could read many times alone. After a time, he suffered me to take one volume after another home with me. The Old Testament. A man may turn whither he pleases and undertake anything whatsoever, but he will always return to the path which nature has once prescribed for him. Thus it happened also with me in the present case. My trouble about the language, about the contents of the sacred scriptures themselves, ended at last in producing in my imagination a livelier picture of that beautiful and famous land, its environs and its vicinities, as well as of the people and events by which that little spot of earth was made glorious for thousands of years. This small space was to see the origin and growth of the human race. Thence we were to derive our first and only accounts of primitive history, and such a locality was to lie before our imagination, no less simple and comprehensible than varied, and adapted to the most wonderful migrations and settlements. Here between four designated rivers, a small delightful spot was separated from the whole habitable earth. For youthful man, here he was to unfold his first capacities, and here at the same time was the lot to befall him, which was appointed for all his posterity, namely that of losing peace by striving after knowledge. Paradise was trifled away, men increased and grew worse, and the Elohim, not yet accustomed to the wickedness of the new race, became impatient and utterly destroyed it. Only a few were saved from the universal deluge, and scarcely had this dreadful flood ceased than the well-known ancestral soil lay once more before the grateful eyes of the preserved. 2 rivers out of 4, the Euphrates and Tigris, still flowed in their beds. The name of the first remained, the other seemed to be pointed out by its course. Minuter traces of paradise were not to be looked for. After so great a revolution, the renewed race of man went forth from hence. A second time it found occasion to sustain and employ itself in all sorts of ways, but chiefly to gather around it large herds of tame animals, and to wander with them in every direction. Page 106. This mode of life, as well as the increase of the families, soon compelled the people to disperse. They could not at once resolve to let their relatives and friends go forever. They hit upon the thought of building a lofty tower which should show them the way back from the far distance. But this attempt, like their first endeavor, miscarried. They could not be at the same time happy and wise, numerous and united. The Elohim confounded their minds. Building remained unfinished. Men were dispersed. The world was peopled, but sundered. But our regards, our interests are still fastened to these regions. At last, the founder of a race again goes forth from hence, and is so fortunate as to stamp a distinct character upon his descendants, and by that means to unite them for all time to come into a great nation, inseparable through all changes of place or destiny. From the Euphrates, Abraham, not without divine guidance, wanders towards the west. The desert opposes no invincible barrier to his march. He attains the Jordan, passes over its waters, and spreads himself over the fair southern regions of Palestine. This land was already occupied and tolerably inhabited. Mountains not extremely high, but rocky and barren, were severed by many watered vales favorable to cultivation. Towns, villages, and solitary settlements lay scattered over the plain, and on the slopes of the great valley, the waters of which are collected in Jordan, thus inhabited, thus tilled, was the land, but the world was still large enough, and the men were not so circumspect, necessitous, and active as to usurp, at once, the whole adjacent country between their possessions, were extended large spaces in which grazing herds could freely move in every direction. In one of these spaces Abraham resides, his brother Lot is near him, but they cannot long remain in such places. The very condition of a land, the population of which is now increasing, now decreasing, and the productions of which are never kept in equilibrium with the wants, produces unexpectedly a famine, and the stranger suffers alike with the native, whose own support he has rendered difficult by his accidental presence. The two Chaldean brothers move onward to Egypt, and thus is traced out for us the theater on which, for some thousands of years, the most important events of the PG 107 world were to be enacted. From the Tigris to the Euphrates, from the Euphrates to the Nile, we see the earth peopled, and this space also is traversed by a well-known heaven-beloved man who has already become worthy to us, moving to and fro with his goods and cattle, and in a short time abundantly increasing them. The brothers return, but taught by the distress they have endured, they determine to part, both indeed tarry in southern Canaan. But while Abraham remains at Hebron near the wood of Mamre, Lot departs for the valley of Siddim, which, if our imagination is bold enough to give Jordan a subterranean outlet, so that in place of the present Dead Sea we should have dry ground, can and must appear like a second paradise, a conjecture all the more probable, because the residents about there, notorious for effeminacy and wickedness, lead us to infer that they led an easy and luxurious life. Lot lives among them, but apart. But Hebron and the wood of Mamre appear to us as the important place where the Lord speaks with Abraham and promises him all the land as far as his eye can reach in four directions. From these quiet districts, from these shepherd tribes who can associate with celestials, entertain them as guests, and hold many conversations with them, we are compelled to turn our glance once more towards the east, and to think of the condition of the surrounding world, which on the whole perhaps may have been like that of Canaan. Families hold together, they unite, and the mode of life of the tribes is determined by the locality which they have appropriated or appropriate. On the mountains, which send down their waters to the Tigris, we find warlike populations who even thus early foreshadow those world conquerors and world rulers, and, in a campaign prodigious for those times, give us a prelude of future achievements. Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, has already a mighty influence over his allies. He reigns a long while, for 12 years, before Abraham's arrival in Canaan. He had made all the people tributary to him as far as the Jordan. They revolted at last, and the allies equipped for war. We find them unawares upon a route by which probably Abraham also reached Canaan. The people on the left and lower side of the Jordan were subdued. Chedorlaomer directs his march southwards towards the people of the desert, then wending north, he smites the Amalekites, and when he PG 108 has also overcome the Amorites, he reaches Canaan, falls upon the kings of the valley of Siddim, smites and scatters them, and marches with great spoil up the Jordan in order to extend his conquests as far as Lebanon. Among the captives despoiled and dragged along with their property is Lot, who shares the fate of the country in which he lives a guest. Abraham learns this, and here at once we behold the patriarch, a warrior and hero. He gathers together his servants, divides them into troops, attacks, and falls upon the luggage of booty, confuses the victors who could not suspect another enemy in the rear, and brings back his brother and his goods, with a great deal more belonging to the conquered kings. Abraham, by means of this brief contest, acquires, as it were, the whole land to the inhabitants. He appears as a protector, savior, and by his disinterestedness, a king gratefully. The kings of the valley receive him, Melchizedek the king and priest, with blessings. Now the prophecies of an endless posterity are renewed, nay, they take a wider and wider scope. From the waters of the Euphrates to the river of Egypt, all the lands are promised him. But yet there seems a difficulty with respect to his next heirs. He is 80 years of age, and has no son. Sarai, less trusting in the heavenly powers than he becomes impatient. She desires after the Oriental fashion to have a descendant by means of her maid, but scarcely is Hagar given up to the master of the house, scarcely is there hope of a son, than dissensions arise. The wife treats her own dependent ill enough, and Hagar flies to seek a happier position among other tribes. She returns not without a higher intimation, and Ishmael is born. Abraham is now 99 years old, and the promises of a numerous posterity are constantly repeated, so that in the end the pair regard them as ridiculous, and yet Sarai becomes at last pregnant and brings forth a son to whom the name of Isaac is given. Natural and revealed religion. History, for the most part, rests upon the legitimate propagation of the human race. The most important events of the world require to be traced to the secrets of families, and thus the marriages of the patriarchs give occasion for peculiar considerations. It is as if the divinity who loves to guide the destiny of mankind wished to prefigure here connubial events, pg 109 of every kind. Abraham, so long united by childless marriage to a beautiful woman, whom many coveted, finds himself by his 100th year the husband of 2 women, the father of 2 sons, and at this moment his domestic peace is broken. 2 women and 2 sons by different mothers cannot possibly agree. The party less favored by law, usage, and opinion must yield. Abraham must sacrifice his attachment to Hagar and Ishmael. Both are dismissed, and Hagar is compelled now against her will to go upon a road which she once took in voluntary flight. At first it seems to the destruction of herself and child, but the angel of the Lord who had before sent her back now rescues her again, that Ishmael also may become a great people, and that the most improbable of all promises may be fulfilled beyond its limits. 2 parents in advanced years and 1 son of their old age. At last one might expect domestic quiet and earthly happiness. By no means. Heaven is yet preparing the heaviest trial for the patriarch, but of this we cannot speak without premising several considerations. If a natural universal religion was to arise, and a special revealed one to be developed from it, the countries in which our imagination has hitherto lingered, the mode of life, the race of men, were the fittest for the purpose. At least we do not find in the whole world anything equally favorable and encouraging even to natural religion. If we assume that it arose earlier in the human mind, there pertains much of delicacy of sentiment, for it rests upon the conviction of an universal providence, which conducts the order of the world as a whole. A particular religion revealed by heaven to this, or that people, carries with it the belief in a special providence, which the divine being vouchsafes to certain favored men, families, races, and people. This faith seems to develop itself with difficulty from man's inward nature. It requires tradition, usage, and the warrant of a primitive time. Beautiful is it, therefore, that the Israelitish tradition represents the very first men who confide in this particular providence as heroes of faith, following all the commands of that high being on whom they acknowledge themselves dependent, just as blindly as undisturbed by doubts. They are unwearied in awaiting the later fulfillments of his promises. As a particular revealed religion rests upon the idea that pg 110 one man can be more favored by heaven than another, so it also arises preeminently from the separation of classes. The first men appeared closely allied, but their employments soon divided them. The hunter was the freest of all, from him was developed the warrior, and the ruler. Those who tilled the field bound themselves to the soil, erected dwellings and barns to preserve what they had gained, and could estimate themselves pretty highly because their condition promised durability and security. The herdsman in his position seemed to have acquired the most unbounded condition and unlimited property. The increase of herds proceeded without end, and the space which was to support them widened itself on all sides. These 3 classes seemed from the very first to have regarded each other with dislike and contempt, and as the herdsman was an abomination to the townsman, so did he in turn separate from the other. The hunters vanish from our sight among the hills and reappear only as conquerors. The patriarchs belonged to the shepherd class. Their manner of life upon the ocean of deserts and pastures gave breadth and freedom to their minds. The vault of heaven, under which they dwelt with all its nightly stars, elevated their feelings, and they, more than the active, skillful huntsman or the secure, careful householding husbandman, had need of the immovable faith that a God walked beside them, visited them, cared for them, guided, and saved them. We are compelled to make another reflection in passing to the rest of the history, humane, beautiful, and cheering. As the religion of the patriarchs appears, yet traits of savageness and cruelty run through it, out of which man may emerge or into which he may again be sunk. That hatred should seek to appease itself by the blood, by the death of the conquered enemy, is natural. That men concluded a peace upon the battlefield, among the ranks of the slain, may easily be conceived, that they should in like manner think to give validity to contract by slain animals, follows from the preceding the notion also that slain creatures could attract, propitiate, and gain over the gods whom they always looked upon as partisans, either opponents or allies, is likewise not at all surprising. But if we confine our attention to the sacrifices and consider the way in which they were offered in that primitive time, we find a singular and pg 111 to our notions altogether repugnant custom, probably derived from the usages of war, viz. That the sacrificed animals of every kind, and whatever number was devoted, had to be hewn in two halves, and laid out on two sides, so that in the space between them were those who wished to make a covenant with the deity. Another dreadful feature wonderfully and portentously pervades that fair world, namely, that everything consecrated or vowed must die. This also was probably in usage of war transferred to peace. The inhabitants of a city which forcibly defends itself are threatened with such a vow, it is taken by storm, or otherwise nothing is left alive. Men never, and often women, children, and even cattle share a similar fate. Such sacrifices are rashly and superstitiously, and with more or less distinctness, promised to the gods, and those whom the votary would willingly spare, even his nearest of kin, his own children, may thus bleed the expiatory victims of such a delusion. The Old Testament. In the mild and truly patriarchal character of Abraham, such a savage kind of worship could not arise, but the Godhead three, which often to tempt us, seems to put forth those qualities which man is inclined to assign to it, imposes a monstrous task upon him. He must offer up his son as a pledge of the new covenant, and if he follows the usage must not only kill and burn him, but cut him in two and await between the smoking entrails a new promise from the benignant deity. Abraham blindly and without lingering prepares to execute the command to heaven. The will is sufficient. Abraham's trials are now at an end, for they could not be carried further, but Sarai dies, and this gives Abraham an opportunity for taking typical possession of the land of Canaan. He requires a grave, and this is the first time he looks out for a possession in this earth. He had before this probably sought out a twofold cave by the grove of Mamre. This he purchases with the adjacent field, and the legal form which he observes on the occasion shows how important this possession is to him. Indeed, it was more so perhaps than he himself supposed, for there he, his sons, and his grandsons were to rest, and by this means the proximate title to the whole land, as well pg 112, as the everlasting desire of his posterity to gather themselves, there was most properly grounded. From this time forth, the manifold incidents of the family life become varied. Abraham still keeps strictly apart from the inhabitants, and though Ishmael, the son of an Egyptian woman, has married a daughter of that land, Isaac is obliged to wed a kinswoman of equal birth with himself. Abraham dispatches his servant to Mesopotamia, to the relatives whom he had left behind there. The prudent Eliezer arrives unknown, and in order to take home the right bride, tries the readiness to serve of the girls at the well. He asks to drink himself, and Rebekah, unasked, waters his camels. Also he gives her presents. He demands her in marriage, and his suit is not rejected. He conducts her to the home of his lord, and she is wedded to Isaac. In this case, too, issue has to be long expected. Rebekah is not blessed until after some years of probation, and the same discord which in Abraham's double marriage arose through two mothers here proceeds from one. Two boys of opposite characters wrestle already in their mother's womb. They come to light, the elder lively and vigorous, the younger gentle and prudent. The former becomes the father's, the latter the mother's favorite. The strife for precedence, which begins even at birth, is ever going on. Esau is quiet and indifferent as to the birthright which fate has given him. Jacob never forgets that his brother forced him back, watching every opportunity of gaining the desirable privilege. He buys the birthright of his brother and defrauds him of their father's blessing. Esau is indignant and vows his brother's death. Jacob flees to seek his fortune in the land of his forefathers. Now for the first time in so noble a family appears a member who has no scruple in attaining by prudence and cunning the advantages which nature and circumstances have denied him. It has often enough been remarked and expressed that the sacred scriptures by no means intend to set up any of the patriarchs and other divinely favored men as models of virtue. They too are persons of the most different characters with many defects and failings. But there is one leading trait in which none of these men after God's own heart can be wanting, that is an immovable faith that God has special care of them and their families. Page 113. The Old Testament. General natural religion, properly speaking, requires no faith for the persuasion that a great producing, regulating, and conducting being conceals himself, as it were, behind nature to make himself comprehensible to us. Such a conviction forces itself upon every one. Nay, if we for a moment let drop this thread which conducts us through life, it may be immediately and everywhere resumed. But it is different with a special religion, which announces to us that this great being distinctly and preeminently interests himself for one individual, one family, one people, one country. This religion is founded on faith, which must be immovable, if it would not be instantly destroyed. Every doubt of such a religion is fatal to it. One may return to conviction, but not to faith. Hence the endless probation, the delay in the fulfillment of so often repeated promises, by which the capacity for faith in those ancestors is set in the clearest light. It is in this faith also that Jacob begins his expedition, and if by his craft and deceit he has not gained our affections, he wins them by his lasting and inviolable love for Rachel, whom he himself woos on the instant, as Eliezer had courted Rebekah for his father. In him the promise of a countless people was first to be fully unfolded. He was to see many sons around him, but through them and their mothers was to endure manifold sorrows of heart. 7 years he serves for his beloved without impatience, and without wavering. His father-in-law, crafty like himself, and disposed like him to consider legitimate this means to an end, deceives him, and so repays him for what he has done to his brother. Jacob finds in his arms a wife whom he does not love. Laban indeed endeavors to appease him by giving him his beloved also after a short time, and this, but on the condition of 7 years of further service. Vexation arises out of vexation. The wife he does not love is fruitful. The beloved one bears no children. The latter, like Sarai, desires to become a mother through her handmaiden. The former grudges her even this advantage. She also presents her husband with a maid. But the good patriarch is now the most troubled man in the world, has 4 women children by 3 and none from her he loves. Finally, she also is favored, and Joseph tomes into the world the late fruit of the most passionate attachment. Jacob's 14 years of service are over, but pg 114. Laban is unwilling to part with him, his chief and most trusty servant. They enter into a new compact and portion the flocks between them. Laban retains the white ones as most numerous. Jacob has to put up with the spotted ones as the mere refuse, but he is able here too to secure his own advantage, and as by a paltry mess of pottage he had procured the birthright, and by a disguise his father's blessing he manages by art and sympathy to appropriate to himself the best and largest part of the herds, and on this side also he becomes the truly worthy progenitor of the people of Israel, and a model for his descendants. Laban and his household remark the result, if not the stratagem. Vexation ensues. Jacob flees with his family and goods, and partly by fortune, partly by cunning, escapes the pursuit of Laban. Rachel is now about to present him another son, but dies in the travail. Benjamin, the child of sorrow, survives her, but the aged father is to experience a still greater sorrow from the apparent loss of his son Joseph. Perhaps someone may ask why I have so circumstantially narrated histories so universally known, and so often repeated and explained. Let the inquirer be satisfied with the answer that I could in no other way exhibit how, with my distracted life and desultory education, I concentrated my mind and feelings in quiet action on one point, that I was able in no other way to depict the peace, that prevailed about me. Even when all without was so wild and strange, if an ever-busy imagination of which that tale may bear witness, led me hither and thither, if the medley of fable and history, mythology and religion threatened to bewilder me, I readily fled to those oriental regions, plunged into the first books of Moses. And there, amid the scattered shepherd tribes, found myself at once in the greatest solitude and the greatest society. History of Joseph. These family scenes, before they were to lose themselves in a history of the Jewish nation, show us now in conclusion a form by which the hopes and fancies of the young in particular are agreeably excited. Joseph, the child of the most passionate wedded love, he seems to us tranquil and clear, and predicts to himself the advantages which are to elevate him above his family. Cast into misfortune by his brothers, he remains steadfast and upright in slavery, resists the most dangerous temptations, rescues himself by prophecy, and is elevated. Pg 115, according to his deserts to high honors. He shows himself first serviceable and useful to a great kingdom, then to his own kindred. He is like his ancestor Abraham in repose and greatness, his grandfather Isaac in silence and devotedness. The talent for traffic, inherited from his father, he exercises. On a large scale, it is no longer flocks, which are gained for himself from a father-in-law, but people with all their possessions, which he knows how to purchase for a king. Extremely graceful is this natural story, only it appears too short, and one feels called upon to paint it in detail. Such a filling up of biblical characters and events given only in outline was no longer strange to the Germans. The personages of both the Old and New Testaments had received through Klopstock a tender and affectionate nature highly pleasing to the boy, as well as to many of his contemporaries. Of Bodmer's efforts in this line, little or nothing came to him. Daniel in the Lion's Den by Mose made a great impression on the young heart. In that work, a right-minded man of business and courtier arrives at high honors through manifold tribulations, and the piety for which they threatened to destroy him became early and late his sword and buckler. It had long seemed to me desirable to work out the history of Joseph, but I could not get on with the form, particularly as I was conversant with no kind of versification which would have been adapted to such a work. But now I found a treatment of it in prose very suitable, and I applied all my strength to its execution. I now endeavored to discriminate and paint the characters, and by the interpolation of incidents and episodes, to make the simple history a new and independent work. I did not consider what indeed youth cannot consider, that subject matter was necessary to such a design, and that this could only arise by the perceptions of experience. Suffice it to say that I represented to myself all the incidents down to the minutest details, and narrated them accurately to myself in their succession. What greatly lightened this labor was a circumstance which threatened to render this work, and my authorship in general, exceedingly voluminous. A young man of various capacities, but who had become imbecile from over-exertion and conceit, resided as a ward in my father's house, lived quietly with the family, and if allowed to go on in his usual Pg 116 way, was contented and agreeable. He had with great care written out notes of his academical course, and had acquired a rapid, legible hand. He liked to employ himself in writing better than in anything else, and was pleased when something was given him to copy, but still more when he was dictated to, because he then felt carried back to his happy academical years. To my father, who was not expeditious in writing, and whose German letters were small and tremulous, nothing could be more desirable, and he was consequently accustomed, in the conduct of his own and other business, to dictate for some hours a day to this young man. I found it no less convenient during the intervals to see all that passed through my head fixed upon paper by the hand of another, and my natural gift of feeling and imitation grew with the facility of catching up and preserving. As yet I had not undertaken any work so large as that biblical prosepic. The times were tolerably quiet, and nothing recalled my imagination from Palestine and Egypt. Thus my manuscript swelled more and more every day, as the poem which I recited to myself, as it were in the air, stretched along the paper, and only a few pages from time to time needed to be rewritten. When the work was done, for to my own astonishment, it really came to an end. I reflected that from former year many poems were extant, which did not even now appear to me utterly despicable, and which, if written together in the same size with Joseph, would make a very neat quarto, to which the title Miscellaneous Poems might be given. I was pleased with this, as it gave me an opportunity of quietly imitating well-known and celebrated authors. I had composed a good number of so-called anacreontic poems which, on account of the convenience of the meter and the easiness of the subject, flowed forth readily enough, but these I could not well take, as they were not in rhyme, and my desire before all things was to show my father something that would please him so much the more. Therefore did the spiritual odes seem suitable, which I had very zealously attempted in imitation of the Last Judgment of Elias Schlegel. One of these, written to celebrate the descent of Christ into hell, received much applause from my parents, friends, and had the good fortune to please myself for some years afterwards. Pg 117. The so-called texts of the Sunday church music, which were always to be had printed, I studied with diligence. They were indeed very weak, and I could well believe that my verses, of which I had composed many in the prescribed manner, were equally worthy of being set to music, and performed for the edification of the congregation. These, and many like them, I had for more than a year before copied with my own hand, because through this private exercise I was released from the copies of the writing master. Now all were corrected and put in order, and no great persuasion was needed to have them neatly copied by the young man who was so fond of writing. I hastened with them to the bookbinder, and when very soon after I handed the nice-looking volume to my father, he encouraged me with peculiar satisfaction to furnish a similar quarto every year, which he did with the greater conviction, as I had produced the whole in my spare moments alone. Split sermons. Another circumstance increased my tendency to these theological, or rather biblical, studies. The senior of the ministry, John Philip Fresenius, a mild man of handsome, agreeable appearance, who was respected by his congregation and the whole city as an exemplary pastor and good preacher, but who, because he stood forth against the Herrnhuters, was not in the best odor with the peculiarly pious, while on the other hand he had made himself famous and almost sacred with the multitude. Conversion of a free-thinking general who had been mortally wounded. This man died, and his successor plit, a tall, handsome, dignified man, who brought from his chair, he had been a professor in Marburg, the gift of teaching rather than of edifying, immediately announced a sort of religious course to which his sermons were to be devoted in a certain methodical connection. I had already, as I was compelled to go to church, remarked the distribution of the subject, and could now and then show myself off by pretty complete recitation of a sermon. But now as much was said in the congregation, both for and against the new senior, and many placed no great confidence in his announced didactic sermons, I undertook to write them out more carefully, and I succeeded the better from having made smaller attempts in a seat very convenient for hearing, but concealed from sight. I was extremely attentive, and on the alert the moment he said Pg 118 Amen. I hastened from the church, and consumed a couple of hours in rapidly dictating what I had fixed in my memory and on paper, so that I could hand in the written sermon before dinner. My father was very proud of this success, and the good friend of the family, who had just come in to dinner, also shared in the joy. Indeed, this friend was very well disposed to me, because I had so made his Messiah my own, that in my repeated visits to him, to get impressions of seals for my collection of coats of arms, I could recite long passages from it, till the tears stood in his eyes. The next Sunday I prosecuted the work with equal zeal, and as the mechanical part of it mainly interested me, I did not reflect upon what I wrote and preserved during the first quarter. These efforts may have continued pretty much the same, but as I fancied at last in my self-conceit that I found no particular enlightenment as to the Bible, nor clearer insight into dogmas, the small vanity which was thus gratified seemed to me too dearly purchased for me to pursue the matter with the same zeal. The sermons, once so manilaved, grew more and more meager, and before long I should have relinquished this labor altogether, if my father, who was a fast friend to completeness, had not by words and promises induced me to persevere till the last Sunday in Trinititho. At the conclusion, scarcely more than the text, the statement, and the divisions were scribbled on little pieces of paper. My father was particularly pertinacious on this point of completeness. What was once undertaken must be finished, even if the inconvenience, tedium, vexation, nay, uselessness of the thing begun were plainly manifested. In the meantime, it seemed as if he regarded completeness as the only end, and perseverance as the only virtue, if in our family circle in the long winter evenings we had begun to read a book aloud, we were compelled to finish, though we were all in despair about it, and my father himself was the first to yawn. I still remember such a winter, when we had thus to work our way through Bauer's History of the Popes. It was a terrible time, as little or nothing that occurs in ecclesiastical affairs can interest children and young people still. With all my inattention and repugnance, so much of that reading remained in my mind that I was able in after times to take up many threads of the narrative. Page 119. Lessons in fencing. Amid all these heterogeneous occupations and labors, which followed each other so rapidly that one could hardly reflect whether they were permissible and useful, my father did not lose sight of the main object. He endeavored to direct my memory and my talent for apprehending and combining to objects of jurisprudence, and therefore gave me a small book by Hoppe in the shape of a catechism, and worked up according to the form and substance of the institutions. I soon learned questions and answers by heart, and could represent the catechist as well as the catechumen, and as in religious instruction at that time, one of the chief exercises was to find passages in the Bible as readily as possible. So here, a similar acquaintance with the corpus juris was found necessary, in which also I soon became completely versed. My father wished me to go on, and the little Struve was taken in hand, but here affairs did not proceed so rapidly. The form of the work was not so favorable for beginners that they could help themselves on, nor was my father's method of illustration so liberal as greatly to interest me. Not only by the warlike state in which we lived for some years, but also by civil life itself, and the perusal of history and romances was it made clear to me that there were many cases in which the laws are silent and give no help to the individual, who must then see how to get out of the difficulty by himself. We had now reached the period when, according to the old routine, we were besides other things to learn to fence and ride, that we might guard our skins upon occasion and have no pedantic appearance on horseback. As to the first, the practice was very agreeable to us, for we had already long ago contrived to make broadswords out of hazel sticks, with basket-hilts neatly woven of willow to protect the hands. Now we might get real steel blades, and the clash we made with them was very merry. There were two fencing masters in the city, an old earnest German who went to work in a severe and solid style, and a Frenchman who sought to gain his advantage by advancing and retreating, and by light fugitive thrusts, which he always accompanied by cries. Opinions varied as to whose manner was the best. The little company with which I was to take lessons sided with the Frenchman, and we speedily accustomed ourselves to move backwards and forwards, make passes. Page 120, and recover, always breaking out into the usual exclamations. But several of our acquaintance bad gone to the German teacher, and practiced precisely the opposite. These distinct modes of treating so important an exercise, the conviction of each that his master was the best, really caused a dissension among the young people who were of about the same age, and the fencing schools occasioned serious battles, for there was almost as much fighting with words as with swords, and to decide the matter in the end, a trial of skill between the two teachers was arranged, the consequences of which I need not circumstantially describe. The German stood in his position like a wall, watched his opportunity, and contrived to disarm his opponent over and over again with his cut and thrust. The latter maintained that this mattered not, and proceeded to exhaust the other's wind by his agility. He fetched the German several lunges too, which, however, if they had been in earnest, would have sent himself into the next world. On the whole, nothing was decided or improved, except that some went over to our countrymen, of whom I was one, but I had already acquired too much from the first master, and hence a considerable time elapsed before the new one could break me of it, who was altogether less satisfied with us renegades than with his original pupils. As to riding, it fared still worse with me. It happened that they sent me to the course in the autumn, so that I commenced in the cool and damp season. The pedantic treatment of this noble art was highly repugnant to me from first to last. The whole talk was about sitting the horse, and yet no one could say in what a proper sitting consisted, though all depended on that, for they went to and fro on the horse without stirrups. Moreover, the instruction seemed contrived only for cheating and degrading the scholars. If one forgot to hook or loosen the curb chain, or let his switch fall down, or even his hateful delay, every misfortune had to be atoned for by money, and one was even laughed at besides. This put me in the worst of humors, particularly when I found the place of exercise itself quite intolerable, the great nasty space, either wet or dusty, the cold, the mouldy smell altogether, was in the highest degree repugnant to me, and since the stable-master always gave the others, pg 121, the best and me the worst horses to ride perhaps, because they bribed him by breakfasts and other gifts, or even by their own cleverness, since he kept me waiting, and as it seemed slighted me, I spent the most disagreeable hours in an employment that ought to have been the most pleasant in the world. Nay, the impression of that time and of these circumstances has remained with me so vividly that although I afterwards became a passionate and daring rider, and for days and weeks together scarcely got off my horse, I carefully shunned covered riding courses, and at least passed only a few moments in them. The case often happens that when the elements of an exclusive art are taught us, this is done in a painful and revolting manner. The conviction that this is both wearisome and injurious has given rise in later times to the educational maxim that the young must be taught everything in an easy, cheerful, and agreeable way, from which, however, other evils and disadvantages have proceeded. With the approach of spring times became again more quiet with us, and if in earlier days I had endeavored to obtain a sight of the city, its ecclesiastical, civil, public, and private structures, and especially found great delight in the still prevailing antiquities, I afterwards endeavored by means of Lersner's Chronicle and other Frankfortian books and pamphlets belonging to my father to revive the persons of past times. This seemed to me to be well attained by great attention to the peculiarities of times and manners, and of distinguished individuals. The rebel Fettmilch. Among the ancient remains, that which from my childhood had been remarkable to me, was the skull of a state criminal fastened up on the tower of the bridge, who out of 3 or 4, as the naked iron spikes showed, had since 1616 been preserved in spite of the encroachments of time, and whether whenever one returned from Sachsenhausen to Frankfurt, one had this tower before one, and the skull was directly in view. As boy I like to hear related the history of these rebels Fettmilch, and his confederatio. They had become dissatisfied with the government of the city, had risen up against it, plotted a mutiny, plundered the Jews' quarter, and excited a fearful riot, but were at last captured and condemned to death by a deputy of the emperor afterwards. I felt anxious to know the most minute circumstance, pg 122, and to hear what sort of people they were, when from an old contemporary book ornamented with woodcuts, I learned that while these men had indeed been condemned to death, many councillors had at the same time been deposed, because various kinds of disorder, and very much that was unwarrantable, was then going on. When I heard the nearer particulars now all took place, I pitied the unfortunate persons who might be regarded as sacrifices made for a future better constitution, for from that time was dated the regulation which allows the noble old house of Limburg, the Frauenstein house sprung from a club, besides lawyers, tradespeople, and artisans, to take a part in a government, which completed by a system of ballot, complicated in the Venetian fashion, and restricted by the civil colleges, was called to do right, without acquiring any special privilege to do wrong. Among the things which excited the misgivings of the boy, and even of the youth, was especially the state of the Jewish quarter of the city, Judenstadt, properly called the Jew Street Judengasse, as it consisted of little more than a single street, which in early times may have been hemmed in between the walls and trenches of the town, as in a prison Zwinge. The closeness, the filth, the crowd, the accent of an unpleasant language altogether made a most disagreeable impression, even if one only looked in. As one passed the gate, it was long before I ventured in alone, and I did not return there readily, when I had once escaped the importunities of so many men, unwearied in demanding and offering to traffic. At the same time, the old legends of the cruelty of the Jews towards Christian children, which we had seen hideously illustrated in Gottfried's Chronicle, hovered gloomily before my young mind, and although they were thought better of in modern times, the large caricatures still to be seen to their disgrace on an arched wall under the bridge tower bore extraordinary witness against them, for it had been made not through private ill will, but by public order. However, they still remained, nevertheless, the chosen people of God, and passed, no matter how it came about, as a memorial of the most ancient times. Besides, they also were men active and obliging, and even to the tenacity with which they clung to their peculiar customs, one could not refuse one's respect. The girls, moreover, were pretty, and were far from pg 123 displeased when a Christian lad, meeting them on the Sabbath in the Fischerfeld, showed himself kindly and attentive. I was consequently extremely curious to become acquainted with their ceremonies. I did not desist until I had frequently visited their school, had assisted at a circumcision and a wedding, and had formed a notion of the Feast of the Tabernacles. Everywhere I was well received, pleasantly entertained, and invited to come again, for they were persons of influence by whom I had been either introduced or recommended. Public burning of a book. Thus, as a young resident in a large city, I was thrown about from one object to another, and horrible scenes were not wanting in the midst of the municipal quiet and security. Sometimes a more or less remote fire aroused us from our domestic peace. Sometimes the discovery of a great crime, with its investigation and punishment, set the whole city in an uproar. For many weeks we were forced to be witnesses of different executions, and it is worth remembering that I was also once present at the burning of a book. The publication was a French comic romance, which indeed spared the state, but not religion and manners. There was really something dreadful in seeing punishment inflicted on a lifeless thing. The packages burst asunder in the fire, and were raked apart by an oven fork to be brought in closer contact with the flames. It was not long before the kindled sheets were wafted about in the air, and the crowd caught at them with eagerness, nor could we rest until we had hunted up a copy, while not a few managed likewise to procure the forbidden pleasure. Nay, if it had been done to give the author publicity, he could not himself have made a more effectual provision. But there were also more peaceable inducements, which took me about in every part of the city. My father had early accustomed me to manage for him his little affairs of business. He charged me particularly to stir up the laborers whom he set to work, as they commonly kept him waiting longer than was proper, because he wished everything done accurately, and was used in the end to lower the price for a prompt payment. In this way, I gained access to all the workshops, and as it was natural to me to enter into the condition of others, to feel every species of human existence, and sympathize in it, with pleasure, these commissions were to me the occasion of many most delightful hours. And IPC 124 learned to know every one's method of proceeding, and what joy and sorrow, what advantages and hardships were incident to the indispensable conditions of this or that mode of life. I was thus brought nearer to that active class which connects the lower and upper classes, for if on the one side stand those who are employed in the simple and rude products, and on the other those who desire to enjoy something that has been already worked up, the manufacturer, with his skill and hand, is the mediator through whom the other two receive something from each other. Each is enabled to gratify his wishes in his own way. The household economy of many crafts, which took its form and color from the occupation, was likewise an object of my quiet attention, and thus was developed and strengthened in me the feeling of the equality, if not of all men, yet of all human conditions, mere fact of existence seeming to me the main point, and all the rest indifferent and accidental. As my father did not readily allow himself an expense which would be at once consumed in a momentary enjoymentas, I can scarcely call to mind that we ever took a walk together and spent anything in a place of amusement, was on the other hand not niggardly in procuring such things as had a good external appearance, in addition to inward value. No one could desire peace more than he, although he had not felt the smallest inconvenience during the last days of the war. With this feeling, he had promised my mother a gold snuff-box set with diamonds, which she was to receive as soon as peace should be publicly declared. In the expectation of the happy event, they had labored now for some years on this present. The box, which was tolerably large, had been executed in Hanau, for my father was on good terms with the goldworkers there, as well as with the heads of the silk establishments. Many designs were made for it. The cover was adorned by a basket of flowers over which hovered a dove with the olive branch. A vacant space was left for the jewels which were to be set, partly in the dove and partly on the spot where the box is usually opened. The jeweler, to whom the execution and the requisite stones were entrusted, was named Lautensack, and was a brisk, skillful man who, like many artists, seldom did what was necessary, but usually works of caprice, which gave him pleasure. The jewels were PG 125, very soon set in the shape in which they were to be put upon the box on some black wax, and looked very well, but they would not come off to be transferred to the gold. In the outset my father let the matter rest. But as the hope of peace became livelier, and finally, when the stipulations, particularly the elevation of the Archduke Joseph to the Roman throne, seemed more precisely known, he grew more and more impatient, and I had to go several times a week, nay, at last, almost daily, to visit the tardy artist. By means of my unremitted teasing and exhortation, the work went on, though slowly enough, for as it was of that kind which can be taken in hand or laid aside at will, there was always something by which it was thrust out of the way and put aside. Lautensack's bouquet. The chief cause of this conduct, however, was a task which the artist had undertaken on his own account. Everybody knew that the Emperor Francis cherished a strong liking for jewels, and especially for colored stones. Lautensack had expended a considerable sum, and as it afterwards turned out, larger than his means, on such gems, out of which he had begun to shape a nosegay in which every stone was to be tastefully disposed according to its shape and color, and the whole form a work of art worthy to stand in the treasure vaults of an emperor. He had in his desultory way labored for many years upon it, and now hastened because, after the hoped-for peace, the arrival of the emperor for the coronation of his son was expected in Frankforto, complete it, and finally to put it together. My desire to become acquainted with such things he used very dexterously in order to distract me as a bearer of threats, and to lead me away from my intention. He strove to impart a knowledge of these stones to me, and made me attentive to their properties and value, so in that in the end I knew his whole bouquet by heart, and quite as well as he could have demonstrated its virtues to a customer. It is even now before me, and I have since seen more costly, but not more graceful, specimens of show and magnificence in this sort. He possessed moreover a pretty collection of engravings and other works of art with which he liked to amuse himself, and I passed many hours with him, not without profit. Finally, when the Congress of Hubertsburg was finally fixed, he did PG 126 for my sake more than was due, and the dove and flowers actually reached my mother's hands on the festival in celebration of the peace. I then received also many similar commissions to urge on painters with respect to pictures which had been ordered. My father had confirmed himself in the notion, and few men were free from it, that a picture painted on wood was greatly to be preferred to one that was merely put on canvas. It was therefore his great care to possess good oak boards of every shape, because he well knew that, just on this important point, the more careless artists trusted to the joiners. The oldest planks were hunted up. The joiners were obliged to go accurately to work with gluing, painting, and arranging, and they were then kept for years in an upper room where they could be sufficiently dried. A precious board of this kind was entrusted to the painter Junker, who was to represent on it an ornamental flower pot with the most important flowers drawn after nature in his artistic and elegant manner. It was just about the springtime, and I did not fail to take him several times a week the most beautiful flowers that fell in my way, which he immediately put in, and by degrees composed the whole out of these elements with the utmost care and fidelity. On one occasion I had caught a mouse which I took to him, and which he desired to copy as a very pretty animal, nay, really represented it as accurately as possible. Gnawing an ear of corn at the foot of the flower pot, many such inoffensive natural objects, such as butterflies and chafers, were brought in and represented, so that finally, as far as imitation and execution were concerned, a highly valuable picture was put together. Hence I was not a little astonished when the good man formally declared one day, when the work was just about to be delivered, that the picture no longer pleased him, since, while it had turned out quite well in its details, it was not well composed as a whole, because it had been produced in this gradual manner, and he had perpetrated a blunder in the outset, in not at least devising a general plan for light and shade, as well as for color, according to which the single flowers might have been arranged. He examined with me the minutest parts of the picture, which had arisen before my eyes during a half-year, and had in many respects pleased me. PG 127, and managed to convince me perfectly, much to my regret. Even the copy of the mouse he regarded as a mistake, for many persons, he said, have a sort of horror of such animals, and they should not be introduced where the object is to excite pleasure, as it commonly happens with those who are cured of a prejudice and imagine themselves much more knowing than they were before. I now had a real contempt for this work of art, and agreed perfectly with the artist when he caused to be prepared another tablet of the same size, on which, according to his taste, he painted a better formed vessel and a more artistically arranged nosegay, and also managed to select and distribute the little living accessories in an ornamental and agreeable way. This tablet also he painted with the greatest care, though altogether after the former copied one, or from memory, which through a very long and assiduous practice came to his aid. Both paintings were now ready, and we were thoroughly delighted with the last, which was certainly the more artistic and striking of the two. My father was surprised with two pictures instead of one, and to him the choice was left. He approved of our opinion and of the reasons for it, and especially of our goodwill and activity, but after considering both pictures some days, decided in favor of the first. Without saying much about the motives of his choice, the artist, in an ill humor, took back his second well-meant picture, and could not refrain from the remark that the good oaken tablet on which the first was painted had certainly its effect on my father's decision. Oilcloth factory. Now I am again speaking of painting. I am reminded of a large establishment where I passed much time, because both it and its managers especially attracted me. It was the great oilcloth factory, which the painter Nothnagel had erected, an expert artist, but one who by his mode of thought inclined more to manufacture than to art. In a very large space of courts and gardens, all sorts of oilcloths were made, from the coarsest that are spread with a trowel and used for baggage wagons and similar purposes, and the carpets impressed with figures, to the finer and the finest, on which sometimes Chinese and grotesque, sometimes natural flowers, sometimes figures, sometimes landscapes, were represented by the pencils of accomplished workmen. This multiplicity, to which there was no end, amused me vastly. The occupation of so many pg 128 men, from the commonest labor to that in which a certain artistic worth could not be denied, was to me extremely attractive. I made the acquaintance of this multitude of younger and older men, working in several rooms one behind the other, and occasionally lent a hand myself. The sale of these commodities was extraordinarily brisk. Whoever at that time was building or furnishing a house wished to provide for his lifetime, and this oilcloth carpeting was certainly quite indestructible. Nothnagel had enough to do in managing the whole, and sat in his office, surrounded by factors and clerks. The remainder of his time he employed in his collection of works of art, consisting chiefly of engravings, in which, as well as in the pictures he possessed, he traded occasionally. At the same time he had acquired a taste for etching. He etched a variety of plates, and prosecuted this branch of art even into his latest years. As his dwelling lay near the Eschenheim gate, my way, when I had visited him, led me out of the city to some pieces of ground which my father owned beyond the gates. One was a large orchard, the soil of which was used as a meadow, and in which my father carefully attended the transplanting of trees, and whatever else pertained to their preservation, though the ground itself was least. Still more occupation was furnished by a very well-preserved vineyard beyond the Friedberg gate, where between the rows of vines rows of asparagus were planted and tended with great care. Scarcely a day passed in the fine season in which my father did not go there, and as on these occasions we might generally accompany him, we were provided with joy and delight. From the earliest productions of spring to the last of autumn, we also learned to occupy ourselves with gardening matters, which, as they were repeated every year, became in the end perfectly known and familiar to us. But after the manifold fruits of summer and autumn, the vintage at last was the most lively and the most desirable. Nay, there is no question that as wine gives a freer character to the very places and districts where it is grown and drunk, so also do these vintage days, while they close summer, and at the same time open the winter, diffuse an incredible cheerfulness. Joy and jubilation pervade a whole district. In the daytime, huzzas and shoutings are heard from every end and corner, and at night rockets and pg 129 fireballs, now here, now there, announce that the people, everywhere awake and lively, would willingly make this festival last as long as possible. The subsequent labor at the winepress, and during the fermentation in the cellar, gave us also a cheerful employment at home, and thus we ordinarily reached winter without being properly aware of it. These rural possessions delighted us so much the more in the spring of 1763, as the 15th of February in that year was celebrated as a festival day on account of the conclusion of the Hubertsburg peace, under the happy results of which the greater part of my life was to flow away. But before I go further, I think I am bound to mention some men who exerted an important influence on my youth. Frankfurt characters: von Oehlenschläger. Von Oehlenschläger, a member of the Frauenstein family, a scoff, and son-in-law of the above-mentioned doctor, or the handsome, comfortable, sanguine man in his official holiday costume. He could well have personated the most important French prelate after his academical course. He had employed himself in political and state affairs, and directed even his travels to that end. He greatly esteemed me, and often conversed with me on matters which chiefly interested him. I was with him when he wrote his illustration of the Golden Bull, when he managed to explain to me very clearly the worth and dignity of that document. My imagination was led back by it to those wild and unquiet times, so that I could not forbear representing what he related historically as if it were present by pictures of characters and circumstances, and often by mimicry. In this he took great delight, and by his applause excited me to repetition. I had from childhood the singular habit of always learning by heart the beginnings of books and the divisions of a work, first of the 5 books of Moses, and then of the Need and Ovid's Metamorphoses. I now did the same thing with the Golden Bull, and often provoked my patron to a smile when I quite seriously and unexpectedly exclaimed, Omni regnum in si divisum desolabitur nam principes, ejus facti sunt socii furum. The knowing man shook his head smiling, and said doubtingly, what times those must have been when PG 130, at a grand diet, the emperor had such words published in the face of his princes. There was a great charm in von Oehlenschläger's society. He received little company, but was strongly inclined to intellectual amusement, and induced us young people from time to time to perform a play, for such exercises were deemed particularly useful to the young. We gave the Canute of Schlegel, in which the part of the king was assigned to me, Elfrida to my sister, and Ulfo to the younger son of the family. We then ventured on the Britannicus 5, for besides our dramatic talents, we were to bring the language into practice. I took Nero, my sister Agrippina, and the younger son Britannicus. We were more praised than we deserved, and fancied that we had done it even beyond the amount of praise. Thus I stood on the best terms with this family, and have been indebted to them for many pleasures and a speedier development. Frankfurt characters: von Rieneck. Von Rieneck, of an old patrician family, able, honest, but stubborn, a meager, swarthy man, whom I never saw smile. The misfortune befell him that his only daughter was carried off by a friend of the family. He pursued his son-in-law with the most vehement prosecution, and because the tribunals with their formality were neither speedy nor sharp enough to gratify his desire of vengeance, he fell out with them, and there arose quarrel on quarrel, suit on suit. He retired completely into his own house, and its adjacent garden, lived in a spacious but melancholy low room, into which for many years no brush of a white washer, and perhaps scarcely the broom of a maidservant, had found its way. Me he could readily endure, and he had especially commended to me his younger son. He many times asked his oldest friends, who knew how to humor him, his men of business and agents, to dine with him, and on these occasions never omitted inviting me. There was good eating and better drinking at his house, but a large stove that let out the smoke from many cracks caused the greatest pain to his guests. One of the most intimate of these once ventured to remark upon this by asking the host whether he could put up with such an inconvenience. All the winter, he answered, like a second Timon, or Huton Timoraomenos, would to God this was the greatest evil of those which torment. PG 131 me. It was long before he allowed himself to be persuaded to see his daughter and grandson. The son-in-law never again dared to come into his presence. On this excellent but unfortunate man, my visits had a very favorable effect, for while he liked to converse with me, and particularly instructed me on world and state affairs, he seemed to feel himself relieved, and cheered the few old friends who still gathered round him. Often therefore made use of me when they wished to soften his peevish humor, and persuade him to any diversion. He now really rode out with us many times, and again contemplated the country on which he had not cast an eye for so many years. He called to mind the old landowners, and told stones of their characters and actions, in which he showed himself always severe, but often cheerful and witty. We now tried also to bring him again among other men, which however nearly turned out badly. About the same age, if indeed not older, was one Herr von Malapert, a rich man who possessed a very handsome house by the horse market, and derived a good income from salt pits. He also lived quite secluded, but in summer he was a great deal in his garden near the Bockenheim gate, where he watched and tended a very fine plot of pinks. Von Rieneck was likewise an amateur of pinks. The season of flowering had come, and suggestions were made as to whether these two could not visit each other. We introduced the matter and persisted in it, till at last von Rieneck resolved to go out with us one Sunday afternoon. The greeting of the two old gentlemen was very laconic, indeed almost pantomimic, and they walked up and down by the long pink frames with true diplomatic strides. The display was really extraordinarily beautiful, and the particular forms and colors of the different flowers, the advantages of one over the other, and their rarity gave at last occasion to a sort of conversation, which appeared to get quite friendly, at which we others rejoiced the more, because we saw the most precious old Rhine wine in cut decanters, fine fruits, and other good things spread upon a table in a neighboring bower. But these, alas, we were not to enjoy, for von Rieneck, unfortunately, saw a very fine pink with its head somewhat hanging down. He therefore took the stalk near the calyx very cautiously between his fore and middle fingers, and lifted the flower so that he pg 132 could well inspect it, but even this gentle handling vexed the owner von Malapert courteously indeed, but stiffly enough, and somewhat self-complacently, reminded him of the oculis non manibus. 6 Von Rieneck had already let go the flower, but at once took fire at the words, and said in his usual dry serious manner that it was quite consistent with an amateur to touch and examine them in such a manner, whereupon he repeated the act and took the flower again between his fingers. The friends of both parties for von Malapert also had one present. Were now in the greatest perplexity. They set one hair to catch another. That was our proverbial expression when a conversation was to be interrupted and turned to another subject. But it would not do. The old gentleman had become quite silent, and we feared every moment that von Rieneck would repeat the act when it would be all over with us. The two friends kept their principles apart by occupying them now here, now there, and at last we found it most expedient to make preparation for departure. Thus, alas, we were forced to turn our backs on the inviting sideboard, yet unenjoyed. Frankfurt characters. Hofrath Huisgen. Hofrath Huisgen, not born in Frankfurt of the Reformed Seven religion, and therefore incapable of public office, including the profession of advocate, which, however, because much confidence was placed in him as an excellent jurist, he managed to exercise quietly both in the Frankfurt and the imperial courts under assumed signatures, was already 60 years old when I took writing lessons with his son, and so came into his house. His figure was tall without being thin, and broad without corpulency. You could not look for the first time on his face, which was not only disfigured by smallpox, but deprived of an eye. Without apprehension, he always wore on his bald head a perfectly white bell-shaped cap tied at the top with a ribbon. His morning gowns of calamanco or damask were always very clean. He dwelt in a very cheerful suite of rooms on the ground floor by the allée, and the neatness of everything about him corresponded with this cheerfulness. The perfect arrangement of his papers, books, and maps produced a favorable impression. His son Heinrich pg 133, Sebastian, afterwards known by various writings on art, gave little promise. In his youth good-natured, but dull, not rude but blunt, and without any special liking for instruction. He rather sought to avoid the presence of his father, as he could get all he wanted from his mother. I, on the other hand, grew more and more intimate with the old man the more I knew of him. As he attended only to important cases, he had time enough to occupy and amuse himself in another manner. I had not long frequented his house and heard his doctrines than I could well perceive that he stood in opposition to God and the world. One of his favorite books was Agrippa de Vanitate Scientiarum, which he especially commended to me, and so set my young brains in a considerable whirl. For a long time, in the happiness of youth, I was inclined to a sort of optimism, and had again pretty well reconciled myself with God or the gods, for the experience of a series of years had taught me that there was much to counterbalance evil, that one can well recover from misfortune, and that one may be saved from dangers, and need not always break one's neck, I looked with tolerance, too, on what men did, and pursued, and found many things worthy of praise, which my old gentleman could not by any means abide. Indeed, once when he had sketched the world to me rather from the distorted side, I observed from his appearance that he meant to close the game with an important trump card. He shut tight his blind left eye, as he was wont to do in such cases, looked sharp out of the other, and said in a nasal voice, "Even in God I discover defects." My mnemonic mentor was also a mathematician, but his practical turn drove him to mechanics, though he did not work himself a clock wonderful indeed in those days, which indicated not only the days and hours, but the motions of the sun and moon he caused to be made according to his own plan. On Sunday about 10 o'clock in the morning he always wound it up himself, which he could do the more regularly as he never went to church. I never saw company nor guests at his house, and only twice in 10 years do I remember to have seen him dressed and walking out of doors. My various conversations with these men were not insignificant, and each of them influenced me in his own way. From every one I had as much attention as his own children, if not PG 134 more, and each strove to increase his delight in me as in a beloved son, while he aspired to mold me into his moral counterpart. Oehlenschläger would have made me a courtier von Rieneck, a diplomatic man of business. Both the latter particularly sought to discuss me with poetry and authorship. Huygen wished me to be a Timon after his fashion, but at the same time an able jurisconsult, a necessary profession, as he thought, with which one could in a regular manner defend oneself and friends against the rabble of mankind, succor the oppressed, and above all pay off a rogue, though the last is neither especially practicable nor advisable. But if I liked to be at the side of these men, to profit by their counsels and directions, younger persons, only a little older than myself, roused me to immediate emulation. I name here, before all others, the brothers Schlosser and Griesbach, but as I came subsequently into a more intimate connection with these, which lasted for many years uninterruptedly, I will only say for the present that they were then praised as being distinguished in languages and other studies which opened the academical course, and held up as models, and that everybody cherished the certain expectation that they would once do something uncommon in church and state. With respect to myself, I also had it in my mind to produce something extraordinary, but in what it was to consist was not clear. But as we are apt to think rather upon the reward which may be received than upon the merit which is to be acquired, so I do not deny that, if I thought of a desirable piece of good fortune, it appeared to me most fascinating in the shape of that laurel garland which is woven to adorn the poet. PG 135. Fifth Book. Gretchen Coronation Ceremonies. Every bird has its decoy, and every man is led and misled in a way peculiar to himself. Nature, education, circumstances, and habit kept me apart from all that was rude, and though I often came into contact with the lower classes of people, particularly mechanics, no close connection grew out of it. I had indeed boldness enough to undertake something uncommon and perhaps dangerous, and many times felt disposed to do so, but I was without the handle by which to grasp and hold it. Meanwhile, I was quite unexpectedly involved in an affair which brought me near to great hazard, and at least for a long time into perplexity, and distress. The good terms on which I before stood with the boy, whom I have already named Pylades, was maintained up to the time of my youth. We indeed saw each other less often, because our parents did not stand on the best footing with each other. But when we did meet, the old raptures of friendship broke out immediately. Once we met in the alleys, which offer a very agreeable walk between the outer and inner gate of St. Gallus. We had scarcely returned greetings, then he said to me, "I hold to the same opinion as ever about your verses. Those which you recently communicated to me, I read aloud to some pleasant companions, and not one of them will believe that you have made them. Let it pass," I answered. "We will make them, and enjoy them, and the others may think and say of them what they please." "There comes the unbeliever now," added my friend. "We will not speak of it." I replied, "What is the use of it? One cannot convert them." "By no means," said my friend. "I cannot let the affair pass off in this way." After a short and indifferent conversation, my young comrade, who was but too well disposed towards me, could not suffer the matter to drop, without saying to the other with some resentment, "Here is my friend, who made those pretty PG 136 verses, for which you will not give him credit. He will certainly not be offended at that," answered the other, "for we do him an honor, when we suppose that more learning is required to make such verses than one of his years can possess." I replied with something indifferent, but my friend continued, "It will not cost much labor to convince you. Give him any theme, and he will make you a poem on the spot." I assented. We were agreed. And the other asked me whether I would venture to compose a pretty love letter in rhyme, which a modest young woman might be supposed to write to a young man to declare her inclination. "Nothing is easier than that," I answered, "if I only had writing materials." He pulled out his pocket almanac, in which there were a great many blank leaves, and I sat down upon a bench to write. They walked about in the meanwhile, but always kept me in sight. I immediately brought the required situation before my mind, and thought how agreeable it must be if some pretty girl were really attached to me, and would reveal her sentiments to me either in prose or verse. I therefore began my declaration with delight, and in a little while executed it in a flowing measure between doggerel and madrigal with the greatest possible naivete, and in such a way that the skeptic was overcome with admiration, and my friend with delight. The request of the former to possess the poem I could the less refuse, as it was written in his almanac, and I willingly saw the documentary evidence of my capabilities in his hands. He departed with many assurances of admiration and respect, and wished for nothing more than that we should often meet, so we settled soon to go together into the country. Our party actually took place, and was joined by several more young people of the same rank. They were men of the middle, or if you please of the lower class, who were not wanting in brains, and who, moreover, as they had gone through school, were possessed of various knowledge, and a certain degree of culture. In a large, rich city, there are many modes of gaining a livelihood. These got on by copying for the lawyers, and by advancing the children of the lower order more than is usual in common schools. With grown-up children who were about to be confirmed, they went through the religious courses. Then again, they assisted factors and merchants in some way, and were thus enabled to enjoy themselves PG 137 frugally in the evenings, and particularly on Sundays and festivals. First acquaintance with Gretchen. On the way there, while they highly extolled my love letter, they confessed to me that they had made a very merry use of it, viz. that it had been copied in a feigned hand, and with a few pertinent allusions had been sent to a conceited young man who was now firmly persuaded that a lady to whom he had paid distant court was excessively enamored of him, and sought an opportunity for closer acquaintance. They at the same time told me in confidence that he desired nothing more now than to be able to answer her in verse, but that neither he nor they were skillful enough, so that they earnestly solicited me to compose the much-desired reply. Mystifications are and will continue to be an amusement for idle people, whether more or less ingenious. A venial wickedness, a self-complacent malice, is an enjoyment for those who have neither resources in themselves, nor a wholesome external activity. No age is quite exempt from such pruriences. We had often tricked each other in our childish years. Many sports turn upon mystification and trick. The present jest did not seem to me to go further. I gave my consent. They imparted to me many particulars which the letter ought to contain, and we brought it home already finished. A little while afterwards, I was urgently invited through my friend to take part in one of the evening feasts of that society. The lover, he said, was willing to bear the expense on this occasion, and desired expressly to thank the friend who had shown himself so excellent a poetical secretary. We came together late enough. The meal was most frugal, the wine drinkable, while, as for the conversation, it turned almost entirely on jokes upon the young man who was present, and certainly not very bright, and who, after repeated readings of the letter, almost believed that he had written it himself. My natural good nature would not allow me to take much pleasure in such a malicious deception, and the repetition of the same subject soon disgusted me. I should certainly have passed a tedious evening, if an unexpected apparition had not revived me. On our arrival, the table had already been neatly and orderly covered, and sufficient wine had been put on. We sat down, and remained alone without requiring further service, as there was, however, a want of wine. At last one PG 138 of them called for the maid, but instead of the maid there came in a girl of uncommon, and when one saw her with all around her of incredible beauty, "What do you desire?" she asked, after having cordially wished us a good evening. "The maid is ill in bed." "Can I serve you? The wine is out," said one. "If you would fetch us a few bottles, it would be very kind. Do it." "Gretchen," one said another, "it is but a cat's leap from here." "Why not?" she answered. And, taking a few empty bottles from the table, she hastened out. Her form, as seen from behind, was almost more elegant. The little cap sat so neatly upon her little head, which a slender throat united very gracefully to her neck, and shoulders. Everything about her seemed choice, and one could survey her whole form the more at ease as one's attention was no more exclusively attracted and fettered by the quiet, honest eyes and lovely mouth. I reproved my comrades for sending the girl out alone at night, but they only laughed at me, and I was soon consoled by her return, as the publican lived only just across the way. "Sit down with us in return," said one. She did so, but alas, she did not come near me. She drank a glass to our health, and speedily departed, advising us not to stay very long together, and not to be so noisy, as her mother was just going to bed. It was not, however, her own mother, but the mother of our hosts. The form of that girl followed me from that moment on every path. It was the first durable impression which a female being had made upon me, and as I could find no pretext to see her at home, and would not seek one, I went to church for love of her, and had soon traced out where she sat. Thus, during the long Protestant service, I gazed my fill at her. When the congregation left the church, I did not venture to accost her, much less to accompany her, and was perfectly delighted if she seemed to have remarked me, and to have returned my greeting with a nod. Yet I was not long denied the happiness of approaching her. They had persuaded the lover, whose poetical secretary I had been, that the letter written in his name had been actually dispatched to the lady, and had strained to the utmost his expectations that an answer must soon come. This also I was to write, and the waggish company, pg 139, entreated me earnestly through Pylades to exert all my wit and employ all my art in order that this piece might be quite elegant and perfect. Gretchen's advice. In the hope of again seeing my fair one, I went immediately to work, and thought of everything that would be in the highest degree pleasing if Gretchen were writing it to me. I imagined I had written out everything so completely, from her form, her nature, her manner, and her mind, that I could not refrain from wishing that it was so in reality, and lost myself in rapture at the mere thought that something similar could be sent from her to me. Thus I mystified myself, while I intended to impose upon another, and much joy and much trouble was yet to arise out of the affair. When I was once more summoned, I had finished, promised to come, and did not fail at the appointed hour. There was only one of the young people at home. Gretchen sat at the window, spinning. The mother was going to and fro. The young man desired that I should read it over to him. I did so, and read not without emotion, as I glanced over the paper at the beautiful girl, and when I fancied that I remarked a certain uneasiness in her deportment, and a gentle flush on her cheeks, I uttered better, and with more animation, that which I wished to hear from herself. The cousin, who had often interrupted me with commendations, at last entreated me to make some amendments. These affected some passages which indeed were rather suited to the condition of Gretchen than to that of the lady, who was of a good family, wealthy and known, and respected in the city. After the young man had designated the desired changes, and had brought me an inkstand, but had taken leave for a short time on account of some business, I remained sitting on the bench against the wall behind the large table, and essayed the alterations that were to be made on the large slate, which almost covered the whole table, with a pencil that always lay in the window, because upon this slate reckonings were often made and various memoranda noted down, and those coming in or going out even communicated with each other. I had for a while written different things, and rubbed them out again, when I exclaimed impatiently, "It will not do. So much the better," said the dear girl in a grave tone. I wished that it might not do. "You should not meddle in pg 140 such matters." She arose from the distaff, and stepping towards the table gave me a severe lecture with a great deal of good sense and kindliness. "The thing seems an innocent jest. It is a jest, but it is not innocent. I have already lived to see several cases in which our young people, for the sake of such mere mischief, have brought themselves into great difficulty. But what shall I do?" I asked. "The letter is written, and they rely upon me to alter it." "Trust me," she replied, "and do not alter it. Nay, take it back, put it in your pocket, go away, and try to make the matter straight through your friend. I will also put in a word for look you, though I am a poor girl and dependent upon these relations, who, indeed, do nothing bad, though they often, for the sake of sport or profit, undertake a good deal that is rash. I have resisted them, and would not copy the first letter, as they requested they transcribed it in a feigned hand. And if it is not otherwise, so may they also do with this. And you, a young man of good family, rich, independent, why will you allow yourself to be used as a tool in a business which can certainly bring no good to you, and may possibly bring much that is unpleasant? I was glad to hear her speaking thus continuously, for generally she introduced but few words into conversation. My liking for her grew incredibly. I was not master of myself, and replied, I am not so independent as you suppose. And of what use is wealth to me when the most precious thing I can desire is wanting? She had drawn my sketch of the poetic epistle towards her, and read it half aloud in a sweet and graceful manner. That is very pretty, said she, stopping at a sort of naive point. But it is a pity that it is not destined for a real purpose. That were indeed very desirable, I cried. And oh, how happy must he be who receives from a girl he infinitely loves such an assurance of her affection. There is much required for that, she answered. And yet many things are possible. For example, I continued, if anyone who knew, prized, honored, and adored you laid such a paper before you, what would you do? I pushed the paper nearer to her, which she had previously pushed back to me. She smiled, reflected for a moment, took the pen, and subscribed her name. I was beside myself with rapture, sprang up, and would have embraced her. No kissing, said she. PG 141, that is so vulgar. But let us love if we can. I had taken up the paper, and thrust it into my pocket. No one shall ever get it, said I. The affair is closed. You have saved me, now complete the salvation, she exclaimed, and hurry off before the others arrive and you fall into trouble and embarrassment. I could not tear myself away from her, but she asked me in so kindly a manner, while she took my right hand in both of hers, and lovingly pressed it. The tears stood in my eyes. I thought hers looked moist. I pressed my face upon her hands, and hastened away. Never in my life had I found myself in such perplexity. Juvenile love. The first propensities to love in an uncorrupted youth take altogether a spiritual direction. Nature seems to desire that one sex may by the senses perceive goodness and beauty in the other. And thus to me, by the sight of this girl, be my strong inclination for her a new world of the beautiful and the excellent had arisen. I read my poetical epistle 100 times through, gazed upon the signature, kissed it, pressed it to my heart, and rejoiced in this amiable confession. The more my transports increased, the more did it pain me not to be able to visit her immediately, and to see and converse with her again, for I dreaded the reproofs and importunities of her cousins, the good Pylades, who might have arranged the affair. I could not contrive to meet the next Sunday, therefore I set out for Niederrad, where these associates generally used to go, and actually found them there. I was, however, greatly surprised, when instead of behaving in a cross, distant manner, they came up to me with joyful countenances. The youngest particularly was very friendly, took me by the hand, and said, you have lately played us a sorry trick, and we were very angry with you, but your absconding and taking away the poetical epistle has suggested a good thought to us, which otherwise might never have occurred. By way of atonement you may treat us today, and you shall learn at the same time the notion we have, which will certainly give you pleasure. This dress put me in no little perplexity, for I had about me only money enough to regale myself and a friend, but to treat a whole company, and especially one which did not always stop at the right time, I was by no means prepared. Nay, the proposal astonished me the more as they had always insisted in the most honorable manner that each PG 142 one should pay only his own share. They smiled at my distress, and the youngest proceeded, let us first take a seat in the bower, and then you shall learn more. We sat down, and he said, when you had taken the love letter with you, we talked the whole affair over again, and came to a conclusion that we had gratuitously misused your talent to the vexation of others, and our own danger for the sake of a mere paltry love of mischief, when we could have employed it to the advantage of all of us. See, I have here an order for a wedding poem, as well as for a dirge. The second must be ready immediately, the other can wait. Week now, if you make these, which is easy for you, you will treat us twice, and we shall long remain your debtors. This proposition pleased me in every respect, for I had already in my childhood looked with a certain envy on the occasional poems, 2 of which then several circulated every week, and at respectable marriages especially came to light by the dozen, because I thought I could make such things as well, nay better than others. Now an opportunity was offered me to show myself, and especially to see myself in print. I did not appear disinclined. They acquainted me with the personal particulars and the position of the family. I went somewhat aside, made my plan, and produced some stanzas. However, when I returned to the company, and the wine was not spared. The poem began to halt, and I could not deliver it. That evening there is still time, till tomorrow evening, they said, and we will confess to you that the fee which we receive for the dirge is enough to get us another pleasant evening tomorrow. Come to us, for it is but fair that Gretchen too should sup with us, as it was she properly who gave us the notion. My joy was unspeakable. On my way home, I had only the remaining stanzas in my head, wrote down the whole before I went to sleep, and the next morning made a very neat fair copy. The day seemed infinitely long to me, and scarcely was it dusk than I found myself again in the narrow little dwelling beside the dearest of girls, Gretchen and her friends. The young persons with whom in this way I formed a closer and closer connection were not properly low, but ordinary sort of people. Their activity was commendable, and pg 143, I listened to them with pleasure when they spoke of the manifold ways and means by which one could gain a living. Above all, they loved to tell of people now very rich, who had begun with nothing. Others to whom they referred had, as poor clerks, rendered themselves indispensable to their employers, and had finally risen to be their sons-in-law, while others had so enlarged and improved a little trade in matches and the like that they were now prosperous merchants and tradesmen. But above all, to young men who were active on their feet, the trade of agent and factor, and the undertaking of all sorts of commissions and charges for helpless rich men, was, they said, a most profitable means of gaining a livelihood. We all heard this eagerly, and each one fancied himself somebody when he imagined at the moment that there was enough in him not only to get on in the world, but to acquire an extraordinary fortune. But no one seemed to carry on this conversation more earnestly than Pylades, who at last confessed that he had an extraordinary passion for a girl, and was actually engaged to her. The circumstances of his parents would not allow him to go to universities, but he had endeavored to acquire a fine handwriting, a knowledge of accounts, and the modern languages, and would now do his best, in hopes of attaining that domestic felicity the cousins praised him for. This although they did not approve of a premature engagement to a girl, and they added that while forced to acknowledge him to be a fine good fellow, they did not consider him active or enterprising enough to do anything extraordinary, while he, in vindication of himself, circumstantially set forth what he thought himself fit for, and how he was going to begin. The others were also incited, and each one began to tell what he was now able to do, doing or carrying on what he had already accomplished, and what he saw immediately before him. The turn at last came to me. I was to set forth my course of life and prospects, and while I was considering, Pylades said, I make this one proviso: if we all would stand on a level, that he does not bring into the account the external advantages of his position, he should rather tell us a tale how he would proceed, if at this moment he were thrown entirely upon his own resources, as we are. Gretchen, who till this moment had kept on spinning, rose and seated herself as usual at the end of the table. We had pg 144 already emptied some bottles, and I began to relate the hypothetical history of my life in the best humor. First of all, then, I commend myself to you, said I, that you may continue the custom you have begun to bestow on me, if you gradually procure me the profit of all the occasional poems, and we do not consume them in mere feasting. I shall soon come to something, but then you must not take it ill if I dabble also in your handicraft. Upon this, I told them what I had observed in their occupations, and for which I held myself fit. At any rate, each one had previously rated his services in money, and I asked them to assist me also in completing my establishment. Gretchen had listened to all hitherto very attentively, and that in a position which well suited her, whether she chose to hear or to speak. With both hands she clasped her folded arms and rested them on the edge of the table. Thus she could sit a long while without moving anything but her head, which was never done without occasion or meaning. She had several times put in a word, and helped us on over this and that when we halted in our projects, and then was again still and quiet as usual. I kept her in my eye, and it may readily be supposed that I had not devised and uttered my plan without reference to her. My passion for her gave to what I said such an air of truth and probability, that for a moment I deceived myself, imagined myself as lonely and helpless as my story supposed, and felt extremely happy in the prospect of possessing her. Pylades had closed his confession with marriage, and the question arose among the rest of us whether our plans went as far as that. I have not the least doubt on that score, said I, for properly a wife is necessary to every one of us in order to preserve at home and enable us to enjoy as a whole what we rake together abroad in such an odd way. I then made a sketch of a wife such as I wished, and it must have turned out strangely if she had not been a perfect counterpart of Gretchen. The dirge was consumed, the epithalamium now stood beneficially at hand. I overcame all fear and care, and contrived, as I had many acquaintances, to conceal my actual evening entertainments from my family to see, and to be near the dear girl was soon an indispensable condition of my being. The friends had grown just as accustomed to me, and we were almost daily together, as if it could not be otherwise. Pylades, pg 145, had in the meantime introduced his fair one into the house, and this pair passed many an evening with us. They, as bride and bridegroom, though still very much in the bud, did not conceal their tenderness. Gretchen's deportment towards me was only suited to keep me at a distance. She gave her hand to no one, not even to me. She allowed no touch, yet she many times seated herself near me, particularly when I wrote or read aloud, and then laying her arm familiarly upon my shoulder, she looked over the book or paper. If, however, I ventured on a similar freedom towards her, she withdrew, and would not soon return. This position she often repeated, and indeed all her attitudes and motions were very uniform, but always equally fitting, beautiful, and charming. But such a familiarity I never saw her practice towards anybody else. The heightened marketship. One of the most innocent, and at the same time amusing parties of pleasure in which I engaged with different companies of young people was this, that we seated ourselves in the heightened marketship, observed the strange passengers packed away in it, and bantered and teased now this one, now that, as pleasure or caprice prompted at heightened. We got out at the same time as the market boat from Mentz arrived at a hotel. There was a well-spread table, where the better sort of travellers, coming and going, ate with each other, and then proceeded each on his way. As both ships returned every time after dining, we sailed up to Frankfurt, having, with a very large company, made the cheapest water excursion that was possible. Once I had undertaken this journey with Gretchen's cousins, when a young man joined us at table in heightened, who might be a little older than we were. They knew him, and he got himself introduced to me. He had something very pleasing in his manner, though he was not otherwise distinguished, coming from Mentz. He now went back with us to Frankfurt, and conversed with me of everything that related to the internal arrangements of the city and the public offices and places, on which he seemed to me to be very well informed. When we separated, he bade me farewell, and added that he wished I might think well of him, as he hoped on occasion to avail himself of my recommendation. I did not know what he meant by this, but the cousins enlightened me some days after. They spoke well of him, and asked me to intercede with my grandfather, as a moderate appointment was pg 146, just now vacant, which this friend would like to obtain. I at first excused myself, because I had never meddled in such affairs, but they went on urging me until I resolved to do it. I had already many times remarked that in these grants of offices, which unfortunately were often regarded as matters of favor, the mediation of my grandmother or an aunt had not been without effect. I was now so advanced as to arrogate some influence to myself, for that reason, to gratify my friends, who declared themselves under every sort of obligation for such a kindness. I overcame the timidity of a grandchild, and undertook to deliver a written application that was handed in to me one Sunday after dinner, as my grandfather was busy in his garden, all the more because autumn was approaching, and I tried to assist him on every side. I came forward with my request, and the petition. After some hesitation, he looked at it and asked me whether I knew the young man. I told him in general terms what was to be said, and he let the matter rest there. If he has merit, and moreover good testimonials, I will favor him for your sake. And his own, he said no more, and for a long while I heard nothing of the matter. Gretchen's new situation. For some time I had observed that Gretchen span no more, but on the other hand was employed in sewing, and that too on very fine work, which surprised me the more as the days were already shortening, and winter was coming on. I thought no farther about it, only it troubled me that several times I had not found her at home in the morning as formerly, and could not learn without importunity whither she had gone, yet I was destined one day to be surprised in a very odd manner. My sister, who was getting herself ready for a ball, asked me to fetch her some so-called Italian flowers at a fashionable milliner's. They were made in convents, and were small and pretty myrtles, especially dwarf roses, and the like came out quite beautifully, and naturally I granted her the favor, and went to the shop where I had already often been with her. Hardly had I entered and greeted the proprietress than I saw sitting in the window a lady who, in a lace cap, looked very young and pretty, and in a silk mantilla seemed very well shaped. I could easily recognize that she was an assistant, for she was occupied in fastening a ribbon and feathers upon a hat. The milliner showed me the long box with single flowers of various sorts. I looked them over, and as I made my choice, PG 147, glanced again towards the lady in the window, but how great was my astonishment when I perceived incredible similarity to Gretchen, nay, was forced to be convinced at last that it was Gretchen herself. No doubt remained when she winked with her eyes, and gave me a sign that I must not betray our acquaintance. I now, with my choosing and rejecting, drove the milliner into despair. More than even a lady could have done. I had in fact no choice, for I was excessively confused, and at the same time liked to linger, because it kept me near the girl, whose disguise annoyed me, though in that disguise she appeared to me more enchanting than ever. Finally the milliner seemed to lose all patience, and with her own hands selected for me a whole bandbox full of flowers, which I was to place before my sister, and let her choose for herself. Thus I was, as it were, driven out of the shop, while she sent the box first by one of her girls. Scarcely had I reached home than my father caused me to be called, and communicated to me that it was now quite certain that the Archduke Joseph would be elected and crowned King of Rome. An event so highly important was not to be expected without preparation, nor allowed to pass with mere gaping and staring. He wished, therefore, he said, to go through with me the election and coronation duties of the two last coronations, as well as through the last capitulations of election, in order to remark what new conditions might be added. In the present instance, the diaries were opened, and we occupied ourselves with them the whole day till far into the night, while the pretty girl, sometimes in her old house dress, sometimes in her new costume, ever hovered before me backwards and forwards among the most august objects of the Holy Roman Empire. This evening it was impossible to see her, and I lay awake through a very restless night. The study of yesterday was the next day zealously resumed, and it was not till towards evening that I found it possible to visit my fair one, whom I met again in her usual house dress. She smiled when she saw me, but I did not venture to mention anything before the others. When the whole company sat quietly together again, she began, and said, "It is unfair that you do not confide to our friend what we have lately resolved upon." She then continued to relate that, after our late conversation, in which the discussion was how anyone could get PG 148 on in the world, something was also said of the way in which a woman could enhance the value of her talent and labor, and advantageously employ her time. The cousins had consequently proposed that she should make an experiment at a milliner's, who was just then in want of an assistant. They had, she said, arranged with the woman she went there so many hours a day, and was well paid. Only when there she was obliged, for propriety's sake, to conform to a certain dress, which, however, she left behind her every time, as it did not at all suit her other modes of life and employment. I was indeed set at rest by this declaration, but it did not quite please me to know that the pretty girl was in a public shop, and at a place where the fashionable world found a convenient resort. But I betrayed nothing, and strove to work off my jealous care in silence. For this, the younger cousin did not allow me a long time, as he once more came forward with a proposal for an occasional poem, told me all the personalities, and at once desired me to prepare myself for the invention and disposition of the work. He had already spoken with me several times concerning the proper treatment of such a theme, and as I was voluble in these cases, he readily asked me to explain to him circumstantially what is rhetorical in these things, to give him a notion of the matter, and to make use of my own and others labors in this kind for. Examples, the young man had some brains, though he was without a trace of a poetical vein, and now he went so much into particulars, and wished to have such an account of everything that I gave utterance to the remark, "It seems as if you wanted to encroach upon my trade and steal away my customers." "I will not deny it," said he, smiling, "as I shall do you no harm by it. This will only continue to the time when you go to the university. Until then, you must allow me still to profit something by your society." "Most cordially," I replied, and I encouraged him to draw out a plan, to choose a meter according to the character of his subject, and to do whatever else might seem necessary. He went to work in earnest, but did not succeed. I was in the end compelled to rewrite so much of it that I could more easily and better have written it all from the beginning myself. Yet this teaching and learning, this mutual labor, afforded us good entertainment. Gretchen took part in it, and had many a pretty notion, so that we were all pleased. We may indeed say happy. Pg 149. During the day, she worked at the milliner's. In the evenings, we generally met together, and our contentment was not even disturbed. When at last the commissions for occasional poems began to leave off, still, we felt hurt once when one of them came back under protest, because it did not suit the party who ordered it. We consoled ourselves, however, as we considered it our very best work and could therefore declare the other a bad judge. The cousin, who was determined to learn something at any rate, resorted to the expedient of inventing problems, in the solution of which we always found amusement enough. But as they brought in nothing, our little banquets had to be much more frugally managed. Preparations for the election. That great political object, the election and coronation of a king of Rome, was pursued with more and more earnestness. The assembling of the Electoral College, originally appointed to take place at Augsburg in the October of 1763, was now transferred to Frankfurt, and both at the end of this year, and in the beginning of the next, preparations went forward which should usher in this important business. The beginning was made by a parade never yet seen by us. One of our chancery officials on horseback, escorted by 4 trumpeters, likewise mounted and surrounded by a guard of infantry, read, in a loud clear voice, at all the corners of the city, a prolix edict which announced the forthcoming proceedings, and exhorted the citizens to a becoming deportment suitable to the circumstances. The council was occupied with weighty considerations, and it was not long before the imperial quartermaster, dispatched by the hereditary grand marshal, made his appearance in order to arrange and designate the residences of the ambassadors and their suites. According to the old custom, our house lay in the Palatine district, and we had to provide for a new but agreeable billeting. The middle story, which Count Thorane had formerly occupied, was given up to a cavalier of the Palatinate, and as Baron von Königsthal, the Nuremberg charge d'affaires, occupied the upper floor, we were still more crowded than in the time of the French. This served me as a new excuse to be out of doors, and to pass the greater part of the day in the streets, that I might see all that was open to public view. After the preliminary alteration and arrangement of the rooms in the townhouse had seemed to us worth seeing, after Pg 150, the arrival of the ambassadors, one after another, and their first solemn ascent in a body on the 6th of February, had taken place, we admired the coming in of the imperial commissioners, and their ascent also to the Roma, which was made with great pomp. The dignified person of the Prince of Liechtenstein made a good impression, yet connoisseurs maintained that the showy liveries had already been used on another occasion, and that this election and coronation would hardly equal in brilliancy that of Charles VII. We younger folks were content with what was before our eyes. All seemed to us very fine, and much of it perfectly astonishing. The Electoral Congress was fixed at last for the 3rd of March. New formalities again set the city in motion, and the alternate visits of ceremony on the part of the ambassadors kept us always on our legs. We were compelled, too, to watch closely, as we were not only to gape about, but to note everything well in order to give a proper report at home, and even to make out many little memoirs on which my father and Herr von Königsthal had deliberated, partly for our exercise and partly for their own information. And certainly this was of peculiar advantage to me, as I was enabled very tolerably to keep a living election and coronation jury as far as regarded externals. Baron von Plathe. The person who first of all made a durable impression upon me was the chief ambassador from the electorate of Mentz, Baron von Ethel, afterwards elector, without having anything striking in his figure. He was always highly pleasing to me in his black gown, trimmed with lace. The second ambassador, Baron von Groschlag, was a well-formed man of the world, easy in his exterior, but conducting himself with great decorum, he everywhere produced a very agreeable impression. Prince Esterhazy, the Bohemian envoy, was not tall though well-formed, lively, and at the same time eminently decorous without pride or coldness. I had a special liking for him, because he reminded me of Marshal de Broglio, yet the form and dignity of these excellent persons vanished in a certain degree before the prejudice that was entertained in favor of Baron von Plathe, the Brandenburg ambassador, this man who was distinguished by a certain parsimony, both in his own clothes and in his liveries and equipages, had been greatly renowned from the time of the 7 Years' War as a diplomatic hero at Ratisbon, when the PG 151 notary April thought, in the presence of witnesses, to serve him with the declaration of outlawry which had been issued against his king. He had with the laconic exclamation, "What you serve," thrown him, or caused him to be thrown downstairs. We believed the first, because it pleased us best. We could readily believe it of the little compact man, with his black fiery eyes glancing here and there. All eyes were directed towards him particularly. When he alighted there arose every time a sort of joyous whispering, and but little was wanting to a regular explosion or a shout of vivat bravo, so high did the king, and all who were devoted to him body and soul, stand in favor with the crowd, among whom besides the Frankfurters were Germans from all parts. On the one hand, these things gave me much pleasure, as all that took place, no matter of what nature it might be, concealed a certain meaning, indicated some internal relation, and such symbolic ceremonies again, for a moment represented as living the old empire of Germany, almost choked to death by so many parchments, papers, and books. But on the other hand, I could not suppress a secret displeasure when I was forced at home, on my father's account, to transcribe the internal transactions, and at the same time to remark that here several powers which balanced each other stood in opposition, and only so far agreed as they designed to limit the new ruler even more than the old one, that every one valued his influence only so far as he hoped to retain or enlarge his privileges, and better to secure his independence. Nay, on this occasion they were more attentive than usual, because they began to fear Joseph II, his vehemence and probable plans. With my grandfather and other members of the council, whose families I used to visit, this was no pleasant time. They had so much to do with meeting distinguished guests, complimenting, and the delivery of presents. No less had the magistrate, both in general and in particular, to defend himself, to resist, and to protest, as every one on such occasions desires to extort something from him, or burden him with something. Few of those to whom he appeals support him, or lend him their aid. In short, all that I had read in Lersner's Chronicle of similar incidents on similar occasions, with admiration of the patience and perseverance of those good old councilmen, came once more vividly before my eyes. Page 152. Many vexations arise also from this, that the city is gradually overrun with people both useful and needless. In vain are the courts reminded on the part of the city of prescriptions of the Golden Bull, now, indeed, obsolete. Not only the deputies with their attendants, but many persons of rank and others, who come from curiosity or for private objects, stand under protection, and the question as to who is to be billeted out and who is to hire his own lodging is not always decided at once. The tumult constantly increases, and even those who have nothing to give or to answer for begin to feel uncomfortable. Even we young people who could quietly contemplate it all ever found something which did not quite satisfy our eyes or our imagination. The Spanish mantles, the huge feathered hats of the ambassadors, and other objects here and there had indeed a truly antique look, but there was a great deal, on the other hand, so half new or entirely modern, that the affair assumed throughout a motley, unsatisfactory, often tasteless appearance. We were very happy to learn, therefore, that great preparations were made on account of the journey to Frankfurt of the Emperor and future King, that the proceedings of the College of Electors, which were based on the last electoral capitulation, were now going forward rapidly, and that the day of election had been appointed for the 27th of March. Now, there was a thought of fetching the insignia of the Empire from Nuremberg and Aix-la-Chapelle, and next we expected the entrance of the Elector of Mentz, while the disputes with his ambassadors about the quartering ever continued. Meanwhile, I pursued my clerical labors at home very actively, and perceived many little suggestions manita which came in from all sides, and were to be regarded in the new capitulation. Every rank desired to see its privileges guaranteed, and its importance increased in this document. Very many such observations and desires were however put aside. Much remained, as it was, though the suggestors monents received the most positive assurances that the neglect should in no wise ensue to their prejudice. In the meanwhile, the office of imperial marshal was forced to undertake many dangerous affairs. The crowd of strangers increased, and it became more and more difficult to find PG 153 lodgings for them, nor was there unanimity as to the limits of the different precincts of the electors. The magistracy wished to keep from the citizens the burdens which they were not bound to bear, and thus day and night there were hourly grievances, redresses, contests, and misunderstandings. The entrance of the Elector of Mentz happened on the 21st of May. Then began the cannonading, with which for a long time we were often to be deafened. This solemnity was important in the series of ceremonies, for all the men whom we had hitherto seen high as they were in rank were still only subordinates. But here appeared a sovereign, an independent prince, the first after the emperor, preceded and accompanied by a large retinue worthy of himself of the pomp which marked his entrance. I should have much to tell if I did not purpose returning to it hereafter, and on an occasion which no one could easily guess. Lavater. What I refer to is this same day Lavater, on his return home from Berlin, came through Frankfurt, and saw the solemnity. Now, though such worldly formalities could not have the least value for him, this procession with its display, and all its accessories, might have been distinctly impressed on his very lively imagination for many years afterwards, when this eminent but singular man showed me a poetical paraphrase of, I believe, the Revelation of St. John. I discovered the entrance of Antichrist copied step by step, figure by figure, circumstance by circumstance, from the entrance of the Elector of Mentz into Frankfurt, in such a manner, too, that even the tassels on the heads of the dun-colored horses were not wanting. More can be said on this point when I reached the epoch of that strange kind of poetry by which it was supposed that the myths of the Old and New Testaments were brought nearer to our view and feelings, when they were completely travestied into the modern style, and clothed with the vestments of present life, whether gentle or simple. How this mode of treatment gradually obtained favor will be likewise discussed hereafter, yet I may here simply remark that it could not well be carried further than it was by Lavater and his emulators, one of these having described the three holy kings riding into Bethlehem in such modern form that the princes and gentlemen whom Lavater used to visit were not to be mistaken as the persons. Page 154. We will then for the present allow the Elector Emeric Joseph to enter the Compostello incognito, so to speak, and turn to Gretchen, whom just as the crowd was dispersing I spied in the crowd, accompanied by Pylades and his mistress, the three now seeming to be inseparable. We had scarcely come up to each other and exchanged greetings than it was agreed that we should pass the evening together, and I kept the appointment punctually. The usual company had assembled, and each one had something to relate, to say, or to remark. How one had been most struck by this thing, and another by that. Your speeches, said Gretchen at last, perplex me even more than the events of the time themselves. What I have seen I cannot make out, and should very much like to know what a great deal of it means. I replied that it was easy for me to render her this service. She had only to say what particularly interested her. This she did, and as I was about to explain some points, it was found that it would be better to proceed in order. I not unskillfully compared these solemnities and functions to a play in which the curtain was let down at will while the actors played on, and was then raised again, so that the spectators could once more to some extent take part in the action. As now I was very loquacious, when I was allowed my own way, I related the whole from the beginning down to the time present in the best order, and to make the subject of my discourse more apparent, did not fail to use the pencil and the large slate, being only slightly interrupted by some questions and obstinate assertions of the others. I brought my discourse to a close to the general satisfaction, while Gretchen, by her unbroken attention, had highly encouraged me. At last she thanked me and envied as she said all who were informed of the affairs of this world, and knew how this and that came about, and what it signified, she wished she were a boy, and managed to acknowledge with much kindness that she was indebted to me for a great deal of instruction. If I were a boy, said she, we would learn something good together at the university. The conversation continued in this strain. She definitively resolved to take instruction in French, of the absolute necessity of which she had become well aware in the milliner's shop. I asked her why she no longer went there for dining, the latter PG 155 times, not being able to go out much in the evening. I had often passed the shop during the day for her sake, merely to see her. For a moment she explained that she had not liked to expose herself there in these unsettled times. As soon as the city returned to its former condition, she intended to go there again. Approach of the election. Then the discourse was on the impending day of election. I contrived to tell at length what was going to happen and how, and to support my demonstrations in detail by drawings on the tablet, for I had the place of conclave with its altars, thrones, seats, and chairs perfectly before my mind. We separated at the proper time, and in a peculiarly comfortable frame of mind. For with a young couple who are in any degree harmoniously formed by nature, nothing can conduce to a more beautiful union than when the maiden is anxious to learn, and the youth inclined to teach. There arises from it a well-grounded and agreeable relation. She sees in him the creator of her spiritual existence, and he sees in her creature that ascribes her perfection not to nature, not to chance, nor to any one-sided inclination, but to a mutual will, and this reciprocation is so sweet that we cannot wonder if, from the days of the old and the new three, Abelard the most violent passions, and as much happiness as unhappiness, have arisen from such an intercourse of two beings. With the next day began great commotion in the city on account of the visits paid and returned, which now took place with the greatest ceremony. But what particularly interested me as a citizen of Frankfurt, and gave rise to a great many reflections, was the taking of the oath of security. Situates by the council, the military, and the body of citizens, not through representatives, but personally and in mass, first in the great hall of the Roma, by the magistracy and staff officers, then in the great square Platz, the Romerberg, by all the citizens, according to their respective ranks, gradations, or quarterings, and lastly by the rest of the military. Here one could survey at a single glance the entire Commonwealth, assembled for the honorable purpose of swearing security to the head and members of the empire, an unbroken PG 156 peace during the great work now impending. The electors of Treves and of Cologne had now also arrived in person on the evening before the day of election. All strangers are sent out of the city, the gates are closed, the Jews are confined to their quarter, and the citizen of Frankfurt prides himself not a little that he alone may be a witness of so great a solemnity. All that had hitherto taken place was tolerably modern. The highest and high personages moved about only in coaches, but now we were going to see them in the primitive manner on horseback. The concourse and rush were extraordinary. I managed to squeeze myself into the Roma, which I knew as familiarly as a mouse does the private corn loft, till I reached the main entrance, before which the electors and ambassadors, who had first arrived in their state coaches and had assembled above, were now to mount their horses. The stately, well-trained steeds were covered with richly laced housings, and ornamented in every way. The elector emeric Joseph, a comfortable-looking man, looked well on horseback. Of the other two, I remember less, excepting that the red prince's mantles trimmed with ermine, which we had been accustomed to see only in pictures before, seemed to us very romantic in the open air. The ambassadors of the absent temporal electors, with their Spanish dresses of gold, brocade embroidered over with gold, and trimmed with gold lace likewise, did our eyes good, and the large feathers particularly, that waved most splendidly from the hats, which were cocked in the antique style. But what did not please me were the short modern breeches, the white silk stockings, and the fashionable shoes. We should have liked half-boots gilded as much as they pleased, sandals, or something of the kind, that we might have seen a more consistent costume. In deportment, the ambassador von Plotho again distinguished himself from all the rest. He appeared lively and cheerful, and seemed to have no great respect for the whole ceremony, for when his front man, an elderly gentleman, could not leap immediately on his horse, and he was therefore forced to wait some time in the grand entrance. He did not refrain from laughing till his own horse was brought forward, upon which he swung himself very dexterously, and was again admired by us as a most worthy representative of Frederick II. Page 157. Now the curtain was for us once more let down. I had indeed tried to force my way into the church, but that place was more inconvenient than agreeable. The voters had withdrawn into the sanctum, where prolix ceremonies usurped the place of a deliberate consideration. As to the election, after long delay, pressure, and bustle, the people at last heard the name of Joseph II, who was proclaimed King of Rome. Approach of the Emperor and King. The thronging of strangers into the city became greater and greater. Everybody went about in his holiday clothes, so that at last none but dresses entirely of gold were found worthy of note. The Emperor and King had already arrived at Husenstam, a castle of the Counts of Schonborn, and were there in the customary manner greeted and welcomed. But the city celebrated this important epoch by spiritual festivals of all the religions, by high masses and sermons, and on the temporal side by incessant firing of cannon as an accompaniment to the Te Deums. If all these public solemnities from the beginning up to this point had been regarded as a deliberate work of art, not much to find fault with would have been found. All was well prepared. The public scenes opened gradually, and went on increasing in importance. The men grew in number, the personages in dignity, their appurtenances, as well as themselves in splendor. And thus it advanced with every day, till at last even a well-prepared and firm eye became bewildered. The entrance of the Elector of Mentz, which we have refused to describe more completely, was magnificent and imposing enough to suggest to the imagination of an eminent man the advent of a great prophesied world ruler. Even we were not a little dazzled by it, but now our expectation was stretched to the utmost, as it was said that the emperor and the future king were approaching the city. At a little distance from Sachsenhausen, a tent had been erected, in which the entire magistracy remained to show the appropriate honor and to proffer the keys of the city to the chief of the empire. Further out, on a fair spacious plain, stood another state pavilion, whither the whole body of electoral princes and ambassadors repaired, while their retinues extended along the whole way, that gradually as their turns came they might again move towards the city and enter properly into pg 158. The procession, by this time, the emperor reached the tent, entered it, and the princes and ambassadors, after a most respectful reception, withdrew to facilitate the passage of the chief ruler. The imperial carriage. We others who remained in the city to admire this pomp within the walls and streets, still more than could have been done in the open fields, were very well entertained for a while by the barricades set up by the citizens in the lanes, by the throng of people, and by the various jests and improprieties which arose till the ringing of bells and the thunder of cannon announced to us the immediate approach of majesty. What must have been particularly grateful to a Frankfurter was that on this occasion, in the presence of so many sovereigns and their representatives, the imperial city of Frankfurt also appeared as a little sovereign, for her equerry opened the procession chargers with armorial trappings, upon which the white eagle on a red field looked very fine, followed him. Then came attendants and officials, drummers and trumpeters and deputies of the council, accompanied by the clerks of the council, in the city livery on foot. Immediately behind these were the 3 companies CF citizen cavalry, very well mounted, same that we had seen from our youth at the reception of the escort, and on other public occasions. We rejoiced in our participation of the honor, and in our 100,000th part of sovereignty which now appeared in its full brilliancy. The different trains of the hereditary imperial marshal and of the envoys deputed by the 6 temporal electors marched after these step by step. None of them consisted of less than 20 attendants, and 2 state carriages, some even of a greater number. The retinue of the spiritual electors was ever on the increase. Their servants and domestic officers seemed innumerable. The elector of Cologne and the elector of Treves had above 20 state carriages, and the elector of Mentz quite as many alone. The servants, both on horseback and on foot were clothed most splendidly throughout the lords in the equipages spiritual and temporal had not omitted to appear richly and venerably dressed and adorned with all the badges of their orders, the train of his imperial majesty, now as was fit surpassed all the rest, the ridding masters, the led horses, the equipages, the shabracks, and comparisons attracted every PG 159I and the 16 six-horse gallowagons of the imperial chamberlains, privy councillors, high chamberlain, high stewards, and high equerry closed with great pomp. This division of the procession, which in spite of its magnificence and extent was still only to be the vanguard. But now the line concentrated itself more and more, while the dignity and parade kept on increasing, for in the midst of a chosen escort of their own domestic attendants, the most of them on foot and a few on horseback, appeared the electoral ambassadors, as well as the electors in person, in ascending order, each one in a magnificent state carriage. Immediately behind the elector of Mentz 10 imperial footmen, 1 and 40 lackeys, and 8 hayducks, 4 announced their majesties. The most magnificent state carriage furnished even at the back part, with an entire window of plate glass, ornamented with paintings, lacquer, carved work, and gilding, covered with red embroidered velvet on the top, and inside allowed us very conveniently to behold the emperor and king, the long-desired heads in all their glory. The procession was led a long circuitous route, partly from necessity, that it might be able to unfold itself, and partly to render it visible to the great multitude of people. It had passed through Sachsenhausen, over the bridge, up the Fahrgasse, then down the Zeil, and turned towards the inner city through the Catharinum Forte, formerly a gate. And since the enlargement of the city, an open thoroughfare here, it had been fortunately considered that for a series of years, the external grandeur of the world had gone on expanding, both in height and breadth. Measure had been taken, and it was found that the present imperial state carriage could not, without striking its carved work and other outward decorations, get through this gateway through which so many princes and emperors had gone backwards and forwards. The matter was debated, and to avoid an inconvenient circuit, it was resolved to take up the pavements, and to contrive a gentle descent and ascent. With the same new they had also removed all the projecting eaves from the shops and booths in the street, that neither crown nor eagle nor the genii should receive any shock or injury. Eagerly as we directed our eyes to the high personages, when this precious vessel with such precious contents approached us, PG 160, we could not avoid turning our looks upon the noble horses, their harness, and its embroidery. But the strange coachmen and outriders, both sitting on the horses, particularly struck us. They looked as if they had come from some other nation, or even worn another world, with their long black and yellow velvet coats, and their caps with large plumes of feathers after the imperial court fashion. Now the crowd became so dense that it was impossible to distinguish much more. The Swiss guard on both sides of the carriage, the hereditary marshal holding the Saxon sword upwards in his right hand, the field marshals, as leaders of the imperial guard, riding behind the carriage, the imperial pages, body, and finally, the imperial horse guard, Hatcherguard itself, in black velvet frocks, Flugelrock, with all the seams edged with gold, under which were red coats, and leather-colored camisoles, likewise richly decked with gold. One scarcely recovered oneself from sheer seeing, pointing, and showing, so that the scarcely less splendidly clad bodyguards of the electors were barely looked at, and we should perhaps have withdrawn from the windows if we had not wished to take a view of our own magistracy, who closed the procession in their 15 two-horse coaches, and particularly the clerk of the council, with the city keys on red velvet cushions. That our company of city grenadiers should cover the rear seemed to us honorable enough, and we felt doubly and highly edified as Germans and as Frankfurters by this great day. Maria Theresa. We had taken our place in a house which the procession had to pass again, when it returned from the cathedral, of religious services, of music, of rites and solemnities, of addresses and answers, of propositions and readings aloud. There was so much in church choir and conclave, before it came to the swearing of the electoral capitulation, that we had time enough to partake of an excellent collation, and to empty many bottles to the health of our old and young ruler. The conversation in the meanwhile, as is usual on such occasions, reverted to the time past, and there were not wanting aged persons who preferred that to the present, at least, with respect to a certain human interest and impassioned sympathy which then prevailed at the coronation of Francis I. All had not been so settled, as now peace had not yet been concluded. France and the electors of Brandenburg and the Palatinate PG 161 were opposed to the election. The troops of the future emperor were stationed at Heidelberg, where he had his headquarters, and the insignia of the empire coming from Aix were almost carried off by the inhabitants of the Palatinate meanwhile. Negotiations went on, and on neither side was the affair conducted in the strictest manner. Maria Theresa, though then pregnant, comes in person to see the coronation of her husband, which is at last carried into effect. She arrived at Aschaffenburg and went on board a yacht in order to repair to Frankfurt. Francis from Heidelberg thinks to meet his wife, but comes too late. She has already departed. Unknown, he throws himself into a little boat, hastens after her, reaches her ship, and the loving pair is delighted at this surprising meeting. The story spreads immediately, and all the world sympathizes with this tender pair, so richly blessed with their children, who have been so inseparable since their union, that once on a journey from Vienna to Florence, they are forced to keep quarantine together on the Venetian border. Maria Theresa is welcomed in the city with rejoicings. She enters the Roman Emperor Inn, while the great tent for the reception of her husband is erected on the Bornheim Heath. There, of the spiritual electors, is found only Mentz, and of the ambassadors of the temporal electors, only Saxony, Bohemia, and Hanover. The entrance begins, and what it may lack of completeness and splendor is richly compensated by the presence of a beautiful lady. She stands upon the balcony of the well-situated house and greets her husband with cries of vivat and clapping of hands. The people joined, excited to the highest enthusiasm, as the great are after all men. The citizen thinks them his equals when he wishes to love them, and that he can best do when he can picture them to himself as loving husbands, tender parents, devoted brothers, and true friends. At that time, all happiness had been wished and prophesied, and today it was seen fulfilled in the firstborn son, to whom everybody was well inclined on account of his handsome youthful form, and upon whom the world set the greatest hopes on account of the great qualities that he showed. We had become quite absorbed in the past and future when some friends who came in recalled us to the present. They were of those who know the value of novelty, and therefore hastened to announce it first. They were even able to tell of a fine PG 162 humane trait in those exalted personages whom we had seen go by with the greatest pomp. It had been concerted that on the way between Heusenstamm and the great tent, the emperor and king should find the Landgrave of Darmstadt in the forest. This old prince, now approaching the grave, wished to see once more the master to whom he had been devoted in former times. Both might remember the day when the Landgrave brought over to Heidelberg the decree of the electors choosing Francis as emperor, and replied to the valuable presents he received with protestations of unalterable devotion. These eminent persons stood in a grove of firs, and the Landgrave, weak with old age, supported himself against a pine to continue the conversation, which was not without emotion on both sides. The place was afterwards marked in an innocent way, and we young people sometimes wandered to it. Thus several hours had passed in remembrance of the old and consideration of the new, when the procession, though curtailed and more compact, again passed before our eyes, and we were enabled to observe and mark the detail more closely and imprint it on our minds for the future. From that moment, the city was in uninterrupted motion, for until each and every one whom it behoved, and of whom it was required, had paid their respects to the highest dignities, and exhibited themselves one by one, there was no end to the marching to and fro, and the court of each one of the high persons present could be very conveniently repeated in detail. Now too the insignia of the empire arrived, but that no ancient usage might be omitted even in this respect, they had to remain half a day, till late at night, in the open field, on recount of a dispute about territory and escort between the elector of Mentz and the city. The latter yielded. The people of Mentz escorted the insignia as far as the barricade, and so the affair terminated for this time. At evening with Gretchen. In these days I did not come to myself at home. I had to write and copy. Everything had to be seen. And so ended the month of March, the second half of which had been so rich in festivals. For us, I had promised Gretchen a faithful and complete account of what had lately happened, and of what was to be expected on the coronation day. This great day approached. I thought more how I should tell it to her. than of what properly was to be told. All that came under my eyes pg 163, and my pen I merely worked up rapidly for this sole and immediate use. At last, I reached her residence somewhat late one evening, and was not a little proud to think how my discourse on this occasion would be much more successful than the first unprepared one. But a momentary incitement often brings us, and others through us, more joy than the most deliberate purpose can afford. I found, indeed, pretty nearly the same company, but there were some unknown persons among them. They sat down to play all, except Gretchen and her younger cousin, who remained with me at the slate. The dear girl expressed most gracefully her delight that she, though a stranger, had passed for a citizen on the election day, and had taken part in that unique spectacle. She thanked me most warmly for having managed to take care of her, and for having been so attentive as to procure her through Pylades all sorts of admissions by means of billets, directions, friends, and intercessions. She liked to hear about the jewels of the empire. I promised her that we should, if possible, see these together. She made some jesting remarks. When she learned that the garments and crown had been tried on the young king, I knew where she would gaze at the solemnities of the coronation day, and directed her attention to everything that was impending, and particularly to what might be minutely inspected from her place of view. Thus we forgot to think about time. It was already past midnight, and I found that I unfortunately had not the house key with me. I could not enter the house without making the greatest disturbance. I communicated my embarrassment to her. After all, said she, it will be best for the company to remain together. The cousins and the strangers had already had this in mind, because it was not known where they would be lodged for the night. The matter was soon decided. Gretchen went to make some coffee, after bringing in and lighting a large brass lamp furnished with oil and wick, because the candles threatened to burn out. The coffee served to enliven us for several hours, but the game gradually slackened. Conversation failed. The mother slept in the great chair. The strangers, weary from traveling, nodded here and there, and Pylades and his fair one sat in a corner. She had laid her head on his shoulder, and had gone to pg 164 sleep, and he did not keep long awake. The younger cousin, sitting opposite to us by the slate, had crossed his arms before him, and slept with his face resting upon them. I sat in the window corner behind the table, and Gretchen by me. We talked in a low voice, but at last sleep overcame her also. She leaned her head on my shoulder, and sank at once into a slumber. Thus I now sat, the only one awake, in a most singular position, in which the kind brother of death soon put me also to rest. I went to sleep, and when I awoke it was already bright day. Gretchen was standing before the mirror arranging her little cap. She was more lovely than ever, and when I departed cordially pressed my hands. I crept home by a roundabout way, for on the side towards the little stag-ditch my father had opened a sort of little peephole in the wall. Not without the opposition of his neighbor, this side we avoided when we wanted not to be observed by him. In coming home, my mother, whose mediation always came in well for us, had endeavored to palliate my absence in the morning at breakfast by the supposition that I had gone out early, and I experienced no disagreeable effects from this innocent night. Taken as a whole, this infinitely various world which surrounded me produced upon me but a very simple impression. I had no interest but to mark closely the outside of the objects, no business but that with which I had been charged by my father and Herr von Königsthal, by which indeed I perceived the inner course of things. I had no liking but for Gretchen, and no other view than to see and apprehend all properly, that I might be able to repeat it with her, and explain it to her often when a train was going by. I described it half aloud to myself, to assure myself of all the particulars, and to be praised by my fair one for this attention and accuracy. The applause and acknowledgments of the others I regarded as a mere appendix. I was indeed presented to many exalted and distinguished persons, but partly no one had time to trouble himself about others, and partly older people do not know at once how they should converse with a young man, and try him. I, on my side, was likewise not particularly skillful in adapting myself to people. Generally, I acquired their favor, but not their approbation. Whatever occupied me was completely present to me, but I did not ask whether it might be also suitable. Pg 165 others, I was mostly too lively or too quiet, and appeared either importunate or sullen, just as persons attracted or repelled me, and thus I was considered to be indeed full of promise. but at the same time was declared eccentric. The Coronation Day. The Coronation Day dawned at last on the 3rd of April 1764. The weather was favorable, and everybody was in motion. I, with several of my relations and friends, had been provided with a good place in one of the upper stories of the Roma itself, where we might completely survey the whole. We betook ourselves to the spot very early in the morning, and from above, as in a bird's-eye view, contemplated the arrangements, which we had inspected more closely the day before. There was the newly erected fountain, with 2 large tubs on the left, and right into which the double-eagle on the post was to pour from its 2 beaks. White wine on this side, and red wine on that. There gathered into a heap lay the oats. Here stood the large wooden hut, in which we had several days since seen the whole fat ox roasted and basted on a huge spit before a charcoal fire, all the avenues leading out from the Roma, and from other streets back too. The Roma were secured on both sides by barriers and guards. The great square was gradually filled, and the waving and pressure grew every moment stronger and more in motion, as the multitude always, if possible, endeavored to reach the spot where some new scene arose, and something particular was announced. All this time there reigned a tolerable stillness, and when the alarm bells were sounded, all the people seemed struck with terror and amazement. What first attracted the attention of all who could overlook the square from above was the train in which the lords of Aix and Nuremberg brought the crown jewels to the cathedral. These, as Palladia had been assigned the first place in the carnage, and the deputies sat before them on the back seat, with becoming reverence. Now the 3 electors betake themselves to the cathedral. After the presentation of the insignia to the Elector of Mentz, the crown and sword are immediately carried to the imperial quarters. The further arrangements and manifold ceremonies occupied in the interim the chief persons as well as the spectators in the church, as we other well-informed persons could well imagine. In the meanwhile, before our eyes, the ambassadors ascended pg 166 to the Roma, from which the canopy is carried by the under-officers into the imperial quarters. The hereditary Marshal Count von Pappenheim instantly mounts his horse. He was a very handsome, slender gentleman, whom the Spanish costume, the rich doublet, the gold mantle, the high feathered hat, and the loose flying hair became very well. He puts himself in motion, and amid the sound of all the bells, the ambassadors follow him on horseback to the quarters of the emperor in still greater magnificence than on the day of election. One would have liked to be there too, as indeed on this day it would have been altogether desirable to multiply on a self. However, we told each other what was going on there now. The emperor is putting on his domestic robes. We said a new dress made after the old Carolingian pattern. The hereditary officers receive the insignia, and with them get on horseback. The emperor in his robes, the Roman king in the Spanish habit, immediately mount their steeds. And while this is done, the endless procession which precedes them has already announced them. The eye was already wearied by the multitude of richly dressed attendants and magistrates, and by the nobility who in stately fashion were moving along. But when the electoral envoys, the hereditary officers, and at last, under the richly embroidered canopy borne by 12 scaffen, and senators, the emperor in romantic costume, and to the left, a little behind him in the Spanish dress, his sons slowly floated along on magnificently adorned horses, the eye was no more sufficient for the sight. One would have liked to detain the scene, but for a moment by a magic charm, but the glory passed on without stopping, and the space that was scarcely quitted was immediately filled again by the crowd which poured in like billows. But now a new pressure took place, for another approach from the market to the Roma gate had to be opened, and a road of planks to be bridged over it, on which the train returning from the cathedral was to walk. What passed within the cathedral, the endless ceremonies which precede and accompany the anointing, the crowning, the dubbing of knighthood, all this we were glad to hear told afterwards by those who had sacrificed much else to be present in the church. Pg 167. The rest of us in the interim partook of a frugal repast, for in this festal day we had to be contented with cold meat. But on the other hand, the best and oldest wine had beer brought out of all the familislers, so that in this respect at least we celebrated the ancient festival in ancient style. In the square, the sight most worth seeing was now the bridge which had been finished and covered with orange and white cloth, and we who had stared at the emperor first in his carriage, and then on horseback, were now to admire him walking on foot. Singularly enough, the last pleased us the most, for we thought that in this way he exhibited himself both in the most natural and in the most dignified manner. Older persons who were present at the coronation of Francis the First related that Maria Theresa, beautiful beyond measure, had looked on this solemnity from a balcony window of the Frauenstein house, close to the Roma, as her consort returned from the cathedral in his strange costume, and seemed to her, so to speak, like a ghost of Charlemagne. He had as if in jest raised both his hands and shown her the imperial globe, the scepter, and the curious gloves, at which she had broken out into immoderate laughter, which served for the great delight and edification of the crowd, which was thus honored with a sight of the good and natural matrimonial understanding between the most exalted couple of Christendom. But when the empress, to greet her consort, waved her handkerchief, and even shouted a loud vivat to him, the enthusiasm and exultation of the people was raised to the highest, so that there was no end to the cheers of joy. The coronation procession. Now the sound of bells and the van of the long train, which gently made its way over the many-colored bridge, announced that all was done. The attention was greater than ever, and the procession more distinct than before, particularly for us, since it now came directly up to us. We saw it as well as the whole of the square, which was thronged with people almost as if on a ground plan, only at the end the magnificence was too much crowded for the envoys, the hereditary officers, the emperor and king under the canopy, Baldachin, the three spiritual electors, who immediately followed the scaphen, and senators dressed in black. The gold-embroidered canopy himmelal seemed only one PG 168 mass, which moved by a single will splendidly harmonious, and thus stepping from the temple amid the sound of the bells, beamed towards us as something holy. A politic religious ceremony possesses an infinite charm. We behold earthly majesty before our eyes, surrounded by all the symbols of its power. But while it bends before that of heaven, it brings to our minds the communion of both, for even the individual can only prove his relationship with the deity by subjecting himself and adoring. The rejoicings which resounded from the marketplace now spread likewise over the great square, and a boisterous vivat burst forth from thousands upon thousands of throats, and doubtless from as many hearts, for this grand festival was to be the pledge of a lasting peace, which indeed, for many a long year, actually blessed Germany. Several days before it had been made known by public proclamation that neither the bridge nor the eagle over the fountain were to be exposed to the people, and were therefore not, as at other times, to be touched. This was done to prevent the mischief inevitable with such a rush of persons, but in order to sacrifice in some degree to the genius of the mob, persons expressly appointed went behind the procession, loosened the cloth from the bridge, wound it up like a flag, and threw it into the air. This gave rise to no disaster, but to a laughable mishap, for the cloth unrolled itself in the air, and as it fell covered a larger or smaller number of persons. Those now who took hold of the ends and drew them towards themselves pulled all those in the middle to the ground, enveloped them, and teased them till they tore or cut themselves through, and everybody in his own way had borne off a corner of the stuff, made sacred by the footsteps of majesty. I did not long contemplate this rude sport, but hastened from my high position through all sorts of little steps and passages down to the great Romer stairs, where the distinguished and majestic mass, which had been stared at from the distance, was to ascend in its undulating course. The crowd was not great because the entrances to the council house were well garrisoned, and I fortunately reached at once the iron balustrades above. Now the chief personages ascended past me, while their followers remained behind in the lower arched passages, and I could observe them on the thrice broken stairs from all sides, and at last quite close. Pg 169. Coronation ceremonies. Finally both their majesties came up. Father and son were altogether dressed like Menchmi, the emperor's domestic robes of purply-colored silk, richly adorned with pearls and stones, as well as his crown scepter and imperial orb, struck the eye with good effect, for all in them was new, and the imitation of the antique was tasteful. He moved too quite easily in his attire, and his true-hearted, dignified face indicated at once the emperor, and the father, the young king, on the contrary, in his monstrous articles of dress, with the crown jewels of Charlemagne dragged himself along as if he had been in a disguise, so that he himself, looking at his father from time to time, could not refrain from laughing. The crown, which it had been necessary to line a great deal, stood out from his head, like an overhanging roof. The dalmatica, the stole, well as they had been fitted and taken in by sewing, presented by no means an advantageous appearance. The scepter and imperial orb excited some admiration, but one would, for the sake of a more princely effect, rather have seen a strong form, suited to the dress, invested and adorned with it. Scarcely were the gates of the great hall closed behind these figures than I hurried to my former place, which being already occupied by others, I only regained with some trouble. It was precisely at the right time that I again took possession of my window, for the most remarkable part of all that was to be seen in public was just about to take place. All the people had turned towards the Roma, and a reiterated shout of vivat gave us to understand that the emperor and king in their vestments were showing themselves to the populace from the balcony of the great hall. But they were not alone to serve as a spectacle, since another strange spectacle occurred before their eyes. First of all, the handsome, slender, hereditary marshal flung himself upon his steed. He had laid aside his sword in his right hand. He held a silver-handled vessel and a tin spatula in his left. He rode within the barriers to the great heap of oats, sprang in, filled the vessel to overflow, smoothed it off, and carried it back again with great dignity. The imperial stable was now provided for the hereditary chamberlain, then rode likewise to the spot, and brought back a basin with ewer and towel. But more entertaining for the spectators was the hereditary carver, who came to fetch a PG 170 piece of the roasted ox. He also rode with a silver dish through the barriers to the large wooden kitchen, and came forth again with his portion covered, that he might go back to the Roma. Now it was the turn of the hereditary cupbearer, who rode to the fountain and fetched wine. Thus now was the imperial table furnished, and every eye waited upon the hereditary treasurer, who was to throw about the money. He too mounted a fine steed, to the sides of whose saddle, instead of holsters, a couple of splendid bags, embroidered with the arms of the Palatinate, were suspended. Scarcely had he put himself in motion than he plunged his hands into these pockets, and generously scattered right and left gold and silver coins, which on every occasion glittered merrily in the air like metallic rain. 1,000 hands waved instantly in the air to catch the gifts, but hardly had the coins fallen than the crowd tumbled over each other on the ground, and struggled violently for the pieces which might have reached the earth. As this agitation was constantly repeated on both sides, as the giver rode forwards, it afforded the spectators a very diverting sight. It was most lively at the close, when he threw out the bags themselves, and everybody tried to catch this highest prize. Their Majesties had retired from the balcony, and another offering was to be made to the mob, who on such occasions would rather steal the gifts than receive them tranquilly and gratefully. The custom prevailed in more rude and uncouth times of giving up to the people on the spot the oats, as soon as the hereditary marshal had taken away his share. The fountain and the kitchen, after the cupbearer and the carver had performed their offices, but this time to guard against all mischief, order and moderation were preserved as far as possible. But the old malicious jokes, that when one filled a sack with oats another cut a hole in it, with sallies of the kind, were revived about the roasted ox. A serious battle on this occasion, as usual, was waged. This could only be contested en masse. Two guilds, the butchers and the wineporters, had, according to ancient custom, again stationed themselves so that the monstrous roast must fall to one of the two. The butchers believed that they had the best right to an ox, which they provided entire for the kitchen. The wineporters, on the other hand, laid claim, because the PG 171 kitchen was built near the abode of their guild, and because they had gained the victory the last time, the horns of the captured steer still projecting from the latticed gable window of their guild and meeting house as a sign of victory. Both these companies had very strong and able members, but which of them conquered this time I no longer remember. The ox and the wooden kitchen. But as a festival of this kind must always close with something dangerous and frightful, it was really a terrible moment When the wooden kitchen itself was made a prize, the roof of it swarmed instantly with men, no one knowing how they got there. The boards were torn loose and pitched down, so that one could not help supposing, particularly at a distance, that each would kill a few of those pressing to the spot. In a trice, the hut was unroofed, and single individuals hung to the beams and rafters in order to pull them also out of their joinings, nay, many floated above upon the posts, which had been already sawn off below, and the whole skeleton, moving backwards and forwards, threatened to fall. Insensitive persons turned their eyes away, and everybody expected a great calamity, but we did not hear of any mischief, and the whole affair, though impetuous and violent, had passed off happily. Everybody knew now that the emperor and king would return from the cabinet, whither they had retired from the balcony and feast in the great hall of the Roma. We had been able to admire the arrangements made for it the day before, and my most anxious wish was, if possible, to look in today. I repaired therefore by the usual path to the great staircase, which stands directly opposite the door of the hall. Here I gazed at the distinguished personages who this day acted as the servants of the head of the empire. 4 to 4 counts, all splendidly dressed, passed me carrying the dishes from the kitchen, so that the contrast between their dignity and their occupation might well be bewildering to a boy. The crowd was not great, but considering the little space, sufficiently perceptible. The hall door was guarded, while those who were authorized went frequently in and out. I saw one of the Palatine domestic officials, whom I asked whether he could not take me in with him. He did not deliberate long, but gave me one of the silver vessels he just then bore, which he could do so much the more as I was neatly clad. Pg 172. And thus I reached the sanctuary. The Palatine buffet stood to the left directly by the door, and with some steps I placed myself on the elevation of it behind the barriers. At the other end of the hall, immediately by the windows raised on the steps of the throne and under canopies, sat the emperor and king in their robes, but the crown and scepter lay at some distance behind them on gold cushions. The three spiritual electors, their buffets behind them, had taken their places on single elevations, the Elector of Mentz opposite their majesties, the Elector of Treves at the right, and the Elector of Cologne at the left. This upper part of the hall was imposing and cheerful to behold, and excited the remark that the spiritual power likes to keep as long as possible with the ruler. On the contrary, the buffets and tables of all the temporal electors, which were indeed magnificently ornamented, but without occupants, made one think of the misunderstanding which had gradually arisen for centuries between them and the head of the empire. Their ambassadors had already withdrawn to eat in a side chamber, and if the greater part of the hall assumed a sort of spectral appearance by so many invisible guests being so magnificently attended, a large unfurnished table in the middle was still more sad to look upon, for there also many covers stood empty, because all those who had certainly a right to sit there had for appearance sake kept away, that on the greatest day of honor they might not renounce any of their honor, if indeed they were then to be found in the city. Neither my years nor the mass of present objects allowed me to make many reflections. I strove to see all as much as possible, and when the dessert was brought in, and the ambassadors re-entered to pay their court, I sought the open air, and contrived to refresh myself with good friends in the neighborhood after a day's half-fasting, and to prepare for the illumination in the evening. The illuminations. This brilliant night I purposed celebrating in a right hearty way, for I had agreed with Gretchen and Pylades and his mistress that we should meet somewhere at nightfall. The city was already resplendent at every end and corner. When I met my beloved, I offered Gretchen my arm. We went from one quarter to another, and found ourselves very happy in each other's society. The cousins at first were also Pg 173 of out party, but were afterwards lost in the multitude of people before the houses of some of the ambassadors, where magnificent illuminations were exhibited. Those of the Elector Palatine were preeminently distinguished. It was as clear as day lest I should be recognized. I had disguised myself to a certain extent, and Gretchen did not find it amiss. We admired the various brilliant representations and the fairy-like structures of flame by which each ambassador strove to outshine the others, but Prince Esterhazy's arrangements surpassed all the rest. Our little company were in raptures both with the invention and the execution, and we were just about to enjoy this in detail when the cousins again met us and spoke to us of the glorious illumination with which the Brandenburg ambassador had adorned his quarters, we were not displeased at taking the long way from the Rossmarkt horse market to the Saalhof, but found that we had been villainously hoaxed. The Saalhof is towards the main a regular and handsome structure, but the part in the direction of the city is exceedingly old, irregular, and unsightly small windows, agreeing neither in form nor size, neither in a line nor placed at equal distances, gates and doors arranged without symmetry, a ground floor mostly turned into shops. It forms a confused outside, which is never observed by anyone now. Here this accidental, irregular, unconnected architecture had been followed, and every window, every door, every opening was surrounded by lamps, as indeed can be done with a well-built house. But here the most wretched and ill-formed of all facades was thus quite incredibly placed in the clearest light. Did one amuse oneself with this, as with the jests of the Pagliasso Five, though not without scruple, since everybody must recognize something intentional in it, just as people had before glossed over the previous external deportment of von Platho, so much prized in other respects, and when once inclined towards him had admired him as a wag who, like his king, would place himself above all ceremonious, nevertheless gladly returned to the fairy kingdom of Esterhazy. This eminent envoy to honor the day had quite passed over his own unfavorably situated quarters, and in their PG 174 stead bad caused the great esplanade of linden trees in the horse market to be decorated in the front with a portal illuminated with colors, and at the back with a still more magnificent prospect. The entire enclosure was marked by lamps. Between the trees stood pyramids and spheres of light. Upon transparent pedestals, from one tree to another, were stretched glittering garlands on which floated suspended lights. In several places bread and sausages were distributed among the people, and there was no want of wine. Here now, four abreast, we walked very comfortably up and down, and I by Gretchen's side fancied that I really wandered in those happy Elysian fields where they pluck from the trees crystal cups that immediately fill themselves with the wine desired, and shake down fruits that change into every dish at will. At last, we also felt such a necessity, and conducted by Pylades, we found a neat, well-arranged eating-house. When we encountered no more guests, since everybody was going about the streets, we were all the better pleased, and passed the greatest part of the night most happily and cheerfully in the feeling of friendship, love, and attachment. When I had accompanied Gretchen as far as her door, she kissed me on the forehead. It was the first and last time that she granted me this favor, for alas, I was not to see her again. The next morning, while I was yet in bed, my mother entered in trouble and anxiety. It was easy to see when she was at all distressed. "Get up," she said, "and prepare yourself for something unpleasant. It has come out that you frequent very bad company, and have involved yourself in very dangerous and bad affairs. Your father is beside himself, and we have only been able to get thus much from him, that he will investigate the affair by means of a third party. Remain in your chamber, and await what may happen. Councillor Schneider will come to you. He has the commission both from your father and from the authorities, for the matter is already prosecuted, and may take a very bad turn. Goethe in trouble. I saw that they took the affair for much worse than it was, yet I felt myself not a little disquieted, even if only the actual state of things should be detected. My old messiah-loving friend finally entered with the tears standing in his eyes. He took me by the arm and said, "I am heartily sorry to come to you, PG 175, on such an affair. I could not have supposed that you could go astray so far, but what will not wicked companions and bad example do? Thus can a young, inexperienced man be led step by step into crime?" "I am conscious of no crime," I replied, "and as little of having frequented bad company. The question now is not one of defense," said he, interrupting me, "but of investigation, and on your part of an upright confession." "What do you want to know?" retorted Roman 1. He seated himself, drew out a paper, and began to question me. "Have you not recommended NN to your grandfather as a candidate for the place?" I answered, "Yes." "Where did you become acquainted with him?" "In my walks." "In what company?" I started, for I would not willingly betray my friend's silence. "Will not do now," he continued, "for all is sufficiently known." "What is known, then?" said Roman 1. "That this man has been introduced to you by others like him, in fact, by here." He named 3 persons whom I had never seen nor known, which I immediately explained to the questioner. "You pretend," He resumed not to know these men, and have yet had frequent meetings with them. Not in the least, I replied, for as I have said, except the first I do not know one of them, and even him I have never seen in a house. Have you not often been in street? Never, I replied. This was not entirely conformable to the truth. I had once accompanied Pylades to his sweetheart who lived in that street, but we had entered by the back door and remained in the summer house. I therefore supposed that I might permit myself the subterfuge that I had not been in the street itself. The good man put more questions, all of which I could answer with a denial, for of all that he wished to learn I knew nothing. At last he seemed to become vexed, and said, "You repay my confidence and goodwill very badly. I come to save you. You cannot deny that you have composed letters for these people themselves, or for their accomplices, have furnished them writings, and have thus been accessory to their evil acts. For the question is of nothing less than of forged papers, false wills, counterfeit bonds, and things of the sort. I come not only as a friend of the family, I come in the name and by order of the magistrates, who in consideration of your connections and youth would spare you and some other young persons, pg 176, who like you have been lured into the net. It was strange to me that among the persons he named none of those with whom I had been intimate were found the circumstances touched without agreeing, and I could still hope to save my young friends. But the good man grew more and more urgent. I could not deny that I had come home late many nights, that I had contrived to have a housekey made, that I had been seen at public places more than once with persons of low rank, and suspicious looks, that some girls were mixed up in the affair. In short, everything seemed to be discovered. But the names, this gave me courage to persist steadfastly in my silence. "Do not," said my excellent friend, "let me go away from you. The affair allows of no delay. Immediately after me another will come who will not grant you so much scope. Do not make the matter, which is bad enough, worse by your obstinacy." I represented very vividly to myself the good cousins, and particularly Gretchen. I saw them arrested, tried, punished, disgraced. And then it went through my soul like a flash of lightning that the cousins, though they always observed integrity towards me, might have engaged in such bad affairs. At least the oldest, who never quite pleased me, who came home later and later, and had little to tell of a cheerful sort. Still, I kept back my confession, personally said I am conscious of nothing evil, and can rest satisfied on that side. But it is not impossible that those with whom I have associated may have been guilty of some daring or illegal act. They may be sought, found, convicted, punished. I have hitherto nothing to reproach myself with, and will not do any wrong to those who have behaved well and kindly to me. He did not let me finish, but exclaimed with some agitation, "Yes, they will be found out. These villains met in 3 houses." He named the streets, he pointed out the houses, and unfortunately among them was the one to which I used to go. The first nest is already broken up, and at this moment so are the 2 others. In a few hours the whole will be clear, a void by a flunk confession, a judicial inquiry, a confrontation, and all other disagreeable matters. The house was known and marked now. I deemed silence useless. Nay, considering the innocence of our meetings, I could hope to be still more useful to them than to myself. "Sit down," I exclaimed, fetching him back, pg 177, from the door. "I will tell all, and at once lighten your heart and mine. Only one thing I ask henceforth, let there be no doubt of my veracity. Goethe's distress." I soon told my friend the whole progress of the affair, and was at first calm and collected, but the more I brought to mind and pictured to myself the persons, objects, and events, so many innocent pleasures and charming enjoyments, and was forced to depose, as before criminal court, the more did the most painful feeling increase, so that at last I burst forth in tears, and gave myself up to unrestrained passion. The family friend, who hoped that now the real secret was coming to light, for he regarded my distress as a symptom that I was on the point of confessing, with repugnance, something monstrous, sought to pacify me, as with him the discovery was the all-important matter. In this he only partly succeeded, but so far, however, that I could eke out my story to the end. Though satisfied of the innocence of the proceedings, he was still doubtful to some extent, and put further questions to me, which excited me afresh, and transported me with pain and rage. I asserted finally that I had nothing more to say, and well knew that I need fear nothing, for I was innocent, of a good family and well reputed, but that they might be just as guiltless, without having it recognized, or being otherwise favored. I declared at the same time that if they were not spared like myself, that if their follies were not regarded with indulgence, and their faults pardoned, that if anything in the least harsh or unjust happened to them, I would do myself a mischief, and no one should prevent me in this too. My friend tried to pacify me, but I did not trust him, and was when he quitted me at last, in a most terrible state. I now reproached myself for having told the affair, and brought all the positions to light. I foresaw that our childish actions, our youthful inclinations and confidences might be quite differently interpreted, and that I might perhaps involve the excellent Pylades in the matter, and render him very unhappy. All these images pressed vividly one after the other before my soul sharpened, and spurred my distress, so that I did not know what to do for sorrow. I cast myself at full length upon the floor, and moistened it with my tears. I know not how long I might have lain, when my sister entered, was frightened at my gestures, and did all that she pg 178 could to raise me up. She told me that a person connected with the magistracy had waited below with my father for the return of the family friend, and that after they had been closeted together for some time, both the gentlemen had departed, had talked to each other with apparent satisfaction, and had even laughed. She believed that she had heard the words, "It is all right, the affair is of no consequence." Indeed, I broke out, the affair is of no consequence for me, for I have committed no crime, and if I had they would contrive to help me through, but the others, I cried, who will stand by them? My sister tried to comfort me by circumstantially arguing that if those of higher rank were to be saved, a veil must also be cast over the faults of the more lowly. All this was of no avail. She had scarcely left than I again abandoned myself to my grief, and ever recalled alternately the images both of my affection and passion, and of the present and possible misfortune. I repeated to myself tale after tale, saw only unhappiness following unhappiness, and did not fail in particular to make Gretchen and myself truly wretched. The family friend had ordered me to remain in my room and have nothing to do with anyone, but the family, this was just what I wanted, for I found myself best alone. My mother and sister visited me from time to time, and did not fail to assist me vigorously with all sorts of good consolation. Nay, even on the second day, they came in the name of my father, who was now better informed, to offer me a perfect amnesty, which indeed I gratefully accepted. The proposal that I should go out with him and look at the insignia of the empire, which were now exposed to the curious, I stubbornly rejected, and I asserted that I wanted to know nothing either of the world or of the Roman Empire, till I was informed how that distressing affair, which for me could have no further consequences, had turned out for my poor acquaintance. They had nothing to say on this head, and left me alone. Yet the next day some further attempts were made to get me out of the house, and excite in me a sympathy for the public ceremonies. In vain. Neither the great gala day, nor what happened on the occasion of so many elevations of rank, nor the public table of the emperor and king, in short, nothing could move me. The elector of the Palatinate might come and wait pg 179 on both their majesties. These might visit the electors. The last electoral sitting might be attended for the dispatch of business in arrear, and the renewal of the electoral union. Nothing could call me forth from my passionate solitude. I let the bells ring for the rejoicings. The emperor repair to the Capuchin church. The electors and emperor depart, without on that account moving one step from my chamber. The final cannonading, immoderate as it might be, did not arouse me, and as the smoke of the powder dispersed, and the sound died away, so had all this glory vanished from my soul. Goethe's illness. I now experienced no satisfaction but in chewing the cud of my misery, and in a thousand-fold imaginary multiplication of it. My whole inventive faculty, my poetry and rhetoric, had cast themselves on this diseased spot, and threatened precisely, by means of this vitality, to involve body and soul into an incurable disorder. In this melancholy condition, nothing more seemed to me worth a desire, nothing worth a wish. An infinite yearning, indeed, seized me at times to know how it had gone with my poor friends, and my beloved, what had been the result of a stricter scrutiny, how far they were implicated in those crimes, or had been found guiltless. This also I circumstantially painted to myself in the most various ways, and did not fail to hold them as innocent and truly unfortunate. Sometimes I longed to see myself freed from this uncertainty, and wrote vehemently threatening letters to the family friend insisting that he should not withhold from me the further progress of the affair. Sometimes I tore them up again from the fear of learning my unhappiness quite distinctly, and of losing the principal consolation with which hitherto I had alternately tormented and supported myself. Thus I passed both day and night in great disquiet, in raving and lassitude, so that I felt happy at last when a bodily illness seized me with considerable violence, when they had to call in the help of a physician, and think of every way to quiet me. They supposed that they could do it generally by the sacred assurance that all who were more or less involved in the guilt had been treated with the greatest forbearance, that my nearest friends, being as good as innocent, had been dismissed with a slight reprimand, and that Gretchen had retired from the city and had returned to her own home. They lingered the most PG 180 over this last point, and I did not take it in the best part, for I could discover in it not a voluntary departure, but only a shameful banishment. My bodily and mental condition was not improved by this. My distress now first really began, and I had time enough to torment myself by picturing the strangest romance of sad events and an inevitably tragical catastrophe. Page 181. Part the second. Whatever one wishes in youth, in age, one has abundance. Sixth book. Illness and Recovery, Leipzig. Thus was I driven alternately to assist and to retard my recovery, and a certain secret chagrin was now added to my other sensations, for I plainly perceived that I was watched, that they were loth to hand me any sealed paper without taking notice what effect it produced, whether I kept it secret, whether I laid it down open, and the like. I therefore conjectured that Pylades, or one of the cousins, or even Gretchen herself, might have attempted to write to me, either to give or to obtain information. In addition to my sorrow, I was now for the first time thoroughly cross, and had again fresh opportunities to exercise my conjectures and to mislead myself into the strangest combinations. It was not long before they gave me a special overseer. Fortunately, it was a man whom I loved and valued. He had held the place of tutor in the family of one of our friends, and his former pupil had gone alone to the university. He often visited me in my sad condition, and they at last found nothing more natural than to give him a chamber next to mine, as he was then to employ me, pacify me, and as I marked keep his eye upon me still, as I esteemed him from my heart, and had already confided many things to him. Though not my affection for Gretchen, I determined so much the more to be perfectly candid and straightforward with him, as it was intolerable to me to live in daily intercourse with anyone, and at the same time to stand on an uncertain, constrained footing with him. It was not long then before I spoke to him about the affair, refreshed myself by the relation and repetition of the minutest circumstances of my past happiness, and thus gained so much that he, like a sensible man, saw it would be better to make me acquainted with the issue of the story, and that too in its details and particulars, so that PG 182 I might be clear as to the whole, and that with earnestness and zeal I might be persuaded of the necessity of composing myself, throwing the past behind me, and beginning a new life. First he confided to me who the other young people of quality were who had allowed themselves to be seduced at the outset into daring hoaxes, then into sportive breaches of police, afterwards into frolicsome impositions on others, and other such dangerous matters. Thus actually had arisen a little conspiracy, which unprincipled men had joined, who by forging papers and counterfeiting signatures had perpetrated many criminal acts, and had still more criminal matters in preparation. The cousins, after whom I at last impatiently inquired, had been found to be quite innocent, only very generally acquainted with those others, and not at all implicated with them. My client, by recommending whom to my grandfather, I had in fact put people on the scent, was one of the worst and bad sued for that office, chiefly that he might undertake or conceal certain villainies. After all this, I could at last contain myself no longer, and asked what had become of Gretchen, for whom I once for all confessed the strongest attachment. My friend shook his head and smiled. Make yourself easy, replied he. This girl has passed her examination very well, and has borne off honorable testimony to that effect. They could discover nothing in her but what was good and amiable. The examiners themselves were well disposed to her, and could not refuse her desire of removing from the city even what she has confessed in respect to you too. My friend does her honor. I have read her deposition in the secret reports myself, and seen her signature, the signature, exclaimed I, which makes me so happy and so miserable. What has she confessed? Then what has she subscribed? My friend delayed answering, but the cheerfulness of his face showed me that he concealed nothing dangerous. If you must know, then, replied he at last. When she was interrogated concerning you and her intercourse with you, she said quite frankly, I cannot deny that I have seen him often, and with pleasure, but I have always treated him as a child, and my affection for him was truly that of a sister. In many cases, I have given him good advice, and instead of instigating him to any equivocal action, I have hindered him from taking part in wanton tricks, which might have brought him into trouble. Page 183. Change of feeling towards Gretchen. My friend still went on making Gretchen speak like a governess, but I bad already for some time ceased to listen to him, for I was terribly affronted that she had set me down in the reports as a child, and believed myself at once cured of all passion for her. I even hastily assured my friend that all was now over. I also spoke no more of her, named her no more, but I could not leave off the bad habit of thinking about her, and of recalling her form, her air, her demeanor, though now, in fact, all appeared to me in quite another light. I felt it intolerable that a girl at the most only a couple of years older than me should regard me as a child, while I conceived I passed with her for a very sensible and clever youth. Her cold and repelling manner, which had before so charmed me, now seemed to me quite repugnant. The familiarities which she had allowed herself to take with me, but had not permitted me to return, were altogether odious. Yet all would have been well enough for me, if by subscribing that poetical love letter, in which she had confessed a formal attachment to me, she had not given me a right to regard her as a sly and selfish coquette. Her masquerading it at the milliner's too no longer seemed to me so innocent, and I turned these annoying reflections over and over within myself, until I had entirely stripped her of all her amiable qualities. My judgment was convinced, and I thought I must cast her away, but her image, gave me the lie as often as it again hovered before me, which indeed happened often enough. Nevertheless, this arrow with its barbed hooks was torn out of my heart, and the question then was how the inward sanative power of youth could be brought to one's aid. I really put on the man, and the first thing instantly laid aside was the weeping and raving, which I now regarded as childish in the highest degree, a great stride for the better, for I had often half the night through given myself up to this grief with the greatest violence, so that at last from my tears and sobbing I came to such a point that I could scarce swallow any more. The pleasure of eating and drinking became painful to me, and my breast, which was so nearly concerned, seemed to suffer the vexation which I had constantly felt since the discovery made me banish every weakness. I found it frightful that I had sacrificed sleep, repose, and health for the sake of page 184, a girl who was pleased to consider me a babe, and to imagine herself, with respect to me, something very much like a nurse. These depressing reflections, as I was soon convinced, were only to be banished by activity, but of what was I to take hold? I had indeed much to make up for in many things, and to prepare myself in more than one sense for the university which I was now to attend, but I relished and accomplished nothing. Much appeared to me familiar and trivial, for grounding myself in several respects, I found neither strength within nor opportunity without, and I therefore suffered myself to be moved by the taste of my good room neighbor to a study which was altogether new and strange to me, and which for a long time offered me a wide field of information, and thought my friend began namely to make me acquainted with the secrets of philosophy. He had studied in Jena under Daries, and possessing a well-regulated mind, had acutely seized the relations of that doctrine, which he now sought to impart to me. But unfortunately, these things would not hang together in such a fashion in my brain. I put questions which he promised to answer afterwards. I made demands which he promised to satisfy in future. But our most important difference was this, that I maintained a separate philosophy was not necessary, as the whole of it was already contained in religion and poetry. This he would by no means allow, but rather tried to prove to me that these must first be founded on philosophy, which I stubbornly denied, and at every step in the progress of our discussions found arguments for my opinion, for as in poetry a certain faith in the impossible, and as in religion a like faith in the inscrutable, must have a place, the philosophers appeared to me to be in a very false position, who would demonstrate and explain both of them from their own field of vision. Besides, it was very quickly proved from the history of philosophy that one always sought a ground different from that of the other, and that the skeptic in the end pronounced everything groundless and useless. History of philosophy. However, this very history of philosophy, which my friend was compelled to go over with me because I could learn nothing from dogmatical discourse, amused me very much, but only on this account that one doctrine or opinion seemed to me as good as another, so far at least as I was capable of pg 185, penetrating into it. With the most ancient men and schools I was best pleased, because poetry, religion, and philosophy were completely combined into one, and I only maintained that first opinion of mine with the more animation when the Book of Job and the Song and Proverbs of Solomon, as well as the Lays of Orpheus and Hesiod, seemed to bear valid witness in its favor. My friend had taken the smaller work of Brucker as the foundation of his discourse, and the further we went on, the less I could make of it. I could not clearly see what the first Greek philosophers would have. Socrates I esteemed as an excellent wise man who in his life and death might well be compared with Christ. His disciples, on the other hand, seemed to me to bear a strong resemblance to the apostles, who disagreed immediately after their master's death, when each manifestly recognized only a limited view as the right one. Neither the keenness of Aristotle nor the fullness of Plato produced the least fruit in me for the Stoics. On the contrary, I had already conceived some affection, and even procured Epictetus, whom I studied with much interest. My friend unwillingly let me have my way in this one-sidedness, from which he could not draw me, for in spite of his varied studies, he did not know how to bring the leading question into a narrow compass. He need only have said to me that in life action is everything, and that joy and sorrow come of themselves. However, youth should be allowed its own course. It does not stick to false maxims. Very long life soon tears or charms it away again. The season had become fine. We often went together into the open air and visited the places of amusement which surrounded the city in great numbers. But it was precisely here that matters went worse with me, for I still saw the ghosts of the cousins everywhere, and feared, now here, now there, to see one of them step forward. Even the most indifferent glances of men annoyed me. I had lost that unconscious happiness of wandering about unknown and unblamed, and of thinking of no observer even in the greatest crowds. Now hypochondriacal fancies began to torment me, as if I attracted the attention of the people, as if their eyes were turned on my demeanor to fix it on their memories, to scan and to find fault. I therefore drew my friend into the woods, and while Ip 186 shunned the monotonous firs, I sought those fine leafy groves which do not indeed spread far in the district, but are yet of sufficient compass for a poor wounded heart to hide itself in the remotest depth of the forest. I sought out a solemn spot where the oldest oaks and beeches formed a large noble shaded space. The ground was somewhat sloping, and made the worth of the old trunks only the more perceptible round. This open circle closed the densest thickets, from which the mossy rocks mightily and venerably peered forth, and made a rapid fall for a copious brook. Scarcely had I compelled my friend hither, who would rather have been in the open country by the stream among men, than he playfully assured me that I showed myself a true German. He related to me circumstantially, out of Tacitus, how our ancestors found pleasure in the feelings which nature so provides for us in such solitudes with her inartificial architecture. He had not been long discoursing of this, when I exclaimed, "Oh, why did not this precious spot lie in a deeper wilderness? Why may we not train a hedge around it to hallow and separate from the world both it and ourselves? Surely there is no more beautiful adoration of the deity than that which needs no image, but which springs up in our bosom merely from the intercourse with nature." What I then felt is still present to me. What I said I know not how to recall. Thus much, however, is certain, that the undetermined, widely expanding feelings of youth and of uncultivated nations are alone adapted to the sublime, which, if it is to be excited in us through external objects formless or molded into incomprehensible forms, must surround us with a greatness to which we are not equal. All men more or less feel such a disposition of the soul, and seek to satisfy this noble necessity in various ways. But as the sublime is easily produced by twilight and night, when objects are blended, it is on the other hand scared away by the day, which separates and sunders everything, and so must it also be destroyed by every increase of cultivation, if it be not fortunate enough to take refuge with the beautiful, and unite itself closely with it, by which both become equally undying and indestructible. The brief moments of such enjoyments was still more shortened by my meditative friend. But when I turned back into PG 187, the world, it was altogether in vain that I sought among the bright and barren objects around again to arouse such feelings within me, nay, I could scarce retain even the remembrance of them. My heart, however, was too far spoiled to be able to compose itself. It had loved, and the object was snatched away from it. It had lived, and life to it was embittered. A friend who makes it too perceptible that he designs to form you excites no feeling of comfort, while a woman who is forming you, while she seems to spoil you, is adored as a heavenly joy-bringing being. But that form in which the idea of beauty manifested itself to me had vanished far away. It often visited me under the shade of my oak trees, but I could not hold it fast, and I felt a powerful impulse to seek something similar in the distance. Drawing from nature. I had imperceptibly accustomed, nay, compelled my friend and overseer to leave me alone, for even in my sacred grove, those undefined gigantic feelings were not sufficient for me. The eye was above all others the organ by which I seized the world. I had from childhood lived among painters, and had accustomed myself to look at objects as they did with reference to art. Now I was left to myself, and to solitude. This gift, half natural, half acquired, made its appearance. Wherever I looked I saw a picture, and whatever struck me, whatever gave me delight, I wished to fix, and began in the most awkward manner to draw after nature. In this I lacked nothing less than everything, yet, though without any technical means, I obstinately persisted in trying to imitate the most magnificent things that offered themselves to my sight. Thus, to be sure, I acquired a great attention to objects, but I only seized them as a whole so far as they produced an effect, and little as nature had meant me for a descriptive poet, just as little would she grant me the capacity of a draftsman for details. Since, however, this was the only way left me of expressing myself, I stuck to it with so much stubbornness, nay, even with melancholy, that I always continued my labors the more zealously the less I saw they produced. But I will not deny that there was a certain mixture of roguery, for I had remarked that if I chose for an irksome study a half-shaded old trunk to the hugely curved roots of which clung wellet fern, combined with twinkling maidenhair, my friend, who knew from experience that I should not be disengaged in less than an hour, commonly resolved to seek PG 188 with his books some other pleasant little spot. Now nothing disturbed me in prosecuting my taste, which was so much the more active since my paper was endeared to me by the circumstance that I had accustomed myself to see in it not so much what stood upon it as what I had been thinking of at any time and hour. When I drew thus, plants and flowers of the commonest kind may form a charming diary for us, because nothing that calls back the remembrance of a happy moment can be insignificant, and even now it would be hard for me to destroy as worthless many things of the kind that have remained to me from different epochs, because they transport me immediately to those times which I remember with melancholy indeed, but not unwillingly. But if such drawings may have had anything of interest in themselves, they were indebted for this advantage to the sympathy and attention of my father. He, informed by my overseer that I had become gradually reconciled to my condition, and in particular had applied myself passionately to drawing from nature, was very well satisfied, partly because he himself set a high value on drawing and painting, partly because gossip Seekatz had once said to him that it was a pity I was not destined for a painter. But here again the peculiarities of the father and son came into conflict, for it was almost impossible for me to make use of a good white, perfectly clean sheet of paper. Gray old leaves, even if scribbled over on one side, already charmed me most, just as if my awkwardness had feared the touchstone of a white ground. Nor were any of my drawings quite finished, and how should I have executed a whole, which indeed I saw with my eyes, but did not comprehend, and how an individual object which I had neither skill nor patience to follow out the pedagogism of my father on this point too, was really to be admired. He kindly asked for my attempts, and drew lines round every imperfect sketch. He wished by this means to compel me to completeness and fullness of detail. The irregular leaves he cut straight, and thus made the beginning of a collection in which he wished at some future time to rejoice at the progress of his son. It was therefore by no means disagreeable to him when my wild, restless disposition sent me roving about the country. He rather seemed pleased when I brought back a parcel of drawings on which he could exercise his patience, and in some measure strengthen his hopes. Page 189. They no longer said that I might relapse into my former attachments and connections. They left me by degrees perfect liberty by accidental inducements. And in accidental society, I undertook many journeys to the mountain range, which from my childhood had stood so distant and solemn before me. Thus, we visited Homburg, Kronberg, ascended the Feldberg, from which the prospect invited us still further. And further into the distance, Königstein too was not left unvisited. Wiesbaden-Schwalbach, with its environs, occupied us many days. We reached the Rhine, which from the heights we had seen winding along far-off Mentz astonished us, but could not chain a youthful mind, which was running into the open country. We were delighted with the situation of Biberich, and contented and happy we resumed our journey home. This whole tour, from which my father had promised himself many a drawing, might have been almost without fruit, for what taste, what talent, what experience does it not require to seize an extensive landscape? As a picture, I was again imperceptibly drawn into a narrow compass, from which I derived some profit, for I met no ruined castle, no piece of wall, which pointed to antiquity, that I did not think an object worthy of my pencil and imitate, as well as I could even the stone of Drusus on the ramparts of Mentz. I copied at some risk, and with inconveniences which everyone must experience who wishes to carry home with him some pictorial reminiscences of his travels. Unfortunately, I had again taken with me nothing but the most miserable common paper, and had clumsily crowded several objects into one sheet, but my paternal teacher was not perplexed at this. He cut the sheets apart, had the parts which belonged to each other put together by the bookbinder, surrounded the single leaves with lines, and thus actually compelled me to draw the outline of different mountains up to the margin, and to fill up the foreground with some weeds and stones. If his faithful endeavors could not increase my talent, nevertheless, this mark of his love of order had upon me a secret influence, which afterwards manifested itself vigorously in more ways than one. Goethe's history. From such rambling excursions, undertaken partly for pleasure, partly for art, and which could be performed in a short time, and often repeated, I was again drawn home, and that by pg 190, a magnet which always acted upon me strongly. This was my sister, she only a year younger than I had lived my whole conscious period of life with me, and was thus bound to me by the closest ties. To these natural causes was added a forcible motive, which proceeded from our domestic position, a father certainly affectionate and well-meaning, but grave, who, because he cherished within a very tender heart, externally, with incredible consistency, maintained a brazen sternness, that he might attain the end of giving his children the best education, and of building up, regulating, and preserving his well-funded house. A mother, on the other hand, as yet almost a child, who first grew up to consciousness, with and in her two eldest children, these three, as they looked at the world, with healthy eyes capable of life, and desiring present enjoyment. This contradiction floating in the family increased with years. My father followed out his views unshaken and uninterrupted. The mother and children could not give up their feelings, their claims, their wishes. Under these circumstances, it was natural that brother and sister should attach themselves close to each other and adhere to their mother, that they might singly snatch the pleasures forbidden as a whole. But since the hours of solitude and toil were very long compared to the moments of recreation and enjoyment, especially for my sister, who could never leave the house for so long a time as I could, the necessity she felt for entertaining herself with me was still sharpened by the sense of longing with which she accompanied me to a distance. And as in our first years, playing and learning, growth and education had been quite common to both of us, so that we might well have been taken for twins, so did this community, this confidence, remain during the development of our physical and moral powers, that interest of youth, that amazement at the awakening of sensual impulses, which clothed themselves in mental forms of mental necessities, which clothed themselves in sensual images, all the reflections upon these which obscure rather than enlighten us, as the fog covers over, and does not illumine the veil from which it is about to rise, the many errors and aberrations springing therefrom. All these the brother and sister shared and endured hand in hand, and were the less enlightened as to their strange condition, as the nearer they wished to approach each other to clear up their minds. the PG 191 more forcibly did the sacred awe of their close relationship keep them apart. Reluctantly do I mention in general terms what I undertook to set forth years ago, without being able to accomplish it, as I lost this beloved, incomprehensible being. But too soon I felt inducement enough to make her worth present to me, and thus arose in me the conception of a poetic whole in which it might be possible to exhibit her individuality. But for this no other form could be devised than that of the Richardsonian novels, only by the minutest detail, by endless particularities, which bear vividly all the character of the whole, and as they spring up from a wonderful depth, give some feeling of that depth only. In such a manner would it have been in some degree possible to give a representation of this remarkable personality, for the spring can be apprehended only while it is flowing. But from this beautiful and pious design, as from so many others, the tumult of the world drew me back, and nothing now remains for me but to call up for a moment that blessed spirit as if by the aid of a magic mirror. Goethe's sister. She was tall, well and delicately formed, and had something naturally dignified in her demeanor, which melted away into a pleasing mildness. The lineaments of her face, neither striking nor beautiful, indicated a character which was not, and could not be at union with itself. Her eyes were not the finest I have ever seen, but the deepest, behind which you expected the most, and when they expressed any affection, any love, their brilliancy was unequaled. And yet, properly speaking, this expression was not tender like that which comes from the heart, and at the same time carries with it something of longing and desire. This expression came from the soul. It was full and rich. It seemed as if it would only give without needing to receive. But what in a manner quite peculiar disfigured her face, so that she would often appear positively ugly, was the fashion of those times, which not only bared the forehead, but either accidentally or on purpose, did everything apparently or really to enlarge it. Now, as she had the most feminine, most neatly arched forehead, and moreover a pair of strong black eyebrows and prominent eyes, these circumstances occasioned a contrast, which if it did not repel every stranger at the first glance, at least did not attract him. She early felt it, and this feeling, PG 192, became constantly the more painful to her the further she advanced into the years, when both sexes find an innocent pleasure in being mutually agreeable. To nobody can his own form be repugnant. The ugliest, as well as the most beautiful, has a right to enjoy his own presence, and as favor beautifies, and every one regards himself in the looking-glass with favor, it may be asserted that every one must see himself with complacency, even if he would struggle against the feeling. Yet my sister had such a decided foundation of good sense that she could not possibly be blind and silly in this respect. On the contrary, she perhaps knew more clearly than she ought that she stood far behind her female playfellows in external beauty, without feeling consoled by the fact that she infinitely surpassed them in internal advantages. If a lady can be recompensed for the want of beauty, then was she richly so by the unbounded confidence, the regard and love, which all her female friends bore to her, whether they were older or younger. All cherished the same sentiments. A very pleasant society had collected around her. Young men were not wanting who knew how to insinuate themselves. Nearly every girl found an admirer. She alone had remained without a partner. Indeed, if her exterior was in some measure repulsive, the mind that gleamed through it was also rather repelling than attractive, for the presence of any excellence throws others back upon themselves. She felt this sensibly. She did not conceal it from me, and her love was directed to me with so much the greater force. The ease was singular enough, as confidants to whom one reveals a love affair actually, by genuine sympathy, become lovers also, nay, grow into rivals, and at last, perchance, transfer the passion to themselves. So it was with us too, for when my connection with Gretchen was torn asunder, my sister consoled me the more earnestly, because she secretly felt the satisfaction of having gotten rid of a rival, and I too could not but feel a quiet, half-mischievous pleasure when she did me the justice to assure me that I was the only one who truly loved, understood, and esteemed her. If now from time to time my grief for the loss of Gretchen revived, and I suddenly began to weep, to lament, and to act in a disorderly manner, my despair for my lost one awakened in her likewise a similar despairing impatience, PG 193, as to the never-possessings, the failures and miscarriages of such youthful attachments, that we both thought ourselves infinitely unhappy, and the more so as in this singular case the confidants could not change themselves into lovers. The sisters, lover. Fortunately, however, the capricious god of love, who needlessly does so much mischief here, for once interfered beneficially to extricate us out of all perplexity. I had much intercourse with a young Englishman, who was educated in Fales boarding school. He could give a good account of his own language. I practiced it with him, and thus learned much concerning his country and people. He went in and out of our house long enough without my remarking in him a liking for my sister, yet he may have been nourishing it in secret even too. Passion, for at last it declared itself unexpectedly, and at once she knew him, she esteemed him, and he deserved it. She had often made the third at our English conversations. We had both tried to catch from his mouth the irregularities of the English pronunciation, and thereby accustomed ourselves not only to the peculiarities of its accent and sound, but even to what was most peculiar in the personal qualities of our teacher, so that at last it sounded strangely enough when we all seemed to speak as if out of one mouth. The pains he took to learn as much German from us in the like manner were to no purpose, and I think I have remarked that even this little love affair also, both in speaking and writing, was carried on in the English language. Both the young persons were very well suited to each other. He was tall and well-built, as she was only still more slender. His face, small and compact, might really have been pretty had it not been too much disfigured by the smallpox. His manner was calm, precise. One might often have called it dry and cold, but his heart was full of kindness and love, his soul full of generosity, and his attachments as lasting as they were decided and controlled. Now this serious pair, who had but lately formed an attachment, were quite peculiarly distinguished among the others, who, being already better acquainted with each other, of more frivolous character, and careless as to the future, roved about with levity in these connections, which commonly pass away as the mere fruitless prelude to subsequent and more serious ties, and very seldom produce a lasting effect upon life. Page 194. The fine weather and the beautiful country did not remain unenjoyed by so lively a company. Water excursions were frequently arranged, because these are the most sociable of all parties of pleasure. Yet whether we were moving on water or on land, the individual attracting powers immediately showed themselves. Each couple kept together, and for some men who were not engaged, of whom I was one, there remained either no conversation with the ladies at all, or only such as no one would have chosen for a day of pleasure. A friend who found himself in this situation, and who might have been in want of a partner, chiefly for this reason, that with the best humor he lacked tenderness, and with much intelligence that delicate attention without which connections of this kind are not to be thought of. This man, after often humorously and wittily lamenting his condition, promised at the next meeting to make a proposal which would benefit himself and the whole company, nor did he fail to perform his promise, for when, after a brilliant trip by water and a very pleasant walk, reclining on the grass between shady knolls, or sitting on mossy rocks and roots of trees, we had cheerfully and happily consumed a rural meal, and our friend saw us all cheerful and in good spirits, he with a waggish dignity commanded us to sit close round him in a semicircle, before which he stepped and began to make an emphatic peroration as follows. Most worthy friends of both sexes, paired and unpaired, it was already evident from this address how necessary it was that a preacher of repentance should arise and sharpen the conscience of the company. One part of my noble friends is paired, and they may find themselves quite happy, another unpaired, and these find themselves in the highest degree miserable, as I can assure you from my own experience. And although the loving couples are here in the majority, yet I would have them consider whether it is not a social duty to take thought for the whole. Why do so many of us unite together, but to take a mutual interest in each other? And how can that be done when so many little secessions are to be seen in our circle? Far be it from me to insinuate anything against such sweet connections, or even to wish to disturb them. But there is a time for all things, an excellent great saying, of which indeed nobody thinks, when his own amusement is sufficiently provided for. Page 195. He then went on with constantly increasing liveliness and gaiety to compare the social virtues with the tender sentiments. The latter said, he can never fail us, we always carry them about with us, and every one becomes a master in them without practice, but we must go in quest of the former, we must take some trouble about them, and though we progress in them as much as we have never done learning them. Now, he went into particulars. Many felt themselves hit off, and they could not help casting glances at each other, yet our friend had this privilege, that nothing he did was taken ill, and so he could proceed without interruption. Humorous oration. It is not enough to discover deficiencies, indeed, it is unjust to do so, if at the same time one cannot contrive to give the means for bettering the state of affairs. I will not therefore, my friends, something like a preacher in Passion Week, exhort you in general terms to repentance and amendment. I rather wish all amiable couples the longest and most enduring happiness, and to contribute to it myself in the surest manner, I propose to sever and abolish these most charming little segregations during our social hours. I have continued already provided for the execution of my project. If it should meet your approbation, here is a bag in which are the names of the gentlemen. Now draw, my fair ones, and be pleased to favor as your servant for a week him whom fate shall send you. This is binding only within our circle. As soon as that is broken up, these connections are also abolished, and the heart may decide who shall attend you. A large part of the company had been delighted with this address and the manner in which he delivered it, and seemed to approve of the notion, yet some couples looked at each other as if they thought that it would not answer their purpose. He therefore cried with humorous vehemence, "Truly it surprises me that someone does not spring up, and though others hesitate, extol my plan, explain its advantages, and spare me the pain of being my own encomiast. I am the oldest among you, may God forgive me, for that already have I a bald pate, which is owing to my great meditation." Here he took off his hat. "But I would expose it to view with joy and honor, if my lucubrations, which dry up my skin and rob me of my finest PG 196 adornment, could only be in some measure beneficial to myself and others. We are young, my friends, that is good, we shall grow older, that is bad, we take little offense at each other, that is right and in accordance with the season. But soon, my friends, the days will come when we shall have much to be displeased at in ourselves. Then let every one see that he makes all right with himself, but at the same time others will take things ill of us, and on what account we shall not understand. For this we must prepare ourselves. This shall now be done." He had delivered the whole speech, but especially the last part with the tone and gesture of a Capuchin, for as he was a Catholic, he might have had abundant opportunity to study the oratory of these fathers. He now appeared out of breath, wiped his youthful bald head, which really gave him the look of a priest, and by these drolleries put the light-hearted company in such good humor that every one was eager to hear him longer. But instead of proceeding, he drew open the bag, and turned to the nearest lady. "Now for a trial of it," exclaimed he, "the work will do credit to the master. If in a week's time we do not like it, we will give it up and stick to the old plan." Half willingly, half on compulsion, the ladies drew their tickets, and it was easy to see that various passions were in play during this little affair. Fortunately, it happened that the merry-minded were separated, while the more serious remained together, and so too my sister kept her Englishman, which on both sides they took very kindly of the god of love and luck. The new chancer couples were immediately united by the antistess. Their healths were drank, and to all the more joy was wished, as its duration was to be but short. This was certainly the merriest moment that our company had enjoyed for a long time. The young men to whose share no lady had fallen held for this week the office of providing for the mind, the soul, and the body, as our orator expressed himself. But especially he hinted for the soul, since both the others already knew how to help themselves. These masters of ceremonies, who wished at once to do themselves credit, brought into play some very pretty new games, prepared at some distance, a supper which we had not reckoned on, and illuminated the yacht on our return at night. PG 197, although there was no necessity for it in the bright moonlight, but they excused themselves by saying that it was quite conformable to the new social regulation to outshine the tender glances of the heavenly moon by earthly candles the moment we touched the shore. Our solon cridite missa est. Each one now handed out of the vessel the lady who had fallen to him by lot, and then surrendered her to her proper partner on receiving his own in exchange. At our next meeting, this weekly regulation was established for the summer, and the lots were drawn once more. There was no question but that this pleasantry gave a new and unexpected turn to the company, and everyone was stimulated to display whatever of wit and grace was in him, and to pay court to his temporary fare, one in the most obliging manner, since he might depend on having a sufficient store of complaisance for 1 week at least. Second, oration. We had scarcely settled ourselves, that instead of thanking our orator, we reproached him for having kept to himself the best part of his speech. Conclusion, he thereupon protested that the best part of a speech was persuasion, and that he who did not aim at persuasion should make no speech, for as to conviction, that was a ticklish business, as however they gave him no peace. He began a capuchinade on the spot, more comical than ever perhaps, for the very reason that he took it into his head to speak on the most serious subjects, for with texts out of the Bible, which had nothing to do with the business, with similes, which did not fit with allusions, which illustrated nothing, carried out the proposition that whosoever does not know how to conceal his passions, inclinations, wishes, purposes, and plans will come to no good in the world, but will be disturbed, and made a butt in every end and corner, and that especially if one would be happy in love, one must take pains to keep it a most profound secret. This thought ran through the whole, without properly speaking a single word of it being said. If you would form a conception of this singular man, let it be considered, that being born with a good foundation, he had cultivated his talents, and especially his acuteness in Jesuit schools, and had amassed an extensive knowledge of the world and of men, but only on the bad side. He was some 22, pg 198 years old, and would gladly have made me a proselyte to his contempt for mankind, but this would not take with me, as I always had a great desire to be good myself, and to find good in others. Meanwhile, I was by him made attentive to many things. To complete the dramatis person of every merry company, an actor is necessary who feels pleasure when the others, to enliven many an indifferent moment, point the errors of their wit at him. If he is not merely a stuffed Saracen like those on whom the knights used to practice their lances in mock battles, but understands himself how to skirmish, to rally, and to challenge, how to wound lightly, and recover himself again, and while he seems to expose himself to give others a thrust home, nothing more agreeable can be found. Such a man we possessed in our friend Horn, whose name, to begin with, gave occasion for all sorts of jokes, and who on account of his small figure was called nothing but Hornchen, little Horn. He was in fact the smallest in the company, of a stout but pleasing form, a pug nose, a mouth somewhat pouting, little sparkling eyes made up a swarthy countenance which always seemed to invite laughter. His little compact skull was thickly covered with curly black hair, his beard was prematurely blue, and he would have liked to let it grow, that, as a comic mask, he might always keep the company laughing. For the rest, he was neat and nimble, but insisted that he had bandy legs, which everybody granted, since he was bent on having it so, but about which many a joke arose, for since he was in request as a very good dancer, he reckoned it among the peculiarities of the fair sex that they always liked to see bandy legs on the floor. His cheerfulness was indestructible, and his presence at every meeting indispensable. We two kept more together, because he was to follow me to the university, and he well deserves that I should mention him with all honor, as he adhered to me for many years with infinite love, faithfulness, and patience. By my ease in rhyming, and in winning from common objects a poetical side, he had allowed himself to be seduced into similar labors, our little social excursions, parties of pleasure, and the contingencies that occurred in them we decked out poetically, and thus, by the description of an event, a new event always arose, but as such social jests, commonly pg 199, degenerate into personal ridicule, and my friend Horn, with his burlesque representations, did not always keep within proper bounds. Many a misunderstanding arose, which however could soon be softened down and effaced. Thus also he tried his skill in a species of poetry, which was then very much the order of the day. The comic heroical poem Pope's Rape of the Lock had called forth many imitations. Zaccaria cultivated this branch of poetry on German soil, and it pleased every one, because the ordinary subject of it was some awkward fellow, of whom the genii made game, while they favored the better one. It is not wonderful, but yet it excites wonder when in contemplating a literature, especially the German, one observes how a whole nation cannot get free from a subject which has been once given and happily treated in a certain form, but will have it repeated in every manner, until at last the original itself is covered up and stifled by the heaps of imitations. Comic heroical poetry. The heroic poem of my friend was a voucher for this remark. At a great sledging party, an awkward man has assigned to him a lady who does not like him comically enough. There befalls him one after another every accident that can happen on such an occasion, until at last, as he is entreating for the sledge driver's right a kiss, he falls from the back seat, for just then, as was natural, the fates tripped him up. The fair one seizes the reins and drives home alone. A favored friend receives her and triumphs over his presumptuous rival. As to the rest, it was very prettily contrived that the 4 different kinds of spirits should worry him in turn, till at the end, the gnomes hoist him completely out of the saddle. The poem, written in Alexandrines, and founded on a true story, highly delighted our little public, and we were convinced that it could well be compared with the Walpurgis Night of Lowen or the Renomist of Zaccaria I. While now our social pleasures required but an evening and the preparations for them only a few hours, I had enough time to read, and as I thought to study to please my father, I diligently repeated the smaller work of Hoppe, and could stand an examination in it forwards and backwards by PG 200, which means I made myself complete master of the chief contents of the institutes, but a restless eagerness for knowledge urged me further. I lit upon the history of ancient literature, and from that fell into an encyclopedism in which I read through Gessner's Isagoge and Morhov's Polyhister, and thus gained a general notion of how many strange things might have happened in learning and life. By this persevering and rapid industry, continued day and night, I more confused than instructed myself, but I lost myself in a still greater labyrinth when I found Bayle in my father's library and plunged deep into him. But a leading conviction which was continually revived within me was that of the importance of the ancient tongues, since, from amidst this literary hurly-burly, thus much continually forced itself upon me that in them were preserved all the models of oratory, and at the same time everything else of worth that the world has ever possessed. Hebrew, together with biblical studies, had retired into the background, and Greek likewise, since my acquaintance with it did not extend beyond the New Testament. I therefore the more zealously kept to Latin, the masterpieces in which lie nearer to us, and which besides its splendid original productions offers us the other wealth of all ages in translations and the works of the greatest scholars. I consequently read much in this language with great ease, and was bold enough to believe I understood the authors, because I missed nothing of the literal sense. Indeed, I was very indignant when I heard that Grotius had insolently declared he did not read Terence, as boys do. Happy narrow-mindedness of youth, nay of men in general, that they can at every moment of their existence fancy themselves finished, and inquire after neither the true nor the false, after neither the high nor the deep, but merely after that which is suited to them. I had thus learned Latin, like German, French, and English, merely by practice, without rules and without conception. Whoever knows the condition of school instruction then will not think it strange that I skipped grammar as well as rhetoric. All seemed to me to come together naturally. I retained the words, their forms and inflections, in my ear and mind, and used the language with case in writing and in chattering. Page 201. Discussed at Frankfurt. Michaelmas, the time when I was to go to the university, was approaching, and my mind was excited quite as much about my life as about my learning. I grew more and more clearly conscious of an aversion to my native city. By Gretchen's removal, the heart had been broken out of the boyish and youthful plant. It needed time to bud forth again from its sides, and surmount the first injury by a new growth. My ramblings through the streets had ceased. I now, like others, only went such ways as were necessary. I never went again into Gretchen's quarter of the city, not even into its vicinity. And as my old walls and towers became gradually disagreeable to me, so also was I displeased at the constitution of the city. All that hitherto seemed so worthy of honor now appeared to me in distorted shapes. As grandson of the Schultheiss, the secret defects of such a republic had not remained unknown to me, the less so as children feel quite a peculiar surprise, and are excited to busy researches as soon as something which they have hitherto implicitly revered becomes in any degree suspicious to them. The fruitless indignation of upright men, in opposition to those who are to be gained, and even bribed by factions, had become but too plain to me. I hated every injustice beyond measure, for children are all moral rigorists. My father, who was concerned in the affairs of the city, only as a private citizen, expressed himself with very lively indignation about much that had failed, and did I not see him? After so many studies, endeavors, pains, travels, and so much varied cultivation between his four walls, leading a solitary life, such as I could never desire for myself, all this put together lay as a horrible load on my mind, from which I could only free myself by trying to contrive a plan of life altogether different from that which had been marked out for me. In thought I threw away my legal studies, and devoted myself solely to the languages, to antiquities, to history, and to all that flows from them. Indeed, at all times, the poetic imitation of what I had perceived in myself, in others, and in nature, afforded me the greatest pleasure. I did it with ever-increasing facility, because it came by instinct, and no criticism had led me astray, and if I did not feel full confidence in my productions, I could certainly regard them as defective, but not such as to be utterly rejected. Was this or that censured in them, I still pg 202 retained, in private, my conviction that I could not but gradually improve, and that some time I might be honorably named along with Heightened, Gellert, and other such men. But such a distinction alone seemed to me too empty and inadequate. I wished to devote myself professionally, and with zeal, to those aforesaid fundamental studies, and while I thought to advance myself more rapidly in my own works, by a more thorough insight into antiquity, to qualify myself for a university professorship, which seemed to me the most desirable thing for a young man who intended to cultivate himself, and to contribute to the cultivation of others. With these intentions, I always had my eye upon Göttingen. My whole confidence rested upon men like Hein Michaelis, and so many others. My most ardent wish was to sit at their feet and attend to their instructions, but my father remained inflexible. Howsoever some family friends, who were of my opinion, tried to influence him, he persisted that I must go to Leipzig. I was now resolved, contrary to his views and wishes, to choose a line of studies and of life for myself, by way of self-defense. The obstinacy of my father, who without knowing it opposed himself to my plans, strengthened me in my impiety, so that I made no scruple to listen to him by the hour while he described and repeated to me the course of study and of life which I should pursue at the universities and in the world. Since all hopes of Göttingen were cut off, I now turned my eyes towards Leipzig. Their earnesty appeared to me as a brilliant light. Morris, too, already awakened much confidence. I planned for myself, in secret, an opposition course, or rather, I built a castle in the air on a tolerably solid foundation, and it seemed to me quite romantically honorable to mark out my own path of life, which appeared the less visionary, as Griesbach had already made great progress in a similar way, and was commended for it by every one. The secret joy of a prisoner, when he has unbound the fetters and rapidly filed through the bars of his jail window, cannot be greater than was mine, as I saw day after day disappear, and October draw nigh, the inclement season, and the bad roads, of which everybody had something to tell, did not frighten me. The thought of making good my footing in a strange place, and in winter, did not make me sad. Suffice it to say that I only pg 203 saw my present situation was gloomy, and represented to myself the other unknown world as light and cheerful. Thus I formed my dreams, to which I gave myself up exclusively, and promised myself nothing but happiness and content in the distance. Closely as I kept these projects a secret from everyone else, I could not hide them from my sister, who, after being very much alarmed about them at first, was finally consoled when I promised to send after her, so that she could enjoy with me the brilliant station I was to obtain, and share my comfort with me. Michaelmas, so longingly expected, came at last, when I set out with delight in company with the bookseller Flescher, and his wife, whose maiden name was Triller, and who was going to visit her father in Wittenberg, and I left behind me the worthy city in which I had been born and bred, with indifference, as if I wished never to set foot in it again. Thus at certain epochs children part from parents, servants, from masters, protégés, from their patrons, and whether it succeed or not, such an attempt to stand on one's own feet, to make oneself independent, to live for oneself, is always in accordance with the will of nature. Departure for Leipzig. We had driven out through the Allerheiligen All Saints Gate, and had soon left Hanau behind us, after which we reached scenes which aroused my attention by their novelty. If at this season of the year they offered little that was pleasing, a continual rain had completely spoiled the roads which, generally speaking, were not then in such good order as we find them now, and our journey was thus neither pleasant nor happy, yet I was indebted to this damp weather for the sight of a natural phenomenon, which must be exceedingly rare, for I have seen nothing like it since, nor have I heard of its being observed by others at night. Namely, we were driving up a rising ground between Hanau and Gelhossen, and although it was dark, we preferred walking to exposing ourselves to the danger and difficulty of that part of the road. All at once, in a ravine on the right-hand side of the way, I saw a sort of amphitheater wonderfully illuminated in a funnel-shaped space. There were innumerable little lights gleaming ranged step-fashion over one another, and they shone so brilliantly that the eye was dazzled. But what stiff more PG 204 confused the sight was that they did not keep still, but jumped about here and there as well downwards from above as vice versa, and in every direction. The most of them, however, remained stationary and beamed on. It was only with the greatest reluctance that I suffered myself to be called away from this spectacle, which I could have wished to examine more closely. On interrogating the postilion, he indeed knew nothing about such a phenomenon, but said that there was in the neighborhood an old stone quarry, the excavation of which was filled with water. Now, whether this was a pandemonium of will-o'-the-wisps or a company of shining creatures, I will not decide. The roads through Thuringia were yet worse, and unfortunately at nightfall, our coach stuck fast in the vicinity of Auerstadt. We were far removed from all mankind, and did everything possible to work ourselves out. I failed not to exert myself zealously, and might thereby have overstrained the ligaments of my chest, for soon afterwards I felt a pain which went off and returned, and did not leave me entirely until after many years. Yet on that same night, as if it had been destined for alternate good and bad luck, I was forced, after an unexpectedly fortunate incident, to experience a teasing vexation. We met in Auerstadt a genteel married couple who had also just arrived, having been delayed by a similar accident, a pleasing, dignified man in his best years, with a very handsome wife. They politely persuaded us to sup in their company, and I felt very happy when the excellent lady addressed a friendly word to me. But when I was sent out to accelerate the soup which had been ordered, not having been accustomed to the loss of rest, and the fatigues of traveling, such an unconquerable drowsiness overtook me that actually I fell asleep, while walking, returned into the room with my hat on my head, and without remarking that the others were saying grace, placed myself with quiet unconsciousness behind the chair, and never dreamed that by conduct I had come to disturb their devotions. In a very droll way, Madame Flescher, who lacked neither spirit nor wit nor tongue, entreated the strangers, before they had seated themselves, not to be surprised at anything they might see here, for that their young fellow-traveler had in his nature much of the peculiarity of the Quakers, who PG 205 believe that they cannot honor God and the king better than with covered heads. The handsome lady, who could not restrain her laughter, looked prettier than ever in consequence, and I would have given everything in the world not to have been the cause of a merriment which was so beautifully becoming in her countenance. I had, however, scarcely laid aside my hat than these persons, in accordance with their polished manners, immediately dropped the joke, and with the best wine from their bottle case, completely extinguished sleep, chagrin, and the memory of all past troubles. Leipzig. I arrived in Leipzig just at the time of the fair, from which I derived particular pleasure, for here I saw before me the continuation of a state of things belonging to my native city, familiar wares, and traditionally in other places, and in a different order. I rambled about the market and the booths with much interest, but my attention was particularly attracted by the inhabitants of the eastern countries in their strange dresses, the Poles and Russians, and above all the Greeks, for the sake of whose handsome forms and dignified costume I often went to the spot. But this animating bustle was soon over, and now the city itself appeared before me, with its handsome high and uniform houses. It made a very good impression upon me, and it cannot be denied that in general, but especially in the silent moments of Sundays and holidays, it has something imposing, and when in the moonlight the streets were half in shadow, half illuminated, they often invited me to nocturnal promenades. In the meantime, as compared with that to which I had hitherto been accustomed, this new state of affairs was by no means satisfactory. Leipzig calls up before the spectator no antique time. It is a new recently elapsed epoch, testifying commercial activity, comfort, and wealth, which announces itself to us in these monuments, yet quite to my taste, with the huge-looking buildings, which fronting two streets, and embracing a citizen world within their large courtyards built round with lofty walls, are like large castles, nay even half-cities, in one of these strange places. I quartered myself, namely, in the bombshell tavern Turcugel, between the old and the new Newmarket, a couple of pleasant rooms looking out upon a courtyard, which on account of the thoroughfare was not without animation, were occupied by the PG 206 bookseller Flesher during the fair, and by me taken for the rest of the time at a moderate price. As a fellow lodger, I found a theological student who was deeply learned in his professional studies. Sound thinker, but poor and suffering much from his eyes, which caused him great anxiety for the future. He had brought this affliction upon himself by his inordinate reading till the latest dusk of the evening, and even by moonlight, to save a little oil. Our old hostess showed herself benevolent to him, always friendly to me, and careful for us both. Gellert. I now hastened with my letters of introduction to Hofrath Bohm, who once a pupil of Moscow, and now his successor, was professor of history and public law. A little thick-set, lively man received me kindly enough, and introduced me to his wife. Both of them, as well as the other persons whom I waited on, gave me the pleasantest hopes as to my future residence. But at first I let no one know of the design I entertained, although I could scarcely wait for the favorable moment when I should declare myself free from jurisprudence, and devoted to the study of the classics. I cautiously waited till the Fleshers had returned, that my purpose might not be too prematurely betrayed to my family, but I then went without delay to Hofrath Bohm, to whom, before all, I thought I must confide the matter, and with much self-importance and boldness of speech, disclosed my views to him. However, I found by no means a good reception of my proposition. As professor of history and public law, he had a declared hatred for everything that savored of the belles letters. Unfortunately, he did not stand on the best footing with those who cultivated them, and Gellert in particular, in whom I had awkwardly enough expressed much confidence. He could not even endure to send a faithful student to those men. Therefore, while he deprived himself of one, and especially under such circumstances, seemed to him altogether out of the question, he therefore gave me a severe lecture on the spot, in which he protested that he could not permit such a step without the permission of my parents, even if he approved of it himself, which was not the case in this instance. He then passionately inveighed against philology and the study of languages, but still more against poetical exercises, which I had indeed allowed to peep out in the background. He finally, PG 207, concluded that if I wished to enter more closely into the study of the ancients, it could be done much better by the way of jurisprudence. He brought to my recollection many elegant jurists, such as Eberhard Otto and Heinexius, promised me mountains of gold from Roman antiquities and the history of law, and showed me clear as the sun that I should here be taking no roundabout way, even if afterwards, on more mature deliberation, and with the consent of my parents, I should determine to follow out my own plan. He begged me in a friendly manner to think the matter over once more, and to open my mind to him soon as it would be necessary to come to a determination at once on account of the impending commencement of the lectures. It was, however, very polite of him not to press me on the spot. His arguments, and the weight with which he advanced them, had already convinced my pliant youth, and I now first saw the difficulties and doubtfulness of a matter which I had privately pictured to myself as so feasible. Frau Hofrath Bohm invited me to see her shortly afterwards. I found her alone. She was no longer young, and had very delicate health, was gentle and tender to an infinite degree, and formed a decided contrast to her husband, whose good nature was even clustering. She spoke of the conversation her husband had lately had with me, and once more placed the subject before me in all its bearings, in so cordial a manner, so affectionately and sensibly, that I could not help yielding. The few reservations on which I insisted were also agreed upon by the other side. Thereupon her husband regulated my hours, for I was to hear lectures on philosophy, the history of law, the institutes, and some other matters. I was content with this, but I carried my point so as to attend Gellert's History of Literature with Stockhausen for a textbook, and his practicum besides. The reverence and love with which Gellert was regarded by all young people was extraordinary. I had already visited him, and had been kindly received by him, not of tall stature elegant, without being lean soft, and rather pensive, eyes a very fine forehead, a nose aquiline, but not too much so, a delicate mouth, a face of an agreeable oval, made his presence pleasing and desirable. It cost some trouble to reach him. His two famuli appeared like priests who guard a sanctuary, pg 208, the access to which is not permitted to everybody nor at every time. And such a precaution was very necessary, for he would have sacrificed his whole time had he been willing to receive and satisfy all those who wished to become intimate with him. At first I attended my lectures assiduously and faithfully, but the philosophy would not enlighten me at all in the logic. It seemed strange to me that I had so to tear asunder, isolate, and as it would destroy those operations of the mind which I had performed with the greatest ease from my youth upwards, and this in order to see into the right use of them, of the thing itself, of the world, and of God. I thought I knew about as much as the professor himself. And in more places than one, the affair seemed to me to come into a tremendous strait, yet all went on in tolerable order, till towards Shrovetide, when in the neighborhood of Professor Winkler's house on the Thomas Place, the most delicious fritters came hot out of the pan just at the hour of lecture, and these delayed us so long that our notebooks became disordered, and the conclusion of them towards spring melted away together with the snow and was lost. It was soon quite as bad with the law lectures, for I already knew just as much as the professor thought good to communicate to us. My stubborn industry in writing down the lectures at first was paralyzed by degrees, for I found it excessively tedious to pen down once more that which, partly by question, partly by answer, I had repeated with my father often enough to retain it for ever in my memory. The harm which is done when young people at school are advanced too far in many things was afterwards manifested still more when time and attention were diverted from exercises in the languages, and a foundation in what are properly speaking preparatory studies, in order to be applied to what are called realities, which dissipate more than they cultivate if they are not methodically and thoroughly taught. I here mention by the way another evil by which students are much embarrassed. Professors, as well as other men in office, cannot all be of the same age, but when the younger ones teach, in fact only that they may learn, and moreover if they have talent anticipate their age, they acquire their own cultivation altogether at the cost of their hearers, since these are not instructed in what they really need, but in that which pg 209 the professor finds it necessary to elaborate for himself. Among the oldest professors, on the contrary, many are for a long time stationary. They deliver on the whole only fixed views, and in the details much that time has already condemned as useless and false. Between the two arises a sad conflict, in which young minds are dragged hither and thither, and which can scarcely be set right by the middle-aged professors, who, though sufficiently instructed and cultivated, always feel within themselves an active endeavor after knowledge and reflection. Now, as in this way, I learned to know much more than I could digest, whereby a constantly increasing uncomfortableness was forced upon me, so also from life I experienced many disagreeable trifles, as indeed one must always pay one's footing when one changes one's place, and comes into a new position. The first thing that the ladies blamed in me related to my dress, for I had come from home to the university rather oddly equipped. Domestic tailoring. My father, who detested nothing so much as when something happened in vain, when anyone did not know how to make use of his time, or found no opportunity for turning it to account, carried his economy of time and abilities so far that nothing gave him greater pleasure than to kill two birds with one stone. Too, he had therefore never engaged a servant who could not be useful to the house in something else now, as he had always written everything with his own hand, and had latterly the convenience of dictating to the young inmate of the house. He found it most advantageous to have tailors for his domestics, who were obliged to make good use of their time, as they not only had to make their own liveries, but the clothes for my father and the children, besides doing all the mending. My father himself took pains to have the best cloths and stuffs by getting fine wares of the foreign merchants at the fair, and laying them up in store. I still remember well that he always visited the Herrn von Loenischt of Aix-la-Chapelle, and from my earliest youth made me acquainted with these and other eminent merchants. Care was also taken for the fitness of the stuff, and there was a plentiful stock of different kinds of cloth serge and gotting stuff besides the requisite lining, so that as far as the materials were concerned, we might well venture to be seen PG 210, but the form spoiled almost everything, for if one of our home tailors was anything of a clever hand at sewing and making up a coat which had been cut out for him in masterly fashion, he was now obliged also to cut out the dress for himself, which did not always succeed to perfection. In addition to this, my father kept whatever belonged to his clothing in very good and neat order, and preserved more than used it for many years. Thus, he had a predilection for certain old cuts and trimmings by which our dress sometimes acquired a strange appearance. In this same way, had the wardrobe which I took with me to the university been furnished, it was very complete and handsome, and there was even a lace suit amongst the rest. Already accustomed to this kind of attire, I thought myself sufficiently well dressed, but it was not long before my female friends, first by gentle raillery, then by sensible remonstrances, convinced me that I looked as if I had dropped down out of another world. Much as I felt vexed at this, I did not at first see how I could help myself, but when Herr von Masseren, the favorite poetical country squire, once entered the theatre in a similar costume, and was heartily laughed at more by reason of his external than his internal absurdity, I took courage and ventured at once to exchange my whole wardrobe for a new-fashioned one suited to the place, by which, however, it shrunk considerably. After this trial was surmounted, a new one was to make its appearance, which proved to be far more unpleasant, because it concerned a matter which one does not so easily put off and exchange. I had been born and bred in the Upper German dialect, and although my father always labored after a certain purity of language, and from our youth upwards had made us children attentive to what may be really called the defects of that idiom, and so prepared us for a better manner of speaking, I retained, nevertheless, many deep-seated peculiarities, which, because they pleased me by their naivete, I was fond of making conspicuous, and thus every time I used them incurred a severe reprimand from my new fellow-townsmen, the Upper German, and perhaps chiefly he who lives by the Rhine and Main, for great rivers like the sea-coast always have something animating about them, expresses himself much in similes and allusions, and makes use of proverbial sayings with a native page 211 common sense aptness. In both cases, he is often blunt, but when one sees the drift of the expression, it is always appropriate. Only something, to be sure, may often slip in which proves offensive to a more delicate ear. Provincial dialect. Every province loves its own dialect, for it is properly speaking the element in which the soul draws its breath, but every one knows with what obstinacy the Misnayan dialect has contrived to domineer over the rest, and even for a long time to exclude them. We have suffered for many years under this pedantic tyranny, and only by reiterated struggles have all the provinces again established themselves in their ancient rights. What a lively young man had to endure from this continual tutoring may be easily inferred by anyone who reflects that modes of thought, imagination, feeling, native character must be sacrificed with the pronunciation which one at last consents to alter, and this intolerable demand was made by men and women of education, whose convictions I could not adopt, whose injustice I believed I felt, though I was unable to make it plain to myself. Allusions to the pithy biblical texts were to be forbidden me, as well as the use of the honest-hearted expressions from the Chronicles. I had to forget that I had read the Kaiser von Geisersburg, and eschew the use of proverbs which nevertheless, instead of much fiddle-faddle, just hit the nail upon the head. All this, which I had appropriated to myself with youthful ardor, I was now to do without. I felt myself paralyzed to the core, and scarcely knew any more how I had to express myself on the commonest things. I was told, besides, that one should speak as one writes, and write as one speaks, while to me speaking and writing seemed once for all two different things, each of which might well maintain its own rights. And even in the Misnayan dialect had I to hear many things which would have made no great figure on paper. Every one who perceives in this the influence which men and women of education, the learned and other persons who take pleasure in refined society, so decidedly exercise over a young student, would be immediately convinced that we were in Leipzig, even if it had not been mentioned. Each one of the German universities has a particular character, for as no universal cultivation can pervade our fatherland, every place adheres to its own fashion, and carries out even to the last PG 212, its own characteristic peculiarities. Exactly the same thing holds good of the universities in Jena, and hollow roughness had been carried to the highest pitch. Bodily strength, skill in fighting the wildest self-help, was there the order of the day, and such a state of affairs can only be maintained and propagated by the most universal riot. The relations of the students to the inhabitants of those cities, various as they might be, nevertheless agreed in this, that the wild stranger had no regard for the citizen, and looked upon himself as a peculiar being privileged to all sorts of freedom and insolence. In Leipzig, on the contrary, a student could scarcely be anything else than polite, as soon as he wished to stand on any footing at all with the rich, well-bred, and punctilious inhabitants. All politeness, indeed, when it does not present itself as the flowering of a great and comprehensive mode of life, must appear restrained, stationary, and from some points of view perhaps absurd. And so those wild huntsmen from the Zolla 3 thought they had a great superiority over the tame shepherds on the Place for Zacharias Renomist would always be a valuable document from which the manner of life and thought at that time rises visibly forth, as in general his poems must be welcome to every one who wishes to form for himself a conception of the then prevailing state of social life and manners, which was indeed feeble but amiable on account of its innocence and childlike simplicity. All manners which result from the given relations of a common existence are indestructible, and in my time many things still reminded us of Zacharias' epic poem. Only one of our fellow academicians thought himself rich and independent enough to snap his fingers at public opinion. He drank acquaintance with all the hackney coachmen whom he allowed to sit inside the coach, as if they were gentlemen, while he drove them on the box, thought it a great joke to upset them now and then, and contrived to satisfy them for their smashed vehicles, as well as for their occasional bruises, but otherwise he did no harm to anyone, seeming only to make a mock of the public en masse. Once on a most beautiful promenade day, he and a comrade of his seized upon the donkeys PG 213 of the miller in St. Thomas Square, well-dressed, and in their shoes and stockings they rode around the city with the greatest solemnity, stared at by all the promenaders, with whom the glacis was swarming. When some sensible persons remonstrated with him on the subject, he assured them quite unembarrassed that he only wanted to see how the Lord Christ might have looked in a like case, yet he found no imitators and few companions. Student life at Leipzig. For the student of any wealth and standing had every reason to show himself attentive to the mercantile class, and to be the more solicitous about the proper external forms, as the Colony 5 exhibited a model of French manners. The professors, opulent both from their private property and from their liberal salaries, were not dependent upon their scholars, and many subjects of the state, educated at the government schools or other gymnasia and hoping for preferment, did not venture to throw off the traditional customs. The neighborhood of Dresden, the attention paid to us from thence, and the true piety of the superintendent of the course of study could not be without a moral, nay, a religious influence. At first this kind of life was not repugnant to me. My letters of introduction had given me the entrée into good families, whose circle of relatives also received me well, but as I was soon forced to feel that the company had much to find fault within me, and that after dressing myself in their fashion, I must now talk according to their tongue also, and as moreover I could plainly see that I was on the other hand but little benefited by the instruction and mental improvement I had promised myself from my academical residence, I began to be lazy and to neglect the social duties of visiting and other attentions, and indeed I should have sooner withdrawn from all such connections had not fear and esteem bound me fast to Hofrath Bohm, and confidence and affection to his wife. The husband, unfortunately, had not the happy gift of dealing with young people, of winning their confidence, and of guiding them for the moment as occasion might require. When I visited him, I never got any good by it. His wife, on the contrary, showed a genuine interest in me. Her ill health, PG 214, kept her constantly at home. She invited me to spend many an evening with her, and knew how to direct and improve me in many little external particulars, for my manners were good indeed, but I was not yet master of what is properly termed etiquette, Only one female friend spent the evenings with her, but she was more dictatorial and pedantic, for which reason she displeased me excessively, and out of spite to her, I often resumed those unmannerly habits from which the other had already weaned me. Nevertheless, she always had patience enough with me, taught me piquet amber, and similar games, the knowledge and practice of which is held indispensable in society. But it was in the matter of taste that Madame Baume had the greatest influence upon me, in a negative way truly, yet one in which she agreed perfectly with the critics. The Gotched waters six had inundated the German world with a true deluge which threatened to rise up even over the highest mountains. It takes a long time for such a flood to subside again, for the mire to dry away. And as in any epoch, there are numberless aping poets, so the imitation of the flat and watery produced a chaos of which now scarcely notion remains. To find out that trash was hence the greatest sport, yea, the triumph of the critics of those days. Whoever had only a little common sense was superficially acquainted with the ancients, and was somewhat more familiar with the moderns, thought himself provided with a standard scale, which he could everywhere apply. Madame Baume was an educated woman who opposed the trivial, weak, and commonplace. She was besides the wife of a man who lived on bad terms with poetry in general, and would not even allow that of which she perhaps might have somewhat approved. She listened indeed for some time with patience, when I ventured to recite to her the verse or prose of famous poets, who already stood in good repute. Then, as always, I knew by heart everything that chanced in any degree to please me, but her complaisance was not of long duration. The first whom she outrageously abused were the poets of the Weiss school, who were just then often quoted with great applause, and had delighted me very particularly. If I looked more pg 215 closely into the matter, I could not say she was wrong. I had sometimes even ventured to repeat to her, though anonymously, some of my own poems, but these fared no better than the rest of the set, and thus, in a short time, the beautiful, variegated meadows at the foot of the German Parnassus, where I was fond of luxuriating, were mercilessly mowed down, and I was even compelled to toss about the drying hay myself, and to ridicule that as lifeless which a short time before had given me such lively joy. German poetry. Without knowing it, Professor Morris came to strengthen her instructions. He was an uncommonly gentle and friendly man, with whom I became acquainted at the table of Hofrath Ludwig, and who received me very pleasantly when I begged the privilege of visiting him now, while making inquiries of him concerning antiquity. I did not conceal from him what delighted me among the modems, when he spoke about such things with more calmness, but what was still worse, with more profundity than Madame Baume, and he thus opened my eyes, at first to my greatest chagrin, but afterwards to my surprise, and at last to my edification. Besides this, there came the Jeremiads with which Gellert in his course was wont to warn us against poetry. He wished only for prose essays, and always criticized these first verses he treated as a sorry addition. And what was the worst of all, even my prose found little favor in his eyes, for after my old fashion, I used always to lay as the foundation a little romance, which I loved to work out in the epistolary form. The subjects were impassioned, the style went beyond ordinary prose, and the contents probably did not display any very deep knowledge of mankind in the author. And so I stood in very little favor with our professor, although he carefully looked over my labors, as well as those of the others, corrected them with red ink, and here and there added a moral remark. Many leaves of this kind, which I kept for a long time with satisfaction, have unfortunately, in the course of years, at last disappeared from among my papers. If elderly persons wish to play the pedagogue properly, they should neither prohibit nor render disagreeable to a young man anything which gives him pleasure, of whatever kind it may be, unless, at the same time, they have something else to put in its place, or can contrive a substitute. Everybody, pg 216, protested against my tastes and inclinations, and on the other hand, what they commended to me lay either so far from me that I could not perceive its excellencies, or stood so near me that I thought it not a whit better than what they inveighed against. I thus became thoroughly perplexed on the subject, and promised myself the best results from a lecture of Ernestes on Cicero de Orata. I learned something indeed from this lecture, but was not enlightened on the subject, which particularly concerned me. I required a standard of opinion, and thought I perceived that nobody possessed it, for no one agreed with another even when they brought forward examples, And where were we to get a settled judgment when they managed to reckon up against a man like Wieland so many faults in his amiable writings, which so completely captivated us younger folks? Amid this manifold distraction, this dismemberment of my existence and my studies, it happened that I took my dinners at Hofrath Ludwig's. He was a medical man, a botanist, and his company, with the exception of Morris, consisted of physicians just commencing or near the completion of their studies. Now, during these hours, I heard no other conversation than about medicine or natural history, and my imagination was drawn over into quite a new field. I heard the names of Haller, Linus, Buffon mentioned with great respect, and even if disputes often arose about mistakes into which it was said they had fallen, all agreed in the end to honor the acknowledged abundance of their merits. The subjects were entertaining and important, and enchained my attention by degrees. I became familiar with many names and a copious terminology which I caught up the more willingly as I was afraid to write down a rhyme, however spontaneously it presented itself, or to read a poem, for I was fearful that it might please me at the time, and that perhaps immediately afterwards, like so much else, I should be forced to pronounce it bad. Destruction of juvenile poems. This uncertainty of taste and judgment disquieted me more and more every day, so that at last I fell into despair. I had brought with me those of my youthful labors, which I thought the best, partly because I hoped to get some credit by them, partly that I might be able to test my progress with greater certainty. But I found myself in the miserable situation, pg 217, in which one is placed when a complete change of mind is required, a renunciation of all that one has hitherto loved and found good. However, after some time and many struggles, I conceived so great a contempt for my labors begun and ended that one day I burnt up poetry and prose plans, sketches and projects all together on the kitchen hearth, and threw our good old landlady into no small fright and anxiety by the smoke which filled the whole house. Page 218. Seventh book. Leipzig, continued German literature. About the condition of German literature at that time, so much has been written, and that so sufficiently that everyone who takes any interest in it can be completely informed. The judgments of it are now pretty well agreed, and what at present I intend to say piecemeal and disconnectedly concerning it relates not so much to how it was constituted in itself as to how it stood towards me. I will therefore first speak of those things by which the public is particularly excited, of those two hereditary foes of all comfortable life, and of all cheerful self-sufficient living, poetry, I mean satire and criticism. In quiet times, everyone will live after his own fashion. The citizen will carry on his trade or his business, and enjoy the fruits of it afterwards. Thus will the author too willingly compose something, publish his labors, and since he thinks he has done something good and useful, hope for praise, if not reward. In this tranquility, the citizen is disturbed by the satirist, the author by the critic, and peaceful society is thus put into a disagreeable agitation. The literary epoch in which I was born was developed out of the preceding one by opposition. Germany, so long inundated by foreign people, interpenetrated by other nations, directed to foreign languages in learned and diplomatic transactions, could not possibly cultivate her own. Together with so many new ideas, innumerable strange words were obtruded necessarily and unnecessarily upon her, and even for objects already known people were induced to make use of foreign expressions and turns of language, the German having run wild for nearly 200 years in an unhappy tumultuary state, went to school, to the French to learn manners, and to the Romans in order to express himself properly. But this was to be done in the mother tongue, when the literal application of those idioms and their half-Germanization made both the social and business style ridiculous. Besides this, pg 219, they adopted without moderation the similes of the southern languages, and employed them most extravagantly. Just so they transferred the stately deportment of the prince-like citizens of Rome to the learned German small-town officers, and were at home nowhere, least of all with themselves. But as in this epic works of genius had already appeared, the German sense of freedom and joy also began to stir itself, this accompanied by a genuine earnestness insisted that men should write purely and naturally without the intermixture of foreign words, and as common intelligible sense dictated by these praiseworthy endeavors. However, the doors and gates were thrown open to an extended national insipidity, nay, the dike was dug through by which the great deluge was shortly to rush in. Meanwhile, a stiff pedantry long stood its ground in all the four faculties, until at last, much later, it fled for refuge from one of them into another. Men of parts, children of nature, looking freely about them, had therefore two objects on which they could exercise themselves, against which they could labor, and as the matter was of no great importance, give a vent to their petulance. These were a language disfigured by foreign words, forms, and turns of speech on the one hand, and the worthlessness of such writings as had been careful to keep themselves free from those faults on the other, though it occurred to nobody that while they were battling against one evil, the other was called on for assistance. Liscow, a daring young man, first ventured to attack by name a shallow, silly writer, whose awkward demeanor soon gave him an opportunity to proceed still more severely. He then went further, and constantly aimed his scorn at particular persons and objects whom he despised, and sought to render despicable, nay, even persecuted them with passionate hatred. But his career was short, for he soon died, and was gradually forgotten as a restless, irregular youth. The talent and character shown in what he did, although he had accomplished little, may have seemed valuable to his countrymen, for the Germans have always shown a peculiar pious kindliness to talents of good promise when prematurely cut off. Suffice it to say that Liscow was very early praised and recommended to us as an excellent satirist, who could have attained a rank even above the universally beloved Rabener. Here, indeed, pg 220, we saw ourselves no better off than before, for we could discover nothing in his writings except that he had found the silly, which seemed to us quite a matter of course. Rabener, well educated, grown up under good scholastic instruction, of a cheerful and by no means passionate or malicious disposition, took up general satire. His censure of the so-called vices and follies springs from the clear views of a quiet common sense, and from a fixed moral conception of what the world ought to be. His denunciation of faults and failings is harmless and cheerful, and in order to excuse even the slight boldness of his writings, it is supposed that the improving of fools by ridicule is no fruitless undertaking. Rabener's personal character will not easily appear again. As an able, punctual man of business, he does his duty, and thus gains the good opinion of his fellow townsmen and the confidence of his superiors, along with which he gives himself up to the enjoyment of a pleasant contempt for all that immediately surrounds him, pedantic literati, vain youngsters, every sort of narrowness and conceit. He banters rather than satirizes, and even his banter expresses no contempt. Just in the same way does he jest about his own condition, his misfortune, his life, and his death. There is little of the aesthetic in the manner in which this writer treats his subjects in external forms. He is indeed varied enough, but throughout he makes too much use of direct irony, namely, in praising the blameworthy and blaming the praiseworthy, whereas this figure of speech should be used, but extremely seldom, for in the long run it becomes annoying to clear-sighted men, perplexes the weak, while indeed it pleases the great middle class, who without any special expense of mind can fancy themselves more knowing than others. But all that he brings before us, and however he does it, alike bears witness to his rectitude, cheerfulness, and equanimity, so that we always feel prepossessed in his favor. The unbounded applause of his own times was a consequence of such moral excellencies. Rabener, that people looked for originals to his general descriptions, and found them, was natural. That individuals complained of him, followed from the above his over-long apologies. That his satire is not personal, proved the spite which has been provoked. Some of his letters crown him at once as a man, and pg 221, an author. The confidential epistle in which he describes the siege of Dresden, and how he loses his house, his effects, his writings, and his wigs, without having his equanimity in the least shaken or his cheerfulness clouded, is highly valuable, although his contemporaries and fellow citizens could not forgive him his happy turn of mind. The letter where he speaks of the decay of his strength and of his approaching death is in the highest degree worthy of respect, and Rabener deserves to be honored as a saint by all cheerful, intelligent men who cheerfully resign themselves to earthly events. I tear myself away from him reluctantly, yet I would make this remark: his satire refers throughout to the middle class. He lets us see here and there that he is also well acquainted with the higher ranks, but does not hold it advisable to come in contact with them. It may be said that he has had no successor, that no one has been found who could consider himself equal or even similar to him. Now for criticism, and first of all for the theoretic attempts. It is not going too far when we say that the ideal had at that time escaped out of the world into religion. It scarcely even made its appearance in moral philosophy of a highest principle of art. No one had a notion. They put Goethe's critical art of poetry into our hands. It was useful and instructive enough, for it gave us a historical information of all the kinds of poetry as well as of rhythm and its different movements. The poetic genius was presupposed, but besides that the poet was to have acquirements, and even learning, he should possess taste, and everything else of that kind. They directed us at last to Horace's art of poetry. We gazed at single golden maxims of this invaluable work, but did not know in the least what to do with it as a whole, or how we should use it. The Swiss stepped forth as Goethe's antagonists. They must take it into their heads to do something different, to accomplish something better. Accordingly, we heard that they were in fact superior. Breitinger's critical art of poetry was taken in hand. Here we reached a wider field, but properly speaking only a greater labyrinth, which was so much the more tiresome as an able man, in whom we had confidence, was driving us about in it. Let a brief review justify these words. For poetry in itself, they had been able to find no fundamental pg 222 axiom. It was too spiritual and too volatile. Painting an art which one could hold fast with one's eyes and follow step by step with the external senses seemed more favorable for such an end. The English and French had already theorized about plastic art, and by a comparison drawn from this, it was thought that poetry might be grounded. The former placed images before the eyes, the latter before the fancy. Poetical images, therefore, were the first thing which was taken into consideration. People began with comparisons, descriptions followed, and only that was expressed which had always been apparent to the external senses. Images then, but where should these images be got, except from nature? The painter professedly imitated nature. Why not the poet also? But nature as she lies before us cannot be imitated. She contains so much that is insignificant and worthless that one must make a selection. But what determines the choice? One must select that which is important, but what is important? To answer this question, the Swiss may have taken a long time to consider, for they came to a notion which is indeed singular but clever and even comical, inasmuch as they say the new is always the most important. And after they have considered this for a while, they discover that the marvelous is always newer than everything else. They had now pretty well collected their poetical requisitions, but they had still to consider that the marvelous might also be empty and without relation to man. But this relation, demanded as necessary, must be a moral one, from which the improvement of mankind should manifestly follow. And thus a poem had reached its utmost aim, when with everything else accomplished, it was useful. Besides, they now wished to test the different kinds of poetry according to all these requisites, those which imitated nature besides being marvelous, and at the same time of a moral aim and use, were to rank as the first and highest. And after much deliberation, this great preeminence was at last ascribed, with the highest degree of conviction, to Aesop's fables. Strange as such a deduction may now appear, it had the most decided influence on the best minds that Gellert and subsequently Lichtwer devoted themselves to this department, that even Lessing attempted to labor in it, that pg 223 so many others turned their talents towards it. Speaks for the confidence which this species of poetry had gained. Theory and practice always act upon each other. One can see from their works what is the men's opinion, and from their opinions predict what they will do. Bodmer, Breitinger, Goethe. Yet we must not dismiss our Swiss theory without doing it justice. Bodmer, with all the pains he took, remained theoretically and practically a child all his life. Breitinger was an able, learned, sagacious man, whom, when he looked rightly about him, the essentials of a poem did not all escape. Nay, it can be shown that he may have dimly felt the deficiencies of his system. Remarkable, for instance, is his query whether a certain descriptive poem by Koenig on the review camp of Augustus II is properly a poem, and the answer to it displays good sense, but it may serve for his complete justification that he, starting from a false point on a circle, almost run out already still struck upon the main principle, and at the end of his book finds himself compelled to recommend, as additions, so to speak, the representation of manners, character, passions, in short, the whole inner man, to which indeed poetry preeminently belongs. It may well be imagined into what perplexity young minds felt themselves thrown by such dislocated maxims, half-understood laws, and shivered-up dogmas. We adhered to examples, and there too were no better off foreigners, as well as the ancients stood too far from us. And from the best native poets always peeped out a decided individuality to the good points of which we could not lay claim, and into the faults of which we could not, but be afraid of falling for him who felt anything productive in himself. It was a desperate condition. When one considers closely what was wanting in the German poetry, it was a material, and that to a national one. There was never a lack of talent. Here we make mention only of Goethe, who may be called a poet in the full sense of the word. A decided talent, endowed with sensuousness, imagination, memory, the gifts of conception and representation, productive in the highest degree, ready at rhythm, ingenious, witty, and of varied information beside us, possessed in short all the requisites for creating by means of poetry a second life within life, even within common real life. We admire the great facility with which in his occasional pg 224 poems he elevates all circumstances by the feelings, and embellishes them with suitable sentiments, images, and historical and fabulous traditions. Their roughness and wildness belong to his time, his mode of life, and especially to his character, or if one would have it so, his want of fixed character. He did not know how to curb himself, and so his life, like his poetry, melted away from him. By his vacillating conduct Goethe had trifled away the good fortune of being appointed at the court of Augustus II, where in addition to every other species of ostentation, they were also looking about for a court poet who could give elevation and grace to their festivities, and immortalize a transitory pomp. Von Koenig was more mannerly and more fortunate. He filled this post with dignity and applause. In all sovereign states, the material for poetry comes downwards from above, and the Revuekamp at Mühlberg des Lusliger bei Mühlberg was perhaps the first worthy object, provincial, if not national, which presented itself to a poet. Two kings, saluting one another, in the presence of a great host, their whole courts and military state around them, well-appointed troops, a mock-fight, fetes of all kinds. Thighs is business enough for the outward sense, and overflowing material for delineating and descriptive poetry. This subject had indeed the internal defect that it was only pomp and show, from which no real action could result. None, except the very first, distinguished themselves, and even if they had done so, the poet could not render any one conspicuous, lest he should offend the others. He had to consult the court and state calendar, and the delineation of the persons therefore went off pretty dryly. Nay, even his contemporaries very strongly reproached him with having described the horses better than the men. But should not this redound to his credit, that he showed his art just where an object for it presented itself? The main difficulty, too, seems soon to have manifested itself to him, since the poem never advanced beyond the first canto. Schlosser. Amidst such studies and reflections, an unexpected event surprised me and frustrated my laudable design of becoming acquainted with our new literature. From the beginning, my countryman, John George Schlosser, after spending his academical years with industry and exertion, had repaired to pg 225 Frankfurt-on-Main in the customary profession of an advocate. But his mind, aspiring and seeking after the universal, could not reconcile itself to this situation. For many reasons he accepted, without hesitation, an office as private secretary to the Duke Ludwig of Württemberg, who resided in Treptow, for the prince was named among those great men who in a noble and independent manner purposed to enlighten themselves, their families, and the world, and to unite for higher aims. It was this Prince Ludwig who, to ask advice about the education of his children, had written to Rousseau, whose well-known answer began with the suspicious-looking phrase, "Si, j'avais le malheur d'être ni prince." Not only in the affairs of the prince, but also in the education of his children, Schlosser was now willingly to assist in word and deed if not to superintend them, this noble young man, who harbored the best will and labored, after a perfect purity of morals, would have easily kept men from him by a certain dry austerity, if his fine and rare literary cultivation, his knowledge of languages, and his facility at expressing himself, by writing both in verse and prose, had not attracted everyone, and made living with him more agreeable. It had been announced to me that he would pass through Leipzig, and I expected him with longing. He came and put up at a little inn or winehouse that stood in the Brule Marsh, and the host of which was named Skonkopf. This man had a Frankfurt woman for his wife, and although he entertained few persons during the rest of the year, and could lodge no guests in his little house, yet at fair time he was visited by many Frankfurters who used to eat and in case of need even take quarters there. Also thither I hastened to seek after Schlosser. When he had sent to inform me of his arrival, I scarcely remembered having seen him before, and found a young well-formed man with a round compressed face, without the features losing their sharpness. On that account the form of his rounded forehead between black eyebrows and locks indicated earnestness, sternness, and perhaps obstinacy. He was in a certain measure the opposite of myself, and this very thing doubtless laid the foundation of our lasting friendship. I had the greatest respect for his talents, the more so as I very well saw that in the certainty with which he acted and produced, he was completely my superior. The respect, and pg 226, the confidence which I showed him confirmed his affection, and increased the indulgence he was compelled to have for my lively, impetuous, and ever-excitable disposition. In such contrast with his own, he studied the English writers diligently. Pope, if not his model, was his aim, and in opposition to that author's essay on man, he had written a poem in like form and measure, which was to give the Christian religion the triumph over the deism of the other work. From the great store of papers which he carried with him, he showed me poetical and prose compositions in all languages which, as they challenged me to imitation, once more gave me infinite disquietude. Yet I contrived to help myself immediately by activity. I wrote German, French, English, and Italian poems addressed to him, the subject matter of which I took from our conversations, which were always important and instructive. Schlosser did not wish to leave Leipzig without having seen face to face the men who had a name. I willingly took him to those I knew. With those whom I had not yet visited, I in this way became honorably acquainted, since he was received with distinction as a well-informed man of education, of already established character, and well knew how to pay for the outlay of conversation. I cannot pass over our visit to Goethe, as it exemplifies the character and manners of that man. He lived very respectably in the first story of the Golden Bear, where the elder Breitkopf, on account of the great advantage which Goethe's writings, translations, and other aids had brought to the trade, had promised him a lodging for life. We were announced. The servant led us into a large chamber, saying his master would come immediately. Now, whether we misunderstood a gesture which he made I cannot say. It is enough we thought he directed us into an adjoining room. We entered, and to a singular scene, for on the instant Goethe, that tall, broad, gigantic man, came in at the opposite door, in a morning gown of green damask lined with red taffeta, but his monstrous head was bald and uncovered. This, however, was to be immediately provided, for the servant sprang in at a side door with a great full-bottomed wig in his hand. The curls came down to the elbows, and handed the head ornament to his master with gestures of terror. Goethe, without manifesting the least vexation, pg 227, raised the wig from the servant's arm with his left hand, and while he very dexterously swung it up on his head, gave the poor fellow such a box on the ear with his right paw that the latter, as often happens in a comedy, went spinning out at the door, whereupon the respectable old grandfather invited us quite gravely to be seated, and kept up a pretty long discourse with good grace. Fellow boarders at Leipzig. As long as Schlosser remained in Leipzig, I dined daily with him, and became acquainted with a very pleasant set of boarders, some Livonians, and the son of Hermann, chief court preacher in Dresden, afterwards burgomaster in Leipzig, and their tutor Hofrath Fail, author of the Count von P., a continuation of Gellert's Swedish Countess Zachary, a brother of the poet and Krebel, editor of geographical and genealogical manuals. All these were polite, cheerful, and friendly men, Zaccaria was the most quiet, frail, and elegant man who had something almost diplomatic about him, yet without affectation, and with great good humor. Crucible, a genuine Falstaff, tall, corpulent, fair, with prominent merry eyes, as bright as the sky, always happy, and in good spirits. These persons all treated me in the most handsome manner, partly on Schlosser's account, partly too on account of my own frank good humor and obliging disposition, and it needed no great persuasion to make me partake of their table in future. In fact, I remained with them after Schlosser's departure, deserted Ludwig's table, and found myself so much the better off in this society, which was limited to a certain number, as I was very well pleased with the daughter of the family, a very neat, pretty girl, and had opportunities to exchange friendly glances with Herr Comfort, which I had neither sought nor found by accident. Since the mischance with Gretchen, I spent the dinner hours with my friends cheerfully and profitably. Crucible indeed loved me, and continued to tease me and stimulate me in moderation. Fail, on the contrary, showed his earnest affection for me by trying to guide and settle my judgment upon many points. During this intercourse, I perceived through conversation, through examples, and through my own reflections, that the first step in delivering ourselves from the wishy-washy, long-winded, empty epoch could be taken only by definiteness, precision, and brevity in the style which had hitherto prevailed. Pg 228:1 could not distinguish the commonplace from what was better, since all were brought down to a level with each other. Authors had already tried to escape from this widespread disease, with more or less success. Haller and Ramler were inclined to compression by nature. Lessing and Wieland were led to it by reflection. The former became by degrees quite epigrammatical in his poems, terse in Minna, laconic in Emilia Galatea. It was not till afterwards that he returned to that serene naivete which becomes him so well in Nathan Wieland, who had been occasionally prolix in Agathon Don Silvio, and the comic tales becomes condensed and precise to a wonderful degree, as well as exceedingly graceful in Musarion and Idris Klopstock. In the first cantos of the Messiah is not without diffuseness. In his odes and other minor poems he appears compressed, as also in his tragedies. By his emulation of the ancients, especially Tacitus, he sees himself constantly forced into narrower limits, by which he at last becomes obscure and unpalatable. Gerstenberg, a fine but eccentric talent, also distinguishes himself. His merit is appreciated, but on the whole he gives little pleasure. Gleim, diffuse and easy by nature, is scarcely once concise in his war songs. Ramler is properly more a critic than a poet. He begins to collect what the Germans have accomplished in lyric poetry. He now finds that scarcely one poem fully satisfies him. He must leave out a range, and alter that the things may have some shape or other. By this means, he makes himself almost as many enemies as there are poets and amateurs, since every one, properly speaking, recognizes himself only in his defects, and the public interests itself sooner for a faulty individuality than for that which is produced or amended according to a universal law of taste. Rhythm lay yet in the cradle, and no one knew of a method to shorten its childhood. Poetical prose came into the ascendant. Gessner and Klopstock excited many imitators. Others again still demanded an intelligible meter, and translated this prose into rhythm, but even these gave nobody satisfaction, for they were obliged to omit and add, and the prose original always passed for the better of the two. But the more with all this conciseness is aimed at, the more does a judgment become possible, since that which is important, being more closely compressed, allows a certain comparison at last. It happened, pg 229, also at the same time, that many kinds of truly poetical forms arose, for as they tried to represent only what was necessary in the objects they wished to imitate, they were forced to do justice to every one of these. And in this manner, though no one did it consciously, the modes of representation multiplied themselves, among which indeed were some which were really caricatures, while many an attempt proved unsuccessful. Wieland. Without question, Wieland possessed the finest natural gifts of all. He had early cultivated himself thoroughly in those ideal regions where youth so readily lingers. But when by what is called experience, by the events of the world and women, these were rendered distasteful to him, he threw himself on the side of the actual, and pleased himself and others with the contest of the two worlds, where in light skirmishing between jest and earnest, his talent displayed itself most beautifully. How many of his brilliant productions fall into the time of my academic years, Musarion had the most effect upon me, and I can yet remember the place, and the very spot where I got sight of the first proof-sheet which Esar gave me. Here it was that I believed I saw antiquity again, living and fresh, everything that is plastic in Wieland's genius here showed itself in its highest perfection. And when that Phanias Timon, condemned to an unhappy insipidity, finally reconciles himself to his mistress, and to the world, one can well with him live through the misanthropical epoch. For the rest, we willingly conceded to these works a cheerful aversion from those exalted sentiments which, by reason of their easy misapplication to life, are often open to the suspicion of dreaminess. We pardon the author for prosecuting with ridicule what we held as true, and reverend the more readily, as he thereby gave us to understand that it caused him continual trouble. How miserably criticism then received such labors may be seen from the first volumes of the Universal German Library of the Comic Tales. There is honorable mention, but there is no trace of any insight into the character of the kind of poetry the reviewer, like everyone at that time, had formed. His taste on examples, he never takes it into consideration that in a judgment of such parodistical works, one must first of all have before one's eyes the original noble, beautiful object, in order to see whether the parodist has really gotten from it a weak and comical side, whether he has borrowed pg 230 anything from it, or under the appearance of such an imitation has perhaps given us an excellent invention of his own. Of all this there is not a notion, but the poems are praised and blamed by passages the reviewer, as he himself confesses, has marked so much that pleased him that he cannot quote it all in print, when they even meet the highly meritorious translation of Shakespeare with the exclamation, "By rights a man like Shakespeare should not have been translated at all." It will be understood without further remark how infinitely the Universal German Library was behindhand in matters of taste, and that young people animated by true feeling had to look about them for other guiding stars. The material which in this manner more or less determined the form the Germans sought everywhere, they had handled few national subjects, or none at all. Schlegel's Hermann only showed the way. The idyllic tendency extended itself without end. The want of distinctive character with Gessner, with all his great gracefulness and childlike hardiness, made every one think that he could do something of the same kind, just in the same manner, out of the more generally human. Some snatch those poems which should have portrayed a foreign nationality, as for instance the Jewish pastoral poems, those on the patriarchs altogether, and whatever else related to the Old Testament. Bodmer's Noachide was a perfect symbol of the watery deluge that swelled high around the German Parnassus, and which abated but slowly. The leading strings of Anacreon likewise allowed innumerable mediocre geniuses to reel about at large. The precision of Horace compelled the Germans, though but slowly, to conform to him. Comic heroic poems, mostly after the model of Pope's Rape of the Lock, did not serve to bring in a better time. Yet I must here mention a delusion which operated as seriously as it must be ridiculous when one examines it more closely. The Germans had now sufficient historical knowledge of all the kinds of poetry in which the different nations had distinguished themselves. This pigeonhole work, which properly speaking totally destroys the inner conception of poetry, had been already pretty completely hammered together by Goethe in his critical art of poetry, and it had been shown at the same time that German poets too had already known how to fill up all the rubrics with excellent works, and thus pg 231 it ever went on. Each year the collection was more considerable, but every year one work pushed another out of the place in which it had hitherto shone. We now possessed, if not Homer's, yet Virgil's, and Milton's, if not a Pindar, yet a Horace of Theocritus's. There was no lack, and thus they weighed themselves by comparisons from without, whilst the mass of poetical works always increased, so that at last there could be a comparison from within. Popular philosophy. Now, though matters of taste stood on a very uncertain footing, there could be no dispute but that within the Protestant part of Germany and of Switzerland, what is generally called common sense began to bestir itself briskly at that epoch. The scholastic philosophy, which always has the merit of propounding, according to received axioms, in a favorite order and under fixed rubrics, everything about which man can at all inquire, had by the frequent darkness and apparent uselessness of its subject matter, by its unseasonable application of a method in itself respectable, and by its too great extension over so many subjects, made itself foreign to the mass, unpalatable, and at last superfluous. Many a one became convinced that nature had endowed him with as great a portion of good and straightforward sense, as perchance he required to form such a clear notion of objects that he could manage them and turn them to his own profit and that of others, without laboriously troubling himself about the most universal problems, and inquiring how the most remote things, which do not particularly affect us, may hang together. Men made the trial, open their eyes, look straight before them, observant, industrious, active, and believed that when one judges and acts correctly in one's own circle, one may well presume to speak of other things also which lie at a greater distance. In accordance with such a notion, every one was now entitled not only to philosophize, but also by degrees to consider himself a philosopher. Philosophy, therefore, was more or less sound and practiced common sense, which ventured low enter upon the universal, and to decide upon inner and outer experiences, a clear-sighted acuteness and an especial moderation, while the middle path and fairness to all opinions was held to be right, procured respect and confidence for writings and oral statements of the sort. And thus at last philosophers were found in all the faculties, nay, in all classes and trades. Page 232. In this way the theologians could not help inclining to what is called natural religion, and when the discussion was how far the light of nature may suffice to advance us in the knowledge of God and the improving and ennobling of ourselves, they commonly ventured to decide in its favor, without much scruple, according to the same principle of moderation. They then granted equal rights to all positive religions, by which they all became alike indifferent and uncertain. For the rest, they let everything stand. And since the Bible is so full of matter that more than any other book it offers material for reflection and opportunity for meditation on human affairs, it could still as before be always laid as the foundation of all sermons and other religious treatises. But over this work, as well as over the whole body of profane writers, was impending a singular fate, which in the lapse of time was not to be averted. Hitherto it had been received as a matter of implicit faith that this book of books was composed in one spirit, that it was even inspired, and as it were dictated by the divine spirit, yet already for a long time the discrepancies of the different parts of it had been now cavilled at, now apologized for by believers and unbelievers. English, French, and Germans had attacked the Bible with more or less violence, acuteness, audacity, and wantonness, and just as often had it been taken under the protection of earnest, sound-thinking men of each nation. As for myself, I loved and valued it, for almost to it alone did I owe my moral culture, and the events, the doctrines, the symbols, the similes had all impressed themselves deeply upon me, and had influenced me in one way or another. These unjust, scoffing, and perverting attacks therefore disgusted me, but people had already gone so far as very willingly to admit, partly as a main ground for the defense of many passages, that God had accommodated himself to the modes of thought and power of comprehension in men, that even those moved by the Spirit had not on that account been able to renounce their character, their individuality, and that Amos, a cowherd, did not wield the language of Isaiah, who is said to have been a prince. State of theology. Out of such views and convictions, especially with a constantly increasing knowledge of languages, was very naturally developed that kind of study by which it was attempted to examine more accurately the Oriental localities, nationalities, pg 233 natural products and phenomena, and in this manner to make present to oneself that ancient time Michaelis employed the whole strength of his talents, and his knowledge on this side. Descriptions of travels became a powerful help in explaining the Holy Scriptures, and later travelers furnished with numerous questions were made by the answers to them to bear witness for the prophets and apostles. But whilst they were on all sides busied to bring the Holy Scriptures to a natural intuition, and to render peculiar modes of thought and representation in them more universally comprehensible, that by this historico-critical aspect many an objection might be removed, many offensive things effaced, and many a shallow scoffing be made ineffective, there appeared in some men just the opposite disposition, since these chose the darkest, most mysterious writings as the subject of their meditations, and wished, if not to elucidate them, yet to confirm them through internal evidence, by means of conjectures, calculations, and other ingenious and strange combinations, and so far as they contained prophecies, to prove them by the results, and thus to justify a faith in what was next to be expected. The venerable Benjel had procured a decided reception for his labors on the revelations of St. John, from the fact that he was known as an intelligent, upright, God-fearing, blameless man. Deep minds are compelled to live in the past as well as in the future. The ordinary movements of the world can be of no importance to them if they do not in the course of ages up to the present revere prophecies which have been revealed, and in the immediate as well as in the most remote futurity predictions still veiled. Hence arises a connection that is wanting in history, which seems to give us only an accidental wavering backwards and forwards in a necessarily limited circle. Dr. Crucius was one of those whom the prophetic part of Scripture suited more than any other, since it brings into action the two most opposite qualities of human nature, the affections and the acuteness of the intellect. Many young men had devoted themselves to this doctrine, and already formed a respectable body, which attracted the more attention as Ernesti with his friends threatened not to illuminate, but completely to disperse the obscurity in which these delighted. Hence arose controversies, hatred, persecution, and much that pg 234 was unpleasant. I attached myself to the lucid party, and sought to appropriate to myself their principles and advantages, although I ventured to forebode that by this extremely praiseworthy, intelligent method of interpretation, the poetic contents of the writings must at last be lost, along with the prophetical. But those who devoted themselves to German literature and the Belles Lettres were more nearly concerned with the efforts of such men who, as Jerusalem Zollicofer and Spalding, tried, by means of a good and pure style, in their sermons and treatises, to gain, even among persons of a certain degree of sense and taste, applause and attachment for religion and for the moral philosophy which is so closely related to it. A pleasing manner of writing began to be everywhere necessary, and since such a manner must above all be comprehensible, so did writers arise on many sides who undertook to write about their studies and their professions clearly, perspicuously, and impressively, and as well for the adepts as for the multitude. After the example of Tissot, a foreigner, the physicians also now began to labor zealously for the general cultivation. Haller, Unser, Zimmermann had a very great influence, and whatever may be said against them in detail, especially the last, they produced a very great effect in their time, and mention should be made of this in history, but particularly in biography, for a man remains of consequence not so far as he leaves something behind him, but so far as he acts and enjoys and rouses others to action and enjoyment. The jurists, accustomed from their youth upwards to an abstruse style, which in all legal papers from the petty court of the immediate knight up to the imperial diet at Ratisbon was still maintained, in all its quaintness, could not easily elevate themselves to a certain freedom, the less so as the subjects of which they had to treat were most intimately connected with the external form, and consequently also with the style. Yet the younger von Moser had already shown himself an independent and original writer, and Putter, by the clearness of his delivery, had also brought clearness into his subject, and the style in which he was to treat it. All that proceeded from his school was distinguished by this, and even the philosophers, in order to be popular, now found themselves compelled. Pg 235 to write clearly and intelligibly. Mendelssohn and Garve appeared, and excited universal interest and admiration. With the cultivation of the German language and style in every department, the capacity for forming a judgment also increased, and we admire the reviews then published of works upon religious and moral as well as medical subjects, while on the contrary we remark that the judgments of poems and of whatever else may relate to the Belles Lettres will be found, if not pitiful, at least very feeble. This holds good of the literary epistles, Literaturbriefen, and of the Universal German Library, as well as of the Library of the Belles Lettres, notable instances of which could easily be produced. The image hunt. No matter in how motley a manner all this might be confused still, for everyone who contemplated producing anything from himself, who would not merely take the words and phrases out of the mouths of his predecessors, there was nothing further left but early and late to look about him for some subject matter which he might determine to use here too. We were much led astray. People were constantly repeating a saying of Kleist, which we had to hear often enough. He had sportively, ingeniously, and truly replied to those who took him to task on account of his frequent lonely walks, that he was not idle at such timeish, was going to the image hunt. This simile was very suitable for a nobleman and soldier, who by it placed himself in contrast with the men of his rank who did not neglect going out, with their guns on their shoulders, hare-hunting and partridge shooting, as often as an opportunity presented itself. Hence we find in Kleist's poems many such individual images happily seized, although not always happily elaborated, which in a kindly manner remind us of nature. But now they also recommended us quite seriously to go out on the image hunt, which did not at last leave us wholly without fruit. Although Appel's garden, the kitchen gardens, the Rosenthal goalies, Raschwitz and Conowitz would be the oddest ground to beat up poetical game in, and yet I was often induced by that motive to contrive that my walk should be solitary, and because many objects neither beautiful nor sublime met the eye of the beholder, and in the truly splendid Rosenthal, the gnats, in the best season of the year, allowed no tender thoughts to arise, sodded I, by unwearied persevering endeavor, become extremely attentive to the small life of pg 236 nature. I would use this word after the analogy of still life, and since the pretty events which one perceives within this circle represent but little in themselves, so I accustomed myself to see in them a significance which inclined now towards the symbolical, now towards the allegorical side, accordingly as intuition, feeling, or reflection had the preponderance. I will relate one incident in place of many. I was, after the fashion of humanity, in love with my name, and as young uneducated people commonly do, I wrote it down everywhere. Once I had carved it very handsomely and accurately on the smooth bark of a linden tree of moderate age. The following autumn, when my affection for Annette was in its fullest bloom, I took the trouble to cut hers above it, towards the end of the winter. In the meantime, like a capricious lover, I had wantonly sought many opportunities to tease her and cause her vexation. In the spring, I chanced to visit the spot, and the sap which was rising strongly in the trees had welled out through the incisions which formed her name, and which were not yet crusted over and moistened with innocent vegetable tears, the already hardened traces of my own. Thus, to see her here weeping over me, who had so often called up her tears by my ill conduct, filled me with confusion at the remembrance of my injustice, and of her love. Even the tears came into my eyes. I hastened to implore pardon of her doubly and trebly, and I turned this incident into an idle one, which I never could read to myself without affection, or to others without emotion. While I now, like a shepherd on the place, was absorbed childishly enough in such tender subjects, and always chose only such as I could easily recall into my bosom, provision from a greater and more important side had long been made for German poets. The first true and really vital material of the higher order came into German poetry through Frederick the Great, and the deeds of the 7 Years' War. All national poetry must be shallow, or become shallow, which does not rest on that which is most universally human, upon the events of nations and their shepherds, when both stand for one man. Kings are to be represented in war and danger, whereby that very means they appear as the first, because they determine, and pg 237 share the fate of the very least, and thus become much more interesting than the gods themselves, who, when they have once determined the fates, withdraw from all participation in them. In this view of the subject, every nation, if it would be worth anything at all, must possess an epopee, to which the precise form of the epic poem is not necessary. Gleim Ramlet. The war songs started by Gleim maintain so high a rank among German poems because they arose with and in the achievements which are their subject, and because, moreover, their felicitous form, just as if a fellow combatant had produced them in the loftiest moments, makes us feel the most complete effectiveness. Ramler sings the deeds of his king in a different and most noble manner, All his poems are full of matter and occupy us with great heart-elevating objects, and thus already maintain an indestructible value. For the internal matter of the subject worked is the beginning and end of art. It will not indeed be denied that genius, that thoroughly cultivated artistical talent, can make everything out of everything by its method of treatment, and can subdue the most refractory material, but when closely examined, the result is rather a trick of art than a work of art, which should rest upon a worthy object, that the treatment of it by skill, pains, and industry may present to us the dignity of the subject matter only the more happily and splendidly. The Prussians, and with them Protestant Germany, acquired thus for their literature a treasure which the opposite party lacked, and the want of which they have been able to supply by no subsequent endeavors upon the great idea which the Prussian writers could well entertain of their king. They first established themselves, and the more zealously as he in whose name they did it all wished once for all to know nothing about them already before this, through the French colony, afterwards through the king's predilection for the literature of that nation, and for their financial institutions, had a mass of French civilization come into Prussia, which was highly advantageous to the Germans, since by it they were challenged to contradiction and resistance. Thus, the very aversion of Frederick from German was a fortunate thing for the formation of its literary character. They did pg 238 everything to attract the king's attention, not indeed to be honored, but only noticed by him, yet they did it in German fashion. From an internal conviction, they did what they held to be right and desired, and wished that the king should recognize and prize this German uprightness. That did not and could not happen, for how can it be required of a king who wishes to live and enjoy himself intellectually, that he shall lose his years in order to see what he thinks barbarous developed and rendered palatable too late in matters of trade and manufacture? He might indeed force upon himself, but especially upon his people, very moderate substitutes, instead of excellent foreign wares. But here everything comes to perfection more rapidly, and it needs not a man's lifetime to bring such things to maturity. But I must here first of all make honorable mention of one work, the most genuine production of the 7 Years' War, and of perfect North German nationality. It is the first theatrical production caught from the important events of life, one of specific temporary value, and one which therefore produced an incalculable effect. Minna von Barnhelm, Lessing, who in opposition to Klopstock and Gleim was fond of casting off his personal dignity, because he was confident that he could at any moment seize it and take it up again, delighted in a dissipated life in taverns and the world, as he always needed a strong counterpoise to his powerfully laboring interior. And for this reason also he had joined the suite of General Twensian. One easily discovers how the above-mentioned peace was generated betwixt war and peace, hatred and affection. It was this production which happily opened the view into a higher, more significant world from the literary and citizen world in which poetic art had hitherto moved. The intense hatred in which the Prussians and Saxons stood towards each other during this war could not be removed by its termination. The Saxon now first felt with true bitterness the wounds which the upstart Prussian had inflicted upon him. Political peace could not immediately re-establish a peace between their dispositions, but this was to be brought about symbolically by the above-mentioned drama. The grace and amiability of the Saxon ladies conquer the worth, the dignity, and the stubbornness of the pg 239 Prussians. And in the principal, as well as in the subordinate characters, a happy union of bizarre and contradictory elements is artistically represented. If I have put my reader in some perplexity by these cursory and desultory remarks on German literature, I have succeeded in giving them a conception of that chaotic condition in which my poor brain found itself, when in the conflict of two epochs so important for the literary fatherland, so much that was new crowded in upon me before I could come to terms with the old, so much that was old yet made me feel its right over me, when I believed I had already cause to venture on renouncing it altogether. I will at present try to impart as well as possible the way I entered on to extricate myself from this difficulty, if only step by step. Goethe's peculiar tendency. The period of prolixity into which my youth had fallen, I had labored through with genuine industry, in company with so many worthy men. The numerous quarto volumes of manuscript, which I left behind with my father might serve for sufficient witnesses of this. And what a mass of essays, rough drafts, and half-executed designs had more from despondency than conviction gone up in smoke. Now through conversation, through instruction in general, through so many conflicting opinions, but especially through my fellow boarder Hafreth Fail, I learned to value more and more the importance of the subject matter and the conciseness of the treatment, without however being able to make it clear to myself where the former was to be sought or how the latter was to be attained for. What with the great narrowness of my situation, what with the indifference of my companions, the reserve of the professors, the exclusiveness of the educated inhabitants, and what with the perfect insignificance of the natural objects, I was compelled to seek for everything within myself. If I now desired a true basis in feeling or reflection for my poems, I was forced to grasp into my own bosom if I required for my poetic representation an immediate intuition of an object or an event. I could not step outside the circle which was fitted to teach me and inspire me with an interest in this view. I wrote at first certain little poems in the form of songs, or in a freer measure they are founded on reflection, treat of the past, and for the most part take an epigrammatic turn. Page 240. And thus began that tendency from which I could not deviate my whole life, through namely the tendency to turn into an image, into a poem, everything that delighted or troubled me or otherwise occupied me, and to come to some certain understanding with myself upon it, that I might both rectify my conceptions of external things and set my mind at rest about them. The faculty of doing this was necessary to no one more than to me, for my natural disposition whirled me constantly from one extreme to the other. All, therefore, that has been confessed by me consists of fragments of a great confession, and this little book is an attempt which I have ventured on to render it complete. My early affection for Gretchen I had now transferred to one, Annette Inchen, of whom I can say nothing more than that she was young, handsome, sprightly, loving, and so agreeable that she well deserved to be set up for a time in the shrine of the heart, as a little saint, that she might receive all that reverence which it often causes more pleasure to bestow than to receive. I saw her daily without hindrance. She helped to prepare the meals which I enjoyed. She brought in the evening at least the wine which I drank, and indeed our select club of noonday boarders was a warranty that the little house, which was visited by few guests, except during the fair, well merited its good reputation. Opportunity and inclination were found for various kinds of amusement, but as she neither could nor dared go much out of the house, the pastime was somewhat limited. We sang the songs of Zaccaria, played the Duke Michael of Kruger, in which a knotted handkerchief had to take the place of the nightingale, and so for a while it went on quite tolerably, but since such connections, the more innocent they are, afford the less variety. In the long run so was I seized with that wicked distemper, which seduces us to derive amusement from the torment of a beloved one, and to domineer over a girl's devotedness with wanton and tyrannical caprice. My ill humor at the failure of my poetical attempts, at the apparent impossibility of coming to a clear understanding about them, and at everything else that might pinch me here and there, I thought I might vent on her, because she truly loved me with all her heart, and did whatever she could to please me. By unfounded and absurd fits of jealousy, I destroyed our most pg 241 delightful days, both for myself and her. She endured it for a time with incredible patience, which I was cruel enough to try to the uttermost, but to my shame and despair I was at last forced to remark that her heart was alienated from me, and that I might now have good ground for the madness in which I had indulged without necessity, and without cause. There were also terrible scenes between us, in which I gained nothing, and I then first felt that I had truly loved her, and could not bear to lose her. My passion grew, and assumed all forms of which it is capable under such circumstances. Nay, at last, I even took up the role which the girl had hitherto played. I sought everything possible, in order to be agreeable to her, even to procure her pleasure by means of others, for I could not renounce the hope of winning her again. But it was too late. I had lost her really, and the frenzy with which I revenged my fault upon myself, by assaulting in various frantic ways my physical nature, in order to inflict some hurt on my moral nature, contributed very much to the bodily maladies under which I lost some of the best years of my life. Indeed, I should perchance have been completely ruined by this loss, had not my poetic talent here shown itself particularly helpful with its healing power. Die Lohn des Verliebten. Already at many intervals, before I had clearly enough perceived my ill conduct, I really pitied the poor child. When I saw her so thoroughly wounded by me without necessity, I pictured to myself so often and so circumstantially her condition and my own, and as a contrast, the contented state of another couple in our company, that at last I could not forbear treating this situation dramatically as a painful and instructive penance. Hence arose the oldest of my extant dramatic labors, the little piece, entitled Die Lohn des Verliebten, the lover's caprice, in the simple nature of which one may at the same time perceive the impetus of a boiling passion. But before this, a deep, significant, impulsive world had already interested me through my adventure with Gretchen, and its consequences. I had early looked into the strange labyrinths by which civil society is undermined, religion, morals, law, rank, connections, custom, all rule. Only the surface of city existence, the streets bordered by splendid houses, are kept neat, and every one behaves himself, pg 242, there properly enough. But indoors it often seems only so much the more disordered, and a smooth exterior, like a thin coat of mortar, plasters over many a rotten wall that tumbles together overnight, and produces an effect the more frightful, as it comes into the midst of a condition of repose. How many families far and near had I not already seen, either overwhelmed in ruin, or kept miserably hanging on the brink of it, by means of bankruptcies, divorces, seduced daughters, murders, house robberies, poisonings. And young as I was, I had often, in such cases, lent a hand for help and preservation, for as my frankness awakened confidence, as my secrecy was proved, as my activity feared no sacrifice and loved best to exert itself in the most dangerous affairs, I had often enough found opportunity to mediate, to hush up, to divert the lightning flash, with every other assistance of the kind, in the course of which, as well in my own person as through others, I could not fail to come to the knowledge of many afflicting and humiliating facts. To relieve myself, I designed several plays, and wrote the arguments too of most of them, but since the intrigues were always obliged to be painful, and almost all these pieces threatened a tragical conclusion, I let them drop one after another. Die Mitcheldigen, The Fellow Sinners, is the only one that was finished, the cheerful and burlesque tone of which upon the gloomy family ground appears, as if accompanied by somewhat of apprehension, so that on the whole it is painful in representation, although it pleases in detached passages. The illegal deeds harshly expressed wound the aesthetic and moral feeling, and the piece could therefore find no favor on the German stage, although the imitations of it, which steered clear of those rocks, were received with applause. Both the above-mentioned pieces were, however, written from a more elevated point of view, without my having been aware of it. They direct us to a considerate forbearance in casting moral imputations, and in somewhat harsh and coarse touches sportively express that most Christian maxim, let him who is without sin among you cast the first stone. Youthful pranks. Through this earnestness, which cast a gloom over my first pg 243 pieces, I committed the fault of neglecting very favorable materials, which lay quite decidedly in my natural disposition in the midst of these serious, and for a young man fearful experiences. Was developed in me a reckless humor, which feels itself superior to the moment, and not only fears no danger, but rather wantonly courts it. The ground of this lay in the exuberance of spirits, in which the vigorous time of life so much delights, and which, if it manifests itself in a frolicsome way, causes much pleasure both at the moment and in remembrance. These things are so usual that in the vocabulary of our young university friends they are called sweets, and on account of the close similarity of signification, to say play sweets means just the same as to play pranks. 3. Such humorous acts of daring, brought on the theatre with wit and sense, are of the greatest effect. They are distinguished from intrigue inasmuch as they are momentary, and that their aim, whenever they are to have one, must not be remote. Beaumarchais has seized their full value, and the effects of his Figaro spring preeminently from this. If now such good-humored, roguish, and half-knavish pranks are practiced with personal risk for noble ends, the situations which arise from them are aesthetically and morally considered of the greatest value for the theatre. as for instance the opera of the water carrier treats, perhaps the happiest subject which we have ever yet seen upon the stage. To enliven the endless tedium of daily life, I played off numberless tricks of the sort, partly without any aim at all, partly in the service of my friends, whom I liked to please for myself. I could not say that I had once acted in this designedly, nor did I ever happen to consider a feat of the kind as a subject for art. Had I, however, seized upon and elaborated such materials which were so close at hand, my earliest labors would have been more cheerful and available. Some incidents of this kind occur indeed later, but isolated and without design, for since the heart always lies nearer to us than the head, and gives us trouble when the latter knows well how to help itself, so the affairs of the heart had pg 244 always appeared to me as the most important. I was never weary of reflecting upon the transient nature of attachments, the mutability of human character, moral sensuality, and all the heights and depths, the combination of which in our nature may be considered as the riddle of human life. Here, too, I sought to get rid of that which troubled me in a song, an epigram, in some kind of rhyme, which, since they referred to the most private feelings and the most peculiar circumstances, could scarcely interest anyone but myself. In the meanwhile, my external position had very much changed. After the lapse of a short time, Madame Baume, after a long and melancholy illness, had at last died. She had latterly ceased to admit me to her presence. Her husband could not be particularly satisfied with me. I seemed to him not sufficiently industrious, and too frivolous. He especially took it very ill of me when it was told him that at the lectures on German public law, instead of taking proper notes, I had been drawing on the margin of my notebook the personages presented to our notice in them, such as the president of the chamber, the moderators and assessors in strange wigs, and by this drollery had disturbed my attentive neighbors, and set them laughing. After the loss of his wife, he lived still more retired than before, and at last I shunned him in order to avoid his reproaches, but it was peculiarly unfortunate that Gellert would not use the power which he might have exercised over us. Indeed, he had not time to play the father-confessor, and to inquire after the character and faults of everybody. He therefore took the matter very much in the lump, and thought to curb us by means of the church forms. For this reason, commonly, when he once admitted us to his presence, he used to lower his little head, and in his weeping, winning voice to ask us whether we went regularly to church, who was our confessor, and whether we took the Holy Communion. If now we came off badly at this examination, we were dismissed with lamentations. We were more vexed than edified, yet could not help loving the man heartily. Sacraments of the Church. On this occasion, I cannot forbear recalling somewhat of my earlier youth, in order to make it obvious that the great affairs of the ecclesiastical religion must be carried on with order and coherence, if they are to prove as fruitful as is pg 245 expected. The Protestant service has too little fullness and consistency to be able to hold the congregation together. Hence, it easily happens that members secede from it, and either form little congregations of their own, or without ecclesiastical connection, quietly carry on their citizen life side by side. Thus, for a considerable time, complaints were made that the churchgoers were diminishing from year to year, and just in the same ratio the persons who partook of the Lord's Supper. With respect to both, but especially the latter, the cause lies close at hand, but who dares to speak it out? We will make the attempt. In moral and religious, as well as in physical and civil matters, man does not like to do anything on the spur of the moment. He needs a sequence from which results habit what he is to love, and to perform he cannot represent to himself as single or isolated. And if he is to repeat anything willingly, it must not have become strange to him. If the Protestant worship lacks fullness in general, so let it be investigated in detail, and it will be found that the Protestant has too few sacraments. Nay, indeed, he has only one, in which he is himself an actor. The Lord's Supper for baptism he sees only when it is performed on others, and is not greatly edified by it. The sacraments are the highest part of religion, the symbols to our senses of an extraordinary divine favor and grace. In the Lord's Supper, earthly lips are to receive a divine being embodied and partake of an heavenly under the form of an earthly nourishment. This sense is just the same in all Christian churches, whether the sacrament is taken with more or less submission to the mystery, with more or less accommodation. As to that which is intelligible, it always remains a great holy thing, which in reality takes the place of the possible, or the impossible, the place of that which man can neither attain nor do without. But such a sacrament should not stand alone. No Christian can partake of it with the true joy for which it is given. If the symbolical or sacramental sense is not fostered within him, he must be accustomed to regard the inner religion of the heart, and that of the external church, as perfectly one as the great universal sacrament, which again divides itself into so many others, and communicates to these parts its holiness, indestructibleness, and eternity. Page 246. Here a youthful pair give their hands to one another, not for a passing salutation, or for the dance. The priest pronounces his blessing upon them, and the bond is indissoluble. It is not long before this wedded pair bring a likeness to the threshold of the altar. It is purified with holy water, and so incorporated into the church, that it cannot forfeit this benefit. But through the most monstrous apostasy, the child in the course of life practices himself in earthly things of his own accord. In heavenly things he must be instructed. Does it prove on examination that this has been fully done, he is now received into the bosom of the church, as an actual citizen, as a true and voluntary professor, not without outward tokens of the weightiness of this act. Now is he first decidedly a Christian. Now, for the first time, he knows his advantages and also his duties, but in the meanwhile much that is strange has happened to him. As a man through instruction and affliction, he has come to know how critical appears the state of his inner self, and there will constantly be a question of doctrines and of transgressions. But punishment shall no longer take place for here, in the infinite confusion in which he must entangle himself amid the conflict of natural and religious claims, an admirable expedient is given him in confiding his deeds and misdeeds, his infirmities and doubts, to a worthy man appointed expressly for that purpose, who knows how to calm, to warn, to strengthen him, to chasten him likewise by symbolical punishments, and at last by complete washing away of his guilt, to render him happy and to give him back pure, and cleanse the tablet of his manhood, thus prepared and purely calm to rest by several sacramental acts, which on closer examination branch forth again into minuter sacramental traits. He kneels down to receive the host, and that the mystery of this high act may be still enhanced, he sees the chalice only in the distance. It is no common eating and drinking that satisfies, it is a heavenly feast, which makes him thirst after heavenly drink. Yet let not the youth believe that this is all he has to do. Let not even the man believe it. In earthly relations, we are at last accustomed to depend on ourselves, and even their knowledge, understanding, and character will not always suffice. In heavenly things, on the contrary, we have never finished learning the higher feeling within us, which often, page 247, finds itself not even truly at home, is besides oppressed by so much from without that our own power hardly administers all that is necessary for counsel, consolation, and help. But to this end, that remedy is instituted for our whole life, and an intelligent, pious man is continually waiting to show the right way to the wanderers and to relieve the distressed. Catholic sacraments. And what has been so well tried through the whole life is now to show forth all its healing power with tenfold activity at the gate of death, according to a trustful custom, inculcated from youth upwards. The dying man receives with fervor those symbolical significant assurances, and there, where every earthly warranty fails, he is assured by a heavenly one of a blessed existence for all eternity. He feels himself perfectly convinced that neither a hostile element nor a malignant spirit can hinder him from clothing himself with a glorified body, so that in immediate relation with the Godhead he may partake of the boundless happiness which flows forth from him. Then, in conclusion, that the whole may be made holy, the feet also are anointed, and blessed they are to feel, even in the event of possible recovery, a repugnance to touching this earthly hard impenetrable soil. A wonderful nimbleness is to be imparted to them, by which they spurn from under them the clod of earth which hitherto attracted them, and so through a brilliant circle of equally holy acts, the beauty of which we have only briefly hinted at the cradle and the grave, however far asunder they may chance to be, are bound in one continuous circle. But all these spiritual wonders spring, not like other fruits, from the natural soil, where they can neither be sown nor planted nor cherished. we must supplicate for them from another region, a thing which cannot be done by all persons nor at all times here. We meet the highest of these symbols derived from pious tradition. We are told that one man can be more favored, blessed, sanctified from above than another, but that this may not appear as a natural gift. This great boon bound up with a heavy duty must be communicated to others by one authorized person to another, and the greatest good that a man can attain without his having to obtain it by his own wrestling or grasping must be preserved and perpetuated on earth by spiritual heirship in the very pg 248 ordination of the priest is comprehended all that is necessary for the effectual solemnizing of those holy acts by which the multitude receive grace, without any other activity being needful on their part than that of faith and implicit confidence. And thus the priest steps forth in the line of his predecessors and successors in the circle of those anointed with him, representing the highest source of blessings, so much the more gloriously as it is not he the priest whom we reverence, but his office. It is not his nod to which we bow the knee, but the blessing which he imparts, and which seems the more holy, and to come the more immediately from heaven, because the earthly instrument cannot at all weaken or invalidate it by its own sinful, nay wicked nature. How is this truly spiritual connection shattered to pieces in Protestantism, by part of the above-mentioned symbols being declared apocryphal, and only a few canonical, and how by their indifference to one of these will they prepare us for the high dignity of the others? In my time I had been confided to the religious instruction of a good old infirm clergyman, who had been confessor of the family for many years, the catechism a paraphrase of it, and the scheme of salvation I had at my fingers' ends. I lacked not one of the strongly proving biblical texts, but from all this I reaped no fruit, for, as they assured me that the honest old man arranged his chief examination according to an old set form, I lost all pleasure and inclination for the business, spent the last week in all sorts of diversions laid in my hat, the loose leaves borrowed from an older friend who had gotten them from the clergyman, and unfeelingly and senselessly read aloud all that I should have known how to utter with feeling and conviction. Religious apprehensions. But I found my goodwill and my aspirations in this important matter still more paralyzed by a dry, spiritless routine. When I was now to approach the confessional, I was indeed conscious to myself of many failings, but of no great faults, and that very consciousness diminished them, since it directed me to the moral strength which lay within me, and which with resolution and perseverance was at last to become master over the old Adam. We were taught that we were much better than the Catholics for this very reason, that we were not obliged to acknowledge anything in particular in the pg 249 confessional, nay, that this would not be at all proper even if we wished to do it. This last did not seem right to me, for I had the strangest religious doubts, which I would readily have had cleared up on such an occasion. Now, as this was not to be done, I composed a confession for myself, which, while it well expressed my state of mind, was to confess to an intelligent man in general terms that which I was forbidden to tell him in detail. But when I entered the old choir of the Barefoot Friars, when I approached the strange lattice closets in which the reverend gentleman used to be found for that purpose, when the sexton opened the door for me, when I now saw myself shut up in the narrow place, face to face with my spiritual grandsire, and he bade me welcome with his weak nasal voice, all the light of my mind and heart was extinguished. At once the welcome confession speech would not cross my lips. I opened in my embarrassment the book which I had in hand and read from it the first short form I saw, which was so general that anybody might have spoken it with quite a safe conscience. I received absolution, and withdrew neither warm nor cold, went the next day with my parents to the table of the Lord, and for a few days behaved myself as was becoming after so holy an act. In the sequel, however, there came over me that evil which, from the fact of our religion being complicated by various dogmas, and founded on texts of Scripture, which admit of several interpretations, attacks scrupulous men in such a manner that it brings on a hypochondriacal condition, and raises this to its highest point to fixed ideas. I have known several men who, though their manner of thinking and living was perfectly rational, could not free themselves from thinking about the sin against the Holy Ghost, and from the fear that they had committed it. A similar trouble threatened me on the subject of the communion, for the text that one who unworthily partakes of the sacrament eateth and drinketh damnation to himself had very early already made a monstrous impression upon me. Every fearful thing that I had read in the histories of the Middle Ages, of the judgments of God of those most strange ordeals, by red-hot iron, flaming fire, swelling water, and even what the Bible tells us of the draught, which agrees well with the innocent, but puffs up and bursts the guilty all, this pictured itself to my imagination, and formed itself PG 250 into the most frightful combinations, since false vows, hypocrisy, perjury, blasphemy, all seemed to weigh down the unworthy person at this most holy act, which was so much the more horrible, as no one could dare to pronounce himself worthy, and the forgiveness of sins, by which everything was to be at last done away, was found limited by so many conditions, that one could not with certainty dare appropriate it to oneself. This gloomy scruple troubled me to such a degree, and the expedient which they would represent to me as sufficient seemed so bald and feeble that it gave the bugbear only a more fearful aspect. And as soon as I had reached Leipzig, I tried to free myself altogether from my connection with the church. How oppressive then must have been to me exhortations of Gellert, whom, considering the generally laconic style with which he was obliged to repel our obtrusiveness, I was unwilling to trouble with such singular questions, and the less so as in my more cheerful hours I was myself ashamed of them, and at last left completely behind me this strange anguish of conscience together with church and altar. Decline of Gellert's authority. Gellert, in accordance with his pious feelings, had composed for himself a course of ethics, which from time to time he publicly read, and thus, in an honorable manner, acquitted himself of his duty to the public. Gellert's writings had already for a long time been the foundation of German moral culture, and everyone anxiously wished to see that work printed, but as this was not to be done till after the good man's death, people thought themselves very fortunate to hear him deliver it himself in his lifetime. The philosophical auditorium was at such times crowded, and the beautiful soul, the pure will, and the interest of the noble man in our welfare, his exhortations, warnings, and entreaties uttered in a somewhat hollow and sorrowful tone, made indeed an impression for the moment. But this did not last long, the less so as there were many scoffers who contrived to make us suspicious of this tender, and as they thought, enervating manner. I remember a Frenchman traveling through the town who inquired after the maxims and opinions of the man who attracted such an immense concourse. When we PG 251 had given him the necessary information, he shook his head and said, smiling, laissez le faire, il nous forme des dupes. And thus also did good society, which cannot easily endure anything estimable in its neighborhood, know how to spoil on occasion the moral influence which Gellert might have had upon us. Now it was taken ill of him that he instructed the Danes of distinction and wealth, who were particularly recommended to him better than the other students, and had a marked solicitude for them. Now he was charged with selfishness and nepotism for causing a table d'hôte to be established for these young men at his brother's house. This brother, a tall, good-looking, blunt, unceremonious, and somewhat rude man, had, it was said, been a fencing master, and notwithstanding the too great lenity of his brother, the noble boarders were often treated harshly and roughly. Hence, the people thought they must again take the part of these young folks, and pulled about the good reputation of the excellent Gellert to such a degree that, in order not to be mistaken about him, we became indifferent towards him and visited him no more, yet we always saluted him in our best manner when he came riding along on his tame grey horse. This horse the elector had sent him to oblige him to take an exercise so necessary for his health, a distinction which was not easily forgiven him. And thus by degrees the epoch approached when all authority was to vanish from before me, and I was to become suspicious, nay, to despair even of the greatest and best individuals whom I had known or imagined. Frederick II still stood at the head of all the distinguished men of the century in my thoughts, and it must therefore have appeared very surprising to me that I could praise him as little before the inhabitants of Leipzig as formerly in my grandfather's house. They had felt the hand of war heavily, it is true, and therefore they were not to blame for not thinking the best of him who had begun and continued it. They therefore were willing to let him pass as a distinguished, but by no means as a great man. There was no art, they said, in performing something with great means, and if one spares neither lands nor money nor blood, one may well accomplish one's purpose at last. Frederick had shown himself great in none of his plans, and in pg 252, nothing that he had properly speaking undertaken so long as it depended on himself. He had only gone on making blunders, and what was extraordinary in him had only come to light when he was compelled to make these blunders good again. It was purely from this that he had obtained his great reputation, since every man wishes for himself that same talent of making good in a clever way the blunders which he frequently commits. If one goes through the 7 Years' War step by step, it will be found that the king quite uselessly sacrificed his fine army, and that it was his own fault that this ruinous feud had been protracted to so great a length. A truly great man and general would have got the better of his enemies much sooner. In support of these opinions, they could cite infinite details, which I did not know how to deny, and I felt the unbounded reverence which I had devoted to this remarkable prince from my youth upwards gradually cooling away. Behrisch. As the inhabitants of Leipzig had now destroyed for me the pleasant feeling of revering a great man, so did a new friend, whom I gained at the time, very much diminish the respect which I entertained for my present fellow-citizens. This friend was one of the strangest fellows in the world. He was named Behrisch, and was tutor to the young Count Lindenau. Even his exterior was singular enough, lean and well-built, far advanced in the 30s, a very large nose and altogether marked features. He wore from morning till night a scratch which might well have been called a peruke, but dressed himself very neatly and never went out but with his sword by his side and his hat under his arm. He was one of those men who have quite a peculiar gift of killing time, or rather, who know how to make something out of nothing in order to pass time away. Everything that he did must be done with slowness and a certain deportment which might have been called affected. If Behrisch had not even by nature had something affected in his manner, he resembled an old Frenchman, and also spoke and wrote French very well and easily. His greatest delight was to busy himself seriously about drolleries, and to follow up without end any silly notion. Thus he was constantly dressed in grey, and as the different parts of his attire were of different stuffs, and also of different shades, he could reflect for whole days as to how he should procure one grey more for his body, and was happy when he had succeeded pg 253 in this, and could put to shame us who had doubted it or had pronounced it impossible. He then gave us long severe lectures about our lack of inventive power and our want of faith in his talents. For the rest, he had studied well, was particularly versed in the modern languages and their literature, and wrote an excellent hand. He was very well disposed to me, and I, having been always accustomed and inclined to the society of older persons, soon attached myself to him. My intercourse, too, served him for special amusement, since he took pleasure in taming my restlessness and impatience, with which, on the other hand, I gave him enough to do in the art of poetry. He had what is called taste, a general opinion about the good and bad, the mediocre and tolerable, but his judgment was rather censorious, and he destroyed even the little faith in contemporary writers which I cherished within me by unfeeling remarks which he knew how to advance with wit and humor about the writings and poems of this man, and that he received my own affairs with indulgence, and let me have my way, but only on the condition that I should have nothing printed. He promised me, on the other hand, that he himself would copy those pieces which he thought good, and would present me with them in a handsome volume. This undertaking now afforded an opportunity for the greatest possible waste of time, for before he could find the right paper, before he could make up his mind as to the size, before he had settled the breadth of the margin, and the form of handwriting, before the croquills were provided, and cut into pens and Indian ink, was rubbed whole weeks past, without the least bit having been done. With just as much ado he always set about his writing, and really by degrees put together a most charming manuscript. The title of the poems was in German text, the verses themselves in a perpendicular Saxon hand, and at the end of every poem was an analogous vignette which he had either selected somewhere or other, or had invented himself, and in which he contrived to imitate very neatly the hatching of the woodcuts and tailpieces which are used for such purposes. To show me these things, as he went on to celebrate beforehand in a comico-pathetical manner my good fortune in seeing myself immortalized in such exquisite handwriting, and that in a pg 254 style which no printing press could attain, gave another occasion for passing the most agreeable hours. In the meantime, his intercourse was always secretly instructive by reason of his liberal acquirements, and as he knew how to subdue my restless, impetuous disposition, was also quite wholesome for me in a moral sense. He had too quite a peculiar abhorrence of roughness, and his jests were always quaint without ever falling into the coarse or the trivial. He indulged himself in a distorted aversion from his countrymen, and described with ludicrous touches even what they were able to undertake. He was particularly inexhaustible in a comical representation of individual persons, as he found something to find fault with in the exterior of everyone. Thus, when we lay together at the window, he could occupy himself for hours criticizing the passers-by, and when he had censured them long enough in showing exactly and circumstantially how they ought to have dressed themselves, ought to have walked, and ought to have behaved to look like orderly people, such attempts for the most part ended in something improper and absurd, so that we did not so much laugh at how the man looked, but at how perchance he might have looked had he been mad enough to caricature himself. In all such matters Berish went quite unmercifully to work, without being in the slightest degree malicious. On the other hand, we knew how to tease him on our side by assuring him that, to judge from his exterior, he must be taken, if not for a French dancing master, at least for the academical teacher of the language. This reproval was usually the signal for dissertations an hour long, in which he used to set forth the difference wide as the heavens which there was between him and an old Frenchman. At the same time, he commonly imputed to us all sorts of awkward attempts that we might possibly have made for the alteration and modification of his wardrobe. The direction of my poetizing, which I only carried on the more zealously as the transcript went on becoming more beautiful and more careful, now inclined altogether to the natural and the true, and if the subjects could not always be important, I nevertheless always endeavored to express them clearly and pointedly, the more so as my friend often gave me to understand what a great thing it was to write down a verse on pg 255 Dutch paper with the croquil and Indian ink, what time, talent, and exertion it required, which ought not to be squandered on anything empty and superfluous. At the same time, he commonly used to open a finished parcel, and circumstantially to explain what ought not to stand in this or that place, or congratulate us that it actually did not stand there. He then spoke with great contempt of the art of printing, mimicked the compositor, ridiculed his gestures and his hurried picking out of letters here and there, and derived from this maneuver all the calamities of literature. On the other hand, he extolled the grace and the noble posture of a writer, and immediately sat down himself to exhibit it to us, while he rated us at the same time for not demeaning ourselves at the writing table precisely after his example and model. He now returned to the contrast with the compositor, turned a begun letter upside down, and showed how unseemly it would be to write anything from the bottom to the top, or from the right to the left, with other things of like kind, with which whole volumes might have been filled. With such harmless fooleries we lavished away our precious time, while it could have occurred to none of us that anything would chance to proceed out of our circle which would awaken a general sensation and bring us into not the best repute. Professor Clodius Gellert may have taken little pleasure in his practicum, and if perhaps he took pleasure in giving some directions as to prose and poetical style, he did it most privately only to a few among whom we could not number ourselves. Professor Clodius thought to fill the gap which thus arose in the public instruction. He had gained some renown in literature criticism and poetry, and as a young, lively, obliging man found many friends both in the university and in the city. Gellert himself referred us to the lectures now commenced by him, and as far as the principal matter was concerned, we remarked little difference. He too only criticized details, corrected likewise with red ink, and one found oneself in company with mere blunders, without a prospect as to where the right was to be sought. I had brought to him some of my little labors, which he did not treat harshly, but just at this time they wrote to me from home that I must without fail furnish a poem for my uncle's wedding. I felt myself far pg 256 from that light and frivolous period in which a similar thing would have given me pleasure, and since I could get nothing out of the actual circumstance itself, I determined to trick out my work in the best manner with extraneous ornament. I therefore convened all Olympus to consult about the marriage of a Frankfurt lawyer, and seriously enough, to be sure, as well became the festival of such an honorable man. Venus and Themis had quarreled for his sake, but a roguish prank, which Amor played the latter, gained the suit for the former, and the gods decided in favor of the marriage. My work by no means displeased me. I received from home a handsome letter in its praise, took the trouble to have another fair copy, and hoped to extort some applause from my professor also. But here I had missed my aim. He took the matter severely, and as he did not notice the tone of parody which nevertheless lay in the notion, he declared the great expenditure of divine means for such an insignificant human end, in the highest degree reprehensible, inveighed against the use and abuse of such mythological figures, as a false habit, originating in pedantic times, found the expression now too high, now too low, and in divers particulars had indeed not spared the red ink, though he asserted that he had yet done too little. Such pieces were read out and criticized anonymously, it is true, but we used to watch each other, and it remained no secret that this unfortunate assembly of the gods was my work. Yet since his critique, when I took his point of view, seemed to be perfectly just, and those divinities more nearly inspected were in fact only hollow shadow forms, I cursed all Olympus, flung the whole mythic pantheon away, and from that time Amor and Luna have been the only divinities which at all appear in my little poems. Ridicule of Clodius. Among the persons whom Behrisch had chosen as the butts of his wit, Clodius stood just at the head, nor was it hard to find a comical side in him, as a little rather stout, thick-set figure. He was violent in his motions, somewhat impetuous in his utterances, and restless in his demeanor. In all this, he differed from his fellow citizens, who nevertheless willingly put up with him on account of his good qualities and the fine promise which he gave. He was usually commissioned with the poems which had pg 257 become necessary on festal occasions in the so-called ode. He followed the manner used by Ramler, whom however it alone suited, but Clodius, as an imitator, had especially marked the foreign words, by means of which the poems of Ramler come forth, with a majestic pomp, which because it is conformable to the greatness of his subject, and the rest of his poetic treatment, produces a very good effect on the ear, feelings, and imagination. In Clodius, on the contrary, these expressions had a heterogeneous air, since his poetry was in other respects not calculated to elevate the mind in any manner. Now we had often been obliged to see such poems printed and highly lauded in our presence, and we found it highly offensive that he who had sequestered the heathen gods from us now wished to hammer together another ladder to punish us out of Greek and Roman wordrungs. These oft-recurring expressions stamped themselves firmly on our memory, and in a merry hour when we were eating some most excellent cakes in the kitchen garden's coalgut, it all at once struck me to put together these words of might and power in a poem on the cake-baker Handel. No sooner thought than done, and let it stand here too, as it was written on the wall of the house with a lead pencil. O Handel de sen room vam sud, zum Norden reicht. Vernum den Pan, der Zudanen oren steigt. Du bakst was Gallian und Britain zig suchen. Mit Skopfrischen, Genie originell Kuchen. Des Kaffees Ocean der sich, vor dir urgest. Ist Susser als der Saft, der vom Heimetes fließt. Dein Haus ein Monument, why were den Kunsten lohnen. Umhangen mit, Trafen erzalt den Nationen. Och own diadem fand, Händel hierer sein Gluck. Und robbed dem Kathern gur manch ich Groschenstuck. Glanzt den dereinst in majestischen Pomp. Dan weint der Patriot und deinem Catacomb. Doch leb den Taurus, se von edler Brut ein Nest. Stehok why der Olymp, why der Parnisches Fest. Kein Phalanx, Griechenland mit Römischen Belissen. Vermag Germanien und Händel zu Verwisten. Den Wohl is unser Stals, den Leiden unser Schmerz. Und Händels Tempel ist der Musensohn hers 5. Page 258. This poem stood a long time among many others, which disfigured the walls of that room without being noticed, and we who had sufficiently amused ourselves with it forgot it altogether. Amongst other things, a long time afterwards Clodius came out with his Medon, whose wisdom, magnanimity, and virtue we found infinitely ridiculous, much as the first representation of the piece was applauded that evening when we met together in the wine-house. I made a prologue in doggerel verse, in which Harlequin steps out with two great sacks, places them on each side of the proscenium, and after various preliminary jokes, tells the spectators in confidence that in the two sacks moral aesthetic dust is to be found which the actors will very frequently throw into their eyes. One to wit was filled with good deeds that cost nothing, and the other with splendidly expressed opinions that had no meaning behind them. He reluctantly withdrew, and sometimes came back, earnestly exhorted the spectators to attend to his warning, and shut their eyes, reminded them that he had always been their friend, and meant well with them. With many more things of the kind, this prologue was acted in the room on the spot by friend Horn, but the jest remained quite among ourselves. Not even a copy had been taken, and the paper was soon lost. However, Horn, who had performed pg 259, the Harlequin, very prettily took it into his head to enlarge my poem to Handel by several verses, and then, to make it refer to Medon, he read it aloud to us, and we could not take any pleasure in it, for we did not find the additions even ingenious, while the first poem, being written for quite a different purpose, seemed to us disfigured. Our friend, out of humor at our indifference, or rather censure, may have shown it to others who found it new, and amusing copies were now made of it, to which the reputation of Clodius Medon gave at once a rapid publicity. Universal disapproval was the consequence, and the originators, it was soon found out that the poem had proceeded from our clique, were severely censured, for nothing of the sort had been seen since Cronach's and Rost's attacks upon Goethe. We had besides already secluded ourselves, and now found ourselves quite in the case of the owl. With respect to the other birds in Dresden too, they did not like the affair, and it had for us serious, if not unpleasant consequences. For some time already Count Lindenau had not been quite satisfied with his son's tutor, for although the young man was by no means neglected, and Behrisch kept himself either in the chamber of the young Count, or at least close to it, when the instructors gave their daily lessons, regularly frequented the lectures with him, never went out in the daytime without him, and accompanied him in all his walks. Yet the rest of us were always to be found in Appel's house, and joined them whenever they went on a pleasure ramble. This already excited some attention. Behrisch, too, accustomed himself to our society, and at last, towards 9 o'clock in the evenings, generally transferred his pupil into the hands of the valet de chambre, and went in quest of us to the wine-house, whither, however, he never used to come, but in shoes and stockings, with his sword by his side, and commonly his hat under his arm. The jokes and fooleries which he generally started went on ad infinitum. Thus, for instance, one of our friends had a habit of going away precisely at 10, because he had a connection with a pretty girl with whom he could converse only at that hour. We did not like to lose him, and one evening, when we sat very happily together, Behrisch secretly determined that he would not let him off this time. At the stroke of 10, the other arose, and took leave. Behrisch pg 260 called after him, and begged him to wait a moment, as he was just going with him. He now began, in the most amusing manner, first to look after his sword, which stood just before his eyes, and in buckling it on behaved awkwardly, so that he could never accomplish it. He did this too so naturally that no one took offense at it. But when to vary the theme, he at last went further, so that the sword came now on the right side, now between his legs, and universal laughter arose, in which the man in a hurry, who was likewise a merry fellow, chimed in, and let Behrisch have his own way till the happy hour was past, when for the first time there followed general pleasure and agreeable conversation till deep into the night. Eccentricities of Behrisch. Unfortunately, Behrisch, and we through him, had a certain other propensity for some girls who were better than their reputation, by which our own reputation could not be improved. We had often been seen in their garden, and we directed our walks thither, even when the young Count was with us. All this may have been treasured up, and at last communicated to his father. Enough, he sought, in a gentlemanly manner, to get rid of the tutor, to whom the event proved fortunate. His good exterior, his knowledge and talents, his integrity, which no one could call in question, had won him the affection and esteem of distinguished persons, on whose recommendation he was appointed tutor to the hereditary Prince of Dessau, and at the court of a prince, excellent in every respect, found a solid happiness. The loss of a friend like Behrisch was of the greatest consequence to me. He had spoiled, while he cultivated me, and his presence was necessary, if the pains he had thought good to spend upon me were in any degree to bring forth fruit for society. he knew how to engage me in all kinds of pretty and agreeable things in whatever was just appropriate, and to bring out my social talents. But as I had gained no self-dependence in such things, so when I was alone again, I immediately relapsed into my confused and crabbed disposition, which always increased the more discontented I was with those about me. Since I fancied that they were not contented with me with the most arbitrary caprice, I took offense at what I might have reckoned as an advantage to me, thus alienated many with whom I had hitherto stood on a tolerable pg 261 footing, and on account of the many disagreeable consequences which I had drawn on myself and others, whether by doing or leaving undone, by doing too much or too little, was obliged to hear the remark from my well-wishers that I lacked experience. The same thing was told me by every person of sound sense who saw my productions, especially when these referred to the external world. I observed this as well as I could, but found in it little that was edifying, and was still forced to add enough of my own to make it only tolerable. I had often pressed my friend Berish too, that he would make plain to me what experience might be, but because he was full of nonsense, he put me off with fair words from one day to another, and at last, after great preparations, disclosed to me that true experience was properly when one experiences how an experienced man must experience in experiencing his experience. Now, when we scolded him outrageously and called him to account for this, he assured us that a great mystery lay hidden behind these words, which we could not comprehend until we had experienced, and so on without end. For it cost him nothing to talk on in that way by the quarter of an hour, since the experience would always become more experienced, and at last come to true experience. When we were falling into despair at such fooleries, he protested that he had learned this way of making himself intelligible and impressive from the latest and greatest authors, who had made us observe how one can rest a restful rest, and how silence in being silent can constantly become more silent. What is experience? By chance, an officer who came among us on furlough was praised in good company as a remarkable sound-minded and experienced man who had fought through the 7 Years' War and had gained universal confidence. It was not difficult for me to approach him, and we often went walking with each other. The idea of experience had almost become fixed in my brain, and the craving to make it clear to me passionate, open-hearted, as I disclosed to him the uneasiness in which I found myself. He smiled, and was kind enough to tell me as an answer to my question something of his own life, and generally of the world immediately about us, from which indeed little better was to be gathered than that experience convinces us that our best thoughts, pg 262 wishes and designs, are unattainable, and that he who fosters such vagaries and advances them with eagerness is especially held to be an inexperienced man. Yet as he was a gallant good fellow, he assured me that he had himself not quite given up these vagaries, and felt himself tolerably well off with the little faith, love, and hope which remained. He then felt obliged to tell me a great deal about war, about the sort of life in the field, about skirmishes and battles, especially so far as he had taken part in them, when these vast events, by being considered in relation to a single individual, gained a very marvelous aspect. I then led him on to an open narration of the late situation of the court, which seemed to me quite like a tale I heard of the bodily strength of Augustus, the second of his many children, and his vast expenses, then of his successor's love of art, and of making collections of Count Bruhl, and his boundless love of magnificence, which, in detail, appeared almost absurd, of his numerous banquets and gorgeous amusements, which were all cut off by Frederick's invasion of Saxony. The royal castles now lay in ruins, Bruhl's splendors were annihilated, and of the whole, a glorious land, much injured, alone remained. When he saw me astonished at that mad enjoyment of fortune, and then grieved by the calamity that followed, and informed me that one expects from an experienced man exactly this, that he shall be astonished at neither the one nor the other, nor take too lively an interest in them, I felt a great desire still to remain a while in the same inexperience as hitherto, in which desire he strengthened me, and very urgently entreated me for the present, at least, always to cling to agreeable experiences, and to try to avoid those that were disagreeable as much as possible, if they should intrude themselves upon me. But once, when the discussion was again about experience in general, and I related to him those ludicrous phrases of my friend Berish, he shook his head smiling, and said there one sees how it is with words which are only once uttered. These sound so comical, nay, so silly, that it would seem almost impossible to put a rational meaning into them, and yet perhaps the attempt might be. And when I pressed him, he replied, in his intelligent, PG 263 cheerful manner, if you will allow me while commenting on and completing your friend to go on after his fashion think. He meant to say that experience is nothing else than that one experiences what one does not wish to experience, which is what it amounts to, for the most part at least, in this world. O Handel, whose fame extends from south to north, hear the pan which ascends to thine ears thou bakest, that which Gauls and Britons industriously seek thou bakest, with creative genius original. Cakes the ocean of coffee, which pours itself out before thee is sweeter than the juice which flows from Hymettus. Thy house a monument, how we reward the arts hung round with trophies, tells the nations, even without a diadem Handel formed his fortune. Here and robbed the Cothurnus of many an Grecian piece, when thine urn shines hereafter in majestic pomp, then will the patriot weep at thy catacomb. But live, let thy bed Taurus be the nest of a noble brood, stand high as Olympus and firm as Parnassus, may no phalanx of Greece with Roman ballist be able to destroy Germania, and Handel thy wheel is our pride, thy suffering our pain, and Handel's temple is the heart of the sons of the Muses trans. Page 264. Eighth book. Art Dresden return from Leipzig. Iseru. Another man, although infinitely different from Berish in every respect, might yet be compared with him in a certain sense, I mean Iser, who was also one of those men who dream away their lives in a comfortable state of being busy. His friends themselves secretly acknowledged that, with very fine natural powers, he had not spent his younger years in sufficient activity, for which reason he never went so far as to practice his art with perfect technicality, yet a certain diligence appeared to be reserved for his old age, and during the many years which I knew him he never lacked invention or laboriousness. From the very first moment he had much attracted me, even his residence strange and portentous was highly charming to me. In the old castle Plessenburg, at the right-hand corner, one ascended a repaired, cheerful, winding staircase. The saloons of the Academy of Design, of which he was director, were found to the left, and were light and roomy, but he himself could only be reached through a narrow, dark passage, at the end of which one first sought the entrance into his apartments, having just passed between the whole suite of them and an extensive granary. The first apartment was adorned with pictures from the later Italian school, by masters whose grace he used highly to commend. As I, with some noblemen, had taken private lessons of him, we were permitted to draw here, and we often penetrated into his adjoining private cabinet, which contained at the same time his few books, collections of art and natural curiosities, and whatever else might have most interested him. Everything was arranged with taste, simply, and in such a manner that the little space held a great deal. The furniture, presses, and portfolios were elegant without affectation or superfluity. Thus also the first thing which he recommended to us, and to which he always recurred, was simplicity in everything that art and manual labor united are called upon to produce, as a sworn foe of the Scrollenshell style and of the whole. Taste for quaintness he showed us in copperplates PG 265, and drawings, old patterns of the sort, contrasted with better decorations and simpler forms of furniture, as well as with other appurtenances of a room. And because everything about him corresponded with these maxims, his words and instructions made a good and lasting impression on us. Besides this, he had an opportunity to let us see his opinions in practice, since he stood in good consideration both with private and with official persons, and was asked for advice when there were new buildings and alterations. He seemed in general to be more fond of preparing anything on occasion for a certain end and use, than of undertaking and completing things which exist for themselves and require a greater perfection. He was therefore always ready and at hand when the publishers needed larger and smaller copperplates for any work. Thus the vignettes to Winckelmann's first writings were etched by him, but he often made only very sketchy drawings, to which Geyser knew very well how to adapt himself. His figures had throughout something general, not to say ideal. His women were pleasing, and agreeable his children naive enough, only he could not succeed with the men who in his spirited, but always cloudy, and at the same time foreshortening, manner had for the most part the look of Lazzaroni, since he designed his composition less with regard to form than to light shade and masses. The general effect was good, as indeed all that he did and produced was attended by a peculiar grace, as he at the same time neither could nor would control a deep-rooted propensity to the significant and the allegoricalto, that which excites a secondary thought, so his works always furnished something to reflect upon, and were complete through a conception, even where they could not be so from art and execution. This bias, which is always dangerous, frequently led him to the very bounds of good taste, if not beyond them. He often sought to attain his views by the oddest notions, and by whimsical jests. Nay, his best works always have a touch of humor. If the public were not always satisfied with such things, he revenged himself by a new and even stranger drollery. Thus he afterwards exhibited in the anteroom of the great concerthal an ideal female figure in his own style, who was raising a pair of snuffers to a taper, and he was extraordinarily delighted when he was able to cause a dispute on the question whether this PG 266 singular muse meant to snuff the light or to extinguish it, when he roguishly allowed all sorts of bantering bythoughts to peep forth. But the building of the new theatre in my time made the greatest noise, in which his curtain, when it was still quite new, had certainly an uncommonly charming effect. Aesir had taken the muses out of the clouds, upon which they usually hover on such occasions, and set them upon the earth. The statues of Sophocles and Aristophanes, around whom all the modern dramatic writers were assembled, adorned a vestibule to the temple of fame. Here, too, the goddesses of the arts were likewise present, and all was dignified and beautiful. But now comes the oddity. Through the open center was seen the portal of the distant temple, and a man in a light jerkin was passing between the two above-mentioned groups, and without troubling himself about them, directly up to the temple. He was seen from behind, and was not particularly distinguished. Now this man was to represent Shakespeare, who without predecessors or followers, without concerning himself about models, went to meet immortality in his own way. This work was executed on the great floor over the new theatre. We often assembled round him there, and in that place I read aloud to him the proof-sheets of Musarian. Influence of Aesir. As to myself, I by no means advanced in the practice of the art. His instructions worked upon our mind and our taste, but his own drawing was too undefined to guide me, who had only glimmered along by the objects of art and of nature to a severe and decided practice of the faces and bodies. He gave us rather the aspect than the forms, rather the postures than the proportions. He gave us the conceptions of the figures, and desired that we should impress them vividly upon our minds. That might have been beautifully and properly done if he had not had mere beginners before him. If on this account a preeminent talent for instruction may be well denied him, it must on the other hand be acknowledged that he was very discreet and politic, and that a happy adroitness of mind qualified him very peculiarly for a teacher in a higher sense. The deficiencies under which each one labored he clearly saw, but he disdained to reprove them directly, and rather hinted his praise and censure indirectly and very laconically. One PG 267 was now compelled to think over the matter, and soon came to a far deeper insight. Thus, for instance, I had very carefully executed, after a pattern, a nosegay on blue paper with white and black crayon, and partly with the stump, partly by hatching it up, had tried to give effect to the little picture. After I had been long laboring in this way, he once came behind me and said, "More paper," upon which he immediately withdrew. My neighbor and I puzzled our heads as to what this could mean, for my bouquet, on a large half-sheet, had plenty of space around it. After we had reflected a long while, we thought at last that we had hit his meaning, when we remarked that by working together the black and the white I had quite covered up, the blue ground had destroyed the middle tint, and in fact with great industry had produced a disagreeable drawing. As to the rest, he did not fail to instruct us in perspective and in light and shade, sufficiently indeed, but always so that we had to exert and torment ourselves to find the application of the principles communicated. Probably his view with regard to us, who did not intend to become artists, was only to form the judgment and taste, and to make us acquainted with the requisites of a work of art without precisely requiring that we should produce one, since moreover patient industry was not my talent, for nothing gave me pleasure, except what came to me at once. So by degrees I became discouraged, if not lazy, and as knowledge is more comfortable than doing, I was quite content to follow wherever he chose, after his own fashion, to lead us. At this time, The Lives of the Painters by D. Argenville was translated into German. I obtained it quite fresh, and studied it assiduously enough. This seemed to please Isar, and he procured us an opportunity of seeing many a portfolio out of the great Leipzig collections, and thus introduced us to the history of the art. But even these exercises produced in me an effect different from that which he probably had in mind. The manifold subjects which I saw treated by artists awakened the poetic talent in me, and as one easily makes an engraving for a poem, so did I now make poems to the engravings and drawings, by contriving to present to myself the personages introduced in them in their previous and subsequent condition, and sometimes to compose a little song which might have suited them, and thus accustomed myself to consider pg 268 the arts in connection with each other. Even the mistakes which I made, so that my poems were often descriptive, were useful to me in the sequel when I came to more reflection, by making me attentive to the differences between the arts of the little things. Many were in the collection which Behrisch had arranged, but there is nothing left of them now. The atmosphere of art and taste in which Isar lived, and into which one was drawn provided one visited him frequently, was the more and more worthy and delightful, because he was fond of remembering departed or absent persons, with whom he had been or still continued to be on good terms, for if he had once given anyone his esteem, he remained unalterable in his conduct towards him, and always showed himself equally friendly. After we had heard Caylus preeminently extolled among the French, he made us also acquainted with Germans of activity in this department. Thus we learned that Professor Christ, as an amateur, a collector, a connoisseur, a fellow-laborer, had done good service for art, and had applied his learning to its true improvement. Heineken, on the contrary, could not be honorably mentioned, partly because he devoted himself too assiduously to the ever-childish beginnings of German art, which Isar little valued, partly because he had once treated Winckelmann shabbily, which could never be forgiven him. Our attention, however, was strongly drawn to the labors of Lippert, since our instructor knew how to set forth his merits sufficiently, for he said, although single statues and larger groups of sculpture remain the foundation and the summit of all knowledge of art, yet either as originals or as casts, they are seldom to be seen. On the contrary, by Lippert, a little world of gems is made known, in which the more comprehensible merit of the ancients, their happy invention, judicious composition, tasteful treatment, are made more striking and intelligible, while from the great number of them comparison is much more possible. While now we were busying ourselves with these as much as was allowed, Winckelmann's lofty life of art in Italy was pointed out, and we took his first writings in hand with devotion, for Isar had a passionate reverence for him, which he was able easily to instill into us. The problematical part of those little treatises, which are besides confused, even from their irony, pg 269, and from their referring to opinions and events altogether peculiar, we were indeed unable to decipher. But as Isar had great influence over us, and incessantly gave them out to us as the gospel of the beautiful and still more of the tasteful and the pleasing, we found out the general sense, and fancied that with such interpretations we should go on the more securely, as we regarded it no small happiness to draw from the same fountain from which Winckelmann had allayed his earliest thirst. Feeling for art in Leipzig. No greater good fortune can befall a city than when several educated men like-minded in what is good and right live together in it. Leipzig had this advantage, and enjoyed it the more peacefully, as so many differences of judgment had not yet manifested themselves. Huber, a print collector and a well-experienced connoisseur, had furthermore the gratefully acknowledged merit of having determined to make the worth of German literature known to the French crucible, an amateur with a practiced eye, who, as the friend of the whole society of art, might regard all collections as his own. Winkler, who much loved to share with others the intelligent delight which he cherished for his treasures. Many more who were added to the list, all lived and labored with one feeling, and often, as I was permitted to be present, when they examined works of art, I do not remember that a dispute ever arose the school, from which the artist had preceded the time in which he lived. The peculiar talent which nature had bestowed on him and the degree of excellence to which he had brought it in his performances were always fairly considered. There was no prejudice for spiritual or terrestrial subjects for landscape, or for city views for animate or inanimate. The question was always about the accordance with art. Now, although from their situation, mode of thought, abilities, and opportunities, these amateurs and collectors inclined more to the Dutch school, yet, while the eye was practiced on the endless merits of the Northwestern artist, a look of reverential longing was always turned towards the southeast. And so the university, where I neglected the ends both of my family and myself, was to ground me in that in which I afterwards found the greatest satisfaction of my life, the impression of those localities, too, in which I received such important incitements, has always remained to me most dear. Page 270, and precious, the old Plessenberg, the rooms of the Academy, but above all the abode of Isar, and no less the collections of Winkler and Richter, I have always vividly present before me. But a young man who, while older persons are conversing with each other on subjects already familiar to them, is instructed only incidentally, and for whom the most difficult part of the business, that of rightly arranging all yet remains, must find himself in a very painful situation, I therefore, as well as others, looked about, with longing for some new light, which was indeed to come to us from a man to whom we owed so much already. Lessing's Laocoon. The mind can be highly delighted in two ways, by perception and conception, but the former demands a worthy object which is not always at hand, and a proportionate culture, which one does not immediately attain. Conception, on the other hand, requires only susceptibility. It brings its subject matter with it, and is itself the instrument of culture. Hence, that beam of light was most welcome to us, which that most excellent thinker brought down to us through dark clouds. One must be a young man to render present to oneself the effect which Lessing's Laocoon produced upon us, by transporting us out of the region of scanty perceptions into the open fields of thought. The so long misunderstood ut pictura poses was at once laid aside. The difference between plastic and speaking art one was made clear. The summits of the two now appeared sundered. However near their bases might border on each other, the plastic artist was to keep himself within the bounds of the beautiful. If the artist of language, who cannot dispense with the significant in any kind, is permitted to ramble abroad beyond them, the former labors for the outer sense, which is satisfied only by the beautiful, the latter for the imagination, which may even reconcile itself to the ugly. All the consequences of this splendid thought were illumined to us, as by a lightning flash. All the criticism which had hitherto guided and judged was thrown away like a worn-out coat. We considered ourselves freed from all evil, and fancied we might venture to look down with some compassion upon the otherwise. Page 271, so splendid 16th century, when in German sculptures and poems they knew how to represent life only under the form of a fool hung with bells, death under the misformed shape of a rattling skeleton, and the necessary and accidental evils of the world under the image of the caricatured devil. We were the most enchanted with the beauty of that thought, that the ancients had recognized death as the brother of sleep, and had represented them similar even to confusion. As becomes mention here, we could first do high honor to the triumph of the beautiful, and banish the ugly of every kind into the low sphere of the ridiculous in the kingdom of art, since it could not be utterly driven out of the world. The splendor of such leading and fundamental conceptions appears only to the mind upon which they exercise their infinite activity, appears only to the age in which, after being longed for, they come forth at the right moment. Then do those at whose disposal such nourishment is placed fondly occupy whole periods of their lives with it, and rejoice in a superabundant growth, while men are not wanting meanwhile who resist such an effect on the spot, nor others who afterwards haggle and cavil at its high meaning. But as conception and perception mutually require each other, I could not long work up these new thoughts without an infinite desire arising within me to see important works of art once and away in great number. I therefore determined to visit Dresden without delay. I was not in want of the necessary cash, but there were other difficulties to overcome, which I needlessly increased still further through my whimsical disposition, for I kept my purpose a secret from everyone, because I wished to contemplate the treasures of art there quite after my own way. And as I thought to allow no one to perplex me besides this, so simple, a matter became more complicated by still another eccentricity. We have weaknesses both by birth and by education, and it may be questioned which of the two gives us the most trouble. Willingly, as I made myself familiar with all sorts of conditions, and many as had been my inducements to do so, an excessive aversion from all inns had nevertheless been instilled into me by my father. This feeling had rooted itself firmly in him on his travels through Italy, France, and Germany, although he seldom spoke in images, and only called them to pg 272 his aid, when he was very cheerful. Yet he used often to repeat that he always fancied he saw a great cobweb spun across the gate of an inn so ingeniously that the insects could indeed fly in, but that even the privileged wasps could not fly out again, unplucked. It seemed to him something horrible that one should be obliged to pay immoderately for renouncing one's habits and all that was dear to one in life, and living after the manner of publicans and waiters. He praised the hospitality of the olden time, and reluctantly, as he otherwise endured even anything unusual in the house, he yet practiced hospitality, especially towards artists and virtuosi. Thus gossip Secats always had his quarters with us, and Abel, the last musician who handled the viol di gamba with success and applause, was well received and entertained with such youthful impressions, which nothing had as yet rubbed off. How could I have resolved to set foot in an inn in a strange city? Nothing would have been easier than to find quarters with good friends. Hofrath, Krebel, Assessor Hermann, and others had often spoken to me about it already, but even to these my trip was to remain a secret, and I hit upon a most singular notion. My next room neighbor, the industrious theologian, whose eyes unfortunately constantly grew weaker and weaker, had a relation in Dresden, a shoemaker with whom from time to time he corresponded for a long while. Already this man had been highly remarkable to me on account of his expressions, and the arrival of one of his letters was always celebrated by us as a holiday. The mode in which he replied to the complaints of his cousin who feared blindness was quite peculiar, for he did not trouble himself about grounds of consolation, which are always hard to find, but the cheerful way in which he looked upon his own narrow, poor, toilsome life, the merriment which he drew even from evils and inconveniences, the indestructible conviction that life is in itself, and on its own account, a blessing, communicated itself to him who read the letter, and for the moment at least transposed him into a like mood. Enthusiastic as I was, I had often sent my compliments to this man, extolled his happy natural gift, and expressed the wish to become acquainted with him. All this being premised, nothing seemed to me more natural than to seek him out, to converse with him, nay, to lodge with him, and to learn to know him intimately. My good pg 273 candidate, after some opposition, gave me a letter written with difficulty to carry with me, and full of longing, I went to Dresden in the yellow coach, with my matriculation in my pocket. The Dresden shoemaker. I looked for my shoemaker, and soon found him in the suburb Vorstedt. He received me in a friendly manner, sitting upon his stool, and said, smiling, after he had read the letter, I see from this, young sir, that you are a whimsical Christian. How so, master? Replied Roman. One, no offense meant by whimsical. He continued, one calls every one so who is not consistent with himself, and I call you a whimsical Christian, because you acknowledge yourself a follower of our Lord in one thing, but not in another. On my requesting him to enlighten me, he said further, it seems that your view is to announce glad tidings to the poor and lowly. That is good, and this imitation of the Lord is praiseworthy, but you should reflect besides that he rather sat down to table with prosperous rich folks where there was good fare, and that he himself did not despise the sweet scent of the ointment, of which you will find the opposite in my house. This pleasant beginning put me at once in good humor, and we rallied each other for some time. His wife stood doubting how she should board and lodge such a guest. On this point, too, he had notions which referred not only to the Bible, but also to Gottfried's Chronicle, and when we were agreed that I was to stay, I gave my purse, such as it was, into the charge of my hostess, and requested her to furnish herself from it if anything should be necessary, when he would have declined it, and somewhat waggishly gave me to understand that he was not so burnt out as he might appear. I disarmed him by saying even if it were only to change water into wine, such a well-treated domestic resource would not be out of place. Since there are no more miracles nowadays, the hostess seemed to find my conduct less and less strange. We had soon accommodated ourselves to each other, and spent a very merry evening. He remained always the same, because all flowed from one source. His peculiarity was an apt common sense, which rested upon a cheerful disposition and took delight in uniform habitual activity. That he should labor incessantly was his first and most necessary care, that he regarded everything else as pg 274 secundarithes, kept up his comfortable state of mind. And I must reckon him before many others in the class of those who are called practical unconscious philosophers, too. The hour when the gallery was to open, after being expected with impatience, appeared. I entered into this sanctuary, and my astonishment surpassed every conception which I had formed. This saloon, returning into itself, in which splendor and neatness reigned together with the deepest stillness, the dazzling frames all nearer to the time in which they had been gilded, the floor polished with beeswax, the spaces more trodden by spectators than used by copyists, imparted a feeling of solemnity unique of its kind, which so much the more resembled the sensation with which one treads a church, as the adornments of so many a temple, the objects of so much adoration, seemed here again set up only for the sacred purposes of art. I readily put up with the cursory description of my conductor, only I requested that I might be allowed to remain in the outer gallery. Here, to my comfort, I found myself really at home. I had already seen the works of several artists, others I knew from engravings, others by name. I did not conceal this, and I thus inspired my conductor with some confidence, nay, the rapture which I expressed at pieces where the pencil had gained the victory over nature, delighted him, for such were the things which principally attracted me, where the comparison with known nature must necessarily enhance the value of art. When I again entered my shoemaker's house to dinner, I scarcely believed my eyes, for I fancied I saw before me a picture by Ostade so perfect that one could only hang it up in the gallery. The position of the objects, the light, the shadow, the brownish tint of the whole, the magical harmony, everything that one admires in those pictures I here saw in reality. It was the first time that I perceived in so high a degree the faculty which I afterwards exercised with more consciousness, namely that of seeing nature with the eyes of this or that artist to whose works I had devoted a particular attention. This faculty has afforded me much enjoyment, pg 275, but has also increased the desire zealously to abandon myself from time to time to the exercise of a talent which nature seemed to have denied me. Counselor Riedel. I visited the gallery at all permitted hours, and continued to express too loudly my ecstasy at many precious works. I thus frustrated my laudable purpose of remaining unknown and unnoticed, and whereas only one of the underkeepers had hitherto had intercourse with me, the gallery inspector, Counselor Riedel, now also took notice of me, and made me attentive to many things which seemed chiefly to lie within my sphere. I found this excellent man just as active and obliging then as when I afterwards saw him during many years, and as he shows himself to this day. His image has for me interwoven itself so closely with those treasures of art that I can never regard the two apart. The remembrance of him has even accompanied me to Italy, where, in many large and rich collections, his presence would have been very desirable, since even with strangers and unknown persons one cannot gaze on such works silently and without mutual sympathy. Nay, since the first sight of them is rather adapted in the highest degree to open hearts towards each other. I fell there into conversation with a young man who seemed to be residing at Dresden, and to belong to some embassy. He invited me to come in the evening to an inn where a lively company met, and where by each one's paying a moderate reckoning one could pass some very pleasant hours. I repaired thither, but did not find the company, and the waiter somewhat surprised me when he delivered the compliments of the gentleman who made the appointment with me, by which the latter sent an excuse for coming somewhat later, with the addition that I must not take offense at anything that might occur, also that I should have nothing to pay beyond my own score. I knew not what to make of these words. My father's cobwebs came into my head, and I composed myself to await whatever might befall. The company assembled. My acquaintance introduced me, and I could not be attentive long without discovering that they were aiming at the mystification of a young man who showed himself a novice by an obstreperous assuming deportment. I therefore kept very much on my guard, so that they might not pg 276 find delight in selecting me as his fellow at table. This intention became more apparent to everybody except to himself. They drank deeper and deeper, and when a vivat in honor of sweethearts was started, every one solemnly swore that there should never be another out of those glasses. They flung them behind them, and this was the signal for far greater follies. At last I withdrew very quietly, and the waiter, while demanding quite a moderate reckoning, requested me to come again, as they did not go on so wildly. Every evening I was far from my lodgings, and it was near midnight when I reached them. I found the doors unlocked, everybody was in bed, and one lamp illuminated the narrow domestic household, where my eye, more and more practiced, immediately perceived the finest picture by Johann, from which I could not tear myself away, so that it banished from me all sleep. The few days of my residence in Dresden were solely devoted to the picture gallery. The antiquities still stood in the pavilion of the great garden, but I declined seeing them, as well as all the other precious things which Dresden contained, being but too full of the conviction that even in and about the collection of paintings much must yet remain hidden from me. Thus I took the excellence of the Italian masters more on trust and in faith than by pretending to any insight into them. What I could not look upon as nature put in the place of nature and compare with a known object was without effect upon me. It is the material impression which makes the beginning even to every more elevated amateurship. With my shoemaker I lived on very good terms. He was witty and varied enough, and we often outvied each other in merry conceits. Nevertheless, a man who thinks himself happy and desires others to do the same makes us discontented. Indeed, the repetition of such sentiments produces weariness. I found myself well occupied, entertained, excited, but by no means happy, and the shoes from his last would not fit me. We parted, however, as the best friends, and even my hostess on my departure was not dissatisfied with me. Shortly before my departure, something else very pleasant was to happen by the mediation of that young man who wished to restore himself to some credit with me. I was pg 277 introduced to the director von Hagedorn, who with great kindness showed me his collection and was highly delighted with the enthusiasm of the young lover of art. He himself, as becomes a connoisseur, was quite peculiarly in love with the pictures which he possessed, and therefore seldom found in others an interest such as he wished. It gave him particular satisfaction that I was beyond measure pleased with a picture by Schwenfeld, and that I was not tired of praising and extolling it in every single part for landscapes, which again reminded me of the beautiful clear sky under which I had grown up, the vegetable luxuriance of those spots, and of whatever other favors a warmer climate offers to man, were just the things that most affected me in the imitation, while they awakened in me a longing remembrance. State of Dresden. These precious experiences, preparing both mind and sense for true art, were nevertheless interrupted and damped by one of the most melancholy sights, by the destroyed and desolate condition of so many of the streets of Dresden, through which I took my way. The Mohrenstrasse in ruins, and the church Kreuzkirche of the Cross, with its shattered tower, impressed themselves deeply upon me, and still stand like a gloomy spot in my imagination. From the cupola of the Lady Church Frankirch, I saw these pitiable ruins scattered about amid the beautiful order of the city. Here the clerk commended to me the art of the architect, who had already fitted up church and cupola for so undesirable an event, and had built them bomb-proof. The good sacristan then pointed out to me the ruins on all sides, and said doubtfully and laconically, "The enemy hath done this." Now then, at last, though unwillingly, I returned back to Leipzig, and found my friends, who were not used to such digressions in me, in great astonishment, busied with all sorts of conjectures as to what might be the import of my mysterious journey. When upon this, I told them my story quite in order, they declared it was only a made-up tale, and sagaciously tried to get at the bottom of the riddle, which I had been waggish enough to conceal under my shoemaker lodgings. But could they have looked into my heart, they would have discovered no waggery there, for the truth of that old proverb, "He that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow," had pg 278 struck me with all its force, and the more I struggled to arrange and appropriate to myself what I had seen, the less I succeeded. I had at last to content myself with a silent after-operation. Ordinary life carried me away again, and I at last felt myself quite comfortable when a friendly intercourse improvement in branches of knowledge which was suitable for me, and a certain practice of the hand, engaged me in a manner less important, but more in accordance with my strength. Very pleasant and wholesome for me was the connection which I formed with the Breitkopf family. Bernhard Christoph Breitkopf, the proper founder of the family, who had come to Leipzig as a poor journeyman printer, was yet living, and occupied the Golden Bear, a respectable house in the Newmarket with Goethe as an inmate. The son Johann Gottlob Emanuel had already been long married, and was the father of many children. They thought they could not spend a part of their considerable wealth better than in putting up opposite the first house a large new one, the Silver Bear, which they built higher and more extensive than the original house itself. Just at the time of the building, I became acquainted with the family. The eldest son might have been some years older than I was, a well-formed young man, devoted to music, and practiced to play skillfully on both the piano and the violin. The second, a true good soul, likewise musical, enlivened the concerts, which were often got up no less than his elder brother. They were both kindly disposed towards me, as well as their parents and sisters. I lent them a helping hand during the building up, and the finishing, the furnishing, and the moving in, and thus formed a conception of much that belongs to such an affair. I also had an opportunity of seeing Esser's instructions put in practice in the new house, which I had thus seen erected. I was often a visitor. We had many pursuits in common, and the eldest son set some of my songs to music, which when printed bore his name, but not mine, and have been little known. I have selected the best, and inserted them among my other little poems. The father had invented or perfected musical type. He permitted me the use of a fine library, which related principally to the origin and progress of printing, and thus I gained some knowledge in that department. I found their pg 279, moreover, good copperplates, which exhibited antiquity, and advanced on this side also my studies, which were still further promoted by the circumstance that a considerable collection of casts had fallen into disorder. In moving, I set them right again as well as I could, and in doing so was compelled to search Lippert and other authorities. A physician, Dr. Reichel, likewise an inmate of the house, I consulted from time to time, when I felt, if not sick, yet unwell, and thus we led together a quiet, pleasant life. Taste for etching. I was now to enter into another sort of connection in this house, for the copperplate engraver Stock had moved into the attic. He was a native of Nuremberg, a very industrious man, and in his labors precise and methodical. He also, like Geyser, engraved, after Esser's designs, larger and smaller plates, which came more and more into vogue. For novels and poems he etched very neatly, so that his work came out of the aquafortis almost finished, and but little touching up remained to be done. With the graver, which he handled very well, he made an exact calculation how long a plate would occupy him, and nothing could call him off from his work if he had not completed the daily task he had set himself. Thus he sat at a broad worktable by the great gable window in a very neat and orderly chamber, where his wife and 2 daughters afforded him a domestic society. Of these last, one is happily married, and the other is an excellent artist. They have continued my friends all my life long. I now divided my time between the upper and lower stories, and attached myself much to the man who, together with his persevering industry, possessed an excellent humor and was good nature itself. The technical neatness of this branch of art charmed me, and I associated myself with him to execute something of the kind. My predilection was again directed towards landscape, which, while it amused me in my solitary walks, seemed in itself more attainable and more comprehensible for works of art than the human figure, which discouraged me under his directions. Therefore I etched after Thiel and others various landscapes, which, although executed by an unpracticed hand, produced some effect, and were well received. The grounding, varnishing of the plates, the putting in the high lights, the etching, and at last the biting with aquafortis pg 280 gave me variety of occupation, and I soon got so far that I could assist my master in many things. I did not lack the attention necessary for the biting, and I seldom failed in anything, but I had not care enough in guarding against the deleterious vapors which are generated on such occasions, and these may have contributed to the maladies which afterwards troubled me for a long time amidst such labors that everything might be tried. I often made woodcuts. Also, I prepared various little printing blocks after French patterns, and many of them were found fit for use. Let me here make mention of some other men who resided in Leipzig, or tarried there for a short time, whilst the custom-house collector of the district, in his best years, cheerful, friendly, and obliging, was loved and esteemed by us. We would not indeed allow his theatrical pieces to be models throughout, but we suffered ourselves to be carried away by them, and his operas set to. Music by Hiller in an easy style gave us much pleasure. Schiebler of Hamburg pursued the same track, and his Lisuard and Dariolet was likewise favored by us. Eschenberg, a handsome young man, but little older than we were, distinguished himself advantageously among the students. Zachary was pleased to spend some weeks with us, and being introduced by his brother dined every day with us at the same table. We rightly deemed it an honor to gratify our guest in return by a few extra dishes, a richer dessert, and choicer wine, for as a tall, well-formed, comfortable man, he did not conceal his love of good eating. Lessing came at a time when we had I know not what in our heads. It was our good pleasure to go nowhere on his account, nay, even to avoid the places to which he came, probably because we thought ourselves too good to stand at a distance, and could make no pretension to obtain a closer intimacy with him. This momentary absurdity, which however is nothing rare in presuming, and freakish youth, proved indeed its own punishment in the sequel, for I have never set eyes on that eminent man who was most highly esteemed by me. Notwithstanding all our efforts relative to art and antiquity, we each of us always had Winckelmann before our eaves, whose ability was acknowledged in his fatherland with enthusiasm. We read his writings diligently, and tried to pg 281 make ourselves acquainted with the circumstances under which he had written the first of them. We found in them many views which seemed to have originated with Esar, even jests and whims after his fashion, and we did not rest until we had formed some general conception of the occasion on which these remarkable and sometimes so enigmatical writings had arisen. Though we were not very accurate, for youth likes better to be excited than instructed, and it was not the last time that I was to be indebted to Sibylline leaves for an important step in cultivation. Death of Winckelmann. It was then a fine period in literature, when eminent men were yet treated with respect, although the disputes of Klotz and Lessing's controversies already indicated that this epoch would soon close. Winckelmann enjoyed an universal, unassailed reverence, and it is known how sensitive he was with regard to anything public which did not seem commensurate with his deeply felt dignity. All the periodical publications joined in his praise. The better class of tourists came back from him instructed and enraptured, and the new views which he gave extended themselves over science and life. The Prince of Dessau had raised himself up to a similar degree of respect. Young, well and nobly minded, he had on his travels, and at other times shown himself truly desirable. Winckelmann was in the highest degree delighted with him, and whenever he mentioned him, loaded him with the handsomest epithets. The laying out of a park, then unique, the taste for architecture which von Erdmannsdorff supported by his activity, everything spoke in favor of a prince who, while he was a shining example for the rest, gave promise of a golden age for his servants and subjects. We young people now learned with rejoicings that Winckelmann would return back from Italy, visit his princely friend, call on Esar by the way, and so come within our sphere of vision. We made no pretensions to speaking with him, but we hoped to see him, and as at that time of life one willingly changes every occasion into a party of pleasure, we had already agreed upon a journey to Dessau, where in a beautiful spot, made glorious by art in a land well governed, and at the same time externally adorned, thought to lie in wait now here, now there, in order to see with our own eyes these men so highly exalted above us walking about. Esar himself was quite elated, if he only thought of it, and the news of Winckelmann's death fell down into the midst pg 282 of us like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. I still remember the place where I first heard it. It was in the court of the Plessenberg, not far from the little gate through which one used to go up to Esar's residence. One of my fellow pupils met me, and told me that Esar was not to be seen, with the reason why this monstrous event, 3, produced a monstrous effect. There was an universal mourning and lamentation, and Winckelmann's untimely death sharpened the attention paid to the value of his life, perhaps, indeed, the effect of his activity, if he had continued it to a more advanced age, would probably not have been so great as it now necessarily became, when, like many other extraordinary men, he was distinguished by fate through a strange and calamitous end. Now, while I was infinitely lamenting the death of Winckelmann, I did not think that I should soon find myself in the case of being apprehensive about my own life, since during all these events my bodily condition had not taken the most favorable turn. I had already brought with me from home a certain touch of hypochondria, which in this new sedentary and lounging life was rather strengthened than diminished the pain in the breast which I had felt from time to time ever since the accident at Auerstadt, and which after a fall from horseback had perceptibly increased, made me dejected by an unfortunate diet. I destroyed my powers of digestion. The heavy Merseburg beer clouded my brain. The coffee, which gave me a peculiarly melancholy tone, especially when taken with milk after dinner, paralyzed my bowels, and seemed completely to suspend their functions, so that I experienced great uneasiness on this account. Yet, without being able to embrace a resolution for a more rational mode of life, my natural disposition, supported by the sufficient strength of youth, fluctuated between the extremes of unrestrained gaiety and melancholy discomfort. Besides this, the epoch of the cold water bath, which was unconditionally recommended, had then begun. One was to sleep on a hard bed, only slightly covered, by which all the usual perspiration was suppressed. These and other follies, consequence of some misunderstood suggestions of Rousseau, would, it was promised, bring us nearer to nature and deliver us from the corruption of morals. Now all the above, without discrimination, applied with injudicious alternation, were felt by many most injuriously, and I irritated my PG 283 happy organization to such a degree that the particular systems contained within it necessarily broke out at last into a conspiracy and revolution in order to save the whole. One night I awoke with a violent hemorrhage, and had just strength and presence of mind enough to waken my next room neighbor. Dr. Reichel was called in, who assisted me in the most friendly manner, and thus for many days I wavered betwixt life and death, and even the joy of a subsequent improvement was embittered by the circumstance that during that eruption a tumor had formed on the left side of the neck, which, after the danger was past, they now first found time to notice. Recovery is, however, always pleasing and delightful, even though it takes place slowly and painfully, and since nature had helped herself with me, I appeared now to have become another man, for I had gained a greater cheerfulness of mind than I had known for a long time, and I was rejoiced to feel my inner self at liberty, although externally a wearisome affliction threatened me. But what particularly set me up at this time was to see how many eminent men had undeservedly given me their affection. Undeservedly, I say, for there was not one among them to whom I had not been troublesome through contradictory humors, not one whom I had not more than once wounded by morbid absurdity, nay, whom I had not stubbornly avoided for a long time from a feeling of my own injustice. All this was forgotten. They treated me in the most affectionate manner, and sought, partly in my chamber, partly, as soon as I could leave it, to amuse and divert me. They drove out with me, entertained me at their country houses, and I seemed soon to recover. Dr. Hermann. Among these friends, I name first of all Dr. Hermann, then senator, afterwards burgomaster of Leipzig. He was among those boarders with whom I had become acquainted through Schlosser, the one with whom an always equable and enduring connection was maintained. One might well reckon him the most industrious of his academical fellow-citizens. He attended his lectures with the greatest regularity, and his private industry remained always the same. Step by step, without the slightest deviation, I saw him attain his doctor's degree, and then raise himself to the assessorship, without anything of all this appearing arduous to him, or his having in the least hurried or been too late. With anything, the gentleness, PG 284 of his character attracted me. His instructive conversation held me fast. Indeed, I really believe that I took delight in his methodical industry, especially for this reason, because I thought by acknowledgments and high esteem to appropriate to myself at least a part of a merit of which I could by no means boast. He was just as regular in the exercise of his talents and the enjoyment of his pleasures as in his business. He played the harpsichord with great skill, drew from nature with feeling, and stimulated me to do the same when, in his manner, on gray paper and with black and white chalk, I used to copy many a willow plot on the Pless, and many a lovely nook of those still waters, and at the same time longingly to indulge in my fancies. He knew how to meet my sometimes comical disposition with merry jests, and I remember many pleasant hours which we spent together when he invited me with mock solemnity to a tete-a-tete supper, where with some dignity, by the light of waxen candles, we ate what they call a council hare, which had run into his kitchen as a perquisite of his place, and with many jokes in the manner of bearish, were pleased to season the meat, and heighten the spirit of the wine, that this excellent man, who is still constantly laboring in his respectable office, rendered me the most faithful assistance, during a disease of which there was indeed a foreboding, but which had not been foreseen in its full extent, that he bestowed every leisure hour upon me, and by remembrances of former happy times contrived to brighten the gloomy moment. I still acknowledge, with the sincerest thanks, and rejoice that after so long a time I can give them publicly. Besides, this worthy friend, groaning of Bremen, particularly interested himself in me. I had made his acquaintance only a short time before, and first discovered his good feeling towards me during my misfortune. I felt the value of this favor the more warmly, as no one is apt to seek a closer connection with invalids. He spared nothing to give me pleasure, to draw me away from musing on my situation, to hold up to my view and promise me recovery and a wholesome activity in the nearest future. How often have I been delighted, in the progress of life, to hear how this excellent man has in the weightiest affairs shown himself useful, and indeed a blessing to his native city.